An old man stood on the lawn, standing with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. This is the fifth of the 5 elders of the Ning family, Ning Shang. Wu, haven't you heard from the 3rd grandfather and the 4th grandfather yet? Ning Shang asked a young man next to him. This man is called Ning Wu, 29 years old this year. He looks good, but his expression always has a hint of sinisterness. Before Ning Wu could answer, Ning Shang had already shaken his head. Alas, Wu, you should be smarter. You should know that you are the key training target of the family and will inherit the position of the head of the family in the future. If it were Wenner, he would have contacted the 3rd and 4th brothers without my reminder. Yes, the 5th grandfather is right. Ning Wu quickly admitted his mistake, and when he lowered his head, a trace of hatred flashed across his eyes. His talent for cultivation is not bad, and he would be the focus of training in any family. But in the Ning family, he was suppressed by Ning Yuan. All the resources of the family are inclined to Ning Yuan, and he can only get some scraps. But Ning Wu didn't think he was worse than Ning Yuan. The only difference was their identities. Although they were both born with the character Yu, Ning Yuan was the biological son of Ning Tianhao, the current head of the family. The Ning Shang in front of him was Ning Tianhao's biological father. From childhood to adulthood, Ning Wu had been suppressed by Ning Yuan, and his mentality was extremely unbalanced. Facing Ning Shang's scolding, Ning Wu first felt a little angry, and then felt gloating. Ning Yuan, you died so well. Luo Yan, I really have to thank you. It's better to kill all these dead old ghosts in the Ning family, and then kill Ning Tianhao. Then I will be the only one in charge of the Ning family. Ha! Ning Wu thought about happy things and smiled. What are you laughing? Ning Shang looked at him with a squint and said coldly, why don't you call the 3rd grandfather and the 4th grandfather? Oh, I'll call right away. The phone was called, but no one answered. Even the other warriors who went to intercept Lu Shiyu together couldn't get through. 5th grandfather, the phone can't get through, Ning Wu said. Strange. Ning Shang frowned, feeling uneasy. Did something happen? Impossible. The 3rd and 4th brothers joined forces to sweep the warriors across the river and sea. Even if Luo Yan came back temporarily, he would only die. What happened? Cough, cough, cough! Ning Shang suddenly bent down and coughed violently. It was the kind of heart-wrenching cough, as if he was going to cough out his lungs. A sickly flush appeared on his face. 5th grandpa, are you okay? Ning Wu greeted him hypocritically. Cough, cough, cough! Ning Shang coughed and shook his head, reached into his arms and took a bottle of healing medicine. After a while, the cough stopped, and the flush on his face slowly subsided. Huh? He took a long breath, and his lungs felt a little better. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Ning Shang, Ning Tianhao, and Ning Yuan are 3 generations of gifted people. They are the pride of the Ning family. Although Ning Shang is the youngest of the 5 elders of the Ning family, he is only the youngest. In terms of cultivation, he is the 2nd strongest among the 5 elders, except for the eldest brother Ning Ba. When he was young, Ning Shang was full of ambition. At the age of 40, he ascended to the throne of the head of the family and led the Ning family to achieve one glory after another. Just as the day was in the middle, he had an accident when he was 42 years old. Because of greed and recklessness, he went crazy while practicing and almost died. Later, he was cured with great difficulty, but whenever he was emotional, he would cough violently. Ning Shang had to resign from the position of head of the family and devote himself to treating the disease. Later, a miracle doctor said that his lung meridian was permanently damaged and it was impossible to heal. It could only be temporarily suppressed with drugs. This suppression lasted for 30 years. His son Ning Tianhao was very competitive. As the head of the family, he continued his father's glory. But with the death of Ning Yuan and Ning Yuhao, they had no successors. The Ning family had to find someone from the side branch to train again, which was really sad. Tell them to stop playing, fight quickly, and take Han Shushu away quickly, Ning Shang said. What about the others? Ning Wu pointed at the kneeling people and asked, do you still need me to teach them? They must be killed. As soon as Ning Yu's face was seen, Ning Shang felt a headache. A hopeless person. Oh, okay. Ning Yu was about to give an order when a scream suddenly sounded in the key villa and a figure flew out. It hit the ground with a bang and spit out blood. Dead. Everyone was shocked. Looking closely, it turned out that the warriors who were blasted out were actually the warriors of the Ning family. Who? Ning Shang raised his eyebrows and shouted coldly. Several more screams sounded in the villa, and all the warriors who were blasted out were beaten to death with heavy methods. Finally, a burly figure walked out of the gate. Although he was old, he was vigorous with sharp eyes and a majestic demeanor. His big square face was as red as blood, and his aura alone was enough to scare a large group of people. Even Ning Shang, who had been the head of the family, couldn't help but gasp and his legs trembled. Outside, several warriors knelt down involuntarily with a plop. Who is this, sir? Ning Shang took a deep breath and was secretly on guard. Ye Qing said with a disdainful look. When his name came out, Ning Shang was like being struck by thunder. His whole body froze and he began to cough loudly again. It was Qing. With this height, this appearance, and this aura, it should be correct. How could this big Buddha be in the Han family? If we dare to come here to cause trouble, aren't we courting death? Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Ye, I'm sorry, it's all a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, we'll leave now. Ning Shang raised his head and coughed while talking, and he was in a hurry, which suddenly looked a little funny. But if you look carefully at his face, you can find that he is so serious that he is like bowing to a king. Fifth grandfather, who is this old man? He is pretending. Ning Yuwu pointed at Yiqing and said, "Pah!" Ning Shang slapped him, almost breaking his teeth, and roared, "Beast, shut up!" Ning Yuwu covered his face, looking confused. "What's the matter? Please forgive me, Mr. Ye, and let us go." Finally, Ning Shang lowered his head to his knees and bowed. "Okay, considering your good attitude of admitting your mistakes, and that you made mistakes without knowing I was here, I will let you go this time." Yiqing said in a deep voice, "The death penalty can be exempted, but the living crime is unforgivable. After returning, pass the order that the Ning family must not leave Jiangling. 70% of the monthly operating income will be donated to charity organizations. 10 years later, we will decide whether to unblock it based on your performance." "Thank you, Mr. Ye. Thank you, Mr. Ye. We will definitely do it after returning." Ning Shang kowtowed several times in a row before standing up. He waved his hand. "Everyone leave the Han family immediately." Then he walked out of the villa without looking back. Before leaving, Ning Yuwu looked back at Yiqing and found that his palms seemed to be trembling slightly, but he still followed Ning Shang out. Only when they walked a long way did he couldn't help asking, "Fifth grandpa, who is this Yiqing?" Only now did Ning Shang really breathe a sigh of relief. There are 3 legendary figures in Dragon Country who hold up half of Dragon Country: Yiqing, Tianqian Taoist, Shen Zhu. They are collectively called Optimus Prime. Yiqing is in charge of Dragon Country's most secret and powerful military organization, the Dragon Guarding Pavilion. Everyone in it is an elite, and the minimum entry requirement is Wuzong. Tianqian Taoist is in charge of Tianyi sect, which is the world's largest sect with far-reaching influence. And Shen Zhu, you should also know, is the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Each of these 3 people has amazing skills, calling the wind and rain, and can do anything. Ning Shang finally concluded, "With the power of our Ning family, how dare we challenge Yiqing? Being closed for 10 years is already a great gift from heaven." Ning Yuwu said, "Since he is so powerful, why didn't he take our lives? Also, when I left I saw that his face was red as blood, his palms trembled slightly, and his expression was also very unnatural. I suspect that he was seriously injured and had to let us go." These words stopped Ning Shang in his tracks. Out of fear of Yiqing, he did not observe as carefully as Ning Yuwu. Could it be that Yiqing was really injured? Ning Yuwu continued to speak. "Fifth grandfather often taught me to be observant, and I did it. I also thought, since Yiqing is so powerful, why didn't he suppress us when we attacked the Han family? And why did he have to wait until he had no choice to show up? This further confirms the guess that he was seriously injured. I suggest that we re-enter the Han family and catch them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, when Yiqing's injury is healed, he might send someone to destroy our Ning family." Ning Shang frowned, his chest heaving up and down, and he was always struggling with himself. It must be said that Ning Yuwu's analysis is very reasonable. If Yiqing is seriously injured, killing him is the best choice. "Let's go, let's re-enter the Han family." Finally, he made up his mind. Those who accomplish great things must be bold and careful. Whether the Ning family can be saved depends on this one move. 134 Finite Hertz 3164i042.html. Hurry up, this guy can dissolve my internal energy, pull me away." Ning Wang urged loudly, his voice trembling. After this brief contact of more than 10 seconds, about 1/3 of the internal energy has disappeared. As one increases and the other decreases, Luo Yan's internal energy is more abundant than Ning Wang's. He couldn't break free in the first place, and now he is even more helpless. He can dissolve the internal energy? Ning Xiao was also surprised and rushed forward, hugged Ning Wang's body, and tried to pull him out. After hugging him, he felt that his internal energy was leaking out quickly and all poured into Ning Wang's body. Ning Xiao's 3 souls and 7 spirits were gone, and he tried to kick out, retreated quickly, and let go of Ning Wang's body. "Old 4, don't leave, save me." Ning Wang's cry was filled with deep fear. His cultivation level has dropped by half. If this continues, he will be a useless person. Luo Yan's internal force grew wildly again, and his meridians and dantian became swollen, and he began to feel a little uncomfortable. The system had reminded him that if the internal force was too full, there would be a risk of exploding. Different realms not only have different degrees of internal force, but also different strengths. This is easy to understand. People with higher realms will definitely have greater power when they use the same amount of internal force to make a move, because his internal force is more condensed. The internal force strength of the 2 elders of the Ning family is higher than that of Luo Yan. Luo Yan needs a certain amount of time to completely refine them and transform them into his own internal force. This situation is like throwing a bottle of molten iron into clear water. It takes a certain amount of time for the molten iron to completely cool down. In the original work, Duan Yu absorbed the internal force of many people in Wanji Valley, which exceeded his body's ability to bear. Every day, his body felt like it was bitten by insects, and the pain and itching were unbearable. Later, he was relieved after practicing the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Of course, it didn't take Luo Yan too long to refine these internal forces, just a few dozen breaths. "Get lost!" Luo Yan kicked Ning Wang on the buttocks, and the latter staggered in front, but eventually couldn't stop his momentum and fell to the ground. A generation of Wuzong was in such a mess. If it were normal, Ning Wang would be furious and determined to fight to the death. But now, he couldn't get angry at all. He quickly got up and was very grateful for his life. There was even a smile of surviving a disaster on his face. Third brother, what are you laughing at? Ahem, I'm not laughing at anything. Ning Wang adjusted his expression and looked at Luo Yan. Luo Yan was motionless, his expression was solemn, his eyes were slightly closed and he was obviously regulating his breath. Ning Wang pondered for a while and suddenly grinned. Haha, I understand. This kid absorbed our internal force and now he must be backfired by the internal force. It's what he deserves. This is called doing too much evil will kill yourself. Fourth brother, go up and kill him, Ning Wang said and began to regulate his breath. Third brother, is your guess correct? Ning Xiao was suspicious by nature and was quite afraid of Luo Yan, so he didn't dare to step forward. If you don't believe it, you can kill him with a sword. As long as you can't touch his body, he can't absorb it. Ning Wang said, well, this method is feasible. Ning Xiao nodded, in agreement, drew the long sword from his waist, and walked towards Luo Yan. Just after taking a few steps, Luo Yan suddenly opened his eyes and showed a mysterious smile on his face. Ning Xiao was startled and stopped immediately. Luo Yan did not take the next step. Old Four, don't fall for his tricks, he is stalling for time. At this time, Ning Wang said again. He couldn't understand why Old Four, who was usually active and good at conspiracy, became so timid today. Is it a trick? Come and try it and you will know. Luo Yan kept smiling and looked at Ning Xiao with an interesting look. Come over. At this time, Ning Xiao finally regained consciousness. The more Luo Yan acted like this, the more it proved that he was unsure. You want to play tricks with me? You are still a little naive. Ning Xiao grinned, thrust his long sword and stabbed Luo Yan's chest. Alas! At this moment Luo Yan sighed. A big black sword suddenly appeared in the air, and he held the sword with both hands and chopped it down. The weight of the black iron sword itself, plus Luo Yan's full strength, exuded a violent atmosphere in the air. Ning Xiao's mind was blank and he forgot to breathe. Snap! The long sword was smashed into a curved piece of metal, and the black iron sword started from Ning Xiao's head and continued to smash down. Ning Xiao turned into a pile of meat paste. At the moment before his death, he was still struggling with the question, what about the fake and real that was promised? Old Four. Ning Wang's eyes were bloodshot and his heart was bleeding. It was he who had been encouraging Ning Xiao to take action. To a certain extent, it was he who killed his brother. I'm sorry, it's all my brother's fault. With tears in his eyes, he apologized to Ning Xiao's body. The 5 elders of the Ning family were like brothers and none of them could be missing. Now 2 of them are dead and both died at the hands of Luo Yan. It's not your fault. Luo Yan dragged the black iron sword with his backhand and walked towards Ning Wang. The black iron sword slid down a wide crack on the road, making a clattering sound. Because no matter what you do, there is only one way, a dead end. Luo Yan killed Ning Wang with a sword. Brother. Lu Shiyu ran over and threw herself into Luo Yan's arms. You must be scared. Let's go home and cook. Luo Yan hugged her slender waist and was about to enter Kuizhu Garden. He saw the corpses all over the ground, so he called Jing Taicheng. Brother Jing, there is a little trouble here at home. Come and deal with it. He briefly introduced what happened just now. Jing Taicheng protested, isn't it bad to always let me clean up my mess? A Wanquan blood replenishing pill. Okay, I'll be there right away. Just after hanging up the phone, Luo Yan received another call from Han Shushu. Luo Yan, thank you are finally back. Come to my house quickly. The Ning family sent someone to attack us. We can't resist, and there are heavy casualties. Han Shushu's voice was urgent and panicked. Before Luo Yan could reply, a vicious male voice came from the other end of the phone. That's Han Shushu. Everyone hurry up and take her down. Ah, don't come over, Han Shushu screamed, and the phone fell to the ground and shattered. Ning family, it's the Ning family again. Luo Yan put away the phone. His face turned cold again. Damn, I encountered such a bad thing as soon as I came back, and I couldn't even eat. This Ning family really deserves to die. Shiyu, you go home first, I'll go to the Han family. Brother, go. Lu Shiyu's face showed a trace of worry, like a young wife waiting for her husband to come home. Be careful. Got it. Luo Yan used Lingbo microwave, rushed forward, and disappeared in an instant. Lu Shiyu wanted to go home, but later she was still worried about her brother, so she put the basket of vegetables in the security booth and followed him. Watch from a distance, and take action if my brother is in danger. She thought secretly. Han family. Everyone in the villa was driven out to the lawn. Han Chuping, Han Zaishun, and Han Qinghuai were among them. Even the unarmed servants were not spared, and all knelt on the ground. Outside the crowd, there were warriors from the Ning family guarding, and they would beat and scold anyone they disliked. 4 or 5 great martial artists surrounded Han Shushu and attacked her, laughing loudly. They were full of foul language. Han Shushu's hair was disheveled, her face was pale, and her clothes were torn in many places, revealing her snow-white skin. Although the broken jade fist was magical, the moves were already scattered, and the lethality was greatly reduced. She had not learned any light-body kung fu, and she could not be like Lu Shiyu, who could escape if she couldn't win. But according to her personality, she would not escape even if she could, and she would not abandon her family. Her only hope now was that Luo Yan could arrive early and help her kill all these bad guys. Sturt34298/3164501.html. Luo Yan, I admit that we underestimated you and your brother. The thin old man came over. The rich old man narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Little friend, when you do things, you should leave a way out so that you can live longer. It's a pity that you still don't understand this truth. Luo Yan said, tell me your name. Ning family, Ning Wang. Ning family, Ning Xiao. Seeing the two people's serious look, Luo Yan sneered. So you are the brothers of old man Ning Shu. Ning Shu is waving to you in the underworld. As soon as these words came out, the two elders of the Ning family suddenly became hideous, and even Ning Xiao's smile was particularly far-fetched. The 5 elders of the Ning family, of similar age, were the most outstanding family members of that generation. Although they were not brothers, they were closer than brothers. They were the biggest support for the Ning family to always stand in jungling. Each of them had a cultivation level above Wuzong. Luo Yan killed Ning Yuan, the genius heir of the Ning family, and also killed Ning Shu, one of the 5 elders. The Ning family was furious, so they sent Ning Wang and Ning Xiao, who ranked 3rd and 4th among the 5 elders, with more than a dozen warriors from the family to kill Luo Yan. The Ning family is majestic and cannot be offended. Anyone who dares to offend will die. Luo Yan's side is only part of their plan, and another part is also underway. Almost everyone knew that Luo Yan loved his sister the most. They made arrangements in advance and originally planned to capture Lu Shiyu first, or kill him on the spot. When Luo Yan was in a state of confusion, they would take advantage of the chaos to deal with him. Unexpectedly, Lu Shiyu survived until Luo Yan appeared. But it didn't matter. One was a martial arts master, and the other had just been promoted to the early stage of martial arts. The 2 martial arts masters on our side were masters who had been famous for decades and had rich combat experience. Although this trip was not smooth, the ultimate goal could still be achieved. Third brother, this kid is extremely cunning. Be careful of his poison needles and the big black sword. The 2 pressed forward step by step, and Ning Xiao reminded Ning Wang. Before they came, they had already found out that Ning Shu died from Luo Yan's endless attack methods, especially the poison needles. When Ning Yuhao's body was moved back, the poison spread from his eyeballs all the way down, and his whole body turned black. A servant accidentally touched his body and died of the poison within 10 minutes. Poison needle? Are you talking about this? Luo Yan held a silver needle of ice spirit in his hand and pointed it at Ning Xiao. In the sunlight, the ice soul silver needle exudes a crystal light with a unique beauty. Ning Xiao's face changed color, and the speed of advancement dropped sharply. Luo Yan pretended to fire, and Ning Xiao was like a frightened bird and immediately bounced back a few meters. Haha, are you scared? Luo Yan put away the ice soul silver needle. But this silver needle is not easy to come by, so I'd better keep it to kill your family master. You are not worthy yet. Shiyu, stay away, in case these 2 old men lose and use you to threaten me. These people can do anything. Luo Yan reminded. Oh, okay, brother. Don't fight too long. I still have to go back to cook for you. Lu Shiyu picked up the basket, walked to a distance, and stopped to watch. Listening to the conversation between the two elders of the Ning family felt ashamed, and their faces turned red and white. The means of besieging Lu Shiyu just now were indeed despicable. Luo Yan chose to take the initiative. Suddenly, the speed soared to the maximum, and he attacked Ning Wang with a powerful Vajra finger. The finger force was strong, the wind sounded loud, and the power was impressive. With the blessing of internal force, the data of the physical body was greatly improved. At this time, using the powerful Vajra finger seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Ning Wang was surprised. He is obviously an early martial arts master. How can he have such a momentum? He hurriedly dodged, and Luo Yan's fingers flew past his arm. Although he didn't really hit him, the internal force on his fingers made his arm burn. What frightened him the most was that just with such contact, a small part of his internal force disappeared for no reason. What kind of weird secret method is this? How could he know that this part of the internal force had entered Luo Yan's body? Old 4, this boy is extraordinary. Let's do it together. Ning Wang sent out a move of shaking palm, and the palm force pressed towards Luo Yan layer by layer, pulling away for a distance. Luo Yan used Hunyuan Gong to drive the broken jade fist and blasted away the palm force one by one. The jade-breaking fist is powerful and quicker than the Vajra finger, which is suitable for the current battle. When the external skills are combined with the corresponding internal skills, the power will increase exponentially, and the system calls it a martial arts set. The Hunyuan Gong is the supreme internal skill of the Huashan school, which is in the same vein as the jade-breaking fist, the iron finger technique, and the Hunyuan palm. Using this to drive the jade-breaking fist is a world of difference from when there is no internal force. Ning Xiao replied, "Third brother, I'm here!" The 2 elders of the Ning family surrounded Luo Yan, and their fists and palms flew, and they attacked him quickly. Luo Yan used the Lingbo microstep to counter the moves. Thousand Hands, Tathagata palm, the jade-breaking fist, the Tai Chi fist, the Vajra finger, the wonderful moves emerged one after another, and the opponent was dazzled. Luo Yan intended to test his own strength, so he did not use the 6 Dings and 6 Jias formation and the black iron sword. The pressure from the two masters in the late stage of the Yangqi realm was extraordinary. Luo Yan was in the vortex of their palm power, like a small boat, swaying in all directions, which made people sweat. Lu Xiyu in the distance swallowed her saliva. This level of fighting was beyond her comprehension. She could only see her brother getting beaten up, and she couldn't help but get anxious. The suppression of realms should not be underestimated. After roughly understanding his own strength, Luo Yan's speed suddenly soared, avoiding all the palm power in front of him, jumping behind Ning Wang, and sending out a bone-breaking hand. He had already grabbed Ning Wang's shoulder. Bai Ming Divine Art was activated, and a stream of internal force was sucked from Ning Wang and instantly converted into Luo Yan's internal force. Hey, not bad! Luo Yan was delighted. What are you doing? Let go! Ning Wang was scared out of his wits. Internal force is the foundation of martial arts, and it takes a lot of time to practice and accumulate. It's not good to find ways to make up for it after losing it. He lowered his shoulder and avoided Luo Yan's palm. Don't leave! Play again! Luo Yan sent out another bone-breaking hand and grabbed Ning Wang's elbow again. The internal force continued to flow. After tasting the sweetness, the strength of his palm increased. The body tempered by the dragon elephant Prajna Gong was no joke. In terms of strength, Ning Wang could not break free at all. In a panic, Ning Wang transferred his internal force to his elbow, trying to shake Luo Yan away with his strong internal force. This power was incredible. The internal force was like a flood, rushing into Luo Yan's body. How could this happen? Ning Wang completely collapsed. As the internal force in his body weakened, he could not get rid of Luo Yan. At this time, both arms were grabbed by Luo Yan, and the internal force flowed away rapidly. Old Four, what are you still standing there for? Come and help me! Ning Wang shouted anxiously, his face as white as frost. Ning Xiao, who was next to him, was completely confused. What was the third brother doing? Why was he fighting like a child? The kid didn't use his sword or poison, but he was just grabbing the third brother's elbow so impatiently. But the third brother was so panicked? Something was wrong. Ning Xiao suddenly became alert. There must be something strange. WAP 34 134298 316494.html. Don't come over here, I don't want to kill anyone. Lu Xiyu stepped back and put the basket on the side of the road. There was no other way. This meal had fish and shrimp, and it cost almost 1,000 yuan. She was always thrifty. Clang! She pulled out the Zhanhan sword at the same time. To be on the safe side, Luo Yan told her not to take it lightly and to always carry the Zhanhan sword with her. Lu Xiyu listened to her brother the most. Although it might be a little strange for a young girl to carry a sword on her back, she still did it. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. With the sword in hand, Lu Xiyu's temperament changed completely. She looked like an icy beauty, but also like a cold-blooded swordsman. The Zhanhan sword accompanied her day and night, and Lu Xiyu had completely adapted to its coldness. Second brother, did you hear that? She said she didn't want to kill anyone. Isn't that ridiculous? The driver showed a playful smile on his face. The wretched man was more cautious. Be careful. Although her realm is not high, her footwork is flexible. The most important thing is that the sword in her hand is extraordinary. I always feel like I have seen it somewhere. No matter what its origin is, just rob it first. The driver's eyes were full of greed, and he punched out with a faint sound of breaking through the air. The wretched man also moved flexibly, waiting for an opportunity to move. Seeing the ferocious appearance of the two men, Lu Xiyu, who had just turned 17, was a little timid. She stepped back and used the Lingbo Weibu to avoid their sharp edge. She was determined to escape, and it was difficult for the two to catch up. They ran around in circles for several times, and they couldn't even touch the corner of Lu Xiyu's clothes. The movement here attracted the attention of passers-by, who stopped in the distance to watch. Pointing and talking. What's going on here? Several security guards of Quizuan came over when they heard the sound. Seeing Lu Xiyu being chased by two men, they immediately pushed through the crowd and shouted, "Miss Lu, come here, quickly!" Lu Xiyu was a well-known good girl and beautiful, and the security guards liked her very much. Before Lu Xiyu could reply, the driver had already grinned. "I told you to mind your own business." He couldn't catch up with Lu Xiyu, so he vented his anger on the security guards, rushed forward and shot one of them in the head. The others either had their hands or feet broken. "Security brother!" Seeing this, Lu Xiyu's blood rushed back and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Living lives! They actually paid with their lives to protect themselves. I don't know where she got the courage from. She ran over, raised her sword and chopped straight, and the wretched man couldn't stop her. Lu Xiyu used the sea-level Jade Girl sword technique, which was not magical, but it was not something the driver could contend with. In addition, the sharpness of the Zhanhan sword made the driver unable to resist even though he raised his dagger at the first time. With a swish, the dagger was cut off in an instant, and the driver's shoulder was also cut off. Ah! The driver covered his broken arm and kept backing away, his face pale. "Bad guy, you even killed innocent people. This is unforgivable." Lu Xiyu was trembling all over, her pretty face was frosty, and she was completely furious. With a sword, the driver's head fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The head rolled to Lu Xiyu's feet, and she was absent-minded for a moment. "I killed someone?" Her mind was blank. She didn't notice that the wretched man was sneaking up and was already 3 meters away from her. "Girl, be careful. There are people behind you." A real passerby reminded her. Lu Xiyu woke up from her shock and saw that the wretched man's eagle claws were already close at hand. You are also a bad guy. Lu Xiyu was furious and chopped him to death with a sword. Then, she widened her eyes and looked at the two heads on the ground in disbelief. Emo again. At this time, a large group of people emerged from the dark. The leader was a man wearing brocade clothes, thin, gray hair, straight waist, and exuding a cold air. It was a late martial arts master. The old man standing next to him was much more prosperous. He was round and smiling. If it weren't for the cold light that occasionally flashed in his eyes, it would be easy to be deceived by his appearance. His cultivation level was the same as the thin old man, also in the late stage of Wuzong. Two useless people were killed by a martial artist. You guys hurry over and take her down. The thin old man respected his status and disdained to take action. The same was true for the rich old man. They had 2 late-stage great martial artists, 3 mid-stage great martial artists, and 5 early-stage great martial artists. With such a lineup, wouldn't it be easy to catch a mid-stage martial artist? The 10 people were like a dark cloud, pressing towards Lu Xiyu, soon surrounded her in the middle. The spectators had already run away without a trace. It is certainly refreshing to watch the excitement, but it is better not to watch the excitement that endangers life. Facing a strong enemy, Lu Xiyu was calmer than before. She used the Lingbo microsteps to weave back and forth between the enemies. However, the opponent's realm was too much higher than hers, and no matter how she ran, it was in vain. As the encirclement narrowed further, she became a trapped beast, surrounded by swords and sabers and dangerous situations. At this time, the Jianan sword was useless, and there was no chance to get out. Seeing that Lu Xiyu was about to be captured, at this moment, a long roar suddenly sounded in the distance. You bullied my sister while I was away. You all deserve to be killed. A group of light and shadow came from a distance so fast that it was unbelievable, and it was close in the blink of an eye. Brother, Lu Xiyu was excited and cried with joy. It seemed that all crises would be solved if Luo Yan came. Xiyu, take the sword. Luo Yan threw the Jianfeng sword to Lu Xiyu. The sword was in the air, and a great martial artist jumped up and tried to intercept the Jianfeng sword. Take it, it's mine. Ha, garbage. Luo Yan raised his hand, and a Bingpo silver needle shot out, nailed to the man's temple, and flew out from the other side. The man didn't even have a chance to scream, and fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. The rest of the people were terrified and dared not move, so Lu Xiyu was able to catch the long sword. The thin old man narrowed his eyes, and his murderous aura suddenly increased. The plump old man laughed even more happily. With 2 swords in hand, Lu Xiyu's momentum rose rapidly like a whirlwind, overshadowing everyone present. Get up from where you fell! Xiyu, kill all these people! Luo Yan's tone was as cold as ice. Okay. These days, Lu Xiyu has been familiar with the Jade Maiden Pure Heart sword technique. Now, with Luo Yan's support, he feels relieved. With the Quanzhen sword technique in his left hand and the Jade Maiden sword technique in his right hand, he used all the mysteries of the Jade Maiden Pure Heart sword as if he had divine help. A great martial artist snorted coldly. No matter what, he is just a martial artist. Lu Xiyu stabbed with a sword at a tricky angle, piercing his throat. The man's throat spurted blood, and he stepped back and fell on his back. Back then, Xiao Longnu relied on her 2-handed fighting technique to defeat the masters of Quanzhen sect, and even King Jinlun was helpless. Today, she showed her power again, and it was easy to defeat 9 great martial artists. Lu Xiyu was angry at the opponent's ruthlessness. She flew her long sword and hurt everyone with every strike, and the enemy retreated step by step. Soon, the ground was full of enemies. There was grief everywhere. Luo Yan saw it and praised, "My sister is mighty." Back then, when he was at Lu Xiyu's level, his killing power was not as great as hers. However, he did not have a magic weapon in his hand at that time, and he did not know the art of 2-handed fighting. This was the main reason. Las 34, 134298, 3-16315 Using the wall-climbing skill of the gecko, Luo Yan transformed into a large gecko and quickly climbed up the cliff. The cliff was almost 90 degrees. Not everyone dared to climb it. Si Jincheng didn't dare to do that, for fear of falling and being smashed to pieces if he wasn't careful. Luo Yan was very steady, but when he climbed to 100 meters he was still a little nervous. This is the natural fear of heights of human beings, and it is not something that can be overcome just by saying so. He kept climbing up, and the mountain breeze was cool and getting more and more humid. Finally, he climbed to the top of the mountain and found that there were jagged rocks here, no grass growing, and only a stream flowing quietly. The spiritual power here is much more abundant than that in the valley, but the scenery is too desolate, so there is no need to stay. Luo Yan walked forward, and he didn't know where the stream came from, but there was a cliff on one side. Standing on the edge of the cliff on the other side, he looked down. What he saw was a vast forest that could not be seen at the end, with lush trees, mountains, and peaks. What's more peculiar is that the trees below are taller than the trees outside, and many of them cannot be named. It's like 2 worlds. A gust of wind blew by, and he felt relaxed and happy, as if his mind had been broadened a lot. If I practice here, I will definitely make rapid progress. Thinking of this, Luo Yan became very happy. At this moment, a sharp bird cry suddenly came from the sky. A strange bird that Luo Yan had never seen before was unusually large. With its wings spread, was estimated to be more than 10 meters long. The strange bird fell from the sky and grabbed Luo Yan with its claws. The momentum of its rush was no less than that of a cultivator in the late stage of the Yangtze realm. A hurricane rolled up on the ground, and Luo Yan almost lost his balance. What the hell? Faced with such a huge creature, Luo Yan's scalp was numb and he was greatly frightened. In a hurry, he used the Lingbo microstep to barely avoid the claw. Crack! The rock on the top of the mountain was shattered by the bird's claws, and the stone bounced on Luo Yan's body, which was very painful. It was no different from a hidden weapon. Too scary, I can't beat it at all. This was Luo Yan's true thought. He turned the Lingbo microstep to the maximum power, and even poured his internal force into his feet and ran back like a gust of wind. The fatal attack missed, and the strange bird seemed a little surprised. Chi! It immediately became irritable again, let out a scream, flew back into the air, and followed all the way. While flying, it also made a strange cry. Luo Yan became even more anxious. Oh no, it's calling its companions. Sure enough, 3 more black spots appeared in the sky, and 3 strange birds circled and chased Luo Yan together with the one below. The strange bird had a tuft of golden whiskers on its chin and a very long tail. It looked quite powerful, but it was too ferocious. Its beak and claws were similar to those of a large axe, hard and sharp, and its back feathers were as long as banana leaves. It was not a species recorded in Blue Star at all. Seeing that the strange bird was about to rush down again and the cliff leading to the valley was close at hand, Luo Yan jumped down without thinking. His body was in the air, his heart was hanging high. He went down 5 or 6 meters until he found a small protruding rock. He stepped on his toes to stabilize his body, and then climbed up it with the wall-climbing skill of a gecko. There were bursts of bird calls above his head, and Luo Yan's heart was shaken. No matter how fast I am, I can't be faster than the strange birds. If they rush down, won't I die here? Thinking of this, he swam down faster. The strange thing was that the 4 strange birds had been circling above the cliff, but no matter how urgent their calls were, they seemed to have a deep hatred for Luo Yan's father's murder, and they just didn't dare to come down to attack him. It gave Luo Yan a feeling that there was a barrier above, or a ban, preventing them from coming down. Si Jincheng never mentioned that there were monsters in the valley. Maybe they really can't come down. Luo Yan slid down the cliff. His whole body was weak. He collapsed on the ground, panting. The calls of the strange birds gradually faded away. This experience made Luo Yan deeply realize what curiosity kills the cat. He will never dare to take risks again. After a short rest, he took some rare herbs from the valley and rushed back to Zhanghai. When he came to a place with a signal, he called Lu Shiyu and said that he would go home for lunch at noon. Lu Shiyu cheered and jumped for joy, as if he hadn't seen her for more than 10 years. She also said that she would prepare a big meal for her brother. Luo Yan was also quite happy. He was about to enter the Zhanghai territory. It was noon, and it was time for the system to send treasures. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the X-level Beiming Divine Art. What? Beiming Divine Art? Even though he was used to big scenes, Luo couldn't help but stop suddenly and look into his backpack. Beiming Divine Art. Internal Power Mentality. Introduction. There is a dark sea in the north of the end of the world, which is also the Tianqi. There are fish there, and it is thousands of miles wide, and no one knows how to cultivate it. Beiming Divine Art and the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies. Only I am the Supreme Art are the 2 major sect-stabilizing magic arts of the Xiaoyao sect. It can seize the fortune of heaven and earth and absorb people's internal strength to strengthen oneself. Whether positive or negative, strong or soft, all fall within this category. This is truly the supreme inner strength in the world. In the Tianlong world, Duanyu and Shuju have both practiced it, but unfortunately they didn't practice it completely. Even so, the 2 of them could roam the world of martial arts and were invincible. Note 1. This technique belongs to the fusion type of internal energy, which connects yin and yang and harmonizes hardness and softness. No matter what kind of internal energy the host practices or whose internal energy is absorbed, it will all be transformed into fusion-type internal energy. It eliminates the risk of rejection of foreign internal energy. Fusion-type internal energy means that it is not just hard, nor just soft. It can be hard if you want it to be hard, and soft if you want it to be soft. Note 2. In theory, you can absorb anyone's internal energy, but physical contact is required when absorbing it. If the opponent is much stronger than you, there is also a risk of being killed by the opponent. In addition, the deeper the host's internal energy, the stronger the suction force and the faster the absorption speed. Note 3. When absorbing the opponent's internal energy, you should do it according to your ability. If you absorb too much and exceed the range of your physical body, there is a risk of self-explosion. Note 4. When practicing for the first time, you need to eliminate your own internal energy. If you have just entered the initial stage of nourishing qi, there is no such requirement. Note 5. This internal skill is only suitable for men to practice, and it requires extremely high qualifications. Looking at the long list of explanations, Luo Yan couldn't help but sigh. It has strong abilities and a wide range, but it also has many restrictions. In any case, this magical skill is like adding wings to a tiger. No longer hesitate. Click to learn. Outside the green bamboo garden, Lu Xiu held the basket of vegetables that was about to overflow, with a smile on her face, feeling happy and preparing to cook a big meal for her brother. When crossing the road, a truck in front suddenly accelerated and rushed towards her. "Ah, be careful!" a white-haired woman screamed and warned, covering her eyes and not daring to look. At this moment, Lu Xiu suddenly jumped up, turned in the air, and easily avoided the truck. Not even a vegetable fell. She kept her brother's teachings in mind and practiced Lingbo Weibo diligently every day. Even if she woke up suddenly, she could still do it freely. In addition, the Jade Girl Heart Sutra is the best way to train a person's character, so she can remain calm in the face of danger. Although the truck came quickly, she had time to prepare after all, so it was not difficult for her. Squeak. The truck stopped not far away, and a middle-aged man got out. He looked flustered. He was wearing a washed-out work uniform, and he looked like an ordinary person. "Girl, are you okay?" At this time, Lu Xiu was helping the old woman who had just reminded her. The truck driver came over and kept apologizing. "It's okay. Be careful next time you drive. This road is very narrow," Lu Xiu said. Okay, thank you for reminding me, girl." The driver nodded and bowed, but just as he looked up, a shining dagger appeared in his hand and stabbed Lu Xiu's chest with lightning speed. At the same time, the old woman's figure was no longer hunched, and she stretched out her hand to grab Lu Xiu's neck, her 5 fingers like hooks, and her speed was very fast. These two people turned out to be accomplices, and just now they worked together to perform a big drama to assassinate Lu Xiu. In a hurry, Lu Xiu tilted her head back and retreated quickly. Only half a second later, the dagger and eagle claws fell on her. It was really dangerous. So 134-34298-1639154. This was the first time he diagnosed her. After a touch, Luo Yan let out a soft, "Huh." He let go of her hand and opened Xiaowan's eyelids to take a look. Strange. He took her pulse again and looked at her tongue coating. Seeing him like this, Si Jincheng became more nervous and asked, "Brother Luo, how is it?" Luo Yan asked, "How have you treated her over the years?" "Xiaowan lost too much blood and her nerves were damaged. I replenished her blood in the morning and calmed her nerves in the afternoon. I used the most precious herbs. There is limited space in the valley, so if there are some herbs that are not available, I will go to the Heroes Association to exchange them." She did get better in the first few years, and I thought I saw hope. But a few years later, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, and she returned to her listless look. It has become even worse in the past 2 years. Si Jincheng's face was full of despair. Wrong. Luo Yan shook his head and told the truth. In fact, Xiaowan's illness had been completely cured a few years ago. You treated her as a patient again, and nourishing blood turned into damaging yang, and treating nerves turned into drug dependence. In addition, you locked her up in an isolated place, frowning every day, which undoubtedly deepened her condition. Anorexia, lack of energy, hair loss, memory loss. This situation is severe depression in Western medicine. The most important thing now is to gradually stop your medicine. Since she has a certain dependence on the medicine, you must stop it slowly. Then find an environment she likes to distract her attention. I believe she will recover soon. This? Si Jincheng looked embarrassed. It's not that he didn't believe Luo Yan, but he didn't dare to gamble. Xiaowan has been a complete medicine jar in recent years. If the dosage is reduced, what if something unexpected happens? You don't believe me? Luo Yan looked at Si Jincheng. Si Jincheng stammered, "It's not that I don't believe it, but, you are such a blockhead." Luo Yan shook his head. "Look at the symptoms as well as the root cause. People like you can only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. How about this? Isn't Xiaowan always talking about going home? You go back?" After Luo Yan finished speaking, he took out a bottle of ordinary wind oil from his arms, which has the effect of refreshing the mind, and shook it under Xiaowan's nose. Then he raised his eyebrows and said to Si Jincheng, "Learn something." Suddenly he said in a loud voice, "Ha ha! This medicinal oil is made from the most magical herbs of Baiyaomen. It takes 10 years to produce 1 drop. Xiaowan will definitely wake up after smelling it." Strangely enough, Xiaowan woke up immediately after hearing it, and a trace of spirit returned to her eyes. But it was clear that Si Jincheng couldn't wake up no matter how he called her. Si Jincheng was stunned. Luo Yan blinked and continued to deceive. "This elixir, just 1 sip will make you energetic for the whole day, but the effect is too strong. You can only smell it once every 3 days. Brother Si, Sister Xiaowan, you and I are destined to have it, so I will reluctantly give it up and give it to you." Luo Yan made a face as if he was cutting his own flesh. At this time, Si Jincheng also reacted. Luo Yan was giving him a psychological hint. "In that case, I won't refuse it." Si Jincheng put away the Feng Yujing properly and sighed. "Brother Luo has been so kind, I really don't know how to repay him." "You know." Luo Yan smiled cunningly. "You still have a lot of Zhuluo vine tips in the valley. I want them." "See," Jincheng said, "that's not a problem. I will supply them for free for a long time." Luo Yan was overjoyed and said, "You are right." Si Jincheng patted his chest and said, "Not only Zhuluo vine tips, any herbs in the valley, as long as Brother Luo likes them, just take them." "Haha, thank you in advance." Luo Yan smiled. "By the way, didn't you say you wanted to go back to the village to have a look? What are you waiting for? Let's go." Hearing this news, Xiaowan was refreshed and stood up all of a sudden. "Brother Cheng, can I go?" She had been locked up for too long and was as happy as a child. Sure, I will accompany you wherever you want to go in the future. Seeing Xiaowan's performance, Xi Jincheng felt that the clouds had cleared and the haze of many years had been swept away. He was even more convinced of Luo Yan. Brother Luo, we're going down the mountain to look for Xiaowan's relatives. Are you coming? Well, I'm not going. Luo Yan thought for a moment. Brother Si, I want to stay in your valley for a few days. Oh, you can stay as long as you want, Brother Luo. There's plenty of food. Thank you very much. The two groups dispersed. Luo Yan came to a place where he could get a signal, called Lu Shiyu to report his safety, and told her that he would be outside for the next few days. After that, it took him only 2 hours to get back to the cliff valley. After a short rest, he replenished some food and walked towards the cliff. The cliff is about 200 or 300 meters high, made of black rocks, and it's slippery. It's almost 90 degrees vertical, and it looks very oppressive. You can climb up using the gecko wall climbing skill, but Luo Yan doesn't plan to do that for the time being. A stream flows down the cliff, and there is a small pool below, about 10 square meters. It is estimated that there is other underground water below, and the pool is always full but not overflowing. Luo Yan scooped up a mouthful of water from the pond and drank it. It was cool and sweet, and also beneficial for cultivation. What a treasure land! Luo Yan sat down happily, took out the Zhenwu furnace and began to refine pills. The spiritual energy here is twice as high as that outside, and the efficiency of the Zhenwu furnace is also increased by 2 times accordingly. Luo Yan is going to refine all the pills that can be refined before leaving the valley. The first choice is, of course, the Wangquan Nourishing Blood Pill. The Zhuluo vine tip that Xi Jincheng gave him before is estimated to be able to refine 20 Wangquan Nourishing Blood Pills, enough for him to ascend to the great perfection of Nourishing Blood Realm. Maybe he can even impact the Nourishing Qi Realm. Nourishing Qi Realm, what is this concept? He can store as much internal force as possible, and can use it at will, which will greatly improve his strength. If he can use internal force today, it will be much easier to fight Yuan Haoren and Guoru. Let the Zhenwu furnace run automatically, and Luo Yan sorted out the things in his backpack again. Keep what should be kept and throw everything that should not be kept to the system upgrade. After a series of operations, the system experience soared to 23,000. The next time was to practice and refine pills. On the third day, relying on the abundant spiritual energy here, he broke through to the great perfection of the Nourishing Blood Realm on his own, which was a big surprise. Continue to practice until the 7th day. The Zhuluo vine tip was exhausted and the Zhenwu furnace really refined 20 Wangquan Nourishing Blood Pills. Luo Yan began to swallow them to assist in practice. This process cannot be rushed, and a maximum of 4 pills a day can be taken. Until the 10th day, the blood and qi in the body were like a tsunami, raising a 1,000-foot wave. It was also like thousands of troops running back and forth in his body. Vigorous blood and qi drove the internal force scattered in various parts of the body to run quickly, expanding his meridians and preparing for the next nourishing qi realm. Luo Yan was about to break through. This process was very painful, and he endured it silently. And pay close attention to the operation of the internal force. Soon the blood and qi ran to the highest speed. His pain doubled. 3 hours later, suddenly, his whole body shook, and the internal force rushed forward like a flood that broke the dam. The meridians are like independent streams, which are suddenly dug through with all the obstacles in the middle, and finally connected together to form a vast river. The internal force is running wildly in it, without any obstacles. Luo Yan finally broke through the shackles and entered the state of nourishing qi. He opened his eyes, and a special brilliance flashed across his eyelids. His eyesight increased significantly and he could see far away. Stretched out his palm, and a layer of internal force appeared in his palm, which became weaker and stronger as his mind strengthened. If he wanted, he could send out a split palm now. Of course, the internal force can also be transmitted through weapons, emitting manifested energy such as sword energy and knife energy. After rising to the state of nourishing qi, the elixir that should be refined is almost finished. It's time to leave. Before leaving, Luo Yan looked up at the cliff in front of him. What is there on it? He was extremely curious. It's better to act than to be moved, so he decided to go up and find out. WAP /30-4298/316338006. The Jinling River sparkles. Willow trees shade the riverside. The breeze blows on my face, which is indescribably comfortable. Pedestrians walk in groups of 3 or 2, some hurrying, while others stop to admire the beautiful scenery. Help! Someone is jumping into the river! Suddenly, a scream rang out, followed by the sound of a splash. Pedestrians quickly gathered around and looked out from the railing. A man with a backpack was floating in the river, not struggling at all. He seemed determined to die, and his body was gradually submerged in the rolling river. At this moment, a figure swam quickly from a distance, with agile movements and flying waves. After a dozen breaths, he swam to the man, lifted him up, and slowly swam to the shore. Ah, so young. He must be a student. This is his student ID, Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School, Luo Yan. In a daze, Luo Yan felt an unbearable bloating in his abdomen and spit out a large mouthful of water. He felt someone hitting his chest and gradually regained consciousness. At this moment, an electronic sound suddenly rang in his head. Ding! System binding. System? I traveled through time? Opening his eyes suddenly, Luo Yan found a large circle of people surrounding him. Talking at once, there was another, strong old man with bare chest, about 60 years old, wearing only a pair of swimming trunks, with river water dripping from his hair, trying to help him do cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Ahem, thank you, old man, I should be fine. Luo Yan turned over and sat up, bowing to the old man with full courtesy. A strange color flashed across the old man's face. A child of this age who had just been rescued from the brink of life and death could still take it calmly. It was rare. Call me Mr. Han, young man. What's the matter that makes you so upset? Mr. Han asked with concern. It's hard to explain, but don't worry, Mr. Han. I will never commit suicide again. How could a time traveler with a system commit suicide again? The crowd dispersed. Mr. Han patted him on the shoulder. Let's go, I have clothes in my car, let's change in the car. A low-key and luxurious luxury car drove over from a distance, and a driver in a suit jumped out of the car and asked, anxiously, Mr. Han, okay? Mr. Han waved his hand heroically. What's the matter, just saving someone. I crossed the Jinling River 7 or 8 times back and forth without even taking a breath. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Han took a deep breath and staggered. The driver wanted to come up to help, but he stopped him with his hand. Hey, it's okay. The driver looked at Luo Yan angrily. It's all your fault, stay away. If it was Mr. Han. Hey, Xiaoguo, how can you talk like that? Mr. Han glared at him, and the driver dared not speak. Luo Yan was thinking about something, but he didn't take the driver's words to heart. He got in the car with Mr. Han and changed clothes. According to Mr. Han, he likes swimming very much, so he always has clothes in the car. Little friend, where is your home? I'll take you there. Wutong Lane. Luo Yan was integrating his memories and thinking. The luxury car was driving on the road, very stable. Mr. Han, who changed into Zhongshan suit, was energetic and full of energy. Luo Yan was not bad either. Except for his pale face, he had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a high nose bridge. Seeing this, Mr. Han nodded secretly. In the car, Mr. Han said with interest, You are from Zhanghai No 1 Middle School. What a coincidence, my granddaughter is also. Which class are you in? My granddaughter is called Han Shushu. Do you know her? This girl has a bit of a savage personality, but her nature is very pure. Luo Yan didn't listen to a word. The original owner lived a miserable life. His parents died early and sent him to the home of a good friend named Lu. Later, his best friend died unexpectedly, leaving behind his widowed mother and Luo Yan. A few years ago, his aunt died of illness due to overwork, leaving only his sister Lu Xiyu and Luo Yan to depend on each other. Luo Yan is in the 3rd year of high school, and Lu Xiyu is in the 2nd year of high school. The family is penniless and poor. Even the tuition fees are hard to collect. This weekend, the original owner had a big fight with his sister because of too much pressure, and slammed the door and left. In fact, it was not anger, but he was too powerless against reality and just wanted to escape. Unknowingly, he walked to the riverside, felt his life experience had a bleak future, and cried sadly. He couldn't think straight for a while and jumped into the river to commit suicide. It was a bad start, but fortunately, he had a system. System, introduce yourself. This system is a perverted martial arts system. The system contains everything, including piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, formations, talismans, astrology, divination, medical skills, mathematics, martial arts, magic weapons, panaceas. They are all perverted versions. Abnormal? How abnormal? You can be as abnormal as you want. The system has prepared the most suitable gift package for the host at this stage. Do you want to open it? Open it. Obtain the secret book of Dragon Elephant Prajna 1. Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung category internal Kung Fu rank X. The number of times that can be cultivated is 10. Introduction. The supreme internal Kung Fu martial arts of the secret sect. With this skill, King Jinlun can fight against 3 of the 5 supreme masters without losing. It can temper the body in all directions without dead ends and is extremely powerful. Note 1. It was originally 13 times, but after the system mutation it became 10, and the power was greatly enhanced. Note 2. This skill focuses on strengthening strength. Obtain the collection of Divine Doctors category Medicine rank X Introduction. A collection of all the Divine Doctors, including Xiaoyao sect, Ping Yiji, Hu Qingyu, Master Wuchen, Cheng Lingsu, and others. A masterpiece that can revive the dead and turn bones into flesh. Unprecedented and will never be repeated. Obtain the secret manual of the Bone-Breaking Hand X1. Category, External Kung Fu Moves Grade E. The number of times it can be practiced is 1. Introduction. Zhukong's unique external Kung Fu uses a special method to remove the enemy's joints and tendons. It is difficult for ordinary doctors to cure it and is very poisonous. Obtain Snake Galls 3. Snake Gall. Category Medicine. Grade Introduction. The snake is 5 years old. It is produced in the Sword Demon Valley and has great effects on monks in the body tempering stage. Note, the older the snake is, the greater the effect. Obtained Love Flower X5. Heartbreak Grass X5, obtained Sad and Soft Breeze X1, Antidote X1, Yanguo's Mask. After reporting the gift package, the system continued to remind, Host, please note that all secret manuals and skills can be understood by clicking on them. But for the internal skills, it still requires a long period of hard practice. Could it be because I liked reading martial arts novels in my previous life that I got such a system? I just don't understand how perverted this perverted system is. I have to find a chance to try it. But this world is obviously a city. What's the point of learning the skills? There are also talismans and arrays. Yangguo's mask? It's an S-level item. It's very mysterious. Putting aside his doubts for the time being, Luo Yan communicated with the system and understood the basic operations. With a try-it mentality, he clicked on the secret book of the bone-breaking hand in the system backpack. A strong thought poured into his mind, and all the moves were integrated. It's really easy to learn. He then clicked on the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu and the Divine Doctor collection. He learned them all in an instant. As for the other things, the snake gall must be swallowed alive, and after swallowing it, it must be absorbed and tempered. It's not convenient in the car. The love flower and the sad breeze are poisons, and Yangguo's mask can hide his face. Luo Yan stopped for a while and put them all in the system back. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, old Han covered his mouth and coughed violently. Luo Yan frowned and heard a slight wet sound coming from his lungs. "Mr. Han, are you okay?" he asked with concern. The driver, Xiao Guo, kept looking through the mirror in the car, looking nervous. It's okay. I'm afraid I caught a cold these days, and I'll be fine in 2 days." Mr. Han laughed. "Why don't I take your pulse?" "Oh, do you know medicine? When my father was alive, he taught me Chinese medicine for a few years." Luo Yan made up an excuse. "Ah, my father?" Mr. Han suddenly understood why Luo Yan wanted to commit suicide. Wutong Lane is a well-known village in the city. It is dirty and messy, and the public security is worrying. Bullying happens from time to time. He lost his father at a young age, and his family must be poor. Multiple factors overwhelmed this young man. It happened many years ago. Luo Yan sighed. "Well, take my pulse." Mr. Han stretched out his hand. In fact, he didn't believe Luo Yan could see anything. First, he thought he was in good health. Second, Chinese medicine has declined. Third, Luo Yan is too young and has only studied for a few years. It was just that Mr. Han saw that his life was pitiful and couldn't bear to refuse his kindness. Luo Yan had mastered the Divine Doctor's collection, and his medical skills were unparalleled in the world. When he spoke to him, his brows knitted up immediately. Wap Perther 4298315112 TML. Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. Although Luo Yan had a preliminary diagnosis, he still needed to confirm it. "Mr. Han, have you been coughing before going to bed recently?" "Once you start coughing, it is difficult to stop, and it takes at least an hour to calm down." "Yes, that's right." Mr. Han nodded. Seeing Luo Yan's serious expression, he felt a little nervous and said, "Is there anything wrong?" Luo Yan didn't answer but asked, "I often can't get up my breath when I speak, and I feel palpitations when I speak faster, and I even look like I'm going to faint." "Yes, that's right." Mr. Han became more worried. Luo Yan asked a few more questions, and he got them all right. His face became more and more serious. Finally, he came to a conclusion. "Mr. Han, there is something wrong with your lungs. If you don't take care of it, it may affect other organs. From today on, you must stop all strenuous exercise. I will prescribe another prescription for you. You take the medicine on time. After a while, I will use special acupuncture to remove the root of the disease." The acupuncture method Luo Yan mentioned requires internal force. According to the system introduction, he must at least reach the blood-nourishing realm to use it. What serious illness do I have? No matter how strong a person is, he will be at a loss when facing an illness. Even though Mr. Han has extraordinary experience and a strong will, he is no exception. Before Luo Yan could answer, the driver Xiao Guo sneered and said, "Mr. Han, don't listen to him. The symptoms he said are almost common to everyone who coughs. How old is he? What does he know? Traditional Chinese medicine is the most harmful to people. He likes to drag the illness to cheat the consultation fee, and he also says that he uses special acupuncture. What era is it?" Hearing him say this, Mr. Han also had some doubts. "Little brother, it's not that I don't believe you. In fact, I have a private doctor at home. He prescribed medicine for me a few days ago. After taking it a few times, my symptoms have been relieved, so I stopped taking the medicine myself. I'll ask him for some medicine later, and it should be fine." Luo Yan shook his head and said, "I also know a little about Western medicine, but I'm afraid they can't cure it. Your condition can't be delayed. If you don't treat it, you will develop into coughing up blood tomorrow." Xiao Guo sneered, "You really think you are a miracle doctor? You can even accurately calculate what will happen tomorrow. Besides, didn't you say you only studied Chinese medicine? How come you know a little about Western medicine?" "Okay, since you don't believe it, I won't force it." Luo Yan shook his head and got off the car at Wutong Lane. Before getting off the car, he told Mr. Han to come to him if he had any problems. Mr. Han said a few perfunctory words and didn't take it to heart. The luxury car drove away quickly. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon when people got off work and school. Wutong Lane was very busy. Bicycles and electric bikes shuttled through the narrow alley, and passers-by panicked and avoided them. There were constant shouting on the roadside, and a strong smell of fireworks came from the small stalls. "This is where I have lived for 10 years. Luo Yan raised his head and walked in. He stopped in front of a beef pie stall. "Shiyu." He greeted a girl wearing an apron in the stall awkwardly. The girl was his sister, Lu Shiyu. She was 17 years old, a sophomore in high school, and was pretty and charming. She was the recognized school beauty of Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School. However, this school beauty had a rather fierce personality and usually looked like she didn't want to be approached by strangers. At this time, she was standing with her hands on her hips, staring at Luo Yan with round eyes, and shouted at the top of her voice. "Where the hell have you been? Don't you know you have to open your crotch? Didn't we have a quarrel? Let's go out and relax." "A big quarrel?" Luo Yan muttered. "No one will dare to marry you if you are so fierce in the future. It's none of your great business. Get to work." Lu Shiyu cursed again and threw another apron to Luo Yan. Aunt He, the stall owner next to them, joked, "She's so beautiful. How could she not get married? Even if she can't get married, you still want her. As the saying goes, good things should stay in the family, haha." Two red clouds rose on Lu Shiyu's face, and she puffed her cheeks and said, "Auntie, you are talking nonsense again." Pointing at Luo Yan, she said, "Marry him, unless I want to starve to death." This stall was decided to be opened in the past week, 1 hour each in the morning and evening. The two of them get up early and go to bed late, and they have to take care of their studies, which is very hard. They are really too poor, and Aunt Bai next door couldn't stand it, so she came up with this idea. Although they don't make much money, they can at least help out. With the minimum living allowance, they can barely make ends meet. The cart, raw materials, benches, and other things were temporarily purchased by Aunt Bai. She also taught him the craft. Luo Yan quickly put on an apron and entered the stall. "Shiyu, I'm sorry about what happened this afternoon," he sighed. "I shouldn't have quarreled with you. I was irresponsible. I won't forgive you, unless you wash clothes tonight." "Haha, no problem." The two siblings smiled at each other and started to get busy. Half an hour later, suddenly a few teasing voices came from the front. "Oh hey, aren't these top students and school beauties actually setting up stalls?" 4 young people with colorful hair, wearing tight pants and flip-flops, came to the stall with a playful look on their faces. One of them had green hair and looked skinny and bony, and would fall down if the wind blew. He shook his head and picked up a beef pie on the chopping board and took a bite. "Oh, it's so disgusting. How can you eat it?" Chewed a few times and spit it out in disgust. "Not even dogs would eat." The young people laughed wantonly and swayed their bodies. There were a few customers waiting in front of the stall. After seeing their ferocious appearance, they dared not say anything and ran away immediately. The red-haired guy next to the green-haired guy had dragon and tiger tattoos on his arms. He was the most arrogant and should be their leader. He blew a puff of smoke at Lu Shiyu frivolously and said, "Oh, you've grown up." He glanced at Lu Shiyu's chest and chuckled. "What's the future of selling beef pies? Wouldn't it be more profitable to sell other things?" These ruffians are the children of landlords in the urban village and often wander around. They collect protection fees, molest women, and fight and kill at any time. The stall owners are tenants and dare not offend them. They have to swallow their anger and choose to pay money to avoid disaster every time. When they first set up the stall, Auntie next door told Luo Yan and Lu Shiyu that if they were unlucky and ran into them, they must not go against them. Poor people can't afford to fight. I didn't expect to run into them today. What do you want to do? Lu Shiyu crossed her arms, and although she was still loud, her voice was trembling. After all, she was a little girl. No matter how fierce she was, she didn't dare to fight with these gangsters. As for the brother next to him, he was as weak as a tapeworm and could not be relied on at all. Brother Jun, calm down. They don't know the rules. You are a big man and don't bear grudges. Don't be offended." Auntie saw that Lu Shiyu was pitiful and tried to dissuade her at the risk of being beaten. "Shiyu, take out the money quickly to honor Brother Jun and his uncles." "Did I ask you to speak, fat bitch?" Green Hair shouted fiercely and kicked Auntie's vegetable stall. The vegetables were scattered on the ground, and Green Hair jumped on them and trampled them to pieces. He shook his head while trampling, looking crazy. Auntie was heartbroken, but she dared not speak out. The young people became more and more proud. The white-haired man threatened, "If you dare to say one more word, my dad will kick you out of the village in the city and see if you still have a place to live." This sentence is quite deterrent. Renting a house outside is very expensive. Auntie dared not say anything. "How is it? Come out with me today. I have something that I guarantee you've never seen before." Seeing Lu Shiyu's pitiful appearance, Jun licked his lips and a beastly light flashed in his eyes. He could no longer bear it and reached out to grab it. 1344298315193.html. Just then, a skinny hand stretched out from the side of Lu Shiyu, and it was the first to touch Jun's wrist. The curtain of the stall cast a shadow. In the shadow, Luo Yan's eyes were cold and sharp as a knife. After traveling to this place, his sister was his only relative and his biggest weakness. Whoever touches her would suffer. "Why the hell are you touching me? If you want to touch me, it's—" Jun was about to curse, but suddenly there was a click and his palm fell down. The wrist was broken. "Ah!" The intense pain came and Jun fell to the ground, howling like a wolf. The bone-breaking hand is designed to break a person's joints and tendons. It is fast, complex, and mysterious, and works every time. Jun Gay had broken bones before in fights, but it was never as painful as this. It hurt to the bone. His face was as white as paper, and cold sweat was dripping. "Here, cripple him for me." But even so, he still gave orders to the other 3 brothers. "You dare to mess with the 4 dragons of our urban village? Are you tired of living?" Green Hair was the first to shout, jumping out of the vegetable pile and kicking. Luo Yan dodged and pushed his legs with his hands, one in front and one in the back. Crack! There was a crisp sound and green hair's knees bent at an incomprehensible angle, and he fell to the ground like a winter melon with a thud, unable to get up. The remaining two purple-haired and white-haired looked at each other, with panic on their faces, and did not dare to move forward. Luo Yan was too lazy to pay attention to them and walked slowly to Jun-Ge. Looking down at him, "You just said there was something fun?" "Yes. No. Jun-Ge was frightened and incoherent, and kept backing away. Luo Yan took out a love flower from his backpack and threw it hard on Jun-Ge's face. "Pa!" There were several scratches. "What is this?" Jun-Ge looked at the delicate and beautiful love flower, his voice trembling, feeling very unusual. As for the pain, it was nothing compared to the wrist. "Something more fun than your thing." Luo Yan looked at Jun-Ge's crotch meaningfully, and the latter felt bad and shrank all over. Good opportunity. When Luo Yan turned around, Zimao and Baimao thought they had found a good opportunity and attacked from the left and right. But their movements were too slow. Luo Yan turned around, and both hands came out like claws, twisting their wrists at the same time. Then he used the love flower to scratch several scars on the faces of the three people. "Just wait, we're not done yet." The four endured the severe pain, left a harsh word, and supported each other to leave. In this situation, Luo Yan couldn't open the shop anymore, so he simply closed it and went home. Before leaving, Aunt He reminded, "Boy, you have to be careful when you go in and out. These four guys won't give up." Luo Yan nodded. "Thank you, Aunt He, for reminding me." After returning home, the two finished the remaining pancakes. While eating, Lu Xiu looked at the dusty wall in front of her and burst into tears. "Brother, those people will definitely come back for revenge. At worst, they will drive us out of here. What should we do then? Where will we live?" "Don't worry, I'm here." Luo Yan smiled. Somehow, Lu Xiu felt that her brother was a little different today. He had a convincing magic. It seemed that with him around, no matter how big the problem was, he could handle it. "By the way, are you injured? How did you dislocate them just now? It's amazing. I learned it by watching those old men practicing Tai Chi in the central square." "Bah, nonsense, I don't believe it. Show me your hand." "What's wrong?" Luo Yan stretched out his hand as he was told, and there was a bruise on the back of his hand. He accidentally bumped into it just now. He hasn't started to practice formally yet, and his physical strength is only at the level of ordinary people. "I'll use the potion to rub it for you." Lu Xiu took out the potion from the drawer and rubbed it carefully for him. The little hand was tender, and the movement was gentle. Luo Yan looked at his sister's serious profile and felt warm. Over the years, the original owner was lonely and inferior, and it was all thanks to this sister who took care of him. Lu Xiu noticed his brother's expression and his heart was pounding. In fact, under the fierce appearance, Lu Xiu hides a gentle heart. This is caused by family reasons. If he was cowardly, I don't know how he would have been bullied. After dinner, the two went back to their rooms. During this time, Lu Xiu washed the clothes obediently. Back in the room, Luo Yan sat cross-legged and prepared to swallow the snake gall. According to the system, the first three realms of the cultivator are the body-quenching realm, the bone-forging realm, and the blood-nourishing realm. The body-quenching realm expels impurities from the body, purifies the body, and widens the meridians. The bone-forging realm strengthens the hardness of the bones, and the strength and speed are greatly enhanced. The blood-nourishing realm nourishes the qi and blood, strengthens the meridians, and the body reaches an unprecedented height, and try to communicate with the outside world through qi and blood, and mobilize internal strength. After these three realms, the cultivator can reach the qi-nourishing realm, and the internal strength is greatly increased. The last is the unity realm, where the internal force circulates endlessly and merges with the body. In each realm, except for the 9 levels of body quenching, the others are the 4 stages of initial, intermediate, final, and great perfection. Quenching the body, forging bones, nourishing blood, nourishing qi, unity, and become the 5 realms of low martial arts. Above low martial arts, there are also middle martial arts, high martial arts. Luo Yan had read a lot of fantasy novels in his previous life. Although he was still skeptical about whether there were monks on Blue Star, how could he miss a way to make himself stronger? 5-year snake gall? Luo Yan held the snake gall in his palm. It was half the size of a little finger with a layer of coating on the outside. The bile was thick and black, and it exuded a faint, fishy smell. Young Guo was able to increase his power by eating snake gall and practicing heavy sword. His starry eyes flashed slightly, and he swallowed it in one gulp. The snake gall broke, and first there was a strong, fishy and bitter taste, which made him frown. Then a special sweet fragrance came from the tip of his tongue. Endless aftertaste. After the snake gall fell into his stomach, his whole body became hot after a while. Luo Yan practiced the dragon-elephant prajna gong, and the blood in his body was like a dragon and an elephant. As the system said, the dragon-elephant prajna gong is a wonderful method for training the body, which can make the body more perfect. With the effect of snake gall, they complement each other. His body continued to heat up, and every part of his body seemed to be pulled mercilessly by countless big hands, causing him to feel extremely painful. Luo Yan gritted his teeth and persisted. An hour later, his whole body was covered with a thick layer of black mucus, which gave off an unpleasant smell. However, his body was no longer abnormal, and he felt refreshed. He got up and washed himself, and tempered his body again. This went on until all 3 snake gallbladders were consumed, and Luo Yan's realm rose to the 5th level of body tempering. The speed was very fast. According to the system, people with high qualifications, with the same conditions, can only reach the 3rd level of body tempering at most. Without the support of medicine and exercises, it would take an average person 2 to 3 years at the fastest, or more than 10 years at the slowest to complete the 9th level of body tempering. Even some stupid people would need more than 20 years or even longer. From this, it can be concluded that Luo Yan's cultivation qualifications are extremely amazing. Luo Yan also gave full affirmation to the system's affirmation. Try to see how powerful it is. Luo Yan looked at the edge of the wooden bed and struck out with lightning with his tendon-breaking hand. Crack! The wooden board was shattered into wood chips on the spot, and it was quite easy. Hiss! Luo Yan was extremely surprised and aimed at the iron pipe of the bed support again. When he extended his palm again, there was a sound of wind rolling up, blowing the mosquito net. Bang! The iron pipe did not change at all, but his hand did not hurt. Turning it over, there was no bruise. Luo Yan nodded and had a general understanding of the current strength. Bah wap. Flat 1344298/315119.html. That night, Shanghai City First Hospital. 4 dragons from the urban village were admitted to the ward. The orthopedic doctor just said that he had never seen such a degree of fracture and was helpless. Junjie was furious and made a scene in the hospital, causing chaos. Finally, he used his connections to find the old dean. The old dean was a well-known orthopedic expert at home and abroad. After examining the injuries of several people, he immediately said that this degree of injury could not be treated by simply relocating the bones, and surgery was necessary. When the 4 heard the bad news, they dug up all of Luo Yan's ancestors and cursed him. It was too painful, so the old director Jun had to give them a closed injection and arranged for surgery early tomorrow morning. Jun was lying on the bed, watching short videos with one hand. His fingers were moving quickly. At this moment, the door of the ward opened and the nurse came in to deliver medicine. Junji glanced at it and said, "Hey, mobile phones are not as fun as this. I like uniforms. The night is long. How can I be justified if I don't have some fun?" He put down his mobile phone secretly, pretended to cough, and informed the remaining 3 dragons, ready to extend his hands. The 3 dragons understood, and their lust was aroused, with a lewd smile on their faces. The expressions and actions were ready. Suddenly, they felt a pain in their hearts, and the pain instantly spread to all parts of their bodies. The 4 of them couldn't help but howl like wolves. The nurse was startled and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong with you?" When Junjie saw the white uniform and the beautiful face of the nurse, the pain intensified again. He rolled on the bedsheet for a few times and fainted. The next day, Lu Xiu was afraid of revenge from Junjie and others, so she didn't go out to sell. Luo Yan drank a mouthful of white porridge. "Don't worry, it won't appear so soon." "Why?" Li Xiu asked curiously. Luo Yan smiled and said nothing. As a doctor, he knew how difficult it was to treat the injury of the hand with tendons and bones. Moreover, he had planted the love flower poison in the enemy, and as long as they were in lust, they would be in agony. There was no cure for that thing except the heartbreak grass. There was no other way except waiting for the poison to subside. In the days to come, they would definitely look for famous doctors. It would be at least half a year before they could do evil, and by then Luo Yan and the others would not live in the village in the city. Luo Yan could not live here. He did not care, but he had to give Lu Xiu a better life. Her parents treated her very well, and Lu's mother died of overwork for them. The 2 siblings returned to school. Luo Yan had just sat down when a message came from the system. Ding! Starting today, the system will reward the host with a fixed item every day. The type and grade of the reward are uncertain. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Lingbo Weibo Secret Book X1. Light Footsteps category, Light Kung Fu grade X, 10 levels can be practiced. Introduction, Xiaoyao sect defining Light Kung Fu. Based on the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes, the user steps on the hexagrams in a specific order. With this method, Duan Yu escaped danger several times and became one of the top masters in the Tianlong world. Practicing this light kung fu also helps improve the cultivation of internal energy, but the effect is not as good as other professional internal energy techniques. "It's actually light footsteps. The system is really generous," Luo Yan exclaimed. In order to make it easier for Luo Yan to understand, the system uses letters to represent the grades of kung fu items. Starting from E, D, B, A, S, X, a total of 8 grades. So far, he has obtained 2 X-grade kung fu methods and an X-grade medical collection. The system is simply generous beyond imagination. Clicking on the Light Footsteps secret book in the backpack, a Bagua figure appeared in my mind, and there was also a virtual character rotating and jumping in the direction, dodging and moving. After a while, Luo Yan learned all of them. By the way, system, can these X-level skills be used in the later stage? Absolutely no problem. Internal skills, external skills, and light skills are divided according to the number of weights. As the number of weights increases, the power increases. As for medical skills, formations, etc., they are theoretical subjects. Although there is no limit to the number of weights, as your realm increases, the power will naturally increase. Luo Yan nodded. Just like Han Lao's illness, if you want to completely eradicate the root cause, you must at least use internal strength. Otherwise, medicine and acupuncture can only help alleviate it. The same is true for formations. The martial arts I am practicing now are all the first level. How can I unlock the next level? Use the cultivation resources of your world to upgrade the system. Every time the system level increases by one level, all martial arts will be unlocked by one level. The level of the items distributed daily will also increase accordingly. Huh? You still have levels? Obviously there are. The current system level is 1. In other words, Luo Yan has to keep collecting resources and improve the system level. He secretly wrote down this key information. To facilitate the host's understanding, this system integrates all the information about you into a simple panel. Please check it out. Luo Yan's mind moved, and a virtual panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. System 1, Experience, 1 Hun. Realm, 5th level of body tempering. Martial Arts, Dragon Elephant, Prajnagong X Lingbo Microstep X, Tendon Breaking Hand E. Miscellaneous Studies, Medicine X Weapons. Items, Yangguo's Mask, etc. Hey genius, have you finished your homework? While communicating with the system, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Luo Yan, obviously with a teasing tone. Luo Yan turned around and saw a notebook, flying up from behind, arriving in an instant. Huh? Luo Yan's cold eyes condensed and he turned his head to flash. Now that he has reached the 5th level of body tempering, his body reacts very quickly. If it were before, this notebook would have been thrown on his face. The man who threw the notebook was named Fei Bin, the class bully. He had been bullying the original owner since the first year of high school. The first thing he did when he returned to school every day was to ask the original owner to help him copy his homework. If he copied slowly, he would be dragged to the rooftop or the bathroom and beaten. The original owner wanted to jump into the river, and this person was also responsible. Ouch, you still dare to hide? Fei Bin screamed and picked up another book and threw it at him. This time it was a thick dictionary, weighing several kilograms, with 4 sharp corners, the kind that could kill people. Vile enough! Luo Yan was furious and he raised his hand, and with a snap, the dictionary returned to its original path. It whistled towards Fei Bin. It was too late for Fei Bin to completely dodge, and in panic he used his hand to block it, but the dictionary hit his arm heavily, leaving a bruise. Hiss! It hurts so much! Fei Bin gasped and his face suddenly changed. In an instant, the pain turned into anger, which was difficult to suppress. He stood up, picked up a chair with one hand, and walked towards Luo Yan. The chair legs scraped the ground with a sharp friction sound. If I don't beat you up one day, I'll teach you a lesson. Fei Bin shouted as he walked with a ferocious expression. The students around him were buried in their books and didn't dare to say a word. They wondered what happened to Luo Yan today. How dare he fight back against Fei Bin? Some students were even secretly delighted, thinking that Fei Bin would smash your head to pieces. Luo Yan's grades were always among the best, and he was handsome, so he was the object of admiration for many girls. There were always love letters in his drawer. Of course, he was also a thorn in the eyes of many boys. Some people were already clapping their hands in their hearts, hoping that Fei Bin would hit him harder, and it would be the best if he could disfigure him. WAP 134 290-S315195. Stop it! The angry voice of class monitor Li Siqi came from not far away, and she walked over. Her ponytail was wiggling behind her head, which was very cute. What are you doing? Put down the chair, or I'll tell the teacher. Li Siqi glared at Fei Bin. What's your business, you bitch? Fei Bin glared back. Li Siqi was not afraid at all, and said with her hands on her hips, I saw it clearly. You provoked Luo Yan first, and he fought back in self-defense. If you dare to hit him, I will report to the class teacher and give you a serious warning. This is your 3rd time this semester. You have to think it over. If you are punished again, it will not be as simple as suspension, but expulsion. Fei Bin is not afraid of anything, but expulsion. His father is not a good person. The only requirement for him is to get a diploma. If he doesn't get it, he will be miserable. Little white face, if it weren't for the woman protecting you, you would have died long ago. Fei Bin finally put down the chair and scolded Luo Yan. Student Luo Yan, don't take it to heart. He is just like that. Li Siqi stopped when she saw that it was going well. After all, she couldn't always calm Fei Bin down. In her opinion, Luo Yan was scolded by Fei Bin and vented his anger, so the matter was over. But it's his personal preference to bark like a dog. I can't control it, but he barks at me, so I can't indulge him. Luo Yan said coldly. The whole class was silent after he said this. Everyone's scalp was a little numb. He said Fei Bin was a dog, and he said he wouldn't indulge him. What happened to Luo Yan today? Did he take expired medicine and imagine himself as a Superman? Too bold. Fei Bin was also stunned for a moment. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. The lowered chair was raised again. Okay. Luo Yan sighed and stood up. I said, you are not my son. I will never indulge you again in the future. Do you understand? Silly dog. Luo Yan stared at Fei Bin. Fei Bin's face turned from red to green, and his reason was gradually dispersed by anger. In this class, no one dared to challenge his authority. Absolutely no one. And now the one who challenged him was the poorest, most timid, and most dog-like person in the class. How can this be? Fei Bin's eyes were blinded by anger, and his arm was raised, and he was about to smash the chair on Luo Yan's head. At this point, it didn't matter whether he was punished or not. Luo Yan was also ready to teach Fei Bin a lesson in the name of self-defense. Broken hands and feet were inevitable. But at this moment, a classmate named Lin Riwang next to him whispered in Fei Bin's ear, "Brother Bin, vulture!" Fei Bin's pupils shrank and he naturally put his hands down. In the corridor, the disciplinary director Li Ying passed by. He had a round belly and only a pair of sharp eyes, like a hawk. He could tell at a glance that the atmosphere here was unusual. "Huh? What's going on here?" Li Ying frowned. "Fei Bin, what are you doing with a chair?" "No, nothing. I'm cleaning." Fei Bin's forehead was sweating and his momentum was gone. There was no way. Li Ying was the only person he was afraid of in the school. There were a few times when he made trouble, and Li Ying took him to the office and scolded him for a full hour. Then he found his parents and threatened his father, Fei Dakun, to expel him from school. He also said that no school in Shanghai City dared to take in Fei Bin. As the saying goes, one thing conquers another. Fei Dakun was conquered by Li Ying and Fei Bin was conquered by Fei Dakun. Now Fei Bin has to take a detour when he sees Li Ying. "Luo Yan, tell me, what's going on?" Li Ying asked Luo Yan again. "Director Li, it's okay. We are really cleaning." Luo Yan showed a harmless smile. "Well, class is about to start. You guys hurry up." After Li Ying left, Fei Bin grabbed Luo Yan's clothes and gritted his teeth and said, "Don't think I will let you go just like this. Be careful on the way home from school." "No need to wait until school is over. How about going to the rooftop now?" Luo Yan smiled lightly, not joking. "Oh?" Fei Bin's eyes were bright, and then he grinned. "It couldn't be better. If you don't come, you're a grandson." He walked out first. "Wait," Luo Yan called him. "Why are you scared?" Fei Bin turned around as if he had expected this result. "It's a pity it's too late." "It's not that I'm scared, it's that I don't want to cause trouble. Don't you have a lot of lackeys? Call them. All up. I'll be there in 5 minutes." After saying that, Luo Yan sat back down. "Haha, you're quite good at pretending. Did you worship some big brother? Is it Zhang Peng from class 2? Can he compare with me?" Fei Bin sneered. "Why, are you scared?" Luo Yan replied. "Bullshit, would I be scared? If you don't come in 5 minutes, you'll be my grandson." After saying this, Fei Bin began to call his friends and went up to the rooftop in a rage. "Luo Yan, you shouldn't fight with Fei Bin. You can't beat him." Li Siqi advised earnestly from the side. "Some things have to be resolved. Some people won't cry until they see the coffin." 5 minutes later, Luo Yan walked slowly up to the rooftop. There were more than a dozen people on it, all of whom were Fei Bin's accomplices. Some of them had the hairstyle of Haonan, holding wooden sticks and smoking. Luo Yan glanced at everyone and said, "Today's matter, I am only targeting Fei Bin, so I advise you to mind your own business." The lackey Lin Riwang laughed. "Ha ha ha, which movie did you learn the lines from? It's quite good." Fei Bin said, "Kneel on the ground and bark like a dog until I calm down." The other lackey said, "Brother Bin, you are too kind. Break one of his legs first. One leg and one hand." As they said that, everyone knocked on the iron pipe on the wall together, and some people even played with lighters. They looked very proud. Luo Yan shook his head. "These people may not even have killed a chicken. They have all been corrupted by unscrupulous movies." Looking at their childish faces, Luo Yan's interest in revenge disappeared without a trace in an instant. I felt that it was really low for him to be here. He took a step forward, his speed soared, and his figure was like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he came to Fei Bin. You! Fei Bin finally reacted and screamed, "Humph!" Luo Yan snatched the stick from his hand and grabbed it hard. Crack! Sawdust flew everywhere. "If I punch you, you will die, understand?" Luo Yan raised his fist and aimed it at Fei Bin's face. Fei Bin's body was completely stiff and he was shocked. What kind of strange power is this? He had practiced it before, and being hit by a stick would be painful. Now Luo Yan broke a stick with his bare hands, which was completely beyond his understanding. Stared at by Luo Yan's cold eyes, Fei Bin said in a trembling voice, "Don't kill me! Don't mess with me in the future. I just want to study quietly." Luo Yan said, "Can you do it?" "Yes, I can do it." Fei Bin nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "That's good." Luo Yan nodded, let go of Fei Bin, and walked down the stairs. "Brother Bin, why did you let him go? Break one of his hands, and one of his legs." Some lackeys didn't know what was going on and kept shouting. Bang! Fei Bin gave the one who shouted the loudest a big bag. "Break your mother, stay away from him from now on." 134 3298 3151196. After school, Luan and Lu Shiyu returned to the rental house. Lu Shiyu bought vegetables and cooked while he went back to his room to practice. Yesterday, with the help of Snake Gall, he was promoted to the 5th level of body tempering. Now it's slower. By 7 o'clock when it was time for dinner, he hadn't risen a level. But he was not in a hurry. More haste makes waste, and a solid foundation is also very important. The brother and sister talked about some interesting things in school. Luo Yan had just put down his chopsticks when there was a knock on the door. "Excuse me, is Mr. Luo Yan here?" The two of them didn't have many friends. They only knew the tenants next door. Very few people called him Mr. Lu Shiyu immediately became alert and hugged Luo Yan's shoulders and said, "Brother, could it be that Brother Jun's people are here?" Luo Yan patted her little hand. "No, it's okay." He asked Lu Shiyu to step back a little and opened the door. Standing outside was a strong man about 1.9 meters tall, wearing a black suit. When he saw Luo Yan, his eyes became suspicious. "Are you Luo Yan?" "Yes, I am Luo Yan." He was wearing an ordinary school uniform and had long hair. Apart from being handsome, he didn't have any special features. His family was also very poor. Could such a person be a miracle doctor? The strong man complained in his heart. Excuse me, who are you? Luo Yan asked. Oh, I am from the Han family. I specially invited Mr. Luo to a gathering. But what about Mr. Han's illness? That's right, Mr. Han insisted on having you go. This had to seem to indicate that Mr. Han encountered a lot of obstacles. Okay, wait for me. Luo Yan didn't think too much about it. Old Han had saved his life, so he should help him. When he came to his sister, he said, Xiu, things are not peaceful these days. Go to Aunt Bai's house and wait for me to come back. Yeah. Lu Xiu looked out the door at the sturdy man, who was wearing sunglasses at night, and swallowed. Brother, who is that? Nothing. An old man asked me to go over to see a doctor. Do you know medicine? Lu Xiu asked curiously. She suddenly felt that her brother was not simple. Yesterday he fought 4 people alone, and today he even knew medicine. I know a little bit. I helped Dr. Zhang at the end of the alley for a few days. I learned it by myself. Lu Xiu didn't believe it. Dr. Zhang can't even cure a cold. Do you think I will believe it? Really? Luo Yan smiled and followed the sturdy man to the alley entrance, where a luxury car was waiting. After getting in the car, the luxury car drove north all the way. On the way, Luo Yan bought a set of silver needles at a pharmacy. Entering Haoting No. 1. Haoting No. 1 is full of villas. It is very famous in Shanghai City. Those who can live here are either rich or noble. Luo Yan curiously asked the strongman driver, This, big brother, what is the identity of Mr. Han? Have you heard of the Han Group? Our master is the founder of the Han Group. The strongman was very proud. So, it's the Han Group. Luo Yan didn't know much about the specific information of this group. After all, the original owner was just a high school student. He only knew that Han could rank among the top 10 of all the consortiums in Shanghai. In other words, it is very rich. I'm afraid it's more than that. Mr. Han's temperament is not like a businessman, but more like a soldier. Luo Yan thought to himself. Entering a luxurious villa, Luo Yan was taken to the ward. Violent coughing continued to come, and Luo Yan saw Mr. Han lying on the bed. It was like a different person, and his face was much uglier than yesterday. He looked much more haggard, and sometimes he would cough and spit out blood. The strong man told me that Mr. Han's name was Han Chuping, and he was 64 years old. He had an only son, Han Zaishun, who was now in charge of Han's business. Han Zaishun had a son and a daughter. His son studied medicine at Shanghai Medical College, and his daughter Han Shushu studied at Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, and was a classmate of the same grade as Luo Yan. At this time, besides 2 nurses, only Han Zaishun was standing by the bed to serve. When he saw Luo Yan, Han Chuping stretched out his hand. Luo, cough, 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 Luo. Luo Yan hurried over. Mr. Han, I'm here. Han Chuping finally managed to catch his breath. I finally waited for you to come. I regret not listening to you yesterday. This is Luo Shen. Brother Luo? Han Zaishun felt that Luo Yan was too young, and was very different from the miracle doctor his father had mentioned. He originally wanted to call him the miracle doctor, but suddenly changed his words and called him Brother Luo. With his status, he thought it was already very polite. Hello, Mr. Han. Luo Yan didn't take it to heart. The purpose of his coming here was to repay Han Chiping for saving his life. Whether others look down on him or not is secondary. Your father's lungs must have been seriously injured when he was young. Later, special methods were used to suppress it, but it did not heal. As he got older, his lung function declined. After the last cold, the old injury was suddenly brought out. The condition is quite serious. Today he coughs up blood, tomorrow he vomits blood, and in a few days he falls into a coma, and then gets worse and worse. Han Zaishun didn't expect it to be so serious. He was shocked and asked anxiously, What should I do? Do you have any solution? Luo Yan nodded. I will first use the silver needle method to dredge the stagnation of the lung meridian and relieve Mr. Han's pain, then give him a prescription. Take the medicine on time for about a week to stabilize the condition. After that, I will use special methods to eradicate the root cause of the disease. Han Zaishun looked at his father. Dad, what do you think? Do you want to listen to other doctors' suggestions? Han Chuping was completely impressed by Luo Yan's medical skills and shook his head and said, I will do whatever Brother Luo says, and I completely trust him. Okay, little brother, then I'll leave my dad in your hands. Don't worry, it's not a serious illness. Old Han has a good physical foundation, and it won't be a problem for him to live for decades after being cured. It has to be said that psychological suggestion is really important. After hearing these words, Han Chuping's spirits immediately improved, and his cough was not so severe. Luo Yan took out the silver needle and was about to give acupuncture. At this moment, 2 people suddenly walked in from outside the door. One of the young men shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Luo Yan turned around and said, Giving acupuncture. Who asked you to give acupuncture? My grandfather is suffering from an acute illness. How can your Chinese medicine cure it? This man was Han Qinghuai, the only son of Han Zaishun. Han Qinghuai pushed Luo Yan away and said to Han Chuping, Grandpa, this is the professor I invited from the medical school, Professor Feng. He is China's leading respiratory expert and can definitely cure your disease. No. Han Chuping couldn't catch his breath and started coughing again. Professor Feng is in his 50s, with half black and half white hair, a gaunt face and half-closed eyes. He looks like a scholar. It is obvious who is stronger and who is weaker in front of Luo Yan, a high school student. Han Jae-hoon's eyes lit up, and his attitude towards Professor Feng was obviously much more respectful. He said politely, "Hello, Professor Feng. I have heard of your name for a long time. Please help me." Professor Feng nodded slightly, with an arrogant look. As for Luo Yan next to him, he had already been squeezed away by the two of them. Luo Yan was fine. He stood aside and watched his performance. "I have seen the lung images of Mr. Han, and there is a large shadow. I suspect it is a tumor, and further examination is needed to confirm." Upon hearing the word tumor, Han Shuping's face suddenly changed and he coughed even more violently. WAP, /34 429H311 TML. Professor Feng took out a bottle of spray from his arms and sprayed it into Han Shuping's mouth. After a while, the coughing stopped. "You are indeed a respiratory expert," Han Zaishun praised with bright eyes. This undoubtedly gave Professor Feng more confidence. Professor Feng said proudly, "This is the special medicine I developed. Any serious cough will stop with one spray." "Okay, I'm going to start the examination. All the strangers, please go out first." Professor Feng cast a vague look at Luo Yan. "Professor Feng, right? I can guarantee that Mr. Han definitely does not have a tumor. The shadow in his lungs is just the internal force blockage left over from his youth. The blockage was originally used to seal the lesion. It has been too long and has become one with his body tissues. But later, the condition was delayed and worsened, the lesion spread, and the effect of the internal force blockade weakened, and then the symptoms appeared. If you remove the blockade, his condition will be more serious." Luo Yan has made it quite clear, but unfortunately no one paid attention. Han Qinghuai sneered and said, "Internal force blockade? As a top student in the medical school, I have never heard of it. Do you think you can scare us by saying some mysterious words of traditional Chinese medicine?" Han Zaishun also said, "Little brother, wait until Professor Feng finishes the examination." "Alas," Luo Yan sighed and said to Han Shuping seriously, "Old Han, I originally came with sincere intentions to repay your life-saving grace, but your descendants are suspicious of me. In this case, I can't force it." Han Shuping knew what was going on, but unfortunately he coughed as soon as he opened his mouth, and he was very anxious. Luo Yan turned to the Han father and son and said, "Old Han's body is very weak. If you still insist on operating on his lungs, it is equivalent to pushing him into the abyss. Take care of yourself." He turned away. They were the ones who had asked them to come. After all, Han Zaishun had been in office for a long time, so he still had some basic etiquette. He said, "Little brother, don't leave in a hurry. I have prepared some small gifts to thank you for your hard work." Luo Yan shook his head. "No need." Han Qinghuai said in a strange voice, "A little brat who knows nothing. I don't know what kind of love potion he gave Grandpa to make Grandpa trust him so much. He is so ungrateful, Dad. You don't have to care about him. Little brother, I'll see you off." Han Zaishun sent Luo Yan out of the ward. At this moment, slender figure walked in at the gate. "Hey, you are from class 1? Luo Yan?" The person who came was Han Shushu, the granddaughter of Han Shuping. She and Luo Yan are alumni, and they are known as the double flowers of No. 1 middle school together with Lu Xiu. They are both school beauties. As for grades, basically she and Luo Yan took up 1 or 2 places. "Hello." Luo Yan hurriedly said hello and went out. Looking at his back, Han Shushu felt like she was being ignored and pouted. Why are you pretending? Do you think you are so great?" "Dad, why did Luo Yan come to my house?" "He came to treat your grandfather." "Treat? What happened to Grandpa?" Han Shushu screamed. She usually went to her tutor for tutoring after school, so she only found out about Han Shuping now. "Oh, it's serious. We may have to be mentally prepared." Han Shushu was even more surprised. "How could it be? He was fine yesterday." "I don't know, but Luo Yan reminded us yesterday, but we didn't take it seriously." "Luo Yan can treat diseases?" Han Jae-hoon shook his head. "I'm not sure anyway. This boy is very strange." When the two returned to the ward, Professor Feng had already drawn Han Shuping's blood and took it to the hospital for testing. Han Shuping also put on an oxygen mask. He could not speak, and his mind gradually became blurred. Han Shushu called Grandpa several times with tears in her eyes, but there was no response. Suddenly, she saw Han Shuping's hand moving and exclaimed, "Dad, look at Grandpa's hand. It seems to be writing something." "Yes, it is true." Han Zaishin took out a pen and paper, and Han Shuping wrote a word in a crooked way. "Gu." "Gu? What does it mean?" The father and his 2 daughters guessed. Han Shushu usually chatted with her grandfather and wondered, "It's Grandpa's comrade-in-arms named Gu San. He lives in a small village 300 kilometers away. Grandpa took me there before." Could it be that father thought of his serious illness and wanted to see his old comrade-in-arms for the last time? Han Zaishun was a filial son. When he thought of this, he felt sad. He could not wait any longer and asked Han Shushu about Gu San's address and went to invite him in person. At the hospital, the blood test results came out quickly. It was not a tumor. Professor Feng was puzzled and discussed with other respiratory doctors for a long time, but he could not find the cause of the shadow. The final conclusion was that no matter what it was, it should be removed by surgery as soon as possible. Otherwise, Han Shuping would not live for more than 2 days. All surgeries have risks, and the hospital reminds the family to be mentally prepared. When Han Zaishun received the news, he was driving to find Gu San. Since Professor Feng said so, he could only agree. It was dark and the road was dark. The rural area was rugged. Gu San's family did not have a navigation system. Han Zhaishan turned left and right until 6 o'clock in the morning before he found Gu San. Gu San was a few years older than Han Shuping, but he was full of energy and his back was straight. When he heard that Han Shuping was seriously ill, Gu San had mixed feelings. When Xiao Chu decided to start a business, he said he was tired all day. I advised him, why do you need so much money? Just enough to spend is enough. Look at it now. You have money, but you don't have the life to enjoy it. Han Zhaishan was full of black lines on his forehead. Gulao, my dad is not dead yet. I hope he is okay. I think back to the past, we were good brothers who fought through life and death on the battlefield. In the car, Han Zhaishan remembered Luo Yan's words and asked, Gulao, has my dad's lungs been injured before? Gu San said, yes, the injury was very serious. He almost died. Later, a wandering Taoist passed by and cured him with a special method. He also said that the lesion had been sealed by internal force. After returning, you must pay attention to rest and don't be stubborn. Don't do strenuous exercise, otherwise there will be endless harm. At this point, Gu San suddenly seemed to remember something and said loudly, oh, I remember. The old Taoist priest said that if Xiao Chu doesn't take care of her health and tries to be strong in everything, she will definitely not live past the age of 65. How old is Xiao Chu this year? I forgot? Han Zhaishan was shocked. 64. Gu San nodded and said, that's right. Han Zhaishan verified Gu San's words with Luo Yan's words and came to a conclusion. The operation will kill him. Only Luo Yan can save Han Shuping. He hurriedly called his son and asked him to stop the operation and told him his conclusion. Han Qinghuai sneered, Dad, you are the general manager of the company. Why do you still believe in such unscientific things? I, your son, am a medical student, and I know more than you all, so you can rest assured. Well, Grandpa has just been pushed into the operating room. I believe he will have recovered by the time you come back. Han Jihun was about to say something else, but Han Qinghuai said a few perfunctory words and hung up the phone impatiently. Han Jihun called again, but the phone was turned off. Rebellious son! Rebellious son! Han Zhaishan was so angry that he kept cursing. He had no choice but to call his daughter Han Shushu. Han Shushu was outside the operating room. After answering the phone, she didn't really believe what her father said. But when she heard that her grandfather's closest comrade in arms, Gu San, also agreed, she agreed to stop the operation. Han Zhaishan sent someone to invite Luo Yan again. No matter what method was used, he must be invited. Han Zhaishan was anxious and drove all the way. WAP 134 on 34298/3151298.html. In the operating room, Han Shuping, who was anesthetized, lay on the operating table with a mark drawn on the skin on his back. There were many tubes wrapped around his arm, and his heart rate and blood pressure were monitored by instruments. The doctor team, organized by Professor Feng, was checking all the surgical instruments and equipment. As a disciple of Professor Feng, Han Qinghuai was also invited in to observe on the spot. This was a rare internship opportunity. Okay, let's start. Professor Feng was about to take action, but at this moment, he heard a voice outside the operating room door. Let go, my grandfather can't have surgery today. A doctor advised, Miss Han, the operation has already started. If you make a fuss like this, it will affect the doctor's performance. Someone else said, Miss Han, we are the security guards of the operating room. We ask you to calm down again, otherwise we have the right to ask you to leave. You dare to touch me? Han Shushu also risked her life, her eyebrows raised, and the momentum of a spoiled lady was at its maximum. Try to touch me. Believe it or not, I will ask my grandfather to buy your hospital and let you pack up and leave. After all, the security guard is just a worker. How dare he offend such a young lady, and quickly let go. The doctor's advice also became quieter. Han Shu became more arrogant. She said she would smash the operating room. Professor Feng frowned and said to Han Qinghuai, Qinghuai, what's the matter? If your family members don't agree, we dare not do this operation. Hearing his words, Han Qinghuai said with a little anger, Professor, I agree. Wait a minute, I'll go and chase her away. Professor Feng has a high status in the medical community. Han Qinghuai is determined to become a great doctor, but he dare not offend him. Shushu, have you had enough trouble? Pushing the door open, Han Qinghuai scolded with a dark face. Han Shushu pouted. Dad asked me to do this. You go talk to him. Dad is getting old and confused, and you are going crazy with him. The operation is about to start. You hurry out. I won't go out. Do you really want me to do it? Humph. Okay, you force me. Han Qinghuai reached out to pull Han Shushu, but Han Shushu was not as strong as him, and the brother and sister walked farther and farther. Outside the hospital, Han Shuping's cousin Bao and driver Xiao Guo brought Luo Yan to the operating room. The two hurried to the operating room and saw the Han brothers and sisters struggling. Luo Yan, save me! My brother wants to force surgery on Grandpa. Han Shushu shouted from a distance. Luo Yan used the Lingbo Weibu. His body turned into a shadow and rushed over in an instant. Han Qinghuai was scared. How did you get here? The surgery can't be done. What's it to you? Of course. Luo Yan took out a bottle of Beishu Qingfeng from his backpack and put it under Han Qinghuai's nose, letting him smell it. The latter immediately felt sore and fell to the ground. Let's go! Luo Yan pulled Han Shushu up and rushed to the operating room. Han Shushu felt as if she was in a cloud and fog, with wind in her ears, and in an instant she arrived in front of the operating room. Stop! What are you doing? The doctors and security guards didn't dare to touch Han Shushu, but they didn't take Luo Yan seriously and pounced on her like wolves and tigers. Luo Yan used his Lingbo Weibu to avoid one of them, and it only took a few seconds for them to fall down. Bang! Luo Yan kicked them away, and they entered the operating room. At this time, the spotlight had been turned down, and Professor Feng was about to operate, but was frightened by Luo Yan. You, what are you going to do? Save people. Bullshit. You are killing people. We are saving people. I don't want to talk to you. Luo Yan rushed over and knocked Professor Feng down with a slap. You dare to hit me? Professor Feng stroked his face, unable to believe it. For so many years, he has been respected everywhere, and he is addressed as Professor Feng, wherever he goes. Now he is slapped by an 18-year-old young man. How can he bear it? Professor Feng is almost going crazy, Luo Yan said coldly. Huh, a doctor is kind-hearted. You treat patients without a clear diagnosis. It is undoubtedly a murder for money. You deserve to be beaten. What do you mean by unclear diagnosis? He has a tumor in his lungs and it must be removed, otherwise it will seriously affect his heart and lung function and die. Tumor, is there a tumor marker? No, Professor Feng stammered but soon said loudly, no does not mean it is not a tumor. Sometimes the test data will also have a small probability of error. Then how many times did you check? This time Professor Feng did not speak. In fact, he checked 5 times, and there were no markers in all 5 times. Seeing the two people arguing, some participating doctors questioned. Little friend, I see you are very young. Which medical school did you graduate from? Which expert did you learn from? Senior year in high school, not graduated yet. My teacher is as good as Hua Tuo. Luo Yan rolled his eyes and replied, Bah, you are a high school student who knows nothing. How dare you question such a professional team like ours? What's funny is that Mr. Han actually believes you, which is a bit too much. The man didn't dare to continue, and only showed a look of contempt on his face. It's very simple. Since you say we can't do it, then you go ahead and see if you can cure it. Someone suggested. Someone immediately objected. Don't be silly. Use Chinese medicine to treat this terminal illness? Use silver needles to poke it twice, and sophistry about acupuncture points, meridians, and so on. Drink some Chinese medicine and you will be cured? If it can really be cured, I voluntarily give up my Western medicine license for life and switch to Chinese medicine. I'll perform a handstand and eat shit. Luo Yan glanced at the man. Then you're sure to eat it. Professor Feng stood up. Since you are so sure, well, let's see your magic skills. What if it fails? What do you mean by failure? It will take at least 2 weeks for me to completely cure Mr. Han. As long as the patient's symptoms are alleviated, you win. That's fine. Okay, if you win, I will apologize publicly and will not pursue any losses of the hospital. Professor Feng said. If you lose, we will hold you legally responsible and you will go to jail. Luo Yan shrugged. Okay. Professor Feng looked at Han Shushu and Han Qinghuai, who was helped in. Family members, what do you say? Han Qinghuai said weakly. I don't agree with him curing my grandfather. Security, kick him out. I agree. Professor Feng frowned. The family members are not unanimous. We dare not make this bet. Han Qinghuai stared at his sister. Shushu, are you going crazy with them? What if he cures Grandpa to death? I just listened to my father. The two quarreled for a few words, and at this moment, a voice rang out of the door. I agree. Outside the operating room, Han Jae-hoon and Gusan arrived, panting. Han Shushu hurried to her father, feeling very aggrieved. Shushu, well done. Han Jae-hoon praised and looked at Professor Feng. Professor Feng, I'm sorry. It was my dad's idea, and it was also my idea, to let Luo Yan treat the disease. So I agree to your bet. Dad is yours. I hope you don't regret it. Professor Feng's face was as cold as frost. Someone, clean up this place, and let's see the magical skills of this divine Dr. Luo. Everything was settled. Luo Yan turned Han Shuping over, then took out the silver needles and pierced his chest and back with 49 needles. This set of acupuncture techniques came from the Yiqian world, and was one of the chapters in the Ziwu, Acupuncture and Moxibustion Classic, written by Hu Qingyu, the medical fairy of Daegu, which was specifically used to treat lung problems. If Luo Yan's internal strength was not insufficient, Han Shuping could be cured immediately with this set of acupuncture techniques alone. Now we can only temporarily stabilize the condition. Luo Yan's acupuncture technique is skillful, and the whole set of movements is done in one go without any pause. Although Professor Feng specializes in Western medicine, he has also dabbled in Chinese medicine. Seeing Luo Yan's calm and composed look, he felt strange. Could it be? This kid is really good? Soon Han Shuping reacted. Fine beads of sweat oozed out of his body, and his breathing suddenly became rapid. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. There was also some yellow sticky substance mixed in the blood, which was very disgusting. Wop, one flash, 1-15-1199 dad. Grandpa. 3 exclamations were heard at the same time, and the faces of the 3 people in the Han family suddenly changed. Han Qinghuai, who had already cured the poison of sadness and breeze, grabbed Luo Yan's collar and said angrily, Okay, you charlatan, the treatment really went wrong. Prepare to spend the rest of your life in prison. Han Zaishun also looked desperate. Brother Luo, how could this happen? Han Shushu cried, Luo Yan, if anything happens to my grandfather, I will not forgive you. Who told you to treat him? You ignorant. Now you are suffering the consequences. You deserve it. The doctors laughed loudly, and the operating room was noisy. Professor Feng looked at Luo Yan with a victorious attitude and sneered through his teeth. Luo Yan was very calm and cast his eyes on the testing equipment not far away. Han Chuping's pulse was relatively weak, but after spitting out a mouthful of blood, the pulse miraculously became stronger. Blood pressure and other indicators also slowly returned to normal. How could this happen? Professor Feng wiped his eyes, unable to believe it. All the doctors shut their mouths as if they were under a spell of immobilization, staring at the instrument. Their mouths were shaped into an O. Could it be that the instrument is wrong? A doctor went over and patted the most advanced instrument, but there was no change. Stop patting. Is it so difficult to admit your own incompetence? Luo Yan said coldly. He went on to explain. The blood that Mr. Han spit out just now was the result of me helping him clear his meridians, and he vomited out the blood that had been accumulated in his internal organs for many years. As for the thick phlegm, it was the culprit that blocked his lungs for many years and caused his breathing difficulties. Now that the meridians are unblocked and the waste in the lungs has been almost cleared, the indicators will naturally return to normal. He laid Han Chuping flat, and it was seen that his breathing was stable and his face was relaxed, just like a normal person. Except for the shadow on his lung, Mr. Han is fine now, and will be able to get out of bed tomorrow. He bowed to Han Zhaixun and said, Mr. Han, you can take Mr. Han home to rest. I have nothing to do here. Goodbye. Seeing that he never mentioned the bet, the doctors thought that he was too young and didn't dare to mention it in front of so many big shots. They couldn't help but feel happy. But at this moment, a loud voice suddenly sounded. Wait a minute, little brother, the matter is not over yet. Luo Yan looked and found that it was Gu San. He was born in a military family and had an upright character. He hated injustice in the world the most. He pointed at the doctors in the room and said, You bastards, how did you persecute these little brothers just now? You, don't you want to eat shit upside down? You, don't you want to revoke your license and switch to traditional Chinese medicine? The two who were named were embarrassed and regretful, and their bodies shrank back. Finally, Gu San pointed at Professor Feng, and you, apologize. Professor Feng gritted his teeth and said nothing. Who are you? Who let you in? Now that Luo Yan hasn't said anything, is it your turn to point fingers here? Professor Feng's disciple, a man in his 30s, jumped out and scolded Gu San loudly. He must have seen that Gu San was wearing ordinary peasant clothes and thought he was easy to bully. I'm Gu San, a second-class veteran. I have been in the army for 30 years and retired with honor. Gu San pointed at Han Chuping on the bed and said, The person lying on the bed is my old comrade in arms. Do you think I am qualified to come in? You said so? I'm still a first-class soldier, haha. The disciple sneered. Luo Yan couldn't listen anymore, his eyebrows raised, and he flashed in front of him. He struck out with the bone-breaking hand, and the disciple's shoulder was immediately removed by him. The disciple fell to his knees screaming, The honor of a soldier must not be desecrated. Luo Yan said coldly, and with his right hand extended again, the disciple's other shoulder was also removed. The disciple's whole body convulsed, foamed at the mouth, and fell to the ground unconscious. Good fight! Gu San gave Luo Yan a thumbs up. Professor Feng looked at Luo Yan grimly. What did you do to my disciple? Luo Yan came in front of him, staring at him. Considering that you have been practicing medicine for a lifetime, I wanted to let you go, but it's a pity that you don't know what's good for you. Apologize. Luo Yan was full of murderous intent, like a cold-blooded beast. Professor Feng's heart skipped a beat and he felt dizzy. His knees went weak and he knelt on the ground with a snap. Yes, I'm sorry. Humph! Luo Yan put away his murderous intent and left, leaving behind a group of doctors, dumbfounded, not daring to breathe. After leaving the hospital, Han Shushu's voice rang from behind. Luo Yan, wait for me! Luo Yan stopped. Why do you keep walking the more you shout? I'm so tired. Han Shushu finally caught up, panting. What for? Luo Yan asked. Are you going back to school for class? We can go together. Luo Yan looked at the luxury car following behind her and nodded. Okay. In the car, Han Shushu seemed very happy because her grandfather's illness had been alleviated. She kept chattering while pulling Luo Yan. Why didn't I know you knew medical skills? How could you walk so fast when you were pulling me just now? It was faster than riding a roller coaster. It was so exciting. Have you ever learned Kung Fu? You looked so awesome when you beat up that doctor. Can you teach me? Han Shushu's eyes were full of anticipation. She suddenly realized that Luo Yan was actually quite handsome. That? Han, classmate, we don't seem to know each other very well. Isn't it normal that you don't know about me? Indeed, although the two are both top students in the same middle school, they have never met. One is a poor boy who is used to being bullied. The other is a rich lady who is the focus of everyone's attention. Their identities are too different. Luo Yan did not know Han Shushu. After meeting the Han family, he even felt a little disgusted with these big families. He insisted on saving Han Chuping just to repay his gratitude. Don't be so rigid. We didn't know each other before and it's not too late to become friends now. Han Shushu said enthusiastically. I'm sorry, I'm very busy and don't have much time to make friends. Ah, you are really? Humph, I won't pay attention to you. Han Shushu has been pampered by her elders since she was a child and used to being spoiled. She has good conditions and is the apple of everyone's eye. After being bluntly pushed back by Luo Yan for a few words, She pouted and didn't say anything. She thought Luo Yan would coax her, but she didn't expect Luo Yan to hold his hands and look at the scenery outside the window. "Is the scenery as beautiful as me? Are you sick?" she complained in her heart. They returned to school in silence. "Classmate Han, wait a minute." Just as they were about to separate, Luo Yan called Han Shushu. Han Shushu raised her eyebrows and said arrogantly, "What for?" "Humph, you just pretended to be indifferent. But now you can't help flirting with me, right? The charm of beautiful women is really infinite." Luo Yan pulled out a piece of paper from his school bag and wrote and drew on it. Han Shushu's heart skipped a beat. "Are you going to write me a love letter?" "Should I agree? Oh, my head is so confused." After Luo Yan finished writing, he handed it to Han Shushu. "Give this prescription to your grandfather, decoct it every day, and I will go to see him in a week." After he finished speaking, he walked into the school without looking back. It turns out to be a prescription, not a love letter. Han Shushu was a little embarrassed and a little disappointed. She looked at Luo Yan's back with a confused mind. The scene of the two getting off the same car and Luo Yan handing Han Shushu a love letter was seen by a boy who was standing in the corridor. The boy widened his eyes and found it incredible. Okay, it turns out that Han Shushu and Luo Yan are together. They hit it well enough. No wonder Han Shushu is becoming more and more cold towards the boss. No wonder Luo Yan dared to go against Fei Bin. It turns out that he relied on the big tree of the Han family. Such important information must be told to the boss. Haha, as smart as me. The boy was immersed in self-revelation and couldn't extricate himself. WAP sar 3040983111.html. Back to the classroom, just sat down, the system sent a prompt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Tai Chi Secret Book X1. Category, External Kung Fu, Grade, Introduction. Zhang Sanfeng Self-Created Boxing. Please note, it is not the kind used by the old man in the square, which emphasizes the use of small forces to move a large object, and the use of softness to overcome hardness. It can be used for both offense and defense. If used in conjunction with Tai Chi magic, the effect will be better. It's only level A. The system seems to be a little stingy this time. Thinking of this, Luo Yan learned the secret book in his backpack and laughed a little. Every day he talks about learning Tai Chi from the old man in the square, and this time his words came true. The morning classes passed quickly. When it was time for lunch, Luo Yan went to the cafeteria alone. The original owner didn't have many friends in the class and always kept to himself. This was quite to Luo Yan's liking, because he didn't like crowds, either. Just after he finished his meal and sat down, a slender figure sat next to him with a faint girl's body fragrance. Han Shushu arrived. "What a coincidence, let's eat together." Luo Yan buried his head in his food and said nothing. "Luo Yan, what kind of kung fu have you learned? Can you teach me?" Fearing that Luo Yan would refuse, Han Shushu rushed to say, "I am a blue belt in Taekwondo. I have learned it for 5 years. I'm very good. But compared to you, it seems that I am still a little bit behind, so I want to ask you for advice." Luo Yan said, "I don't know Taekwondo. What can you ask me? Besides, I don't have any kung fu. I just learned Tai Chi from the old men in the square for a few days, and learned it through my own exercise." "Tai Chi, old man?" Han Shushu's eyes lit up. "Maybe he is a master from Wudang Mountain. Take me to see him." This girl is quite imaginative. Why would Luo Yan take her there? They are just ordinary old guys. How can they be masters? Okay, don't disturb me while I'm eating, okay? Although Han Shushu has a strong interest in martial arts, her purpose of coming over to chat up with him is not because of martial arts, but out of curiosity about Luo Yan. And a little bit of self-esteem is at work. The girl's mind is so strange. When other boys take the initiative to chat with her, she doesn't even look at them. Suddenly, a lukewarm approach aroused her desire to explore. It was as if she had to conquer him. The two chatted casually, and at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from behind Luo Yan and said, "Luo Yan, this seat is mine. Get out of here." Luo Yan turned around and saw Ma Haoxing, a student from class 3, staring at him with murderous eyes. Ma Haoxing, a sports specialty student in No. 1 middle school, was born with a broad back and strong muscles. Every time he participated in the school sports meet, he was many levels ahead of his opponents. It was said that his family owned several taekwondo gyms in Shanghai, and his father was worth tens of millions. Just now, his subordinates told him that Han Shushu and Luo Yan were together, but he didn't believe it. He ran into them during lunch. He couldn't help but get angry and walked over to find fault. Luo Yan looked at Ma Haoxing, then at Han Shushu, and he understood the reason. He didn't want to talk to Han Shushu too much in the first place, and Ma Haoxing's interruption was exactly what he wanted. He immediately stood up and walked aside with his lunchbox. "Coward!" Looking at Luo Yan's back, Ma Haoxing smiled contemptuously and cursed. "Shushu, why didn't you come to the taekwondo gym during this period? Your skills have become rusty, right?" After sitting down, Ma Haoxing's prematurely mature face forced out the most gentle smile and said to Han Shushu, "The college entrance examination is coming soon. I have to work harder." Han Shushu said lightly. Han Shushu was very dissatisfied with his overbearing behavior of driving Luo Yan away, but the relationship between the two was still good. Han Shushu had studied in the taekwondo gym opened by his family for several years, so she did not get angry. While talking to Ma Haoxing, she could not help but glance at Luo Yan. This move made Ma Haoxing jealous. but I clearly heard you pestering Luo Yan to learn Tai Chi. Let me tell you, Tai Chi is a trick. Who would learn it? Han Shushu's pretty face fell. Who said Tai Chi is a trick? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. I have seen it with my own eyes. Luo Yan is very powerful. Powerful? Haha, is he as powerful as me? I can beat 10 of him by myself. Ma Haoxing rolled up his sleeves and showed his biceps. They were indeed very thick. 10? Do you think you are Ip Man? Han Shushu looked at Ma Haoxing's rude look and instantly lost her appetite. You eat. I'm leaving. Shushu, wait. Ma Haoxing chased a few steps, but found that Han Shushu had walked to Luo Yan, bent down and said a few words to him in an intimate manner, and then left. Luo Yan? After Han Shushu left, Ma Haoxing strode to Luo Yan like an angry lion. I order you to stay away from Han Shushu in the future. She is mine. Luo Yan looked up coldly. Who she belongs to is none of my business. I just want to have a quiet meal. Eat. Then you eat shit. In a rage, Ma Haoxing swung his palm as big as a sunflower fan and slapped Luo Yan's lunchbox. As expected, he was a student with sports expertise and was very strong. Luo Yan's eyes narrowed. Tolerance also has its limits, so just give him a little punishment. He didn't want to show off his skills in school, so he acted very quickly. His right hand quickly grabbed Ma Haoxing's wrist and flicked it lightly, using the Tai Chi boxing technique of 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. Snap! Ma Haoxing only felt his palm being lifted up by a gentle force, uncontrollably turning in the middle and slapping his cheek hard, leaving 5 finger marks. What happened? Ma Haoxing was dizzy from the beating he had done, and stepped back a few steps. He shook his big head and saw Luo Yan sitting in his seat indifferently, as if he had never made a move. Further away, his classmates were looking at him with strange eyes, as if they couldn't understand why he would slap him in public. Ma Haoxing's face was burning with pain, and he felt very embarrassed. He had been in number 1 middle school for 3 years, and even a scoundrel like Fei Bin had to bow down to him. When had he ever suffered such a great humiliation? Ouch! He roared and raised his fist again. Luo Yan still looked calm and shook his hand. Still no one could see clearly, including Ma Haoxing. Pa! Ma Haoxing slapped himself again. Luo Yan's movements were too fast and too easy. To others, it had nothing to do with him at all. From beginning to end, it was a farce directed and performed by Ma Haoxing himself. The classmates whispered, not understanding why Ma Haoxing did this. Was it a deliberate self-torture to attract Han Shushu's attention? And then put the blame on Luo Yan? The reckless man also uses tricks. It's not easy to get along in this world. Huh? The Dean of Discipline Li Ying appeared from nowhere. Student Ma Haoxing, why are you self-harming? Do you want to find a psychologist for you? No, no need. Ma Haoxing wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to say, I'm not hurting myself. I don't know what happened. But now that the vulture has arrived, he dare not conflict with Luo Yan again. Student Luo Yan, I have some learning problems to ask you. I'll wait for you after school. Ma Haoxing gave Luo Yan a hard look, left a threatening word, and left the cafeteria. WAP/34132 Oh, headache. Luo Yan didn't want to cause trouble, but trouble always came to him. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The point is, what responsibility do I have? The spirit of martial arts is to warn against evil and eliminate traitors. The greatest heroes serve the country and the people. The system suddenly popped up a sentence. Warn against evil and eliminate traitors. Serve the country and the people. Luo Yan laughed. Isn't it too out of date to say this to the current time travelers? Who still has this awareness? I don't think I can do it. For any cultivator, the state of mind is the most important, which is related to the upper limit of your cultivation. Some people are murderous by nature and become demons. Some people do whatever it takes to achieve their goals and become treacherous. Some people bully the weak and become tyrants. Some people sacrifice themselves for the sake of others and become Buddhists. While the chivalrous path is the path of justice. It is difficult to reach the peak without cultivating the mind, and the host will slowly understand it. After saying this, the system disappeared. Luo Yan lowered his head, thinking about something. Back in the classroom, it was time to go home. Luo Yan knew that Ma Haoxing would retaliate, so he made up an excuse to get Lu Xiu away, and the two went their separate ways. After leaving the school, he found that someone was following him. Luo Yan pretended not to know and walked his own way. Come out. Arriving at a dark alley, Luo Yan turned around and said lightly. Ma Haoxing, with a dozen students, surrounded them. Behind them were 2 sturdy men in black clothes, with bulging muscles and tattoos on their arms. They were not good people at first glance. These 2 were red and black belts in the Taekwondo Hall, and they were the highest-ranking people besides the owner of the hall, Ma Haoxing's father, Ma Donghai. Ma Haoxing was humiliated during lunch, but he couldn't find the reason. After thinking about it, it still fell on Luo Yan. He must have used some special method to rebound his attack. The students didn't have much fighting power, so they found 2 high-ranking people to hold the fort. Luo Yan, I ask you again, are you going to break up with Han Shushu or not? Ma Haoxing said angrily. I'll say it again, I have nothing to do with Han Shushu, Luo Yan said. Haha, now you know you're scared and you're anxious to sever your relationship with Han Shushu, but it's too late. Luo Yan slapped his forehead, feeling helpless. Are you a low smart human? I have said from the beginning that I have nothing to do with her. What do you need to distance yourself from? Brother Xing, why are you talking to him so much? Just destroy him. One of his men said. Everyone, come on. Ma Haoxing waved his hand and more than a dozen people rushed over like a tide. They shouted, you asked for it. Luo Yan took a step forward and shuttled through the crowd as fast as a ghost. He didn't need to use external skills, just slapped his left and right, and it was like strolling in the garden. Ouch, ouch! Groans of pain came, and more than a dozen students fell down. Only Ma Haoxing and 2 Taekwondo red and black belts were left. The 3 froze in place, thinking that they were dazzled and wiped their eyes. How could it be possible? It was probably less than 5 seconds. One person beat down more than a dozen people. Is this something a human can do? The faces of the 2 red and black belt masters changed color. At least they couldn't do it. Master Chen, Master Guo, look at you. Ma Haoxing realized how powerful Luo Yan was and said with a trembling voice, little friend, I admit that you are very good, but as a martial artist, you should cultivate your mind and strengthen yourself, instead of bullying the weak. Master Chen pointed at Luo Yan and scolded. Haha, it's funny, you guys are blocking me alone, and you have the nerve to say that I am bullying the weak? Luo Yan pouted. Besides, judging from your appearance, you must be habitual offenders. You usually help Ma Haoxing do a lot of bad things, right? You are slandering me. The man was about to refute, but Luo Yan rushed over quickly, accurately grabbed Master Chen's fingers, and then twisted them hard. Crack! The finger broke. Extending his hand forward again, Luo Yan pinched his wrist, elbow, and arm respectively. When Master Chen felt the pain, his whole hand had become a twisted object. Ah! It hurts so much! Master Chen lay on the ground and rolled over and screamed. Forgive others when you can, young man, you. Master Guo's face was not good, and he was on full alert. Crack! Unfortunately, his reaction was still too slow. Luo Yan swept his chin and the whole chin fell off, then broke his shoulder, and Master Guo lost his fighting ability. Ma Haoxing, I warned you, don't mess with me. Luo Yan stepped forward, and Ma Haoxing kept retreating. Until his back was against the wall, with no way to retreat, he looked ferocious and shouted, Go to hell! He pulled out a dagger from his arms and stabbed it into Luo Yan's heart. You want to kill people? Luo Yan shouted sternly, with cold stars in his eyes. He reached out to grab the dagger and threw it on the ground. He kept pinching Ma Haoxing with both hands. Luo Yan was angry that he killed people, and this time he used heavy methods. Crack, bang! All the major joints of his limbs fell off, and Ma Haoxing fell against the wall like a pile of mud and had already fainted from the pain. I know what you want to do. Luo Yan turned to look at the 2 terrified masters on the ground. Go back and get help, and then keep causing trouble for me? But I can tell you responsibly that you will only bring shame upon yourself, Luo Yan said, and walked away. Honest advice is unpleasant to the ear, and Luo Yan's reminder is the most righteous thing to do. But not everyone in the world is so clear-headed, especially those who are used to being domineering. They are used to solving problems with violence, and have no idea what it means to stop when they are ahead. In the Taekwondo hall, Ma Haoxing's father, Ma Donghai, was roaring at the empty Taekwondo hall. Who dares to hit my baby, my son? I must cripple him, immediately. Just now, Ma Haoxing, who was equivalent to a disabled person, was taken to the hospital. The hospital received bad news that Ma Haoxing would never be able to exercise normally in his life. In addition to basic life skills, he could not do any heavy work. Even lifting something weighing more than 10 kilograms would cause his joints to dislocate. How could Ma Donghai not be angry? All his hopes were pinned on his son, and his fortune was in the Taekwondo gym. In the future, that weak-handed son would never be able to inherit the Taekwondo gym. Even Ma Haoxing had always been a sports student, and his grades were a mess, so it would be difficult for him to go to school in the future. Boss, why don't we call the police? At this time, a lawyer with a hairy mole on his mouth walked up to Ma Donghai and suggested, The young master is so badly injured, it's enough to put that bastard in jail. Pa! Ma Donghai slapped the lawyer, and the lawyer was thrown 2 meters away. Get away from me! You are still a lawyer, don't you know what I started from? The police are watching me every day, and they want to put me in jail. How dare I call the police? The lawyer stroked his face and dared not speak. Ah Chen, ah Guo, did you see clearly what method that bastard surnamed Luo used? Master Chen, with a bandage on his hand, cried, Boss, I can't see clearly at all. He is too fast, moving fast and attacking fast. We were hit before we had time to react. Master Guo thought and said, He has greatly exceeded our level. I guess he is a warrior. Ma Donghai's pupils shrank sharply, his heart sank, and he calmed down instantly. Warriors are synonymous with the strongest in this world. Ma Donghai has a 4th-degree black belt, but in front of a warrior, he is just a piece of fat pork that can be slaughtered at will. Warriors are beings beyond normal humans. Luo Yan is too strong. If he is a warrior, Ma Donghai would not even be qualified to challenge him, and would definitely become scum. However, just because you can't beat him, doesn't mean that others can't beat him. Moreover, the revenge for his son cannot be ignored. Squeezed out a few words from his teeth. Master, prepare a valuable gift and go find Master Hong, WAP. 134.3342113.html. After returning home, Luo Yan continued to practice. One night passed quickly. His realm rose to the 8th level of body tempering, and his speed was like riding a rocket. His body was more pure, and his speed and hardness soared. Because of the dragon elephant prajna skill, he was as strong as an ox and could easily lift 700 kilograms with one hand. According to the system, ordinary 8th level body tempering cultivators can only lift 500 kilograms with one hand. In other words, with the assistance of X-level magic skills, Luo Yan's strength far exceeds that of others. After returning to school, he found that the atmosphere in the class was a bit off. The female classmates pointed and talked, and the male classmates were timid. Luo Yan, be careful these 2 days. Fei Bin came up from behind, his expression serious and his tone deep. Ma Haoxing's father said that you won't live beyond tomorrow. Luo Yan looked at him with interest and said nothing. Fei Bin was a little embarrassed and said, you let me go last time, and our grudges have been written off. Ma Haoxing wanted to dominate our #1 middle school, and you taught him a lesson, which is to earn face for our as the eldest brother of the class. Luo Yan waved his hand to interrupt. Brother Bin, I know that you are the eldest brother of the class, but I am not interested in listening. Please tell me where you heard the news that Ma Haoxing's father wants to destroy me. My dad said that he is a gangster. Fei Bin raised his eyebrows, his expression somewhat proud. Oh, so you are planning to inherit your father's business. I wish you a bright future. Thank you for your words. Fei Bin took it seriously. My dad said that Ma Donghai hired a very powerful person to help him get revenge. You'd better hide. Haha, thank you for your advice, Brother Bin. After a day of classes, the system rewards an S-level Vajra finger, category External Kung Fu Grade S Introduction. One of the 72 Shaolin Kung Fu skills, it is spicy and powerful, and extremely difficult to practice. Few people in the Shaolin school have reached the highest level. In the world of Yiqian, Huogong Totuo finally mastered this method after 20 years of hard practice. With this method, he founded the Vajra sect in the western regions and committed crimes in the Central Plains. This method wins by force. The strong body combined with the power type internal power complement each other and can give full play to its maximum potential. Vajra Finger is the first S-level external Kung Fu secret book, obtained by Luo Yan. After learning it, the moves are domineering, and the killing is decisive. It just so happened that he had the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung, which was also a power-type internal skill and a secret method of Buddhism, which was like adding wings to a tiger. Luo Yan secretly went to the cement ground of the basketball court to try it out. He put 2 fingers together and directly punched a hole. This was without internal strength. When the internal strength is deep, what can't be punched through? Ma Haoxing's father, Ma Donghai, is a 4th-degree black belt, which can almost represent the limit of normal humans. The helper he went to find might also be a monk. I have to be careful and go all out. Thinking of this, Luo Yan walked out of the school. He was not worried about not being able to beat the opponent. With the escape skill Lingbo Weibu in hand, he would not take even thousands of troops seriously. Outside the school, vehicles flowed continuously. Luo Yan chose to walk in remote places. Unknowingly, he walked to the dark alley yesterday again. Boy, you deliberately led me here. A deep voice behind him said. Luo Yan turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a gloomy face walking in from the alley. Behind the middle-aged man followed a burly man who looked a bit like Ma Haoxing. This man was Ma Donghai. Master Hong, he crippled my son's limbs here. Thinking of his beloved son's miserable condition, Ma Donghai's face twisted and his heart was bleeding. Alas, I told you not to. Look for people layer by layer. Why don't you listen? Luo Yan sighed, and his momentum began to rise. You are a warrior. Who is your master? Master Hong recognized Luo Yan's identity as a warrior at a glance and asked with a frown. My master's surname is Jin. I'm afraid you will be scared if I tell you, so I won't tell you. Scare me to death. Ha ha! Master Hong laughed wildly, shaking the whole alley with echoes. In Zhanghai City, Master Hong is well known to everyone. Why would I be afraid of you? You crippled Mr. Ma's limbs. I'll give you a chance to cripple your own limbs as well, and this matter will end here. How about it? After this, Ma Donghai was unwilling. At the beginning, the two agreed to give Master Hong 2 million and ask him to take Luo Yan's life. Why did he change his mind at the last minute and only cut off his limbs? Master Hong, that's not right. Hey, Brother Ma, stop talking. Master Hong waved his hand to interrupt. Let's be merciful. I have found out everything. It was your son who was wrong first. We must convince him with reason. Convince him with reason? Ma Donghai was furious. Everyone knows that Master Hong kills people and robs goods and is the most cold-blooded and ruthless. When did you become a person who convinces people with reason? Oh, no. Ma Donghai narrowed his eyes slightly and thought of a possibility. Master Hong was afraid of Luo Yan's master, so he said so much nonsense. When he was investigated, he would have a reason to shirk. It doesn't matter. As long as he cripples Luo Yan's limbs, I will go up and finish him off, and I can still take his life. Ma Donghai didn't dare to offend Master Hong, so he had to swallow this loss. Master Hong, right? At this time, Luo Yan suddenly spoke and walked over slowly. I advise you, it's not too late to run now. Otherwise, when I make a move, you won't be able to run away. Run? Master Hong never. Master Hong didn't finish his words. Luo Yan accelerated and flashed in front of Master Hong, staring at him straight. Never what? Luo Yan said with a glare. Since. Master Hong felt a chill on his back, swallowed his saliva and couldn't speak. You say it! Luo Yan stretched out his hand quickly, grabbed Master Hong's ear and tore it off directly. Ah! Master Hong didn't expect him to do it as soon as he said it, and screamed in pain. He put all his strength into slapping Luo Yan's chest. The palm wind roared, and it was extremely powerful. This is his famous skill, the wind-breaking palm. When practiced to the extreme, sand and rocks flew around, which was very scary. He was at the level of a martial artist, and his body was polished like hardwood. He originally thought that Luo Yan at such a young age would definitely not be his opponent. The warriors in this world do not necessarily have martial arts skills, but with martial arts skills, they can maximize their attacks. The palm wind blew in his face, and he was about to hit Luo Yan, and Master Hong was sure of victory. Ha ha! But Luo Yan put his two fingers together and pushed forward. Pop! His finger force was so strong that it was unstoppable, and he directly pushed through Master Hong's palm and blood spurted out. Luo Yan quickly followed and pointed another finger at his other shoulder. Master Hong waved his hand to block, but his speed was far behind. Crack! The shoulder bone was directly fractured, and Master Hong screamed in pain. Luo Yan used the tendon-breaking hand to twist Master Hong's legs. Looking at Master Hong lying on the ground, dying, Luo Yan shook his head. He was useless. The Vajra finger is even more ruthless than the bone-breaking hand, and it can directly shatter people's bones. The 3 heroes and the 6 heroes of Wudong in the Yiqian world have all been seriously injured by it. Unless there is a unique antidote, the Black Jade Ointment, Master Hong will never use force again in his life. You. Master Hong still has a breath left. You are so vicious, my senior brother will not let you go. Senior brother? As expected, Luo Yan had a headache and troubles will really come one after another. Master Hong deserves to die and he dares to talk too much at this time. Luo Yan's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent and he shouted coldly, "Then you will never see your senior brother." As soon as the Vajra finger came out, Master Hong's head was blown up. Killing one is killing. Killing two is also killing. Luo Yan jumped to Ma Donghai and broke his neck directly. After killing the man, Luo Yan took out a bag of white powder from his backpack and sprinkled it on the body. This is the corpse powder given when the system was first bound. WAP/34/349831511303.html. Luo Yan was about to dissolve the corpse when he suddenly something swollen in Mr. Hong's arms. He almost forgot to search for it. He reached into his arms and found a porcelain bottle with the words, "Healing Medicine," written on it. Maybe he prepared the medicine in advance because he was afraid of getting hurt? Never mind. Put it away first. Luo Yan searched the pockets and arms of the two men and found a total of 5,000 cash and some trivial items. So little, Luo Yan muttered. He put away the cash and poured the corpse powder on the bodies. Chi. A burst of unpleasant white mist rose, and the bodies of Mr. Hong and Ma Donghai, along with their clothes, were completely dissolved. This thing is indeed a miraculous medicine for destroying corpses and erasing traces. No wonder Mr. Wei loves it so much. After finishing the matter here, Luo Yan walked out of the dark alley. "Hey, stop!" A voice suddenly shouted from behind. Luo Yan turned around and saw a woman in her 20s staring at him with a vigilant look on her face. The woman was tall and well-proportioned, with a unique beauty. She wore a ponytail, wore no makeup, and looked righteous. There were several men standing behind her, all looking at Luo Yan vigilantly. One of the young men was even looking into the alley. "What are you doing?" Luo Yan was stunned. "Anyway, don't move. You guys, go in and take a look." Several men put their hands on their waists and ran in carefully. There was a bulge on their waists, which turned out to be a pistol. These men turned out to be plainclothes police. "Are you a student?" The woman walked quickly to Luo Yan's side. "Yes, Jiangcheng No 1 Middle School, Class 1, Grade 3. My name is Luo Yan. I live at number 29 Wutong Lane, and I have a younger sister." Good citizen Luo Yan was very cooperative. Seeing his serious look, the woman burst out laughing, then reacted and said seriously, "What are you doing in there with Ma Donghai and Hong Ming?" I don't know those two people. I just went in to pee, and those two people suddenly ran in to take a look, got surprised, and then jumped over the wall and left," Luo Yan said with his big eyes. The woman blushed and spat. "What do you mean by surprised? Nonsense. Anyway, I don't know them. Police sister, don't arrest me. I'm not arresting you. I'm just asking a few questions." At this time, several men also came out and said to the woman, "Captain Yuan, they are not in there." The woman nodded and said bitterly, "They ran away quickly. These two people ran into the dark alley. They must have had a shameful transaction. You can look for them nearby." "Yes." The men went their separate ways and only Luo Yan and the woman were left in the field. "Sister, can I leave now?" Luo Yan said fearfully. "Well, I'll take you home." The woman took Luo Yan to the side of the road where an ordinary black car was parked. After getting in the car, the woman said, "Don't be nervous. I'm a police officer, but I only catch bad guys. I'll ask you a few questions, and you answer me honestly." Luo Yan nodded. The woman was very satisfied with Luo Yan's performance. "My name is Yuan Zi, and my colleagues like to call me Yuan Zi. But my sister has a good figure, so we can't call her Yuan Zi." Yuan Zi blushed. "Who else is in your family?" "Just me and my sister. My sister's name is Lu Xiu." "Hey, isn't your name Luo Yan? Our parents are dead and we depend on each other for survival." "I'm sorry." Yuan Zi looked at Luo Yan with a gentle look and said softly. At first, she had some doubts about Luo Yan, but now she has none of that. She could never have imagined that this harmless high school student in front of her not only killed people, but also destroyed corpses. It's okay, I'm used to it. Yuanzi asked a few questions and drove Luo Yan to Wutong Lane. Perhaps she felt sorry for him and handed him a business card. The class here is complicated. If you get into trouble, remember to call me. Thank you, beautiful police sister. Just call me sister. Okay, beautiful police sister, Luo Yan said anxiously. Yuanzi smiled helplessly, waved to Luo Yan, and drove away. After returning home and having dinner, Luo Yan returned to his room. He took out the bottle of healing medicine. Ding, the system has detected upgradable resources. Does the host want to use it to upgrade the system? The system can be upgraded, and it can be upgraded with the cultivation resources of this world. System introduction, martial arts secrets, medicines, weapons, spirit stones, elixirs, and so on are all in this category. The higher the level of the item, the more upgrade experience you get. It's pretty easy to understand, Luo Yan said. Anyway, this healing medicine is of no use to me, so use it to upgrade. As soon as the voice fell, his hand lightened and the healing medicine disappeared. Luo Yan called up the menu, and the system experience became 100,000. He couldn't help but take a hey breath. System, this experience is too little, isn't it? This bottle of healing medicine is of low grade, and only contains almost negligible spiritual energy, so the converted experience is of course very little. Then we have to wait until the year of the monkey and the horse to upgrade. System upgrade is related to the number of martial arts unlocked, which is very important, so the host must work hard. Okay, I'll try my best. Luo Yan sat cross-legged and began to practice the dragon-elephant prajna. The tempering realm, the bone-tempering realm, and the blood-nourishing realm are collectively known as the top 3 realms of cultivators. After completion, it does not mean that it is once and for all, and you will never have to continue tempering the body. Because the physical body is the carrier of spiritual energy, whether it is to practice internal strength, true qi, or gong qi in the future, it needs the physical body to carry it. Therefore, tempering the body is a long and continuous process. In other words, the dragon-elephant prajna can be used until the late stage. Although internal skills can increase internal strength, they have different focuses. In addition to internal strength, the dragon-elephant prajna technique can also increase physical strength. The Vajra indestructible technique can increase physical defense. The Yijinjing can increase aptitude. Aptitude affects the efficiency of cultivation and the effect of using elixirs, which is very important. In short, each has its own strengths. However, in the first 3 stages of low-level martial arts, strength is still the most important. When the dragon-elephant prajna technique was used, Luo Yan's body roared like a dragon and roared like an elephant, as if countless huge forces were beating every inch of skin and muscles, causing unbearable pain. This state lasted for 5 hours. Luo Yan's endurance has reached its limit. His whole body was covered with sweat and his face was distorted. Finally, the last trace of impurities in his body was forced out of his body. Boom! Luo Yan felt an explosion in his body, and the abundant sense of power was like a huge wave, washing back and forth in his body. Finally, the power was dispersed throughout the body and gradually returned to normal. After the body has been tempered, it seems to be a copper wall and iron wall, which is difficult to break. He finally completed the body tempering and entered the bone tempering realm. Luo Yan opened his eyes and a gleam of brilliance flashed and disappeared in an instant. He shook hands, feeling full of strength. He lightly tapped the iron pipe and it immediately dented. Well, not bad. Luo Yan nodded with satisfaction. He went out to take a shower and was about to go to bed when he suddenly heard a fierce quarrel from the opposite door. There was also a woman's crying. Who is quarreling late at night? Sound woke up Lu Shiyu, who wiped her eyes and walked out of the room in a daze. It seems to be coming from Aunt Bai's house. Luo Yan said, let's go out and take a look. Aunt Bai's name is Bai Shulan. She has lived in Wutong Lane for 10 years and is usually very good to the 2 siblings. The pie stall was opened under her arrangement. Bai Shulan and her husband work in Shanghai City. They have a son in junior high school who is fostered by his grandparents in the countryside. Bai Shulan is usually kind to others. Who is she quarreling with in the middle of the night? WAP 1442-315-HTML. It must be her husband. Lu Shiyu said angrily. I heard from Aunt Bai that her husband got addicted to gambling and has never been home in the past 6 months. As soon as he came back, he asked for money. All the money I saved up over the years was squandered by him. Bai Shulan's house was just opposite, just a few steps away. Just as the two were about to walk into the door, they suddenly saw a black shadow flying out. Be careful. Fortunately, Luo Yan reacted quickly and reached out to grab it. It turned out to be an iron pot. If it hit someone, they would definitely break their heads and bleed. How can there be no money? I haven't been home for 3 days. Where did the money you earned from setting up the stall go? Bai Shulan's husband Zhang Yufu roared at Bai Shulan on the ground. He also held a teapot in his hand, ready to smash it at any time. Go ahead and smash me to death and it's all over, Bai Shulan said while crying with her neck down, not afraid of death. Zhang Yufu was hesitant. If he smashed it, no one would help him make money. You only know how to ask for money when you come back. I'm just a stall owner. I make about 200 yuan a day, which is not enough for you to spend. You don't care about my son's studies. You don't care about my parents' illness, but it's all fine. Who told me that I have a miserable life and married a man like you? But at least let me live. You are forcing me to death. Woo woo woo. Jiang Yufu seemed to have a conscience when he saw his wife crying like this. Who said I want to force you to death? I just want money. Yufu, if you still have a little humanity, go home quickly, set up a stall with me, and we'll start over. 9 out of 10 times you lose in gambling, you can't win. Bai Shulan begged. Humph, setting up a stall? You work so hard to earn such a small amount of money. If I win a hand, it will be enough for you to work for a year. To gain a foothold in the city, you must be bold. If you do this kind of menial work for a lifetime, you will still be poor in the end. Jiang Yufu saw that Bai Shulan refused to pay, and he couldn't do anything about her. He had to throw down the teapot and search through the drawers one by one, even dismantling the bed. The floor was a mess. Bai Shulan sat on the floor sobbing. Aunt Bai, are you okay? Lu Shi walked over, patted the dust off her body, and helped her up. Seeing Luo Yan and his sister come in, Jiang Yufu cursed them in a low voice, poor ghosts, and wanted to continue looking, but suddenly stopped. He remembered that Bai Shulan had lent them 3,000 yuan to set up a stall. Isn't this money? Hey, you two, it's time to pay back. Jiang Yufu's eyes swept across Luo Yan and Lu Shiu's faces and found that Luo Yan was leaning against the door with his hands folded. His face was cold, neither sad nor happy. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. This little brat was quite calm. Lu Shiu looked terrified. They were also penniless. Where could they go to pay back the money? Bai Shulan lost her voice and said, What money to pay back? I gave them that money voluntarily. If I give it to Jiang Yufu, he will go out and lose it, so it's better to give it to the brother and sister. I don't know why, but Jiang Yufu is a little afraid of Luo Yan. So he walked towards Lu Shiu. Stinky girl, pay back the money or I'll beat you up. He clenched his fists viciously, making a clattering sound. You, don't come over here. Lu Shiu hid behind Bai Shulan. Get out, come to me if you have any problems. They are innocent. Bai Shulan tried to pull Jiang Yufu away, but unfortunately he was so strong that she couldn't pull him away at all. If you dare to touch her hair, your hand for gambling will be broken, and your leg for going to the gambling den will be crippled, I said. Luo Yan said coldly. You little brat, are you trying to scare me? Jiang Yufu glared at Luo Yan. If you don't believe me, try it? Luo Yan walked over. A cold light emanated from his eyes. Jiang Yufu swallowed his saliva, but he didn't want to admit defeat, so he picked up the cup on the table and threw it at Luo Yan. Bang! Luo Yan smashed it with one punch. Jiang Yufu was frightened and stepped back. He accidentally stepped on a wooden stick, lost his balance, and fell to the ground with a scream. As luck would have it, his forehead hit the corner of the table, and blood immediately flowed. Ah Fu, you are too cowardly. It took so long to get some money, and the brothers have to go back. At this time, 3 figures appeared at the door. All of them were fierce and ferocious. One of them, a bald man, said to Jiang Yufu, A woman, 2 children, and you hurt yourself. Hey, I won't pity you. You still have to pay back the money. If you can't pay it back tonight, you will lose your hand. The bald man said again, Uncle Jean, wait a little longer. I will definitely get the money. Jiang Yufu wiped the blood off his forehead and said anxiously in Bai Shulan's ear, Shulan, you must save me this time. I still owe them 20,000 yuan. If I don't pay it back before dawn, they will chop off my hands. His voice trembled, and he was obviously very scared. At most, I promise you that I will definitely stop gambling in the future. We will leave Shanghai and start a new life in another city, okay? Bai Shulan burst into tears. I have heard such words many times. I don't believe you. This time it's true. Jiang Yufu knelt down with a plop and raised 3 fingers. I swear to heaven, if I can't do it, I will be punished by heaven and earth and die a miserable death. Bai Shulan pondered and was slightly moved. Jiang Yufu continued to persuade. Shulan, I really know I was wrong. Give me another chance. But I only have 10,000. Bai Shulan sighed and helped Jiang Yufu up. It is hard to give up the relationship between husband and wife that has lasted for more than 10 years. Then I will give you 10,000 yuan first. Jiang Yufu's eyes lit up and he rubbed his hands. Okay. Bai Shulan didn't want her husband to become disabled either, so she moved the dining table away and pulled out a packet of newspapers from an inconspicuous gap, which contained a bunch of banknotes. Jiang Yufu was annoyed. Why didn't he think of this place? If he had thought of it, he wouldn't have to swear and kneel down, which was so embarrassing. You are so slow. Give it to me. Jiang Yufu snatched the money and ran to Zhan Ye in a flattering manner, nodding and bowing. Zhan Ye, this is 10,000 yuan. Give me 2 days tolerance, and I will definitely get 20,000 yuan. Bai Shulan also pleaded pitifully. Zhan Ye, I will go to my relatives to borrow it tomorrow, and I will definitely be able to borrow it. Zhan Ye took the money, threw it in his hand a few times, and suddenly smiled crookedly. That won't work. It's 20,000 yuan, not a penny less. After he finished speaking, the 2 men behind him drew their machetes from their waists and walked towards Jiang Yufu with a fierce grin. Jiang Yufu was so scared that his face turned pale, and he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Master Zhan, don't cut my hand. Wait a minute. Master Jean stopped his men with an obscene smile on his lips. It's okay not to cut it. As the saying goes, gambling debts must be repaid with sex. Heh, you women still have some looks. Why don't you come back with us and do some flesh trade for a while? How about it? You beast! Baishalan was so angry that she was shaking all over. Zhang Yufu suddenly saw hope, pulled Baishalan aside, and whispered to persuade her. Shulan, it's rare that Master Jean is willing to show mercy. There are not many such opportunities. Anyway, you are not a virgin. Just go with him for a few days, I don't mind. Zhang Yufu, you are not a human. Bai Shulan's heart was completely dead. She couldn't breathe and fainted on the ground. Zhang Yufu hugged her body and said to Zhang Ye like a dog, Zhang Ye, I will help you carry her out. Zhang Ye gave a thumbs up. I have seen many bitches, but this is the first time I have seen a bitch like you. One of his men laughed and said, Since you are a dog, bark a few times for us to listen. Woof woof woof, ha ha ha. Zhang Yufu not only imitated the dog's barking, but also stuck out his tongue obediently. WAP 34 Confunit 3151135.html. Zhang Ye, that girl is not bad. The subordinate winked at Zhang Ye and nodded at Lu Xiu. Zhang Ye had noticed Lu Xiu a long time ago. His eyes were shining brightly. He smiled and said to Zhang Yufu, I heard that your wife lent a few thousand yuan to this girl? Yes, yes. Zhang Yufu rolled his eyes. Uncle Jean, you want to pay off gambling debts with sex, right? I understand. This family has only 2 helpless high school students, and they are so poor that they definitely can't pay back the money. You can also take her to play with for 2 days. I heard that she is a sophomore this year and is very fresh. Haha, you really have the potential to be a dog licker. Uncle Jean touched his bald head and smiled happily. Thank you, Uncle Jean, for the compliment. Zhang Yufu turned to Lu Xiu and said, Your name is Xiu, right? Let me tell you, Uncle Jean is famous for his generosity. If you accompany him to play for a few days, he will definitely treat you well. Hey, maybe he won't want to read books anymore. Reading books is not as profitable as this. You, what are you talking about? Lu Xiu was so scared that her face turned pale, hiding behind Luo Yan like a helpless lamb. Brother, let's go. Luo Yan didn't move. 2 men blocked the door with machetes. Go? Can you get away? Xiu, go into the room first, lock the door, and cover your head. Luo Yan suddenly said. Why? Some scenes may make you feel uncomfortable after watching them. Uncomfortable? Although Lu Xiu didn't understand, she still ran into the room obediently and covered her head tightly with the quilt. Brother Jean, right? I thought you were just talking nonsense just now. If you kneel down and apologize to me now, I promise not to kill you. Brother Jean laughed. I kneel down and apologize? You are a fool. Before he finished speaking, Luo Yan attacked with lightning speed and slapped Brother Jean in the face. The whole person flew out, his teeth were all broken, and his mouth was full of blood. You dare to hit me? Master Jean spat out broken teeth and said vaguely, Cripple him. 2 men came over with ferocious faces, waving machetes. Luo Yan dodged them with his Lingbo Weibu and hit them on the chest with his Vajra finger. There were 2 bangs. The 2 men had fist-sized wounds on their chests and they were bloody and died miserably. Luo Yan was too lazy to talk nonsense. He rushed forward and twisted off Zhang Ye's bald head with one hand. Luo Yan's violent killing methods scared Zhang Yufu. Putting Bai Shulan on the ground, he clapped his hands in a trembling voice. Xiaoluo, no, Master Luo, I know I was wrong. I will never gamble again. Please let me go. It's none of my business whether you gamble or not. I killed someone in front of you, so I will definitely not let you go. Luo Yan walked over. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Zhang Yufu kicked his hands and feet wildly and accidentally touched the kitchen knife on the ground. He was delighted and put the kitchen knife against Bai Shulan's neck, shouting, Don't come over here. You don't want to see your benefactor die in front of you, right? Luo Yan shook his head. People like you really don't deserve to die. But seeing a figure flash, Luo Yan had come in front of Zhang Yufu and blasted the kitchen knife away with one finger. With another whip kick, Zhang Yufu's head burst into pieces and his body fell in a pool of blood. Luo Yan quickly handled the scene and dissolved the body with corpse powder. He woke up Bai Shulan and said, Aunt Bai, those people will definitely come to take revenge. I'm afraid we can't live here anymore. Bai Shulan looked at Luo Yan in confusion. Where are they? Where is Zhang Yufu? Gone, Luo Yan said lightly. Gone? How could they be willing to leave? Who knows, before he left, Zhang Yufu said that he would never come back to this broken home. It's better if he doesn't come back. It's better if he doesn't come back. Bai Shulan packed up some valuables and went to her friend. Luo Yan and his sister returned home and went to sleep. Early in the morning, they were awakened by the noisy voices. When Luo Yan went out, he saw a large group of men in tight black clothes, wandering around Bai Shulan's house, looking ferocious. There were many onlookers standing around. It's strange to say, the men in black are not good people at first glance, and these people dare to watch. Some people were even caught by the men in black for questioning. Uncle, what happened over there? Luo Yan pulled over an old man in a white vest and asked knowingly. Sure enough, people who commit crimes are willing to return to the crime scene, and Luo Yan is in this mentality now. Shh, don't be so loud. These are people from the Long family, very vicious. The old man said cautiously, I heard that several members of the Long family disappeared here yesterday. Disappeared? How could that be? By the way, what does the Long family do? You don't even know about the Long family? Young man, you can't just read books blindly. You still have to read more about national affairs and learn about the latest information. Let me tell you, the Long family is one of the 5 major families in Shanghai, and their business is spread all over Shanghai City. They have a lot of gray income, and they support a large group of subordinates. They are domineering and look down on everyone except the top 3 families. Wow, so powerful. That's right. The two were chatting enthusiastically, and at this moment, a burly man with a scar on his face walked out of the black-clothed men and walked towards Luo Yan. "Boy, did you hear any noise last night?" asked the scarred man. "No." Luo Yan pretended to be very scared. "This place was smashed like this, and you didn't hear anything?" The scarred man was obviously not so easily fooled. "Young people have good sleep quality. I sleep until I wake up naturally every day." "Really?" The scarred man narrowed his eyes, wondering whether to arrest Luo Yan for questioning. At this moment, sirens sounded at the alley entrance, and a group of police officers walked in. The leader was Yuan Zi, who he met yesterday. "Police sister." Luo Yan's eyes were bright, and he immediately ran up and greeted Yuan Zi warmly. Then he pointed at the scarred man. "He threatened me. I was afraid." It's true that his acting skills are really good, and the image of a timid high school student is vividly portrayed on paper. "Well, don't be afraid. Stay by my side." Yuan Zi nodded, letting Luo Yan follow, walked to the scarred man, raised her eyebrows. "Ganxing, what are you doing here?" "Haha, nothing, just walking around here. The law doesn't stipulate that you can't walk around, right?" The scarred man Ganxing said nonchalantly. "There is no such regulation, but we also have the right to take you back for questioning. We haven't broken any law. Why should we go back with you? You know whether we have broken any law or not? Are there any good people in the Long family?" "Officer Yuan, you can't slander our Long family without any evidence. The Long family is full of garbage. What's wrong? Am I wrong?" Yuan Zi was excited and angry, as if he had a deep hatred for the Long family. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere was deadlocked. In the end, Ganxing chose to give in. "Officer Yuan, we've had enough shopping. Goodbye." Before leaving, he glared, "Honest child, you are very good." Left with his men. WA34 298 315111306.html. The police did their job and the crowd dispersed. Yuan Zi came to Luo Yan's house to ask some questions. She received a report from the masses in the morning that there were people gathering in Wutong Lane, so she brought people to take a look. After understanding the situation, she also felt that the disappearance of John Ye and others was very suspicious, but these bastards did all kinds of evil and did not deserve to die, so she was too lazy to care. Mainly, she had a good impression of Luo Yan and cared about him. After sending Luo Yan home yesterday, she called number 1 middle school to find out about the situation. Luo Yan's brother and sister are both excellent in character and learning, and their family is clean. They are definitely good children, so she completely put aside her doubts. "Officer Yuan, have some tea." Lu Xiyu carefully poured a cup of tea for Yuan Zi. "Thank you, sister." Yuan Zi smiled. Lu Xiyu was well-behaved and pretty, and Yuan Zi had a very good impression of her. "Ganxing is a minion of the Long family. You should be careful. If you encounter any problems, call me immediately." "Okay, thank you, officer sister." "Okay, it's time for you to go to school. I'll take you to school." "That's great." The 3 of them came to school, and Yuan Zi left on her own. 3 days passed in a flash. The system brought Luo Yan a B-level wall climbing skill, a C-level ice spirit silver needle, and 2 10-year-old snake gallbladders. The wall climbing skill is a light body skill, which naturally cannot be compared with the light-footed step. But there is one advantage, which is that it can crawl on the wall silently, even on a smooth wall, and others can't hear the movement at all. This is a unique skill of Zhang Wuji. Yang Guo and Morong Fu have also used it. This way, I will be more comfortable when I am lurking. Luo Yan thought. As for the Ice Soul Silver Needle, it is the famous skill of the Red Snake Fairy Li Mochu. Ordinary silver needles can also be used. If combined with poison needles, the power is even greater. After several days of hard training, Luo Yan's realm is about to break through the middle stage of bone forging. The process of bone forging is more painful than tempering the body. This is probably what it means to be painful to the bone marrow. Bones are the most important support for the human body. To bear huge power and strong internal strength, they must be polished to be as hard as magic weapons. It is worth it to suffer a little. What surprised Luo Yan was that the Long family did not come to trouble him, and the matter seemed to have come to an end. But he did not take it lightly. The calmer it was, the more unusual it was. These days, Han Shushu often came to the class to find him, causing a commotion in the school. This made Luo Yan very helpless. Even Lu Xiyu had an opinion. During the casual chat after dinner that day, she said sourly, "Brother, am I going to have a sister-in-law soon?" "What are you talking about? What sister-in-law? It's rumored at school that you and Han Shushu are in love." "It's just a rumor. Rumors are not groundless. Those celebrities are always proven guilty." Luo Yan almost laughed out loud and patted her head. "What are you thinking about in your little head all day? I'm not a celebrity." Lu Xiyu pouted. "Don't pat my head in the future. I'm not a child. In my eyes, you will always be a child." Lu Xiyu turned around angrily. "Humph, anyway, I don't want to be a child anymore, and you are not allowed to pat my head. If you don't listen, you will wash your own clothes in the future." Okay, I won't pat you on the head." Luo Yan felt helpless and couldn't understand why she suddenly threw a tantrum. The next day, Luo Yan said to Han Shushu seriously, "Don't come to me anymore. I will do my best to cure your grandfather's illness." "I didn't come to you because of your grandfather's illness. I asked you to teach me Tai Chi. I don't know Tai Chi. You said it yourself, and now you deny it." Han Shushu suddenly looked at Luo Yan suspiciously. "Why did you suddenly stop me from coming to you?" "What do you mean suddenly? I have always disagreed, okay? It's different today. There must be other reasons. My sister doesn't want to." Luo Yan had to tell the truth. Han Shushu stared at him steadily and suddenly burst out laughing. "I understand. What do you understand? Anyway, I understand." Han Shushu ran away like the wind after she finished speaking. After a while, Han Shushu and Lu Shiyu came hand in hand. The two were both school beauties. One was cute and adorable, and the other was gentle and graceful. They were very pleasing to the eye when they walked together. The animals in the school were drooling and howling in their hearts. "We have become good sisters." Han Shushu puffed out her chest and looked at Luo Yan. "Brother, you know Tai Chi? I want to learn it too." Looking at Han Shushu, Lu Shiyu said, "Let's learn it together." Seeing their intimacy, Luo Yan was speechless. Women's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea needle. Another day passed, and today was the day to give Han Shuping acupuncture. After school, Luo Yan took Han Shushu's ride to Haoting No. 1. Before entering the door, Han Shuping's hearty laughter was heard outside the hall. "My dear nephew, you and Xiaofei have to stay longer when you come to Zhanghai this time. You haven't been here for a long time since your father left." A gentle middle-aged male voice said, of course, but I dare not waste too much of Uncle Han's time. This time I am here mainly to discuss the marriage of Xiaoer and Shushu." "Marriage?" Luo Yan looked at Han Shushu with puzzled eyes, only to see her stop, her eyes dull, her pretty face pale, laughed dryly and said, "Ha ha, the children are still young, there is no rush." The middle-aged man said, "Shushu is an adult, not a child anymore. Besides, we are engaged, not married, so we should do it sooner rather than later." Han Shuping paused and said, "Shushu is a girl with a bad temper and an uncertain mind. Have you considered it, nephew?" "Shushu doesn't have a bad temper, she is straightforward. Our family is very happy. Besides, our two families have already decided on this matter. Uncle Han won't want to go back on his word, right?" As he spoke, the middle-aged man's voice became colder, with a hint of threat. "This." Han Shuping hesitated. "I'm not going to regret it. Otherwise, let's wait until Shuner comes back. After all, he is the father of the child." "That's not necessary. Everyone knows that you are the only one who has the final say in the Han family. Humph, Uncle Han is making so many excuses. Do you want to break your promise?" Middle-aged man was aggressive. Han Shuping seemed to be a little afraid of this man. After pondering, he said, "Okay." Seeing that his grandfather was about to finalize the matter, Han Shushu suddenly woke up from her daze, rushed in and shouted, "I don't agree!" Luo Yan thought about it and still followed him in. In addition to Han Shuping and several servants, there were two men sitting in the hall. One was about 50 years old, with a slender figure, a faint smile on his face, and very elegant. The other was in his 20s, handsome, tall, but looked a little blue. Luo Yan knew at a glance that this was caused by excessive drinking and sex, blood deficiency, and kidney deficiency. As for the middle-aged man, his breath was steady and his eyes were sharp. He was probably a monk. "Shushu, you are so rude to yell as soon as you come back. Come over and meet Uncle Wan and Brother Wan." Han Shuping feigned anger and scolded. "I said I don't want to be engaged to him." Miss Han Shushu lost her temper, and even Grandpa didn't show any mercy. She pointed at the young man named Wan Fei and said, "He is a dandy boy. If I want to marry him, I must die. Wop. 1/3 at Timol." As soon as Shushu's resolute words came out, it was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the plain, catching everyone in the hall off guard. The middle-aged man Wan Qian frowned slightly and did not speak for a while. Wan Fei couldn't help it and shouted, "Han Shushu, what do you mean? Now it's not a question of whether you are willing or not. It's a question of whether our two families have an engagement. You have to marry or not." Wan Qian leaned over to Han Shuping and said, "Uncle Han, my son was a little arrogant and his attitude was not appropriate, but his reasoning was correct. If your Han family breaks the contract, it means that you don't take my Wan family seriously. If it gets out, where will the Wan family put their face? My nephew will never allow such a thing to happen." He paused. "I know that my son has a bad reputation, but in recent years, I have strictly disciplined him and he has improved a lot. I hope you can give him another chance." Han Shuping was very embarrassed. "This, my dear nephew, why don't we discuss it again in a few days, and Sooner and I will persuade Shushu again." After he finished speaking, he stared at Han Shushu, who wanted to speak, but finally swallowed his words back. Han Shushu came from a big family, so she must have a sense of the overall situation. The scene was full of gunpowder, and it would be useless to continue like this. Wan Qiane thought it would be better to agree first and talk about it in a few days. "Well, I'll take my leave first." Although Wan Qiane was angry, he still maintained his demeanor. However, he changed the subject and said, "We will visit you in 5 days and hope to get a satisfactory answer by then." "Fair." Wan Fei followed his father and left. When he passed by Luo Yan, he suddenly turned around, pointed at Luo Yan and asked Han Shushu, "Who is he?" "It's none of your business." Han Shushu said angrily. Wan Fei saw the words, "No, one middle school," printed on Luo Yan's school uniform. The blue clothes had been washed white, and sneered, "Just a poor high school student. You dare to snatch a woman from me, Wan Fei. You are very brave." Luo Yan looked at him expressionlessly. "I'm not used to being pointed at. You'd better let go." "What if I don't let go?" Just point, just point." Wan Fei was crazy and provocative, his finger almost hitting Luo Yan's forehead. He kept spitting trash words. "Fei, are you okay? Dad didn't mean it." Wan Qianhe was terrified. He only had one precious son, and he couldn't let him get hurt. He quickly squatted down to check Wan Fei's injuries. Fortunately, they were not serious. He quickly took out a bottle of pills from his arms and gave it to Wan Fei. The effect of the medicine spread, and Wan Fei's pain was significantly reduced. Oh? Luo Yan's eyes lit up. It seemed that this pill was good and was a great upgrade material. "Wan, I'll beat you to death." He took a step forward and came to Wan Qianhe, feigning anger and punching him. Wan Qianhe blocked with his hand, but suddenly felt his hand was empty. The medicine bottle had been snatched away by Luo Yan. Luo Yan stepped back and left in a few quick moves. "I hate people pointing at me the most. Take this bottle of medicine as compensation." He put the bottle of medicine into his arms without any hesitation. If you want to rob, then rob. Why do you have to make so many excuses?" Wan Qianhe knew that he couldn't beat Luo Yan, so he didn't go up to humiliate himself. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you?" "Me." Luo Yan laughed. "A poor high school student, not worth mentioning." "What a not worth mentioning?" Wan Qianhe glanced at everyone in the field. It turns out that the Han family has the help of a master. No wonder they dare to tear up the engagement. "But my Wan family is not a pushover. The 5-day agreement is still valid. You can do whatever you want." The two left angrily. Looking at their backs, Han Quping seemed to be thinking about something, but didn't say anything. Luo Yan didn't ask any more questions. After a week of recuperation, Han Quping's breath was much better. After the acupuncture, he spit out a mouthful of thick phlegm, and his lungs were smoother. "Brother Luo, thanks to you, the old man's life is saved. Almost, it will be completely cured next week." Luo Yan put away the silver needle and said, "Alas, the old man's physical illness is almost cured, but his mental illness is getting worse." Han Quping sighed, hinting at something. Mental illness needs to be treated with mental medicine. If Mr. Han can manage such a large group well, his mentality can naturally be adjusted well. Luo Yan knew what he wanted to say, but did not point it out. As ordinary people, human power is limited after all. The little brother is a warrior, and his ability is much higher than ours. Of course, he can deal with things calmly, but we are not like that. Hey, Luo Yan laughed, but did not respond. "Okay, let's not play tricks anymore. I ask you, are you willing to help the Han family? In principle, you saved my life and I saved your life, and we are no longer in arrears. If you want me to help, you have to see what benefits there are." Luo Yan said it very bluntly, and Han Quping must understand. He did not think Luo Yan was greedy. The fact that Luo Yan chased him to treat him was enough to prove that he was a person who was unwilling to take advantage of others. Han Quping liked to deal with such people the most. "As for the benefits, what do you think of Shushu?" Han Quping said with a smile. Luo Yan rolled his eyes. "Your precious granddaughter should be left to the right person. I am not worthy of her." "What's wrong with me?" "So what does Brother Luo like the most? Or what do you need the most? The old man still has some connections and resources in Shanghai, and I will do my best to help him." Luo Yan took out the medicine bottle in his arms and shook it. "For now, I need these things the most. Pills? Or I want everything related to warriors. I learned from the dead ghost Hong Ye that the cultivators in this world are called warriors, which is the same as the cultivators in the system. Han Quping is well informed and should know it." Sure enough, Han Quping nodded and said, "Young brother is a warrior. Of course he needs warriors things the most. It's a pity that warriors are all people with high eyes and are the objects of competition among major families. My Han family is limited in strength and it is difficult to make friends in my life." He smiled, bitterly and sighed. "Alas, if I knew a few powerful warriors, I would not be bullied like this by Wan Qianhe and his son." Luo Yan asked curiously, "I heard your conversation and it seems that you had a good relationship before. How did it become like this?" "The Wan family is from Zhongling City next door and has a deep foundation. Decades ago, Wan Qianhe's father and I had similar interests and a very good relationship. Shushu and Wan Fei's marriage was decided at that time. Later, my old friend died of illness and Wan Qianhe succeeded to the throne. He is vicious and does things by any means. After annexing several small families, his strength has risen rapidly. That's not enough. He wants to extend his claws into Shanghai. Today he came to me. In addition to the marriage, he wanted to open up the way to Shanghai through marriage. Do you think I don't know that Wan Fei is a playboy? Want to marry Shushu to him? Wrong, I was threatened by them and I dared not speak. The world is so cruel. In addition to Wan Qianhe, the Wan family is a warrior, and he also knows many warriors. We can't fight them at all." At this point, the upright old man was extremely depressed. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that after his death, the Wan family would harm the descendants of the Han family. Han Quping sighed. "It is true that warriors' items are difficult to find, but the old man will definitely use all his connections to find them. Even if he can't find them, he must ask for some information. You can rest assured about this, little brother. With this sentence from Mr. Han, I will help the Han family, Luo Yan said. Han Chuping was overjoyed. Thank you. 134 for 30 made. After leaving the Han family, Wan Chen first settled Wan Fei. Then he started to make phone calls. Since he wanted to infiltrate Zhanghai, he had made arrangements in advance. After a few phone calls, he found out Luo Yan's identity. He also got a very important information. A week ago, Luo Yan crippled Ma Haoqing. Ma Haoqing's father Ma Hai asked Hongming for help, but the two disappeared on the same day. Luo Yan is a high school student who has been bullied, and no one would suspect him. But Wan Xianhe had fought with Luo Yan before, and he knew clearly that it would be easy for Luo Yan to kill the two. It is almost certain that Ma Hai and Hongming died at his hands. Wan Xianhe also found out that Hongming has an extremely powerful senior brother, who is a great martial artist and is more powerful than himself. If he can be asked to take action, Luo Yan will die without a burial place. After hearing all the news, Wan Xian sneered, "You little brat, I'll let you be arrogant for a few days. I learned from Han Chuping that there are these realms for warriors: apprentice, master, great master, master, king, and master. This is a realm division that has been passed down from ancient times and can be regarded as a legend. Because among the recorded warriors, the master is already the top existence on Blue Star. They are either the military and political leaders of the country, or the heads of the world's major organizations, or the heads of the wealthy families. It can be said that as long as the master is in charge, the country can be as stable as Mount Tai. If the master has evil intentions, the country will be in constant civil strife and even change of regime. As for ordinary apprentices, they are many levels stronger than those who have practiced kung fu for decades." Confirmed by Han Chuping's description, Luo Yan estimated that Mr. Hong was an apprentice and Wan Xianhe was a master, and Luo Yan's bone forging realm should be the master stage. Martial arts master? Dragon and tiger martial arts master. Why does it sound a bit like an action actor? Luo Yan thought so. When he got home, Lu Shiyu had already prepared the meal. Han Chuping invited Luo Yan to dinner just now, but he refused. He always thought that he was not familiar with the Han family, and he hated to eat with people he was not familiar with. This was a habit he brought from his previous life, and he was afraid that he would never change it in this life. At the dinner table, both sides tried hard to find topics to keep the atmosphere lively and not awkward, which was really tiring. Often after a meal, I don't know what I ate. It's better to go home and eat with my sister. But, why is it cabbage and tofu soup again, without even a piece of pork? Luo Yan took a bite and it tasted like chewing wax. It's not that he was picky, but he had eaten cabbage and tofu for 3 consecutive meals. What can we do? We can't set up a stall, and our money has run out. We have to tighten our belts to live. Oh, look at my memory. Luo Yan cried out that it was a mistake. I was so busy practicing during this period that I forgot that my family was still penniless. He took out 5,000 yuan from the dead ghost Ma Donghai and Hong Ye from his backpack and gave it all to Lu Shiyu. This is the medical fee I got for treating old Han. Take it and spend it. If you are short of money in the future, just ask me. Lu Shiyu did not refuse. She took it carefully and hid in the house. 10 minutes later she came out. Her little face was filled with a satisfied smile, like a rich man. Luo Yan was amused and habitually reached out to touch her head, but she opened her hand and said fiercely, "Don't forget, I am not a child." Luo Yan withdrew his hand angrily. Okay, big child. Big is big, why add a child? How can a child be big? Lu Shiyu pouted. The two siblings were playing and suddenly a strong sense of crisis came over them. Luo Yan's hair stood on end, and he picked up Lu Shiyu at lightning speed and rolled to the side. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the two landed, a series of gunshots rang out, outside the door. And in the blink of an eye, the door was shot into a sieve. Then there was a chaotic sound of footsteps, and the door was kicked open, and 5 or 6 masked men with machine guns rushed in. "Not dead yet, where are you?" someone shouted, and the sound of machine springs hitting each other rose again. Taking advantage of this moment, Luo Yan pushed with both palms and gently sent Lu Shiyu into the room. He jumped up and rushed to the nearest black-clothed man and shot him in the head with his powerful Vajra finger. Then he stepped on the water-like steps, and the narrow rental house was full of his figure, but it seemed that none of them was his real body. The sound of gunfire was endless. Luo Yan was determined to kill when he shot. The gunshots only lasted for a few seconds, and all the movement in the house stopped abruptly. Luo Yan left a survivor, and his right hand was clasped on the man's throat, slowly tightened, and lifted him up. Man's larynx made a strange sound of crackling, and his face turned blue. He kicked Luo Yan madly, but it was like kicking on a steel plate, and he broke his own bones instead. "Who sent you here?" Luo Yan's face was full of murderous intent. If he had been a second slower, Lu Shiyu might have been shot to death. Lu Shiyu was his Achilles heel. Let alone death, even losing a hair was enough to drive him crazy. He was now filled with rage and had no way to vent it, so he had to pour it on the gunman. The gunman closed his eyes and pursed his lips, looking like he would never tell a word even if he was beaten to death. "Oh, you're really tough." Luo Yan sneered and pinched his sternum and skull with his bone-breaking hand. There were only 2 clicks, and the sternum protruded, and another piece of the skull protruded. The gunman was in pain and trembling all over. Will you tell me? Luo Yan touched his spine again. This is one of the places with the richest nerves. It won't kill him in one go, but it will hurt him to death. I will tell you only if you promise not to kill me. The gunman finally gave in. Okay, Luo Yan agreed straightforwardly, and his hand loosened. It was Fourth Master Long. Who is Fourth Master Long? Fourth Master of the Long family, Long Bao. Where is he? Lanting Garden. Very good. Click. Luo Yan twisted his neck. Brother, what are you doing? You killed someone? Lu Shiyu walked out of the room, dumbfounded, with a blank mind. Yes, I killed someone. Luo Yan threw the gunman away like garbage. He knew that he would not be able to hide it sooner or later, so he simply confessed something. I also killed those people in Aunt Bai's house yesterday. You killed them all. Lu Shiyu was a good girl, and Luo Yan had always been an introverted and timid person in her mind. How could he kill someone? At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. Actually, I'm an undercover agent of the Terp police. Luo Yan thought he should lie, otherwise Lu Shiyu would find it hard to accept. Remember Officer Yuan who sent us to school a few days ago? She is my contact person. My skills were also taught by Officer Yuan. Our relationship is highly confidential, and even you can't know it. Of course you know it now, but don't tell anyone else, not even Officer Yuan, because that would be considered dereliction of duty, and I would be severely punished by the organization. Do you understand? Luo Yan said seriously. Lu Shiyu nodded stiffly, and her mind was full of the scene of Luo Yan and Yuan Zi meeting on the rooftop, and the scene of being chased and killed by someone, and both sides were not human. Seeing that she was reluctant to accept it, Luo Yan said, "This group of people are killers sent by the Long family. Let's go out and hide first." Lu Shiyu nodded again. Luo Yan first dealt with the body and took Lu Shiyu to a hotel farther away. Under the meaningful gaze of the fat proprietress, Luo Yan opened a room, settled Lu Shiyu, and came out of the hotel. After changing clothes, he disappeared into the darkness. 134-298-315113009.html. Lanting Garden is an independent villa of the Long family in the suburbs. The fourth master Long Bao lives here. The Long family has 4 brothers, Long Shang, Long Ben, Long Hu, and Long Bao. They have a very bad reputation in Zhanghai. They specialize in doing some shameful things. The 4 brothers are also very united. They have a think tank, a fierce general, and a commander. The roles are very clear. They watch each other and move the whole body with a single hair. Therefore, they are rampant in Zhanghai, robbing and plundering, and even the police are troubled. The fourth master Long Bao is the fierce general who charges into battle. It is said that at least 1/3 of the Long family's industry was conquered by him and the third brother Long Hu. The two are cruel and murderous. This can be seen from Long Bao's subordinate Zhang Ge and the fact that he often shoots at civilians with machine guns. Luo Yan took a taxi to the suburbs, then walked and soon found Lanting Garden. From a distance, Lanting Garden covers a large area. The most exaggerated thing is the villa in the middle, which has 8 floors and stands on the ground like a fortress. Needless to say, that is where Long Bao lives. It is also Luo Yan's target. Luo Yan sneaked in the dark and found many surveillance cameras in the dark 100 meters away from Lanting Garden. It seems that he has done too many bad things and is afraid of revenge from his enemies. Luo Yan curled his lips and performed the Lingbo Weibu to avoid the surveillance one by one. He came to the high wall, climbed up the wall lightly, chose a place where no one was, and jumped down. The surveillance inside is even more dense, and many guards can be seen patrolling. They all have weapons on their waists. Luo Yan sneaked all the way, easily avoiding the eyes and ears of the guards, and came to the outside of the villa wall. He jumped up, the whole person pressed against the wall, and exerted force with both hands and feet at the same time, performing the gecko wall climbing skill, and swam to the top floor. Have Akai and his men come back? On the top floor, Long Bao was wearing a silk nightgown, with his chest open to reveal his dark muscles. He took a puff of his cigar and said to a middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man had a huge scar on his face. He was his #1 subordinate, Gan Xing. Fourth master, not yet. Gan Xing leaned forward. What the hell? What's the matter with the plane? It's been 2 hours since they went out, and it's still not done? Or did these idiots go out to play after finishing their work? Long Bao cursed. No, I personally selected them, and I can trust their ability to do things. Then, why haven't they come back yet? Long Bao drank a sip of foreign wine and stuffed a cucumber into his mouth to chew. Gan Xing thought and said, When I first met that brat, I thought he was very strange and hard to figure out. That's why I suggested that the fourth master send a gunman to deal with him. So what? So Akai and the others were probably killed by him. Long Bao stared at him for a long time and suddenly laughed wildly. Damn it, do you think you are reading a novel? An 18-year-old high school student can kill the elites we trained? Are you crazy? At this moment, a cold voice said, He is not crazy, you are crazy. A man wearing a mask jumped from the balcony and walked over slowly. The mask was hideous and extremely ugly, and there was a faint black air lingering on it. But if you look closely, it seems like an illusion, just an ordinary mask. In short, it is very mysterious. Who are you? Gan Xing's hand quickly touched his trouser pocket. Am me, a different kind of fireworks in the world. Luo Yan, wearing the Yang Guo mask, even spoke differently. As expected of an S-level mask, the system also said that after the system is upgraded, the hidden function will be further strengthened. Hiding the true face is mainly to avoid surveillance in Long Bao's room. If it is connected to the internet, his identity will be exposed. Luo Yan raised his hand, and a silver light shot out. Ganxing's wrist was in great pain, and he couldn't lift it at all. When he raised it, he saw that a silver needle had pierced through his tendons, and blood was oozing out. He was terrified. How could this person have such accuracy and power just by throwing it casually? This man is very powerful, Fourth Master, hurry up! Ganxing rushed up and blasted Luo Yan with one hand. Although Long Bao looks big and strong, he has fought all the way here after all, and he is very brave. He did not run away, but reached his right hand into the drawer, took out a golden pistol, and shot Luo Yan. Bang! The gunshot was deafening. Unfortunately, Luo Yan had disappeared from his original position and punched Ganxing in the stomach. Ganxing felt as if his internal organs were about to burst apart. He opened his mouth but could not make a sound. He knelt on the ground and retched. He retched for less than 2 seconds before a mouthful of blood spurted out with some internal organs and fell into a pool of blood. He was dead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Long Bao was about to fire another shot, but suddenly he felt a blur in front of his eyes and his wrist had been grabbed by Luo Yan. It's useless, Luo Yan said coldly. Wow, Long Bao threw another punch. Luo Yan slapped his hand casually and Long Bao's hand was like being hit by a shotgun. The whole palm was smashed and bloody. Long Bao finally felt scared and trembled. Who are you? The one who wants you dead. Can you let me go and I'll give you money? Oh, Luo Yan became interested. Are you rich? Enough for you to live a carefree life. Okay, give it to me. Long Bao endured the severe pain and slowly led Luo Yan to a safe and slowly began to twist the code. Ha ha! Luo Yan knew what was going on, and with a snap he twisted his shoulder. It's useless to delay. Even if your men arrive, they can't save you. Long Bao kept cursing Luo Yan in his heart, and his speed really increased. The moment he opened the safe, Long Bao reached inside with one hand and pulled out a pistol. Then he rolled on the ground like Xiao Magay, and before his body stopped, he had already fired a shot. Alas, Luo Yan sighed. His figure flashed slightly, and he was already behind Long Bao. I said it's useless, but you are asking for trouble. The powerful Vajra pointed forward and pushed Long Bao's head directly into a rotten watermelon. Luo Yan shook his head, walked to the front of the safe, and squatted, his eyes immediately glowing. It was filled with cash, jewelry, and gold bars. A rough calculation showed that there were probably tens of millions. In addition, there was a black velvet bag inside, which was bulging and jingling when it was lifted. The velvet bag looked very high-end, so Luo Yan would naturally not let it go. He swept away all the things and put them in the system backpack. This trip was a great success. What are you doing? A woman in her 20s suddenly appeared at the door. She looked a bit like Long Bao. A woman with a square face like Long Bao must not be good-looking. Seeing Long Bao's body in the room, her face changed drastically. She rushed over and shouted at the top of her lungs, Dad! Dad! Wake up! After realizing that her father would never wake up, the woman looked at Luo Yan angrily. You robbed things, but why did you kill people? My 3 uncles will not let you go. Luo Yan's eardrums hurt, and he kicked her head and exploded. I will not let you go first. At this time, dense footsteps sounded downstairs. Long Bao's men were about to arrive. Luo Yan dipped a little of Long Bao's blood with a cloth strip and hurriedly wrote a line of big characters on the ground. The murderer is Jiangling Wanchanhe. He left. Of course, he knew that this kind of low-level blaming would not work, but it was good to discuss Wanchanhe. WAP 1341342985111 HTML. Luo Yan went to the hotel to pick up Lu Shiyu. The little girl was still a little frightened. Brother, where have you been? Nothing. I reported the situation to my superiors. Officer Yuan? Yes. Remember what I said. You know nothing about me. Don't show it when you meet Officer Yuan in the future. Otherwise, both of us will be in trouble. Lu Shiyu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I know. Under the meaningful gaze of the fat proprietress, the two checked out and returned to the rental house. At this time, a cordon had been set up outside the door and a group of people were pointing and talking outside. Just now, the assassin of the Long family picked up the machine gun and fired wildly, which made a lot of noise. The people reported the case, and the police came. Stop! You can't go in. A policeman saw Luo Yan trying to enter the cordon and quickly stopped him. I'm a resident here. What happened to my family? Luo Yan looked inside in horror, pretending to know nothing. At this time, Yuanzi walked out of the rental house. Luo Yan Shiyu, are you okay? The tone was full of surprise and confusion. Lu Shiyu lowered her head and didn't say anything, just thinking that her brother and Officer Yuan's acting skills were really good. They had just met, but pretended that they had never seen each other. I'm fine, Luo Yan said. Where did you go so late? We just went out for dinner. Shiyu ran into one of her best friends, and we chatted for a while, and we saw this when we came back. He stared at Kazilan's big eyes. What happened to my family? You're so lucky. Yuanzi thought about it and felt a little scared. We initially suspected that someone from the Long family came to look for you, and the door was beaten like a sieve. Maybe they found you were not there, so they left again. Luo Yan said fearfully, This Long family is too domineering. I don't dare to live here anymore. It's really dangerous here. You should live somewhere else. Considering their family situation, Yuanzi thought for a while and said, "If you don't have money, I can pay for it first." Luo Yan was really moved. "Officer Yuan, you are so kind." And Lu Xiu felt that the two of them acted so well that it was hard to tell that they were acting. "But I don't need your money. I have it," Luo Yan said. "Huh? How do you have money?" Yuanzi was curious. "A few days ago, I used a folk remedy from my hometown to cure a rich old man, and he gave me a large sum of money. I didn't know you could cure diseases." Yuanzi stared at Luo Yan with her beautiful eyes, very surprised. "Ha ha, it was just luck that I was able to prescribe the right medicine for the disease." As the few people were chatting, a subordinate came over and asked, "Captain Yuan, we have almost finished asking about the things here. Our next move is..." "Huh, they didn't even let the students go, and they also shot at the houses with guns. It's simply lawless. Let's go to Lanting Garden and catch Long Bao and bring him back to the bureau for questioning." Gan Xing and Zhanya were both Long Bao's subordinates, and Yuanzi knew it long ago. In anger, he wanted to catch Long Bao. The subordinate's face changed. "Huh? Go find Long Bao." "No, no way." "Why? Are you afraid?" Yuanzi stared. "The Long family has a prominent position in Shanghai City. Should we ask the director first?" Encountering such a passionate boss, the subordinate secretly clicked his tongue and suggested, "Why ask him? It's the same old story. Just arrest him first." Okay. The subordinate pretended to obey but secretly called the director after going down. The director was terrified and called Yuanzi immediately. "Yuanzi, are you crazy?" The director roared. "You want to go to Long's house to arrest people without telling me? Do you take me seriously? How much money does Long's family donate to the government every year, and how much tax their companies pay? Even I have to be polite when I see them. You are a small squadron. Dare to arrest people? You are not allowed to go, do you hear me? This is an order. If you don't listen, I will transfer you to the traffic team, and you will never be able to return to the criminal police team." Yuanzi bit her red lips and argued, "But they attacked the students, and used heavy weapons, and just let it go? You are just suspicious now, and you don't have any substantial evidence. Just investigate, slowly." "Investigate slowly. If you are too slow, Long Bao will hide both the people and the guns. How can we investigate?" "How to investigate is your business anyway. You are not allowed to go to Long's house. I have said what I should say. I hope you don't make mistakes again. That's it." The director hung up the phone. Yuanzi's pretty face flushed with anger, and she glared at the subordinate who tipped off. The man had no expression. With the director watching, he was not afraid of Yuanzi at all. "Alas!" Yuanzi sighed, feeling lonely. She was full of justice. She came to the small city of Zhanghai and joined the police force despite her family's opposition, just to fight evil and eliminate traitors. Unfortunately, reality is reality. After several years of training, she really realized how ridiculous it was to try to change the world with one person's strength. Thinking about it, Yuanzi felt a little discouraged and had the idea of resigning for the first. At this time, Luo Yan said, "Officer Yuan, do you believe in fate?" Yuanzi asked casually, "What do you mean? What fate?" "I think that the net of heaven is vast and nothing can escape it. God is not blind. Those bad guys will always get the punishment they deserve." "Haha, you are still young. You don't understand." "No, I understand." Luo Yan looked directly at Yuanzi, with light in his eyes. "I always think that as long as you believe in justice, justice will come sooner or later." Yuanzi was stunned. For the first time, she found that Luo Yan's eyes were so deep, with a maturity that did not match his age. Although his words sounded very childish, they had a magical power that made people believe them. At that moment, Yuanzi believed it. At this time, a subordinate hurried over and whispered in Yuanzi's ear, "Captain Yuan, Long Bao is dead." "What? Dead?" A thunderbolt struck Yuanzi's head. She turned her head stiffly and looked at her subordinates, her eyes full of shock. Luo Yan had just finished saying, "The net of heaven is vast and nothing can escape it," and Long Bao died. Does God really have eyes? Or, does Luo Yan know something? Thinking of this, Yuanzi looked at Luo Yan with a sharp gaze, but found that he blinked his eyes and returned to his previous innocent look. When did he die? How did he die? Yuanzi came back to her senses and asked her subordinates. "We just received the news, but the Long family did not announce it to the public. The details need to be further investigated." The subordinate continued, "I heard that the 3 remaining brothers of the Long family were furious and vowed to severely punish the murderer. Many people have been working in secret." Yuanzi nodded. "I know. Let's go back to the police station first and make some arrangements." Finally, Yuanzi took a deep look at Luo Yan and led the team away. Years of intuition in handling cases told her that Luo Yan was not simple. Zhanye disappeared, several gunmen came to nothing, and then Long Bao died. Are these all coincidences? WAP. Slat 134-13498/315113K1. A villa. Opposite Wan Chanhe sat a man of similar age. This man's eyes were shining, and his every move was a master's demeanor, making people feel a sense of suffocation. This is the strength of a great martial artist, so enviable. Wan Chan sighed, his eyes full of admiration. The man in front of him was Hong Ming's senior brother, Huo Jinghua, a well-known martial artist in Shanghai City. Huo Jinghua was not only powerful, but also maintained good relations with all the big families. Compared with him, Hong Ming could only be regarded as a small character. "Master Huo, I have almost explained what happened. That kid named Luo Yan must be the murderer who killed your junior brother. Wan Qianhe handed the check that he had prepared to Huo Jinghua. Your junior brother's revenge is one thing. Master, you helped me while solving Luo Yan's problem. Therefore, this money is to thank you. Huo Jinghua glanced at the number on the check, 50 million. Even though Huo Jinghua was knowledgeable, his eyebrows jumped after seeing the amount, and he said, "It's really generous to give 50 million just for a small favor." After calming down, he said, "You and I are both warriors, so you might as well speak frankly." Wan Qian nodded and said, "Master, you are really good at predicting things. Then I will tell you the truth. I also want to use your reputation and strength to let our Wan family gain a firm foothold in Jianghai. If this is done, the shares of the Wan family will be divided into a part of the master, and you and I will share the honor and disgrace, no distinction between each other." Hearing this, Huo Jinghua was very moved. Having shares is like having a long-term meal ticket. The cultivation of a warrior is very resource-intensive. He is not short of money, but it cannot be said that he has an inexhaustible supply. Now that he has an extra stable income, why not do it? However, Huo Jinghua did not show his surprise. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and said, "Haha, Master Wan, are you too greedy? Your business in Jiangling is so big, and you still think it is not enough. You want to extend your tentacles to the rivers and seas? Well, to be honest, Jiangling is not so easy to get along with. Recently, a monster appeared in the Ning family. At the age of 25, he entered the realm of martial arts, which made our family breathless. If we don't think of a way, we may only be swallowed up." When this was said, Huo Jinghua was greatly surprised. 25-year-old martial arts master? Too exaggerated, right? You must know that he has practiced diligently for decades and is only at the level of a great martial arts master. When he was 25 years old, he had just entered the realm of martial arts master. Huo Jinghua suddenly understood Wan Qianhe's situation. With a martial arts master level, he could only be abused by others at the martial arts master level. Rather than saying that he extended his tentacles to Jianghai, it would be better to say that he was preparing to transfer assets to Jianghai. Okay, since the Wan family leader is so sincere, then I agree. Huo Jinghua accepted the check. Don't worry, Luo Yan will never last more than 3 moves in my hands. After the matter is done, I will help you gain a foothold in Jianghai City. Wan Qianhe was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Thank you, Master Huo." The two talked in depth for a long time and felt that they had similar interests and goals. In the end, Huo Jinghua joined the Wan family as a partner and fully supported his career. Just as they were chatting, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Soon there was a clang. The door was kicked open, and 3 figures rushed in. "Wan Qianhe, you dare to kill my brother, take your life." A sturdy middle-aged man with red eyes flew up with a loud shout and went straight to Wan Qianhe. Wan Qianhe frowned slightly, and with a flick of his hand, he slammed the sturdy man far away. He hit the wall with a bang, and was stunned. Suddenly, there was a sound of a mechanism, and a large group of people rushed in from outside, all holding guns, and the black muzzles of the guns were pointed at Wan Qianhe. Wan Qianhe was just a martial artist, that is, the bone-forging realm. His body was not strong enough and could not withstand the bullets at all. He froze in place, his face ashen. "What do you mean? When did I kill your brother? Explain clearly." Wan Qianhe said, "I'll kill you." The sturdy man got up from the ground, shook his head, and his face became ferocious again. He picked up a machine gun and was about to shoot. Suddenly, a tall man next to him said, "Old 3, don't be impulsive. Ask clearly before killing." "Ask a bullshit, he killed him. I told you to put down the gun." The tall man shouted, and the third brother gritted his teeth and put down the gun obediently. "Ahem, brothers of the Long family, I think you have some misunderstandings?" At this time, Huo Jinghua spoke. The people who came were the remaining 3 brothers of the Long family. The tall and majestic one was the eldest brother Long Xiang. The fat face always smiling sinisterly was the second brother Long Ben, and the sturdy and rude one was the third brother Long Hu. The 3 were shocked to hear the bad news of Long Bao's death, and immediately set off to Lanting Pavilion to check. From the surveillance in the room, it can be seen that Long Bao was beaten to death by a masked man with bare hands. It must be a warrior. After seeing the bloody words on the ground, they immediately sent people to find Wan Qianhe's address. They came in a rage, determined to get to the bottom of things. The third brother, Long Hu, had the best relationship with the fourth brother, Long Bao, and was the most impulsive. When they came, they kept crying in the car, tears streaming down their faces. When they saw Wan Qianhe, their eyes instantly turned red, and they even threw the eldest brother's warning out of their minds, and tried to kill Wan Qianhe. After Huo Jinghua stepped in to stop them, they calmed down temporarily and sat together to talk things out. Huo Jinghua first confirmed that he had been with Wan Qian, the whole night to discuss important matters. He had no time to go out and kill people. This matter is very easy to verify. There are surveillance cameras inside and outside the villa. After confirming Wan Qianhe's innocence, Huo Jinghua pulled Longshang aside and said, "Wan Qianhe has just entered the realm of martial arts. It is impossible, and he has no ability to avoid all surveillance, climb to the 7th floor quietly and silently, and then kill Long Bao with a gun in his hand. Even if he did it, there is no need to write his name on it. That's not called bravery, it's called stupidity. How could the head of a wealthy family do such a thing? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that it is a frame-up. Long Shang has been in charge of the Long family for more than 20 years, and of course he understands this truth and said, "Before we came, we didn't quite believe that Wan Qianhe was the murderer. We mainly wanted to ask who in Jianghai had a bad relationship with Wan Qianhe recently, so that the other party wanted to kill the fourth brother to frame him. This is very helpful in finding the real murderer." Huo Jinghua thought, Wan Qianhe is new here, and his only enemy is Luo Yan. Could it be that Long Bao was killed by Luo Yan? But it doesn't matter whether he did it or not. Now that I have joined the Wan family, I must consider Wan Qianhe in everything. Killing Luo Yan is just a piece of cake. I should make good use of this opportunity to completely stir up trouble in Jianghai and even eliminate dissidents, so as to create conditions for the Wan family to enter Jianghai smoothly. Thinking of this, Huo Jinghua had already made a plan in his mind. If I guess correctly, the person who killed the fourth master should be sent by the Ding family. Long Shang's eyes condensed. Ding family? Yes, because when Wan Qianhe came to Jianghai, the first person he visited was Ding Yushan. Everyone knows that Ding Yushan is jealous and narrow-minded. He had a conflict with Wan Qianhe in words, and the two almost met in battle. And the person who took action for Ding Yushan must be Tan Hui. The Ding family is the fourth largest family in Jianghai City. The Long family ranks fifth. The two families have frictions from time to time, and it is usually Long Bao who comes forward to deal with these frictions. Therefore, Huo Jinghua cleverly chose the Ding family as the target of blame. And the Tan Hui he mentioned is another great martial artist in Jianghai City. He has always been at odds with Huo Jinghua. The two have fought before and their levels are equal. Tan Hui is a guest of the Ding family. At that time, whether it is the Long family or the Ding family, they will fight to the death because of this vicious plan. If Qin Hui dies because of this, it will be the icing on the cake. Haha, great idea. Huo Jinghua applauded his own intelligence. WAP, /133429831 Von 11 TML. Luo Yan and Lu Xiu barely installed the door and went to sleep. After a while, Luo Yan's door opened and Lu Xiu walked in cautiously. Brother, I don't dare to sleep. How about we sleep together? The little girl had not completely recovered from the shock. She hugged the pillow and looked at Luo Yan pitifully. She was a little embarrassed. After all, she had never made such a request since she was a child. Okay, you come to my bed to sleep. Luo Yan made way. Then what about you? Lu Xiu's face flushed and her voice was smaller than a mosquito. I'll sleep on the floor. Actually, I don't mind sleeping with my brother. We don't share the same quilt. Haha, it doesn't matter. I sleep well, and it doesn't matter where I go. As he spoke, Luo Yan had spread the quilt on the floor and sat on it. Okay, thank you, brother. Lu Xiu walked to the bed and slept in her clothes. The familiar scent of her brother came from the bed, and her heart gradually calmed down. She fell into a deep sleep. After she fell asleep, Luo Yan took out the treasures he had taken from the dragon leopard's safe from his backpack. There were 3 million in cash and an estimated 2 million in gold bars. There were also some exquisite jewelry. Although it was difficult to estimate the value, it was obvious that it was worth a lot. Finally, it was the turn of the black velvet bag. The other things in the safe were exposed, and only the things in the velvet bag were packaged separately. It was almost certain that the things inside were the most valuable. Once it was opened, 10 blue crystals appeared in front of him. They were the size of a cat's eye, cold to the touch, and contained mysterious energy. Host, this is a spirit stone. You can use it to refine and absorb it yourself or upgrade the system. System reminder. Spirit stones contain spiritual energy, which is the most needed and basic cultivation resource for cultivators. As the realm is improved, spiritual energy will first turn into internal force, then into true energy, gangqi, true essence, and so on. When promoted to the qi-nourishing realm, the cultivator's demand for spiritual stones will increase significantly. According to the system, spiritual stones are ranked from 1 to 10, with 1 being the highest and 10 being the lowest. Each grade is divided into 3 levels, low, medium, and high. The one in Luo Yan's hand is a low-grade 10th grade spiritual stone, which is the lowest grade. Luo Yan has never seen a spiritual stone, let alone refined it. Curious, he took one out and placed it in his palm, trying to refine it with the dragon elephant prajna technique. Magically, the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone seemed to have spirituality, and instantly transferred from the spiritual stone to Luo Yan's palm. The luster on it quickly dimmed and turned into a transparent stone like glass. The spiritual energy entered Luo Yan's body, transformed into internal force, and dispersed to various parts of the body by itself, and then stopped. Before the blood-nourishing realm, he could not use his internal force on his own. The body can only passively accept the input of internal force. Even in the blood-nourishing realm, only a small part of the internal force can be used. The real achievement is the qi-nourishing realm. Since the spirit stones are useless now, Luo Yan simply uses the remaining few spirit stones to upgrade the system. After using them up, the system experience becomes 9.1, and each spirit stone provides 1 experience point, which is pitifully small. It will take a long time for this upgrade. As if sensing that Luo Yan was a little depressed, the system comforted him. As long as the host works hard to improve his strength and perseveres, he will be able to upgrade sooner or later. That's right. Luo Yan has only been here for more than a week. As he gets to know this world more deeply, there will be more and more resources. Don't worry, after practicing diligently for several hours, Luo Yan finally reached the middle stage of the bone tempering realm, and his body became stronger. He fell asleep contentedly. Today is the weekend, and Luo Yan and Lu Xiu got up early. They are going to find a new house today. Wutong Lane is too chaotic, with all kinds of people, and their rental house is only one door away from the street. Luo Yan will have more and more things to do in the future, so it is very necessary to find a relatively safe place. The two went to the real estate company to look around, but didn't find a suitable one. At this time, Han Shushu happened to call and wanted to invite Luo Yan to dinner. Luo Yan declined and said he wanted to find a house. Why find a house? Come to our house and live. There are plenty of rooms. Anyway, Xiu and I are good sisters, and my grandfather likes you so much. Han Shushu said. Luo Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How can that be possible? We are always outsiders, it's very inconvenient. Han Shushu thought about it, and it seemed to be the truth. How about this? You wait, I'll call Dad to ask. After a few minutes, Han Shushu called again. It's done. In Guizhiyuan, our Han family is a partner of the real estate developer, and they gave us a few houses at that time. Usually they are rented out, and it just so happens that the tenant of a house has expired and moved out, so you can move in. Guizhiyuan is very famous in Shanghai City, and its security is notoriously strict. There are 2 gates in each of the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north. You must have fingerprints to enter and exit, and strangers are not allowed to enter. There are security guards and complete monitoring facilities. Moreover, each household has 1 elevator, which is extremely private. It is the first choice for many young stars to live in. Of course, with such good configuration, the various fees must be frighteningly high. Lu Xiu whispered in Luo Yan's ear, Brother, this place is good, but it's too expensive. We can't afford it. Looking at her uneasy expression, Luo Yan felt very uncomfortable. This sister has lived too hard for the past 17 years. It's okay, brother has money. After comforting Lu Xiu, Luo Yan said to Han Shushu on the other end of the phone, Okay, let's move in here. When can we move in? Safety of his sister. Everything is worth it. Besides, he is a rich man now. Whatever, today is fine. Do you have a lot of luggage? I'll ask the driver to pick you up. Han Shushu paused for a moment. Don't bother, I'll drive over now. With a click, she hung up the phone. Han Shushu is just like that. She is vigorous and resolute, and she always keeps her word. The brother and sister went home to pack their luggage. After a while, Han Shushu arrived. Seeing that Lu Xiu was still holding a torn quilt in her hand, she rolled her eyes and said, There is everything there. No need to take these. She snatched it and threw it on the ground, then took Lu Xiu away. When they arrived at Guizhiyuan, the property management was already waiting there respectfully. With Han Shushu leading the way, all the procedures were quick and smooth. Soon the check-in was successful. Lu Xiu stood in the clean and bright house, feeling as if she were in another world. Who doesn't want to live a good life? Now that we live in a new house, can we go out for dinner? Han Shushu was also very happy to be able to help Luo Yan and his sister. No need to go out to eat. I saw a vegetable market when I passed by the community just now. I'll cook for you. Luo Yan understood Lu Xiu's thoughts. It's expensive to eat out. He smiled and said, It's okay. I'll treat everyone to a meal as a celebration of our new home. Lu Xiu pulled Luo Yan aside and whispered, Brother, the rent here must be expensive. We have to save money. Han Shushu heard this and laughed. Silly girl, I said it's our Han family's property. How can I have the nerve to charge you? Not only the rent, but also the management fee, gas fee, and other fees, all free. How can I have the nerve to do this? Luo Yan said with a chuckle. But there is one condition. Han Shushu suddenly became serious. You have to teach me Kung Fu. Luo Yan thought about it and agreed. I can teach you, but it will take some time. The main reason is that the system has limited skills for him now, and he has to choose some skills that are suitable for girls to practice and teach them to her. Like the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, the Tendon Bone-Splitting Hand, and the Vajra Finger. These are really not suitable for girls to practice. Moreover, Luo Yan has the system indoctrination and can understand any skill in seconds, but other people don't have this treatment. You have to learn from the basics to the advanced. The higher the grade of martial arts, the harder it is to learn. He also decided to teach not only Han Shushu, but also Lu Xiu. When he is not around, Lu Xiu can at least protect herself. Han Shushu was overjoyed. Just agree. She felt that her efforts during this period were not in vain, and Luo Yan was finally willing to teach her. WAP 134-4298 3151 HTML. The 3 of them found a place to have a big meal, and Han Shushu left happily. The brother and sister returned home, and Luo Yan received a call from Han Shuping. Hello, Mr. Han. Little brother, this is what happened. After I sent out the news about purchasing warriors' items yesterday, I just received a call from a woman. The woman said that she has various spirit stones, weapons, and elixirs for sale, and asked me to meet her in the suburbs. Luo Yan asked curiously, why go to the suburbs? She said she was just passing by and was short of money. She would leave after selling everything. Then please give me her phone number, Mr. Han, so I can talk to her in person. After receiving the call, Luo Yan called. No one answered at first. When he called the 4th number and was about to run out of patience, the call finally got through. Hello. A charming voice came from the other end. It was indeed a woman. I heard that you have spirit stones to sell? Yes. What grade? What's the price? The woman thought for a moment. The grade is not high, maybe below grade 8. Okay, how do we trade? Come to the Nanjiao Mountain God Temple at 12 o'clock tonight. Remember, you can only come alone. Also, I only accept cash, or you can exchange it with real objects. Okay? After hanging up the phone, Luo Yan thought for a moment and had a plan. He went into the room to practice. Soon it was 10 o'clock in the evening, and Luo Yan took a taxi out of the city. When he was close to the Mountain God Temple, he changed to walking. After entering the middle stage of the bone-forging realm, his strength and physical strength increased again. He took the Lingbo light step and walked quickly through the wilderness without blushing or panting. 20 minutes later, the destination was already in sight. This mountain god temple had been abandoned for a long time, but because it was located in a remote area, no one cared about it. Some good men and women would come to burn incense during festivals. After a long time, it was actually designated as a cultural heritage. After a simple repair, it looked like a real thing. There were more people burning incense. But it was late at night and no one would come. Luo Yan looked around for a week and didn't see anything wrong, so he jumped into the mountain temple. It was 12 o'clock in the morning. He looked left and right. It was quiet around, and it didn't look like anyone was coming. After waiting for another 20 minutes, he cursed a few times and prepared to leave. At this moment, he heard two puffs and a man and a woman jumped in from outside. Both of them were wearing black robes. The man was of medium build and the woman was slim. They looked about 40 years old. They all had weapons in their hands and their eyes flashed fiercely. Even a fool could see that they had bad intentions. Junior sister, it turns out that there are really fools in the world. They dare to come to this ghost place in the middle of the night to buy spirit stones. What do you think is going on in his head? The man said in a yin and yang tone. Brother, isn't this just what you want? If there were no such fools, we would be out of money. The woman spoke, and it was the one who talked to Luo Yan on the phone during the day. Luo Yan glanced at the two and said calmly, You took advantage of the warrior's desire for cultivation resources and used women as bait to lower my guard. Then you only accepted cash and physical objects to prevent the transfer from leaving records. You lurked outside for a full 20 minutes and dared to come in only after you were sure that no one was following you. You are so deliberate, needless to say, you must be a repeat offender. Oh, your analysis is quite thorough. The man laughed exaggeratedly a few times. But this is not a detective game. There is no prize for guessing correctly, and we will not let you go. Hand over the money obediently, and we will give you a quick death. Luo Yan did not move, with a mysterious smile on his face. The two were not scared by him. The woman sneered, Don't use psychological tactics, it's useless. Both of us are great perfect martial artists. In the face of absolute strength, any tactical tricks are in vain. Great perfect martial artists are equivalent to great perfect in the bone forging realm, 2 small levels higher than Luo Yan, and there are 2 of them. The situation is one-sided. However, Luo Yan was not panicking. The smile on his face was not a tactic. He was really confident. My body has been tempered by the dragon, elephant, prajna, and snake gallbladder, far beyond the average martial artist. It is no problem for a great martial artist. Thinking of this, he rushed forward and punched the man directly. The speed was so fast and the power was so strong that it seemed to rip the space apart. At the beginning, the man was still calm and thought that he could handle Luo Yan with one punch. It was not until Luo Yan's fist was close that he realized that something was wrong and raised his fist to meet it in a hurry. Bang! The energy was stimulated, and it was like 2 mountains colliding fiercely, making a loud noise. The collision came violently and went away quickly. The man's pupil shrank sharply and he stepped back. Luo Yan did not move at all and continued to chase. Another punch came, and the man's fist seemed to be cracked, and his whole arm was powerless. Junior sister, what are you still standing there for? Come and help! The man screamed in shock. Actually, the woman had already started, but the change just now happened too fast, so she was half a beat late in reaction. Luo Yan's third punch came again, and the man tried to raise his other arm, but his momentum had already dropped. Let go! The woman arrived in time and shouted and held out the long sword from her waist, pointing directly at Luo Yan's vest. Sword was vibrating, making a buzzing sound. If Luo Yan insisted on killing the man, then the long sword would definitely pierce his body. Humph, Luo Yan sneered, slipped his feet, tilted his body 45 degrees, and then turned in the air at an incredible angle, and jumped behind the man with a whoosh. He used the Lingbo Weibu. Not only did he avoid the fatal blow from behind, but the Vajra finger also hit the back of the man's head at the same time. With a pop, the head exploded. Blood plasma burst out and splashed on the woman's face, making her expression look hideous and terrifying. The brother and husband who had been with her for 20 years died in front of her. The woman was distracted for a moment. Her mind was blank. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Yan threw out 2 silver needles and nailed them on her pupils. Ah! A scream came, and the woman under the waning moon had blood in her eyes, and the long sword in her hand was flying wildly. Expression was terrifying, as if she had fallen into madness. Who are you? Why did you harm my husband and me? The woman screamed, and she wanted to complain before she died. Luo Yan threw out 2 needles again. This time the silver needles were big and long. The speed was not so fast, but unfortunately the woman could not see, and the silver needles easily pierced her throat and flew out from the cervical vertebrae. The woman covered her throat and rolled on the ground. The originally charming voice turned into a hoarse and strange cry, and the sound gradually weakened. Luo Yan stood up straight, very satisfied with his performance tonight. It only took 10 seconds to kill 2 masters of the great perfection of the bone-forging realm. It was simply terrifying. This victory is inseparable from his endless tricks. Of course, intelligence and handsomeness also played a certain role. Let's see if there are any good things first. Luo Yan began to search the corpse. He found a cloth bag on the man's body, which contained at least 20 spirit stones. According to the system's identification, it was of the 9th grade intermediate level. He also found a secret book with Xiao Tongquan written on it. According to the system's classification, it was an E-level martial art. Rubbish. The woman also had a lot of things on her. 10 9th grade intermediate spirit stones, a bottle of D-level healing medicine, probably because she had done a lot of bad things and was afraid of death, so the medicine was of a high level, and her D-level long sword. The 2 of them also had a total of 54,321 in cash. Luo Yan was not polite and accepted it all. In addition to the above items, Luo Yan also found a pure black token on the man's body, half the size of a palm, and a strange shape. There was no mark on it, and the material was hard, so I don't know what it was used for. The system couldn't identify it either. Luo Yan took a look and didn't care about it, so he put it away first. WAP 34442298-3151134.html. Just as he was about to deal with the scene, he suddenly heard someone outside the temple door muttering quietly, "You 2 couples are not going to keep this bad boy for yourself after spending so much time on him?" The temple door was pushed open, and a skinny and wretched man walked in. He suddenly noticed the 2 bodies in the temple, and then quickly raised his head and met Luo Yan's eyes. The wretched man ran away. So there is another one. How could Luo Yan let him escape? He chased him. The 2 of them shuttled through the wilderness. The man was very slippery and familiar with the nearby terrain. Luo Yan could not catch up. This man must be in the same group as the 2 people in the temple. He was fast and was responsible for keeping watch. After chasing for a while, Luo Yan raised his hand and sent out the Ice Soul Silver Needle. The man heard the wind behind him and dodged. But this way, the speed dropped a little, and Luo Yan caught up a little. Seeing that this method worked, Luo Yan waved his hand and sent out several more silver needles. The man was forced into a state of embarrassment by him, cursing in his heart. He thought he could not escape, but suddenly turned around, with a dagger in his hand, and stabbed Luo Yan with lightning. Luo Yan was well prepared, took out the long sword he had taken from the woman, and swung the sword to cut. The man was startled and quickly raised the dagger to block. Bang! The weapons collided, making a loud sound. Luo Yan was so strong that the man's arms went numb and his whole body bent down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Yan used Lingbo Microwave to jump behind him, first using the tendon-breaking hand to cripple his hands, and then swept across to break his leg bones, and the man fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't!" The man screamed for mercy, repeating the same sentence over and over again. "Shut up!" Luo Yan frowned, stepped forward, and slapped him in the face. Bang! The man felt pain, half of his face was numb, and then he shut up. Luo Yan took the black token in his hand and asked, "What is this?" "It's the ticket to the Heroes Meeting held every month." "Heroes Meeting? Humph, you are worthy of being called heroes?" Anyway, that's what it's called. What is the Heroes Meeting for? It's where warriors from Zhanghai City get together to exchange their cultivation experiences and sometimes trade items. The Heroes Meeting, the name is loud. "Where is it held?" Luo Yan asked. The man looked up. "I can only tell you if you let me go." Tsk! Luo Yan swung his sword and cut off his shoulder. "You are not qualified to bargain." "Then at least promise not to kill me." The man covered his broken arm and begged bitterly. "Okay. In the western suburbs of Zhanghai City on Wanshu Peak. Date of the Heroes Meeting will be held in 10 days. "Okay." Luo Yan cut off his head with a sword. He only touched a few spirit stones on his body, only the middle level of the 10th grade, which was nothing compared to the couples. "So he's a poor fellow." Luo Yan cursed. After the incident, he dealt with the scene and returned to his home in Quijuan. The guards here were indeed fierce, and there were still people patrolling the community late at night. In the room, Luo Yan left a small part of the spirit stones for future absorption and refining. The rest of the spirit stones, as well as the elixir, weapons, and the Xiaotong boxing manual, were all used to upgrade the system. For many warriors, a martial arts book greatly improves their own strength, but for Luo Yan, he lacks everything except the skills. Moreover, non-system skills still need to be practiced hard, so how can he have the time to practice these low-level skills? Before consuming the boxing manual, he specifically asked the system, since the skills can be upgraded, then the copy can also be used? The skills' secrets are disposable consumables and can only be used for one upgrade. Instead of thinking about how to get the wool all day long, the host might as well work hard to improve the realm. The system gave a serious lesson. Okay, Luo Yan gave up the idea in a huff. In a flash, he thought of another trick to make money. Since the martial arts is so popular, why not print several copies and sell them to martial artists? It will bring in a lot of money. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget it. The origin of this boxing book is unknown. What if those people killed a master and got it? The master is a disciple of a big force, which will cause endless trouble. In the end, Luo Yan only copied one copy and put it in his backpack, and used the other copy to upgrade the system. He planned to get martial arts in the same way in the future. After a fierce operation, the system experience became 100. System level 1-1. Realm, middle bone refining martial arts, dragon elephant prajna gong X, lingbo microstep X, vajra finger S, tai chi boxing B, wall climbing gong B, ice soul silver needle C, muscle breaking and bone distortion hand E, miscellaneous studies, medicine X, weapons, none. Items, Yango's mask, etc. There is still a long way to go before the system upgrade. Continuing to practice dragon elephant prajna gong, Luo Yan was pleasantly surprised to find that there were signs of a breakthrough to the late stage of bone refining. Something big happened in Zhanghai City. The Ding family ranked 4th, and the Long family ranked 5th. Both sides went from testing each other to a full-scale fight. Originally, the Long family was stronger, but the Ding family had a great martial artist Qin Hui sitting in the position. He came to the Long family's lair alone, and almost wiped out the three brothers of the Long family. The three brothers escaped from death and had no choice but to ask Huo Jinghua to take action. Huo Jinghua explained the interests and made connections, allowing the Long family and the Wan family to temporarily unite. With his own help, they instantly overwhelmed the Ding family. He almost injured Qin Hui. Ding Yushan was unwilling to sit there and wait for death. He discussed with Qin Hui overnight and found 5 martial artists through Qin Hui's relationship, ready to kill them all in one battle. Huo Jinghua received the news and asked the Long Wan Alliance to use the same method to find 6 martial artists and be ready. After the Ding family learned about it, they temporarily gave in, but the two families continued to fight. Zhanghai City is full of changes and undercurrents. The major families are fighting overtly and covertly, and there are many people who take advantage of the situation or gloat over other people's misfortunes, all of whom want to benefit from this fight. Luo Yan didn't know about these things. He never thought that teaching Wan Chanei a lesson and destroying Long Bao out of justice would lead to turmoil in the wealthy families of Zhanghai City. On this day, Luo Yan was out of school. On the way home, he saw a familiar car parked on the side of the road. Yuanzi was questioning a group of young people. There were 10 young people, divided into 2 groups, all squatting on the ground. They were wearing red and green, and some of them were injured. Although Yuanzi was there, he kept scolding the young people opposite. Luo Yan thought about it and walked over to say hello. "Hello, Officer Yuan." "Oh, it's Luo Yan." Yuanzi turned around and smiled. His expression couldn't hide his fatigue. Luo Yan pointed at the young men on the ground and said, "What's going on?" Yuanzi said, "It's because Long Bao's death has caused a stir in Zhanghai City. Now the Ding family and the Long family are at loggerheads, and bloodshed happens from time to time. These are their people. Alas, poor civilians." Luo Yan frowned and asked a few more questions, and he could probably imagine how things would develop. At this time, a young man in a flowered shirt whistled and said frivolously, "Officer Yuan, when did you let me go? You don't want to take me home and torture me, do you?" Someone laughed and said, "What are you talking about? Officer Yuan is the most righteous policeman in the world. How could she use violence against us good citizens? I guess she will definitely let us go within a minute." Another group of people shouted, "Sango, tonight on Binjiang Street, we will not only decide who is better, but also decide life and death. Let's decide. Am I afraid of you?" The 2 groups began to clamor again, and even though Yuanzi tried to control it, she still couldn't control it. WAP, 44298/311 TML. "Brother, I think you look familiar." Luo Yan walked to the side of the young man who was torturing a confession and said with a smile. The young man looked at Luo Yan with a squint. "Who are you? I don't know you. Get out of here." He winked and asked Yuanzi, "Officer Yuan, is this your lover?" "No way. You like students? Why don't you consider me? I was also a top student in the 1st grade, haha." The others also laughed loudly. Due to their status, Yuanzi couldn't do anything to them. Luo Yan didn't have such troubles. He quietly walked to the side of the man and pretended to step on his foot accidentally. "Ah!" The man immediately let out a pig-killing howl, and his foot was crushed by Luo Yan. "Oh, Sao Rui, I didn't mean it." Luo Yan kicked and accidentally stepped on another person's foot. That person was also useless. "You did it on purpose." The other accomplices came to their senses, yelled, and all stood up and punched Luo Yan. "Ouch! Don't hit me!" Hid, with his head in his hands, looking terrified, but his body was not in a mess. He stepped on them and hit them with his body. Suddenly, the scene was full of wailing, and all the young people were knocked to the ground by him. At this time, even if Yuanzi believed in him, she realized that he was not an ordinary person. "Luo Yan, you?" Just as he was about to step forward to ask, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was the director calling. "Yuanzi, let those people go." The director's tone was unfriendly. "Director, they are fighting in the street. How can you let them go just like that?" "Let me let you go, Yuanzi. I tell you, Don't make trouble for me anymore. I'm already annoyed enough. The director roared over there. Yuanzi also got angry and sneered. Haha, I heard that the director had dinner with those people from the Long family yesterday and got drunk. Are you bothered by this? The director was speechless by her. Finally he sighed and said helplessly, Yuanzi, you are not in my position. You don't understand a lot of things, and it is difficult for me to explain to you. Anyway, this is an order from the superior. If you don't obey, you can only be transferred to the traffic post. Yuanzi scolded. You don't need to transfer. I quit. After saying this, she hung up the phone with a snap. After deciding to resign, Yuanzi's mind was empty. Her lifelong dream was to be a policewoman who could fight evil and eliminate traitors. But now, her dream was shattered. She felt very sad, and at the same time, she felt that she was stupid and naive. In fact, her family had advised her a long time ago, but she insisted on her own way. If she goes back now, she will definitely be laughed at by those people. Thinking of their faces, a feeling of loneliness and helplessness came over her, and Yuanzi burst into tears. It's okay. Even if you give up this job, you can still realize your dream. Yuanzi shook, her head with tears in her eyes. My dream has been shattered. I said that justice will not disappear. It will come sooner or later, like now. Luo Yan pointed at the young man who was rolling and howling on the ground. Anyway, I have always done this. Luo Yan smiled gently. Looking at the sunny and confident boy in front of her, Yuanzi suddenly felt that his words made sense. She even envied Luo Yan. He could be so free and easy and do whatever he wanted. She had too many constraints. Tell me, did you kill Long Bao? And those people who disappeared without reason, Brother John? Yuanzi stared at Luo Yan and asked, Haha, in what capacity are you asking me? Officer Yuan, or a friend, or a righteous person? A righteous person. It's a pity that we are not friends, Luo Yan said regretfully. Yuanzi was amused by his expression and burst into laughter. Okay, righteous friend, is that all? Thinking of her future, she became depressed again and couldn't laugh. Luo Yan said, Yes, I killed them all. Yuanzi had guessed it long ago and continued to ask, Are you a warrior? Luo Yan was a little curious. You also know about warriors? I know, in fact, my Yuan family is a warrior family in Kyoto. Ah! This time it was Luo Yan's turn to be surprised. Yuanzi continued, It's just that I don't like the overbearing practices of my family, and I have resisted practicing martial arts since I was a child. I also came to Shanghai alone to pursue my ideals. Unfortunately, I failed. She was very depressed. This world still respects strength. My parents are right. When a person's ideals and beliefs collapse, all she thinks of are bad things. Seeing her heartbroken look, Luo Yan didn't feel good either, and stretched out a hand to pat her back and comfort her. But as soon as his hand was raised, he felt that the action was too intimate and retracted it. But Yuanzi didn't feel anything. Instead, she leaned gently into Luo Yan's arms and put her arms around his waist, which made her feel temporarily warm. Luo Yan didn't hesitate to do anything. He patted her back a few times. The two hugged each other on the street, their hearts calm. Thank you. Yuanzi left Luo Yan's arms and seemed to suddenly think of something. Her pretty face was a little shy. I hope to see you again, Luo Yan. After saying this, Yuanzi drove away. There are still 2 days before the appointment with Wan Qian. After school today, Han Chuping suddenly called Luo Yan with an anxious tone. He said that he had something important to ask Luo Yan to come over. Entering the Han family with Han Shushu, I found 2 middle-aged people sitting in the hall. After asking, I learned that these 2 people were the heads of the Yan family and the Liang family, Yan Song and Liang Chuang. The strength of these 2 families is slightly higher than that of the Han family in Shanghai, ranking 7th and 8th behind the 2 heads of the family. There are 4 men with extraordinary momentum. Luo Yan can see at a glance that they are all martial artists. Shanghai City has been in turmoil recently, and the big families are looking for talented people and famous warriors to serve under them, just in case. On the Han family side, Han Chuping and Han Zaishun were both present. Yan Song cupped his hands and said to Han Chuping, Old Han, when we heard that the Wan family was going to bully the weak and attack the Han family, we all became indignant. Everyone knows that Old Han is eager for justice and has a good reputation in Shanghai. Wan Qian doesn't know what's good for him and openly provokes him. How can we sit idly by? Our 3 families have always had a very good relationship. As soon as the head of the Liang family and I heard about it, we rushed here immediately to see if there was anything we could do to help. Alas, Liang Chuang on the side sighed for a long time and said worriedly, However, now that the Wan family has joined forces with the Long family in Huojinghua, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with it with the strength of our 3 families. Yan Song said righteously, We have to deal with it even if it's difficult to deal with it. But we have to consider the method carefully. After the 2 finished speaking, Han Zaishun hurriedly asked, Can you tell me what good plans you 2 have? Yan Liang and the others thought about it, and finally Yan Song said, The Long family has Huojinghua, a great martial artist, in charge, and his strength is terrifying. If we want to resolve the crisis, we must ask more warriors for help. Han Zaishun nodded. Yes, what you 2 said is very true. Lang Chuang suddenly came over and whispered in his ear, It is inevitable to spend money to hire a martial artist. Like the 4 behind us, they are martial artists of the Martial Arts Alliance, with amazing strength, but we spent a lot of money to hire them. Han Zhaixun glanced at the four martial artists who were holding their heads high, looking arrogant. Liang Chuang said again, "The Martial Arts Alliance, its reputation alone can crush many people. The Wan family must have thought carefully before daring to take action." Han Zhaixun retracted his gaze and asked, "How much did it cost?" 10 million. Liang Chuang said, "It's the price of a martial artist." His Han Zhaixun took a breath. WAP 134-34298-315116.html. 10 million to hire a martial artist. The Han family is not unable to hire one. But to defeat the Wan family, at least one great martial artist and several martial artists must be deployed. This is a huge sum of money, enough to bring down the Han family. The Han family ranks 10th in Shanghai City. Although they are very rich, they are not inexhaustible. Even if they are allowed to drive the Wan family away, it will be a miserable victory. By then, the family assets will be emptied, and it is likely to be swallowed up by other families. For example, the Yan family and the Liang family in front of them have bad intentions at first glance. Han Zhaixun is not stupid. Yan Song and Liang Chuang have been singing a double act. They just want to take advantage of the Han family's misfortune. There is even a situation that they have reached an agreement with the warriors behind them to divide the extorted money equally. "Dad, look at this." Han Zhaixun looked at Han Chuping with difficulty. Han Zhaixun has been worried about his daughter's affairs these days. His face is haggard and his eye bags are bigger than light bulbs. Han Chuping was already ill and his condition was not much better. He did not reply, but cast his eyes on Luo Yan, who had just come in. "Little brother, what do you think?" he asked. Following Han Chuping's gaze, everyone noticed the boy standing in the corner, and then a question arose in their hearts. Han Chuping actually asked a high school student about such a big thing? Luo Yan sighed, walked out of the corner, and said, "I think it's better to give the money to me instead of investing it in them. I charge very cheaply. 10 million is enough to wipe out the Yan family and the Liang family." As soon as these words came out, Yan Song and Liang Chuang's faces changed drastically. The four warriors behind them were also furious. This sentence also offended them. Yan Song was the first to attack. "What a crazy tone, little bastard. Do you know who I am? Dare you say this in front of me?" He turned his head to look at the Han father and son, his face livid. "You too, we came here with good intentions to help, just thinking of our many years of friendship, and want to help your Han family. Now you find such a little brat to humiliate us. What on earth do you mean?" Liang Chuang slapped the table and said angrily, "No wonder the Wan family wants to destroy the Han family. Your whole family is a fool, and you don't know how to raise your head. It's not a pity to die. You should be destroyed. You should be destroyed." Before coming, the two had already discussed that if the Han family agreed to the request to hire a warrior, they would raise the price and use it to empty the Han family. If they don't agree, then they will tear their faces and rob directly. Anyway, now the whole Shanghai people regard the Han family as fat meat, and they will strike first. As Yan Liang and the others got angry, the four martial artists behind them stood up. One of the men, a ferocious-looking flat-headed brother, said, "Little friend, I give you 5 seconds to get out of here, or else." Before he could finish his words, Luo Yan leaped up to the man and glared at him. "What else? Are you going to cripple me like this?" He stretched out his first 3 fingers like lightning, hooked them on the man's collarbone, and then grabbed them with force. With a click, man's collarbone was broken. The flat-headed brother screamed "ah," and his whole body fell down, kneeling on the ground. His face was scary, just like a dead person. "Let go." The flat-headed brother begged for mercy. Luo Yan stretched out his foot and kicked him unconscious. The other 3 looked at each other, wondering why Luo Yan, who was also a martial artist, had such strength. It could be said that he was crushed. 8 trigram sword formation. The 3 jumped up together, trapping Luo Yan in the middle of a triangle. Then there were 3 clang 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 sounds, and the long sword was untied from the waist, the tip of the sword facing Luo Yan, trembling slightly. Luo Yan took a look at their swords, which looked exactly the same and were made with extraordinary craftsmanship. They seemed to be at least D-level, which was a great upgrade material. Then the 3 began to move, and each of their steps had a direction. It looked very mysterious, and if you looked at it for a long time, you would feel dizzy and confused, and there was a lot of mystery. If you are familiar with Bagua, you can see that it was the footwork that evolved from Bagua. The footsteps at the scene were like people's heartbeats, getting faster and faster. And their swords were also activated, one sword after another, like a dense net, completely covering Luo Yan's figure. The footwork combined with the swordsmanship, the power increased exponentially. Bagua? Luo Yan inside did not move and looked at the footsteps of the 3 people with a dull expression. To outsiders, he was undoubtedly scared silly. "Dad, do you think Brother Luo, can he win?" Han Zhaixun said worriedly. Han Chuping was also unsure. That day, Luo Yan defeated Wan Qianhe and the martial artist just now, and they were all easy. But the sword net formation in front of him was obviously extraordinary, obviously different from the previous 2 times. "If we can't win, it's not too late to regret now." Han Zhaixun said, "We agreed to Yan Song and Liang Chuang's request. Dad, Luo Yan will definitely win." Han Shushu had confidence in Luo Yan, and her tone was quite firm. "You are a girl, what do you know?" Han Zhaixun scolded. "This battle is related to the fate of my Han family. Even if we win, we will be at odds with the Martial Arts Alliance, and the consequences will be disastrous. Humph, the Martial Arts Alliance is nothing. Luo Yan can destroy them with just a flick of his finger. Han Shushu pouted and spit out foul language, completely disregarding the image of a lady from a noble family. You? Han Zaishun was completely speechless and didn't bother to pay attention to her. He raised his voice and said to Luo Yan, Luo? Just after saying a word, Luo Yan showed a mysterious confidence on his face and suddenly moved. With a whoosh, he jumped to a place where no one was and punched the air. Everyone was stunned. There was no one there. What was he fighting for? Yan Song laughed out loud. This idiot, he has been watching for so long, but it turned out to be nothing. Haha, I am dying of laughter. Liang Chuang also laughed. The three Hans looked worried. But at this moment, there was a bang, and one of the martial artists somehow bumped into Luo Yan's fist, and immediately his nose bleeds. Luo Yan laughed and jumped to an empty space and punched the air. Sure enough, the other person bumped into his fist like a blind fly, and his body fell backwards, losing his fighting power. The remaining person hurriedly stopped, his face full of confusion. The master's most proud sword formation was actually broken by someone? And it was broken by a high school martial artist? This is unreasonable. How could he have expected that Lingbo Weibu was also evolved from the Bagua formation, and it was more complicated and profound? Xiaoyaozi, the founder of the Xiaoyao sect, was a scholar and a top existence in martial arts. The skills he left behind were all SS level or above, and his research on Bagua had reached an unprecedented level. How could he be compared to the masters of these people? In other words, in Luo Yan's eyes, Bagua sword formation was as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The 2 punches he just threw were the routes they would take next, which was equivalent to them actively extending their faces to him for a punch. WAP 134-14298/31511 TML. It is true that heroes emerge from youth. It turns out that Zhang Hai has such a powerful figure. Today I have seen it. The martial artist in green shirt finally said with an ugly face, the mountains remain unchanged and the water flows forever. See you later. After that, he was about to leave. 3 masters, wait a minute. Yan Song and Liang Chuang chased out. Liang Chuang said anxiously, then our business. The man said, there are masters here, and it would be a joke if we reluctantly stay. We can't take care of your business. Ah, this? Just say you can't take care of it? They spent a lot of money to invite them. However, Yan Song and Liang Chuang didn't dare to say more. The Martial Arts Alliance was not something they could afford to offend, so they had to swallow their losses. Seeing that several people were really going to leave, Luo Yan was unwilling and stretched out his hand to stop them. Wait. The man in green turned around and frowned. What's the matter? Give me your swords. Haha, you dare to take our swords? The man in green laughed angrily. Luo Yan clenched his fists. Why, can't I afford it? Our master is the famous Wuzong Sanjian. This sword was passed down to us by him personally. Are you sure you dare to take it? The man in green said proudly. A martial master or above is a martial master, compared to a master in the Yangqi realm. He was 2 realms higher than Luo Yan. In the man's opinion, this name was enough to scare Luo Yan. Although Luo Yan didn't know Qian Sanjian, he was well known in the entire Jiangnan area. His swordsmanship was divine, and the meaning of the 3 swords was that no matter how powerful a warrior was, he would not be able to escape the 3 swords, and he would be killed if he attacked. The reason why Yan Song and Liang Chuang asked Qian Sanjian's disciples to take action was partly because of Qian Sanjian's reputation. The level of the disciples he taught was average, and his level seemed to be average too. Luo Yan was not panicked at all. So, I still want your swords. The 3 looked at each other and knew that they couldn't beat Luo Yan. The man in the green shirt snorted coldly. I'll temporarily hold you here, but don't be happy. You can clean your neck and wait for death. He left the long sword very spinelessly, and the 3 helped the flat-headed brother up and walked out of the Han family. Yan Song and Liang Chuang were left standing there awkwardly, neither advancing nor retreating. Ahem. Yan Song coughed twice. It turns out that we misunderstood. The Han family doesn't need help at all. Mr. Han, I'm sorry for disturbing you today. Goodbye. Before Han Chuping could speak, Han Shushu jumped out and said with her hands on her hips, It's easy for you to leave. Didn't you just say that we should be destroyed? I'm in a very unpleasant mood now, and a little manic. You must compensate me for my mental loss. Luo Yan looked at Han Shushu with interest. This unruly girl is really good at seizing opportunities. Yan Song glanced at Luo Yan and said to Han Shushu, Haha, Miss Han is joking. Who is joking with you? Each of us writes a check for 50 million, one for the Han family and one for my friend. Otherwise, not only I am unpleasant, but my friend is also unpleasant. Yan Song and Liang Chuang glanced at Luo Yan, who smiled unpleasantly. The 2 had no choice but to give the money, reluctantly. After they left, Han Shushu's company asked the finance department to transfer 50 million to Luo Yan. When he received the information about the arrival of the money, Luo Yan instantly felt that he was a rich man. However, he did not show too much excitement. After all, for a cultivator, money is just the beginning. The key is to turn it into cultivation resources. Luo Yan showed off his skills just now, and the Han family was completely relieved. Even those big families who coveted the Han family gave up the idea of killing him after hearing the news from Yan Song and Liang Chuang. Time passed quickly. Finally, it was the day agreed with Wan Qianhe. The location was set in a park in the suburbs of Zhanghai City. At this time, the park had been cleared, and there were no tourists. The big families entered one after another. As allies of Wan Qianhe, the three brothers of the Long family, Huo Jinghua, and 6 martial artists were all present. In order to increase momentum, all the men of the Long family came. They occupied a large lawn in a black mass. They were originally rough people, shouting, and their momentum was impressive. The Han family was much more lonely and cold, with only Han Ping, Han Zhaixun, and Han Shushu present. They were originally doing legitimate business. It was impossible for them to bring in security guards and company employees to make up the numbers, right? Han Qinghuai did not attend. Han Shuping always believed that his side was not 100% sure. In case of any accidents, he would have to leave a descendant for the Han family. Originally, he did not agree to Han Shushu's coming, but Han Shushu said that if she was not there, Luo Yan's morale might be very low. After all, the relationship between the two has developed to the level of good friends. Luo Yan's low morale will affect his performance. Han Shuping had to agree. The young man standing next to Han Shushu in a concave shape is naturally the Han family's biggest support, Luo Yan. In addition to these two groups of people, there was also a large group of people standing at the other end of the lawn. The middle-aged man in the lead was dressed in silk and satin clothes, elegant and luxurious. He was Ding Yushan, the head of the Ding family. Behind Ding Yushan stood a group of warriors, including the great martial artist Qin Hui. In addition to Ding Yushan, who ranked 4th, the top 3 Jiang, He, and Jing families in Zhanghai City also sent family representatives to attend. They not only came to watch the fun, but also participated in this dispute as witnesses. The engagement between Han Shushu and Wan Fei was absolutely true. Even if Wan Fei was a waste, Han Shushu was indeed in the wrong first. Therefore, the two sides agreed to completely resolve this conflict through this duel. If anyone did not comply, all the families present had the right to attack him. The major forces in the field were scheming against each other, and they wanted to kill each other. But on the surface, except for the few families that were openly hostile, they were all smiling and harmonious. Master Ding, what do you think of this competition? At this time, Jing Taicheng, the eldest son of the Jing family who ranked 3rd, walked to Ding Yushan and asked with a smile. Next to Jing Taicheng, there was an old man in a black robe whom Ding Yushan had never seen before. Qin Huai had noticed the old man before and reminded Ding Yushan that the old man was not simple. He was a warrior and his cultivation was not inferior to his. This proved that the old man was at least at the level of a great martial artist, or even higher. It's nephew Jing. Ding Yushan glanced at Jing Taicheng and the old man beside him, and said politely, on the surface, Wan Qianhe has the advantage, but I heard that the young man defeated 3 martial artists from the Martial Arts Alliance by himself. Although he is a martial artist, he is also a disciple of Qian Sanjian, so in my opinion, even if Wan Qianhe has Huo Jinghua to support him, it will be difficult for him to win. Jing Taicheng glanced at Luo Yan from a distance, smiled slightly, and did not comment. Ding Yushan asked, what do you mean, nephew? Master Ding thinks that young man will win, but I think he will lose. How about we make a bet? How do we bet? If I win, can you give the bid for the land in South City to my Jing family? Ding Yushan's face changed slightly. He had coveted that piece of land for a long time. It was a real lucrative position. For that piece of land, he almost went to all the relevant departments and gave all the gifts. If he gave up the bid at this time, his loss would be great. He said that Luo Yan would win only because of the dispute with the Long family, and he did not really think that Luo Yan would beat Huo Jinghua. But he did not expect to be exposed by Jing Taicheng. Of course, he didn't dare to make this bet and laughed dryly twice. Haha, nephew, you are joking. You and I are both outsiders, so let's just watch the show. What's the bet? Oh, it seems that the head of the Ding family still believes that Huo Jinghua will win in his heart. I like to argue with people the most. How about this? Let's switch it around. I bet on the boy to win, you bet on Huo Jinghua to win, and the bet is still that piece of land. How about it? Looking at Jing Taicheng's half-smile expression, Ding Yushan also got angry. Are you trying to fool me, nephew? What if I agree to it and you lose? I will give you another piece of land in my South City, which happens to be connected to the piece of land you like. How about this? Oh, Ding Yushan's eyes lit up. This temptation is too great. If the 2 pieces of land are connected, the value of the 2 pieces of land will soar greatly, which is a huge profit. Are you serious? Ding Yushan asked. I, Jing Cheng, never joke. Okay, I bet, Ding Yushan agreed. Jing Taicheng smiled. It's a deal. It's a deal. WAP 34 134 298 315 1318.html. Jing Taicheng and the old man in black robe left the crowd and came to the shade of a tree where no one was. Jing Taicheng said, Master, are you so confident in this young man? The old man looked into the distance and sighed. More than 10 years ago, I fought with Qian Sanjian. At that time, we were both great martial artists and both had reached great perfection. Our realms were obviously the same, but I was suppressed by him. I didn't lose in realm, but in martial arts. Qian Sanjian is very talented in swordsmanship. He can even challenge opponents of higher levels with his swordsmanship. And as his apprentice, he naturally wouldn't be much worse. The combined strength of the 3 of them, and the use of Qian Sanjian's sword formation couldn't defeat this young man, so how could Huo Jinghua beat him? Jing Taicheng glanced at Luo Yan again. Master, can you guess where this person came from? If he can be used by me, then the strength of my Jing family will surely soon surpass the He family and become the second in Jianghai City. He didn't mention the Jiang family, because the Jiang family was the dominant force in Jianghai City, and no one could shake it. The old man shook his head. I checked. This young man is called Luo Yan. He is of ordinary origin and has no background at all, but he rose so fast. He must have been helped by masters. It is very likely from the sects on the mountain. Jing Taicheng narrowed his eyes. Sect? Well, it's not impossible. Sects value qualifications the most when recruiting disciples. And Luo Yan is a piece of unpolished jade. Maybe he is an outer disciple of the sect. It may be a bit difficult for you to recruit him. It's not only because of the sect, but most importantly because of Qian Sanjian. I heard that he has set out to Jianghai to deal with Luo Yan. Let's see if he survives. Qian Sanjian comes in person? There is a huge gap between their generations. Qian Sanjian won't really embarrass a junior, right? That would make people laugh. Humph. Qian Sanjian is the most shameless. He doesn't care about being laughed at. This? Jing Taicheng was speechless for a moment and murmured, if that's the case, I can only hope that Luo Yan can get through the difficulties smoothly. On the Han family side, Han Quping suddenly received a call from Gusan. Xiao Chu, why didn't you inform me when such a big thing happened to the Han family? Gusan complained. It's too late to inform you. In fact, Han Quping thought, what's the point of informing you? He can't help. Gusan complained a few words, probably because Han Quping didn't treat him as a brother. Finally, he ordered, the Han family is in a big trouble this time. If you really can't handle it, you must ask the old leader for help. Don't be stubborn, understand? Hearing the word old leader, Han Quping's expression suddenly became serious. The old leader is busy. How dare I disturb him casually? Then you worry too much. Some time ago, my water heater at home broke down and I called him. The next day, someone was arranged to replace it with a new one. Gusan said proudly. Han Quping was ashamed. You are really something. You dare to bother the old leader for such a thing. How thick-skinned you must be. But thinking of the old leader as a backer, he finally felt relieved. After hanging up the phone, he called Luo Yan to his side. Brother Luo, are you sure about this battle? Yes, Luo Yan answered concisely. Han Quping felt uneasy and reminded him, but Huo Jinghua is a great martial artist. So what? Luo Yan looked down. After 2 days of hard training, his realm finally entered the great perfection from the late stage of the Hao, bone-tempering realm, and he was only one step away from the blood-nourishing realm. He was only one great realm away from Huo Jinghua. Realm and strength are two different things. After being tempered by the X-level martial arts Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra for several days, his body has become strong to a certain extent. He should be invincible in the same realm. I believe it is enough to blow up the great martial artist. Luo Yan, in addition to teaching Huo Jinghua and Wan a lesson, you must also teach the father and son of the Wan family a lesson. They are so abominable that they made me, a beautiful young lady, marry a loser. By the way, the brothers of the Long family have done all kinds of evil in Jianghai, and they cannot be let off either. And An, Han Shu counted angrily. Luo Yan neither agreed nor refused, and his attitude was always very confident. Han Quping swallowed his saliva again. Is everyone here? At this time, Wan Chani walked out from the opposite side and clasped his fists to everyone, saying, everyone should know the origin of today's dispute, so I won't go into details. We will solve the problem by force this time. In order to save time, I have come up with a solution. Both sides send out the same number of people, and we only have one fight. I wonder if old Han has any objection? As soon as this was said, everyone was in an uproar. This statement sounded high-sounding, but in fact it was just a case of the majority bullying the minority. The Han family only had Luo Yan as a fighting force, and the remaining few were either old people, women, or businessmen. Going on the field would only bring humiliation upon themselves. If he agreed, Luo Yan would be beaten up by a crowd. Han Quping was not so stupid, and angrily said, I don't agree. Wan Chane had expected this result, and waved his hand generously, saying with a smile, since Mr. Han thinks that the overall strength is not as good as mine, then I will give in. Each side will select 5 people, and the winner will be determined by the method of 3 wins out of 5. How about this? He added, each person will fight 1 match, and the fight will end when it is over. No repeating is allowed. Han Quping was upset. There were exactly 5 people on his side, including the driver, but 4 of them were not strong enough to fight. What was the difference with the first method? It was clearly a case of the majority bullying the minority. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly heard Luo Yan say, don't bother, tell him that I will fight 1 against 5, and the winner will be determined in 1 match. Ah, this! Han Quping took a breath and looked at Luo Yan with the eyes of a monster. In fact, in his mind, the most ideal way to fight was for Luo Yan to fight Huo Jinghua alone, and the winner would be determined in 1 match. The other party might not agree to this way of fighting. Even if he agreed, he might not win. Now Luo Yan is even more exaggerated and wants to fight 5 people alone. Where does he get such great confidence? Han Quping suddenly felt that he was careless. Maybe he should really listen to the advice of Yan Song and Liang Chuang and recruit more warriors to help. At least he doesn't have to be like this now, being clamped tightly by others. Little brother, don't be impulsive. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. Han Zhaixun persuaded nervously beside him. He had the same idea as his father. I agree. At this time, Han Shushu suddenly came out. I believe Luo Yan has this ability. I am also willing to put my lifelong happiness in his hands. She turned her head and looked at Luo Yan with a firm look. Luo Yan, why does it sound a bit awkward? What does lifelong happiness is in my hands mean? Shushu, don't make trouble, get down! Han Zhaixun shouted loudly. This daughter is getting more and more willful, and she is simply playing with her own happiness. Han Shushu ignored her father and bravely took a few steps forward, saying, Wan Qianhe, listen, we will send one person and you will send 5 people. The winner will be decided in 1 round. Do you dare? Shushu, you— Oh! Han Zhaixun's scalp was numb and he stamped his feet in anger. Haha, since you are so confident, then we agree. Wan Qianhe didn't expect them to have such a request and agreed without hesitation. The most excited person in the field was Wan Fei. He jumped up from where he was and shouted at Han Shushu. Shushu, it turns out that everyone has misunderstood. In fact, you really want to marry me. He took out a bouquet of roses from somewhere and said, After the fight, I will propose to you immediately. We will enter the bridal chamber tonight. The men of the Long family laughed so hard that they staggered all over the place and shouted, Enter the bridal chamber, enter the bridal chamber. Han Shushu was not afraid at all. Do you dare to enter the bridal chamber? Aren't you afraid that I will kick you to pieces? This caused another round of laughter. Wan Fei was a little uneasy. This girl is a bit fierce. We really need to be on guard. Wap. The one with 3421455851 watch Team L. Luo Yan walked out of Han's house alone and entered the center of the lawn. He hooked his finger at Huo Jinghua and made a provocative gesture. Then he pointed at Wan Qianhe and others. Huo Jinghua's eyes condensed and his anger soared. Good boy, you are quite arrogant. Since you are in a hurry to die, I will fulfill your wish. Wan Qianhe and the other 3 martial artists couldn't stand it and followed him out. Before leaving, Wan Qianhe glanced at Long Xiang. The other party nodded slightly, as if he had some conspiracy. 5 against 1, or 5 adults against a high school student, it looks like bullying. The 2 sides were on the verge of a fight. Everyone knew that today's duel was either you die or I live. There were no rules at all. Even begging for mercy was useless, so the audience was very excited and looking forward to it. Although Han Shushu had full confidence in Luo Yan, she also secretly swore that if Luo Yan was killed, she would commit suicide on the spot, which was better than letting Wan Fei the Beast get away with it. You 3 go first, Wan Qianhe said to the 3 warriors. Okay. The 3 warriors stepped forward and surrounded Luo Yan in the middle. One of them used a spear, one used a sword, and the other used bare hands. These were the helpers that Huo Jinghua had found, all of whom were at the martial arts master level. Boy, prepare to die! The man with the spear shouted fiercely, shaking the spear shaft, and the spear head vibrated. He picked out 3 spear flowers and stabbed them straight at Luo Yan. At the same time, the other 2 also moved. The sword shadows flickered and the fist wind exploded, attacking Luo Yan's back in 2 directions respectively. Luo Yan was immediately attacked from the front and back. Haha, too slow! Luo Yan used the Lingbo microsteps, and his body quickly became a ball of light and shadow, and he dodged the spearhead in front of him with a flash. With his head to the side, he touched the spear with one hand and pulled it back. The spear-wielding martial artist felt a strong force coming from the front, which he had no way to resist. With a whoosh, the spear flew out of his hand. Ouch, be careful! The martial artist screamed to remind the 2 companions in front. The spear was controlled by Luo Yan, who swept the 2 people behind him away, then attacked with his fist and punched the spear-wielding martial artist. In desperation, the martial artist could only raise his fist to meet the blow. Crack! There was a sound of broken bones, and the martial artist's hand fell limp, and half of his body could not use any strength. The pain of the arm injury made him grimace and temporarily withdraw from the battle circle. Rubbish! Luo Yan threw the spear on the ground and sneered. He injured an opponent with 1 move, and his momentum was like a rainbow. Huo Jinghua frowned slightly. Master Wan, Luo Yan's strength should not be underestimated. You should also come up. Wan Qianhe is a martial artist with great perfection, only 1 step away from being a great martial artist. His strength is higher than the 3 hired martial artists. These days, he talked about the way of cultivation with Huo Jinghua, and suddenly he had a clear idea, and there was a sign of breaking through to the level of great martial artist. 5 days ago, he had a fight with Luo Yan at the Han family. At that time, he didn't know what secret method Luo Yan used to make him unable to exert force, and he was also robbed of a bottle of healing medicine. After returning home and thinking about it carefully, Luo Yan should have used a method of using force to fight force, which was all clever strength. This also reflects from the side that Luo Yan is not that powerful at all. Otherwise, he could have defeated himself openly that day, so why let him go? Thinking of this, Wan Qianhe was full of confidence again. Don't panic, he is the best at clever strength, just attack quickly. Wan Qianhe jumped into the field and slapped Luo Yan with both hands. The palm method was stern and measured, and the palm power was condensed and extraordinary. Inspired by Wan Qianhe, the two martial artists behind him regrouped and attacked Luo Yan again. Even the martial artist with a gun raised one arm and smashed Luo Yan's head. Luo Yan, who was surrounded, faced the enemies from all directions. He sneered and slapped out a palm without dodging. The onlookers exclaimed, "Huh?" and showed a look of regret on their faces. After all, two fists can't beat four hands. The three members of the Han family were even more anxious. One palm could only hurt one person at most, and the attacks of the remaining three people would all fall on him. He must be injured. Amid the exclamations of the crowd, Luo Yan's palm shook slightly in the middle, and suddenly, one palm turned into two palms turned into four palms, and four palms turned into 8 palms, attacking the 4 enemies around. Each person was given 2 palms. This is the A-level Shaolin palm technique sent by the system, the Thousand Hands Tathagata palm. Master Zhong Zheng, in laughing proudly, used it to deal with Ren Wuxing. The palm technique is fierce, and the most amazing thing is that the palm technique can keep doubling. If there is time, 8 palms will become 16 palms, and then 32 palms, endlessly. But no one knows that the palm technique looks scary, but in fact only one of them is a real palm, and the others are virtual. Wan Qianhe and the others' faces turned pale, obviously frightened. Judging from the brief exchange with the spear-wielding martial artist just now, Luo Yan was very strong. If he hit them twice with his palms, they would definitely be injured. Especially the 3 weaker martial artists, they might be seriously injured or even die on the spot. So the 4 of them retreated almost at the same time to avoid Luo Yan's sharp edge. "It's you!" Luo Yan locked his palm power on the martial artist with the spear and slapped him hard. The man was already injured, and his escape speed was a bit slow. He was hit in the chest by Luo Yan's palm, and his sternum was immediately broken and stuck in his lungs. He vomited a lot of blood and died. Luo Yan was relentless and caught up with the sword-wielding martial artist. He directly smashed his head with the Vajra finger. This happened suddenly. Luo Yan killed 2 people with 1 move, and there were exclamations at the scene. "I won't fight anymore! I won't fight anymore! I admit defeat." The one who used his fists was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, but was killed by Luo Yan with 1 punch. It took less than 5 seconds to get rid of the 3 people in an instant. The audience looked at each other in shock. It was simply a crushing defeat. The fighting power displayed by Luo Yan greatly surprised them. Some people didn't believe that he could defeat Qian Sanjian's apprentice before, but now they all believe it. This boy's strength is so terrifying. Ding Yushan was concerned about the bet and kept an eye on the battle situation. Seeing Luo Yan so powerful, he couldn't help but take a breath. The head of the family doesn't need to worry. Huo Jinghua hasn't made a move yet. And Wan Qianhe, I can see that he is a martial arts master with great perfection, and his strength is also very strong. Qin Hui's eyes flashed, and he scanned back and forth between the few people, trying to figure out the battle situation. He was right. What Luo Yan will face next will be the joint attack of the great martial arts master Huo Jinghua and Wan Qianhe. This is a tough battle. The few who died just now can only be regarded as appetizers. This is the main event. Master Wan, please step back for now. Huo Jinghua was very calm. The death of the first 3 people did not have too much negative impact on him. He walked up slowly and took a long sword from his waist. With the long sword in hand, his momentum suddenly changed, giving people a feeling of deep and majestic. The crowd was in a commotion. Especially Qin Hui. His face changed slightly, and he said, "To deal with a high school student, Huo Jinghua actually used a sword?" Ding Yushan asked curiously, "Huo Jinghua's swordsmanship is very powerful?" "Yes, if Huo Jinghua doesn't use a sword, I can fight him to a draw. If he uses a sword, I can only defend with all my strength. Moreover, Huo Jinghua's sword is not an ordinary long sword. He found a good craftsman to make it in his early years, and it can cut iron like mud. Only a martial arts master with a body as hard as iron dares to use his flesh palm to attack it." This? Ding Yushan was speechless for a moment. On the one hand, he felt that Huo Jinghua holding a sword could beat Luo Yan, and it seemed that he could win the bet with Jing Taicheng. On the other hand, his biggest reliance, Qin Hui, was no match for Huo Jinghua, so it seemed that he would have to add some warriors after returning. Amid the discussions of the audience, Wan Qianhe withdrew from the battle circle and gave his position to Huo Jinghua. 134, 3022/315132 TML. "Boy, you!" Huo Jing was about to make an opening statement, but Luo Yan stopped him with his hand. "Hey, stop! No need to say anything. Just do it. Anyway, it's all the same nonsense." Being interrupted by such a young boy in public, Huo Jinghua became even more angry and snorted coldly. "Since you are eager to die, then I will fulfill your wish." The long sword pointed forward. The sword shadow was sharp, and the murderous aura was filled, as if the temperature was dropping sharply. Luo Yan looked at his sword, his eyes glowing. The sword used by the great martial artist should be good. It is a good upgrade material. "Come on," he shouted, and this time he chose to attack actively. With a wave of his hand, several silver needles shot out, hitting the vital points of Huo Jinghua. While throwing the silver needles, he rushed forward, ready to attack at close range. A trifle. Huo Jinghua showed disdain, shook his wrist, and the long sword flew, knocking down the silver needles one by one, making a ding-ding-ding sound. Luo Yan was moving forward, and he also moved forward. Seeing that the two were about to touch, Luo Yan slipped his feet, walked with a light step, and jumped to Huo Jinghua's side in an instant. At such a close distance, it was not easy to launch the Ice Soul Silver Needle, so Luo Yan used the Vajra Finger instead. He directly hit Huo Jinghua's ribs. Facing the aggressive Luo Yan, Huo Jinghua was also surprised. How could he be so fast? It was too late to dodge, so the tip of the sword stabbed back to defend, and the speed was also as fast as lightning. Luo Yan felt the chill coming from above and knew that he would get any benefit, so he changed his position. Unfortunately, no matter how he changed, Huo Jinghua's sword tip could always point to his fist. After the realm went up, the strength, speed, and reaction all increased. After all, Huo Jinghua was a realm higher than him, and he was definitely not as easy to deal with as the three people just now. The only thing that made Huo Jinghua speechless was that Luo Yan's attack direction was very tricky. His footwork was completely incomprehensible, and often Luo Yan had changed his position before the sword moves were formed, so he could only passively defend for the time being. In an instant, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves, which dazzled the others. Wan Qianhe was the closest, and saw the most real thing, and was shocked. If it were me, I would have died long ago. Relying on the magic of Lingbo Weibu, Luo Yan could ensure his invincibility, but it was also difficult for him to win. It's a pity that the system didn't give me magic weapons and swordsmanship. It's hard to win if I keep fighting like this. I have to think of other ways. With a glance, he saw Wan Qianhe, who was not far away, with a nervous expression and stretched his neck to watch. His mind raced, and then he was delighted. It's you. Ho ho ho. He sent out a 1,000-handed Buddha palm. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. In an instant, 8 palms were already separated. Huo Jinghua had seen it once from a distance just now, so he didn't dare to be careless and quickly jumped away to avoid the sharp edge. Luo Yan found a gap, kicked his feet, and shot towards Wan Qianhe like a meteor. Wow! Some people who reacted quickly had already seen through Luo Yan's tactics. This is to hold Wan Qianhe hostage. Wan Qianhe was one of the people who reacted quickly. He had already started running backwards. Unfortunately, his speed was too slow. Luo Yan had already approached him with 2 jumps. It's too late. Wan Qianhe was helpless and had to raise his palms to barely meet the enemy. Luo Yan was very angry with Huo Jinghua, and he just took it out on Wan Qianhe. Boom! The powerful Vajra finger was released, and it was like thunder and lightning, directly crippling one of Wan Qianhe's arms. Then he slapped Wan Qianhe on the back, and blood spurted out of Wan Qianhe's mouth, and his body flew uncontrollably towards Huo Jinghua, who was chasing him. Master Wan! Huo Jinghua stretched out his hand to catch it, and suddenly heard someone behind Wan Qianhe sneer. You can't escape now, right? Luo Yan flashed out from behind Wan Qianhe and slapped out the 1,000 hands Tathagata palm with his left hand. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. In a hurry, Huo Jinghua didn't have time to count how many palms he had. He gritted his teeth and ignored the palm shadow. He stabbed Luo Yan's chest with the long sword, ready to hurt both of them. He took a palm strike and stabbed back with a sword. No matter how you look at it, he is the one who has the advantage. Huo Jinghua was forced to use a fighting style that hurt both of them, but Luo Yan was not so stupid. He suddenly retracted his palm and staggered his body to avoid the long sword. His other hand had already used the powerful diamond finger and directly hit Huo Jinghua's shoulder. Bang! A dull collision sound came, and Huo Jinghua's shoulder was numb, followed by a sharp pain. The severe pain spread from the shoulder to half of the body. Luo Yan was not feeling well either. After all, the opponent was a level higher than him, and his fingers were sore, but it didn't matter. He took a deep breath and spun around Huo Jinghua at high speed. This was the best time to use the tendon-breaking hand. Both hands were either fists or claws, and they took turns to attack and forcefully break Huo Jinghua's major joints. Ah! Huo Jinghua screamed in agony. At first, he could barely fight back, but later, he became completely useless and allowed Luo Yan to slaughter him. The audience around him looked at his miserable state, and they were horrified and looked at each other in horror. In the blink of an eye, Huo Jinghua had become a pile of mud and fell to the ground, his eyes wide open. Dad, go! Seeing his father still standing there, looking dumbfounded, the straw bag Wan Fei reminded him loudly. Can you go? Killing 1 is killing 5 is also killing, and it doesn't matter if Wan Qianhe is the only one. Luo Yan grabbed Wan Qianhe's throat with his hand and was about to kill him and win the fight. At this moment, Wan Qianhe uttered a few words from his throat. Lu Shiyu! Hearing this, Luo Yan's blood flowed backwards and his hands froze. He was furious and asked in a stern voice, What happened to my sister? His fingers tightened and Wan Qianhe suddenly had difficulty breathing and his face turned red. Ahem, ahem, ahem! Wan Qianhe pointed forward with a trembling hand. Looking forward along the direction of his finger, he saw Long Xiang holding Lu Shiyu, holding a dagger against her throat and shouting, Let go of the head of the Wan family, or this girl will die on the spot. Lu Shiyu's face was pale, her eyes were tightly closed, and she was obviously very scared. Luo Yan was so angry that he was shaking all over, and gritted his teeth and said, Wan Qianhe, you dare to attack my sister! His tone was extremely cold and angry. If you don't let me go, I will ask Long Xiang to destroy her face first, and then cripple her hands and feet. Wan Qianhe managed to utter this sentence with great difficulty. The oxygen in his lungs was getting less and less, and his face turned blue. Okay. Luo Yan answered simply and let go of Wan Qianhe. Wan Qianhe was panting like a cow. He was hit by Luo Yan's finger just now, and one of his arms was crippled. He was patted on the back again, and he was half dead and could fall down at any time. Luo Yan asked Lu Xiu loudly, "Xiu, are you okay?" Lu Xiu opened her eyes and saw her brother. Tears immediately flowed like a spring, and she said in a trembling voice, "Brother, I'm fine." Seeing his sister's frightened look, Luo Yan's heart ached. If eyes could kill, Longshang would have been cut into pieces by him. Wan Qianhe, you are so despicable. You actually threatened your family, and it's a girl. You still want to come to Jianghai? Ayansong will be the first to say no. Add me Liang Chuang. The crowd was noisy. Everyone turned into righteous people, angrily scolding Wan Qianhe for being despicable. Only Jing Taicheng glanced at this group of people and shook his head slightly. They were all fence-sitters. No one noticed that the old man in black robe beside him had disappeared, and no one knew where he went. WAP. /34 134-298-3151132 Han Chuping knew that Luo Yan cared about his sister the most in his life. After a little hesitation, he said loudly, "Master Long, let go of the little sister of the Lu family. I can guarantee that you will leave here safely." Luo Yan is now the only one in power. If the hostages are exchanged, all the people of the Long family and the Wan family will be killed by Luo Yan. Everyone understands this principle, so Han Chuping made this decision. Unfortunately, Long Xiang did not appreciate it and sneered, "You old ghost, who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? I don't trust anyone now. I can only feel at ease with this girl in my hands." After that, he said to Wan Qianhe, "Master Wan, come back quickly." Wan Qianhe saved his life and was very grateful for his decision to kidnap Lu Xiu. People should be prepared for both situations. Wan Qianhe walked towards his own camp step by step. Luo Yan did not ask for a hostage exchange. Now the lives of all the people in the Long and Wan families depend on Lu Xiu. Even if Wan Qianhe is sacrificed, Longshang will not let them go. Just as a group of people were about to leave, they suddenly saw Qin Huai with 5 or 6 warriors rushing towards the Long family like a tiger descending from a mountain. Ding Yushan smiled and had a good idea. After Huo Jinghua's death, Qin Huai became the highest level warrior here. This was a great opportunity to eradicate the Long family. As the head of the family, Ding Yushan was always observing the overall situation. How could he give up? Ding Yushan, you are despicable. Cursed. Humph, there is no need to talk about morality when dealing with people like you, Ding Yushan said with a cold face. With the addition of Qin Huai and others, the Long family began to suffer casualties. Before coming, everyone agreed not to bring hot weapons into the venue. Therefore, although the Long family was large in number, they were still defeated by the attack of the warriors, and half of them died in an instant. Brother, this is not a solution. The second brother, Long Ben, is the military advisor of the Long family. He whispered in Longshang's ear, "It won't take a moment for us to be completely wiped out." Longshang was in a panic. What should we do? Let me think about it. You're just thinking about it now. Longshang was almost mad at him. At this time, Qin Huai and others had already attacked the central area and instantly wiped out dozens of Long family members with the momentum of a whirlwind, gradually approaching the 3 brothers of the Long family. The third brother, Long Hu, roared, "Brother, second brother, you guys go quickly. I'll stop them." He pulled out the machete from his waist and rushed towards Qin Hui frantically. "Third brother, come back!" Longshang's face twitched and he screamed. But it was too late. Qin Hui snorted coldly. "Trash, you're just going to die." He rushed forward, stretched out his hand, and directly grabbed Long Hu's heart and burst it, bursting out of his chest, dying quite tragically. Brother, second brother. Long Hu was not afraid of death. He was only worried about his 2 brothers. With the death of Long Hu, only 2 of the 4 brothers of the Long family were left. Thinking of the love and affection in the past, the 4 brothers drank and talked happily, as if it was right in front of him. Unfortunately, 2 of them are gone now. Longshang's eyes instantly turned red. He choked and said, "Second brother, follow me to kill him. It's better than being a coward who escapes from the battlefield." "Big brother, wait!" Long Ben finally thought of a way. There is only one person on the field who can deal with Tan Hui now, and that is Luo Yan. His sister is in our hands. If we ask him to kill Tan Hui, he will definitely not dare to resist. Good plan. Longshang came back to his senses, praised loudly, turned his head and said to Luo Yan, "Luo Yan, help me stop Tan Hui, otherwise." Before he could finish, Luo Yan had already jumped up and killed Tan Hui. Without any hesitation, for Lu Xiu, he was willing to be a killing machine. This idiot! Seeing Luo Yan's cold eyes, Tan Hui shuddered. He didn't realize that he was a great martial artist, but he was afraid of Luo Yan, a martial artist. "You guys, stop him!" He commanded several martial artists under his command. The martial artists looked at each other, unwilling to die. While he was talking, Luo Yan had already rushed to the nearby area and blasted a martial artist's head with a palm. Then he shook the blood off his hands and stepped forward without saying a word. "Pervert! Pervert!" The other martial artists were frightened by his violence and dared not to stop him. They shouted a few times in a bluff, but walked further and further away. "We can't let him come over, otherwise even if we win, it will be a miserable victory." Qin Hui's face was livid. He glanced at Longxiang's smug look and thought, "This bastard, he thinks he can do whatever he wants with a hostage in his hand? I'll kill you first. Having made up his mind, he quickened his pace and ran straight to Longshang. As for Lu Shiyu's life and death, he didn't care at all. Brother, this is bad. Qinhui wants to kill us. The second brother, Long Ben, instantly saw through Qinhui's intention and screamed, "Hurry up and tell Luo Yan to speed up." Longshang tightened the dagger in his hand. "Luo Yan, if Qinhui attacks, your sister will die, too." Luo Yan's chest was filled with anger, but he had no way out. There happened to be a machete on the ground. He kicked it hard, and the machete flew towards Qinhui. Whoosh! It just stopped Qinhui's forward speed. He sent out several silver needles in succession, forcing Qinhui to stop and block. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and Qinhui was flustered. Damn it, there is absolutely no benefit today. There is a long time to come, so just run away. Qinhui's heart flew away as soon as he thought of running away. He didn't care about his identity at all. He ran out of the park like a fly and disappeared in an instant. Without Qinhui, a big trouble, Longxiang felt relieved. At this time, he was in no hurry to leave. He ordered Luo Yan, "Go and kill Ding Yushan." Luo Yan turned around and looked at Ding Yushan with a cold gaze. He walked towards him step by step. Ding Yushan's face changed drastically, and he kept cursing Qinhui in his heart, saying that he was greedy for life and afraid of death and selfish. "Luo Yan, do you think they will let your sister go like this? Impossible. They will only catch her and use you as a puppet for the rest of their lives. Don't come over. How about this? You kill brother Longshang, and I'll give you 100 million. No, 1 billion, 2 billion. The price was getting higher and higher, and Longshang was afraid that Luo Yan would change his mind. So he said, "Don't worry. As long as you help us kill Ding Yushan, we will let your sister go after we find a place to stay. I will never break my promise." Ding Yushan said, "The Long family is despicable and can do anything, so don't believe it. Don't let me guess. After they are safe, they will be afraid of your revenge, so they will definitely fly away, and then you won't even know where your sister died." This sentence was exactly what Longshang was thinking. Seeing that Luo Yan's pace had obviously slowed down, he hurriedly explained, "Our roots are in Shanghai, and we won't go anywhere. As long as you kill Ding Yushan, we will not only let your sister go, but also give you half of the business, and we will make money together in the future." Ding Long and his accomplices were arguing louder and louder, and their demands were getting higher and higher. Long Ben was also giving his eldest brother advice, and the two of them didn't notice a figure hiding in the bushes not far away. Luo Yan kept moving towards Ding Yushan, and Ding Yushan saw that the situation was not right, so he ran away. The Long brothers were excited and shouted loudly, "Chase! Chase! Haha, Ding Yushan, you're dead!" Seeing that Luo Yan was about to kill Ding Yushan, the Long brothers' emotions had reached their highest point. At this moment, the hidden figure in the bushes shot out like an arrow, incredibly fast, and came behind Longxiang in an instant. An old hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed Longxiang's arm from behind. Longxiang only then realized that someone was attacking him, and he broke out in a cold sweat. As a natural reaction, he pushed the dagger forward and cut Lu Shiyu's throat. But the person behind him had waited for so long and had figured out all the factors before and after. So how could he let him do what he wanted? He gave up trying to control his arm and grabbed the dagger instead. Longxiang tried to cut his palm. Unexpectedly, a strong internal force surged out of the man's palm, completely enveloping the dagger. The dagger magically stopped in midair, and no matter how hard Longxiang tried, he couldn't move it at all. Longxiang's pupils shrank sharply, and a bad thought came to his mind. "It's over!" Whop. 134, 134, 134, 298, 315, 1132 TTM. "Look!" Jing Taicheng pointed to the distance. Luo Yan stopped chasing Ding Yushan and looked back. Jing Taicheng's master, the old man in the black robe, just rescued Lu Shiyu from Longxiang. "Shiyu!" Luo Yan shouted excitedly and ran over. "Brother!" Lu Shiyu was also very excited to have escaped death. The brother and sister hugged each other tightly. Luo Yan stroked her hair and said softly, "It's okay, it's okay." He calmed down and sighed. "This time, it's my brother who hurt you again." "No, it's not my brother's fault. It's the bad guy's fault." Luo Yan narrowed his eyes and his anger gradually rose. "Yes, it's the bad guy's fault." The two separated, and Luo Yan bowed to the old man in black robe. "Thank you for your help, senior." "Haha, you're welcome. It was Master Jing who asked me to do this." Luo Yan turned to Jing Taicheng and said, "Master Jing, I owe you a favor." "Brother Luo, you are too polite." Jing Taicheng smiled but did not tell him the reason for helping Luo Yan, and Luo Yan did not ask. "Anyway, it's not for justice. For a big family, the exchange of interests is more in line with their values. Talking about feelings is a waste of time. As for the purpose, I believe Jing Taicheng will tell you later." "Brother Luo, Longxiang is leaving," Jing Taicheng reminded. "Humph, they can't leave." Luo Yan's eyes condensed, and murderous aura burst out. He walked forward and first crippled the legs of Longxiang and Long Ben. He also grabbed Wan Qian'e and Wan Fei, and the four of them lay on the ground like 4 salted fish. "Kill them if you want. I am not a man if I frown." Longxiang endured the severe pain and glared at Luo Yan fiercely. Long Ben sighed, "It's a pity that I can't avenge my third and fourth brothers. I can't face them." Luo Yan pulled a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. "There is one thing you may have made a mistake. The person who killed Long Bao was not Ding Yushan, but me." I sneaked into the top floor, killed Ganxing with a punch, and then forced Long Bao to open the safe. I remember the safe code is 123456. Haha, Long Bao, that idiot, actually set the code to this number. Luo Yan shook his head, as if he was still recalling the stupid look of Long Bao when he was twisting the code. He described the details in such detail just to prove that he killed Long Bao. Compared to killing Dalong and Erlong with one knife, he would rather kill people and destroy their hearts. He also wanted to tell everyone through this incident that if you touch his sister, the end will be very miserable. The words "the murderer is Jiangling Wanxianhe" were of course written by me, but I don't know how you guys did it, but in the end you formed an alliance with Wanxianhe and turned to fight Ding Yushan to death. Did Huo Jinghua instigate discord? Haha, who knows, anyway, you four brothers of the Long family are all a bunch of idiots. Luo Yan said while observing the expressions of the two brothers Long Xiang. One moment of regret, one moment of pain, one moment of anger. It was quite exciting. Luo Yan finally showed a satisfied smile. I killed you. Long Xiang was so angry that he barely propped up his body and hit Luo Yan with his head. He was held down by Luo Yan with one hand. No, it's not me. If you hadn't sent Brother Zhan to collect the dead and offended me, they wouldn't have died. Then Ganxing wouldn't have sought revenge on me, and I wouldn't have killed Long Bao. In the end, it's all the evil consequences of your tyranny over the years. God wants to take you away. Listening to his words, Long Xiang's eyes showed a moment of confusion. Is this really the case? Are we really going to die if we do too much evil? Unfortunately, before he could figure this out, Luo Yan had already grabbed his head and exploded it. Long Ben didn't even have a chance to speak before he was killed by him. Luo Yan, what about us? The Han family has an engagement with us. What right do you have to interfere? What kind of justice is this? Asked sternly. Luo Yan glanced at him and suddenly laughed. Well, it's mainly because you are too weak. I am just bullying you. Is this reason sufficient? Wanxianhe didn't expect him to say that. His face changed and finally said miserably, Sufficient? Haha, very sufficient. It was a mistake for me to come to Jianghai. I only ask you one thing. Can you spare Feier's life? This child is only in his 20s and he still has a lot of life to live. Luo Yan said, but I heard that Wan Fei had harmed many girls when he was in Zhongling. It's better not to have such a life. After he finished speaking, he punched Wan Fei's head. Wanxianhe looked at his son's body like a fool. His heart was dead. He didn't resist or curse, and the whole person was like a puppet. After a while, he suddenly clapped his hands, giggled, and made all kinds of childish movements. Luo Yan was proficient in medical skills and knew at a glance that he was overstimulated and crazy. Such people are more miserable alive than dead, so there is no need to kill them. Looking at the corpses all over the place, Luo Yan first collected some useful items and then said to Jing Taicheng, Mr. Jing, can you help me clean up the scene? No problem, I'll take care of it. Thank you very much. I have something else to do. Let's talk again. Do you know how to find me? I know. Luo Yan said goodbye to the Han family and left the park with Lu Xiu. When they returned home, Luo Yan asked how Lu Xiu was caught. I just went out to buy groceries and prepared to cook a meal to celebrate your victory. Who knew that I was caught just after leaving the community gate, stuffed into a car, and taken to the park? Lu Xiu was still in shock. Fortunately, they didn't do anything to me. Maybe they were afraid of your revenge. I'm a little scared when I think about it now. Luo Yan touched her hair. You go and rest first. I will teach you how to practice from tomorrow. Okay? Luo Yan sorted out the exercises he had learned so far. It seemed that except for Lingbo Weibu, there was no other exercise suitable for Lu Xiu to practice. This one has been enough to learn for a long time. After all, Lingbo Weibu is related to the I Ching. Lu Xiu has no foundation and needs to learn everything from scratch. But after learning it, it is a life-saving skill. After making the decision, Luo Yan counted the spoils of today. The most precious one is Huo Jinghua's sword. This long sword, which even Qin Hui praised, exudes a biting coldness. Touching it with your hand, it is at least 10 degrees colder than the outside world. The sword was engraved with the words Hanhua, which should be named after the material characteristics and Huo Jinghua's name. After the system detection, this is a D-level long sword. It is almost the top existence in the D-level, which can increase 200 system experience points. In addition to the Hanhua sword, a small bag of spiritual stones was searched from Huo Jinghua. There were also 3 weapons from other warriors, and a small amount of spiritual pills, all ordinary goods. Luo Yan threw everything to the system to upgrade. Even the Hanhua sword was not powerful. A D-level longsword was nothing in his eyes. Maybe one day the system will send out an X-level magic weapon. After a series of operations, the system experience increased from 100 to 400. The increase is quite amazing. It's a pity that it takes 100,000 to upgrade. Luo Yan smiled bitterly as if he was self-deprecating. WAP 34134298/315133TML. After dealing with the items, Luo Yan entered into cultivation without delay. He summarized today's battle, mainly because his realm was too low. Even if he rises to the blood-nourishing realm, he can easily kill Huo Jinghua. Today's fierce battle broadened his horizons and benefited him a lot. These experiences were fed back into his cultivation, and his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. After practicing for a night, he finally broke through the shackles and entered the early stage of the blood-nourishing realm. Boom, boom, boom. The blood and chi rushed in his body like a raging wave, washing over his body, over and over again. When everything became calm, he clenched his palms. His muscles exploded even more, and an unprecedented sense of power filled his body, and there was a faint sound of explosions. The vigorous blood and chi drove the internal force scattered throughout his body, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could already use the internal force in a small range. This feeling was very wonderful, as if there was an extra layer of communication between heaven and earth, and some thoughts that he had never had before began to sprout, entering a deeper level of cultivation experience. The next day, Luo Yan taught Lu Xiyu the basic concepts of the I Ching. In order not to drag her brother down, Lu Xiyu also memorized it carefully, and soon she remembered it all. This surprised Luo Yan. After all, she had never come into contact with related content. It seems that her sister is very talented, one taught and the other memorized. By the time school was about to start, Luo Yan had already taught the Qiangua and Kungua. After memorizing everything, Lu Xiyu could officially practice Lingbo Weibu. After breakfast, the two went to school. By noon, Luo Yan got the first X-level item, Zhenwu Furnace, and thousands of pill recipes attached. Zhenwu Furnace, category special item. Grade X Introduction. Zhang Sanfeng used it to make pills, inherited the Taoist tradition of Zhenwu Emperor, and is a treasure of the world. According to different pill recipes, it can make various pills to assist in cultivation. Note 1. This furnace uses the spiritual energy between heaven and earth as fire to refine all things, so it needs to be placed in the outside world to operate. Automatically master the fire and automatically operate. Note 2. The speed of alchemy is related to the weight of the furnace, the concentration of spiritual energy contained in the environment, and the difficulty of the pill recipe. The host can explore it by himself. This is a great treasure. Luo Yan was overjoyed. With this furnace you can make pills by yourself, without having to wait for the system to give you. He glanced at the pill recipes and found that the first few pages recorded relatively easy-to-obtain medicines. For example, 10-year-old wild ginseng, 100-year-old polygonum multiflorum, etc. With the help of the Divine Doctor collection, most of the medicines were recognized. But in the middle and late stages of the pill recipes, the medicines needed were getting weirder and weirder, and almost unheard of. For example, six-cornered dragon grass and red-skinned devil snapper. They have risen to the level of gods and demons. Scary? But since it is a perverted martial arts system, it is not surprising to see such things. After rising to the blood-nourishing realm, Luo Yan's understanding of the world of cultivation has deepened. The more progress you make, the more you realize how insignificant you are. There are many unknown areas in this world that you have not yet explored. In this way, the strange and bizarre materials in the pill recipes are not surprising. After school, Luo Yan took Han Shushu's ride to the Han family. He could control the internal force for a short time. It was time to remove the root of Han Shuping's disease. Brother Luo, thank you for your hard work. Han Shuping took off his shirt and lay on the bed. 9 silver needles were inserted into his back, all distributed near the internal force blockage. After 2 weeks of medication and acupuncture, the lesions in Han Shuping's lungs had been cleared, leaving only the internal force blockage. The goal of today's treatment is to dispel this internal force blockage, and then Han Shuping's lungs will be clean. Become a completely healthy normal person. It may be a little painful, Mr. Han. Bear with it. Luo Yan prepared to cast a spell. Come on, it's okay. Luo Yan moved his right palm. The blood and chi in his body rushed like thousands of troops. The vigorous blood and chi drove the internal force scattered in his arm and kept approaching his palm. This process was a bit difficult. After all, he was not a cultivator in the Qi-Yang realm and could not use the internal force flexibly. But after hard work, he succeeded. A trace of internal force condensed in the palm of his hand, and the space was slightly distorted. Luo Yan's expression was extremely serious, and his palm slowly fell on the position corresponding to the internal force closure. Han Ping felt a burning sensation on his back, as if it was on fire, and it was extremely painful. He gritted his teeth and persisted. About 2 minutes later, Luo Yan said, "Hey," pressed and retracted his palm, and the heat quickly spread to his internal organs, and then spread to his limbs. "It's done." Luo Yan's tired voice came from above. "Ha!" Han Shuping breathed a sigh of relief. It was this breath of relief that made him feel like his lungs were suddenly unblocked, just like a ditch that had been blocked for a long time, and his breathing was unobstructed, and he felt relaxed. Not only that, his whole body was like soaking in warm water, and every pore was expanding. It was so comfortable that Han Shuping really didn't want to open his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Luo Yan gently pulled out the silver needle, covered him with a thin blanket, and walked out of the room. Han Zaishun and Han Shushu were already waiting outside. Han Shushu came up and asked, "How is my grandfather?" "Fine." Although he was very tired from using his internal energy, Luo Yan also showed a smile on his face. "Not only is he fine, I also dredged his meridians. As long as Mr. Han takes good care of himself, he can live another 30 years. Han Shushu widened her eyes and clapped her hands. "It's amazing. Luo Yan, why don't you help me dredge my meridians? I want to be more beautiful." Luo Yan rolled his eyes at her. "You are still young, and don't need dredging." Han Shushu knew that Luo Yan was a man of his word, so she didn't force him at the moment, and then pouted and said, "You promised to teach me Tai Chi, and you are not allowed to shirk your promise." Luo Yan was pestered by her, and had no choice but to say, "Come to my house this weekend and I will teach you. Read more related books before you come. I don't want to teach from the beginning." Han Shushu's status was different from Lu Shiyu's. Luo Yan was very partial. "Okay." Han Shushu finally achieved her goal and cheered loudly. "Brother Luo Yan, this time my father was saved by you. You helped us solve the problem of the Wan family. I am really grateful." Han Zaishun stuffed a check for 50 million yuan. "It's just a small gift, not a compliment. Please accept it." Luo Yan thought for a while and pushed the check back. "I don't need the money. If Mr. Han really wants to thank me, why don't you help me buy a batch of medicinal materials?" "Oh?" Han Zaishun thought he wanted medicinal materials for medical practice, and said, "That's easy. We have a trading company that buys medicinal materials. Give me the list and I'll help you." "Okay." Luo Yan had already written the list when he was in school and handed it to Han Zaishun. Han Zaishun glanced at it and his face gradually changed color. WAP 134 yuan 351324.html. 100-year-old wild ginseng. 10 years is also acceptable. 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. 100 years is also acceptable. 10,000-year-old tortoise shell. 1,000 years is also acceptable. Also acceptable. Also acceptable. Browsing all the way, the years in the front are basically impossible, and the also acceptable in the back is also extremely difficult to do. Some medicinal materials, such as three-legged toad, Acanthopanax centicosus, and frost-free flowers, have become extinct. They can only appear in deep mountains and old forests, or deep cracks in the ground. Luo Yan's list of hundreds of medicinal materials cannot be bought even with 50 million or 1 billion. Han Zaishun was angry. "Brother Luo, you are embarrassing me." Luo Yan said, "If you really can't find good quality, the lowest standard is barely acceptable. In fact, Mr. Han might as well look further. These herbs are expensive and hard to find, but as long as you find them, I will at least increase their price tenfold. Making money is secondary. You can control others through these things, and you control warriors. Think about what this means." Hearing this, Han Zaishun was shocked. Controlling warriors, what kind of crazy idea is this? I just hope I won't be controlled by warriors. "Brother Luo, it's too early to say these things." "Well anyway, I'll do my best." Han Zaishun rubbed his hands and said. Luo Yan was afraid that he would just give him a perfunctory answer, so he added, "Your daughter has a great talent for cultivation, but her brother is much worse. To gain a foothold in this world, you must have the support of a warrior. Mr. Han, to be honest, the things on this list are all used by me to make pills. The pills made can directly improve your cultivation. In the future, I will teach you carefully, and with the help of pills, Shushu's cultivation will definitely rise. By then, no one in the whole Jiangnan will be able to shake the status of your Han family. What do you think?" Han Shushu was absolutely nice when she heard it. "Dad, help Luo Yan find it. If you can't find it, buy it at a high price. Is it good or not? Is it good or not?" Han Zaishun was almost shaken to pieces. Han Zaishun believed in Luo Yan, and he was a businessman. Since the pills could be sold at a high price and could also help his daughter improve her cultivation, this deal was really worth doing. "In that case, I'll give the order to buy it with all my strength. Brother Luo, wait for my good news." After thinking for a while, Han Zaishun said, "My company has some materials that can meet the needs of the first few recipes of Brother Luo. If Brother Luo wants it now, I'll ask them to transport it." Luo Yan was overjoyed. "Then I'll trouble Mr. Han." Luo Yan returned home and had dinner. The materials sent by Han Zaishun were also in place. It may be rare for others, but for Luo Yan's recipe, only the first 3 can be refined. They are Guiyuan pill, which is used to strengthen the body and slightly temper the flesh. Duan Gu pill, which slightly tempers the bones. Yangshui pill, which is suitable for cultivators in the Yangshui realm, and the effect is weak. Luo Yan can also take it, but it is a waste for his realm. Luo Yan prepared to give it to Lu Shiyu. He said something to Lu Shiyu and locked himself in the room. He took out the Zhenwu furnace and put in the materials to start refining the pill. He first refined the Guiyuan pill. As soon as the materials were put in, they automatically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, and the furnace really started to operate automatically, which was very magical. However, the spiritual energy of Blue Star was too thin, and the speed of alchemy was limited. Luo Yan didn't care about it and practiced on his own. One night passed. He woke up from his practice. He opened the Zhenwu furnace, and a strange fragrance hit his nose. The materials had been completely refined and 6 Guiyuan pills were obtained. The effect was comparable to 2 5-year-old snake galls. Luo Yan put them away and prepared to give them to Lu Shiyu in the evening. Time passed quickly and another 2 days passed. On the first day, the system sent a 15-year-old snake gall, which happened to be used by cultivators in the nourishing blood realm. After Luo Yan took it, although his realm did not improve, his blood and chi became more vigorous. On the second day, the system sent an S-level Jade Girl Heart Sutra. Category, Internal Strength Mentality. Rank, S. Introduction. The magical method created by Lin Xiaoying, the founder of the Tomb School, can be practiced alone at the beginning, but to go further, it must be practiced by 2 people. When practicing together, take off all clothes to dissipate heat. The odd-numbered exercises are yin advance, and the even-numbered exercises are yang retreat. Yang retreat can be stopped at any time. Yin advance must be completed in one go, without any pause in the middle. If you pause, it is extremely dangerous, and you may be seriously injured or even die. Note 1. This exercise is a rare method of cultivating and nourishing the mind. After practicing it, it is of great help to stabilize the mind. The mind is related to the upper limit of future practice and is very important. Note 2. One person uses the Jade Girl sword technique that comes with the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, and the other uses the Quanzhen sword technique, which is collectively called the Jade Girl Pure Heart sword technique. The two swords are combined and have great power. With this sword technique, Yang Guo and Xiaolongnu have been saved from danger several times. Note 3. This exercise has a good effect in treating internal injuries and has a method of keeping one's face young. Women who practice jade-like ice skin will have an ageless face. Men who practice it will be handsome and elegant, and they will be out of this world. Luo Yan looked strange. This Jade Girl Heart Sutra is very special. It can cultivate the mind and cultivate the character, increase the power, and treat internal injuries. The most important thing is that it is a perfect dual cultivation method, especially the sentence, "Take off all the clothes." The scene of dual cultivation with Lu Shiyu emerged in his mind. But there is also a difficulty. He and Lu Shiyu are both virgins. How can they endure that kind of torture? But at the same time, the Jade Girl Heart Sutra is indeed very suitable for girls to practice. Just the jade-like ice skin and the built-in beauty system have made the ladies' dream. Luo Yan has the help of the system and can understand the key points of practice in an instant. He has a high level of cultivation. When the time comes, he can assist Lu Shiyu in practicing, which will be twice the result with half the effort, which is better than Lu Shiyu slowly figuring it out alone. But it is too early to say anything. Let Lu Shiyu take the Guiwan pill and learn more about the method of cultivation. There is another problem that needs attention. Han Shushu must not be told, otherwise she will be obsessed with lust and will go crazy. Sin. Tonight is the day of the heroes' meeting. Luo Yan prepared himself and headed for Wanshu Peak in the western suburbs. Wanshu Peak is more than 100 kilometers away from Zhanghai City, located at the junction of Jiangling and Zhanghai. This mountain is not very famous, and he knows it roughly, but it is difficult to find. Luo Yan took a car to the vicinity in advance and changed to walking. He almost got lost on the way. When the time was about to run out, he suddenly saw two people in front of him, wearing tight clothes, walking through the mountains and forests, with a clear goal. They should also go to the heroes' meeting. Luo Yan followed them and found that there were more and more pedestrians on the road. It seems that his guess was right. When it was almost 10 o'clock, Wanshu Peak was in sight. Luo Yan put on Yang Guo's mask, hid his face, and went straight up the mountain road. When he reached the mountainside, two figures rushed out from the darkness, both wearing black clothes. A man asked, "Who are you?" Luo Yan took out the access token and handed it to him. The man looked around, nodded, and made way for the mountain road. "Let's go up." Luo Yan took back the token and continued to walk up. After walking for a while, the terrain became flatter. It can be seen that there is a large open-air platform in front of it. There are several high-floor lights built around it with wooden poles, which illuminate the surrounding area as bright as day. The platform is crowded with people, and the voices are noisy. A rough calculation shows that there are probably thousands of people active on it. Many simple stalls have been built on the platform, and the stall owners are shouting loudly, creating a lively scene. Groups of 3 or 2 gathered together, talking loudly. When they were chatting excitedly, they invited each other to fight, and it was very lively. There was a ring in the center with the words "Hero Platform" written below. That was the venue for the competition. Luo Yan stood on the steps and took a look, and found that most of the people were wearing masks like himself. Their costumes were not uniform, and there were also people in strange costumes. It was obvious that they came from all corners of the world. But it's exactly what I want. If it was a hero meeting, there would be no value in coming. Let's find a stall first. Luo Yan entered the platform and looked towards the first stall. WAP, Washlan 34 34 298 315 This stall sells precious swords. There are various swords on the ground, including Tang swords, 9-ring swords, crescent swords. Each sword has more or less spiritual energy, and the quality varies. Generally speaking, it is still relatively low. There is no price marked on the weapons, so you should be able to bargain. Hero, come and take a look at the swords. They are all good things and the prices are favorable. The stall owner greeted Luo Yan enthusiastically. Luo Yan did not reply and turned to leave. He looked at a few more stalls, observing the stall owners and customers, and he saw a lot of things. The prices given by the stall owners are relatively fair, and there is no sky-high price. Most of the prices can be discounted, but the range is small. If it is a common item like spiritual stone, the price is exactly the same, and no one makes an offer. Generally speaking, the people here are still very honest in doing business. Luo Yan also noticed that the transactions here do not use money, but use a temporary currency called hero coins. Like the access token, they are all black, but they are made to look like ancient coins, and the prices are differentiated by size. The advantage of using hero coins instead of money is that it is more convenient for customers and stall owners to trade and avoid unnecessary disputes. Customers first exchange hero coins at the coin exchange for purchases. The stall owner cashes the hero coins he received at the coin exchange. Luo Yan walked to a wooden shed made of simple wooden boards and said to the man inside, "I want to exchange hero coins." The man was a middle-aged fat man, and he said expressionlessly, "How much?" "Change for 10 million first." The fat man said coldly, "At least 30 million to start. Then change for 30 million. Transfer the money to this account." Luo Yan transferred the money with his mobile phone. After exchanging the hero coins, he first spent 18 million to buy more than a dozen rare alchemy materials. Then he came to a stall specializing in spiritual stones and said to the boss, "I want 38th grade high-level spiritual stones. Spirit stones of this quality cost 400,000 each, and 30 pieces is 12 million. Money is spent like water. Okay, I'll pack it for you right away." The boss moved quickly and started to pack the spiritual stones. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Boss, I want all the spiritual stones here." Luo Yan turned around and saw a young man without a mask, about 20 years old, looking up at the sky with an arrogant look, not taking him seriously at all. Behind him followed 5 or 6 men, staring at Luo Yan ferociously. This stall is the largest supplier of spirit stones at the Heroes Conference, selling a total of 50 spirit stones. The other stalls only have 1 or 2, which cannot compare with him. The boss recognized the young man and immediately became excited, saying flatteringly, "So it's Mr. Ning, all of them, right? Okay, I'll install them for you right away." Luo Yan said coldly, "Wait, I bought it first." Hearing this, the boss quickly pulled him aside and whispered, "Don't you know who he is? Don't fight with him, you can't win." The young man snorted from his nose and said contemptuously, "By the way, you can't win. Get out of here," Luo Yan said. "What if I want to rob it? The Heroes Conference has a rule that whoever takes a fancy to the goods belongs to him, and you dare to violate the rules here. From the information we just learned, the person who organized the hero meeting is very important, and all transactions must be conducted in accordance with the rules here. Otherwise, you will be kicked out of the hero meeting, and in serious cases, you will never be received again." At this time, several law and order personnel had already looked over. The young man was angry, narrowed his eyes, and said, "How dare you offend my Jiangling Ning family?" "Ning family? I don't know them." "You don't know them, right? Haha, good, very good." The man sneered and turned to leave. The boss quickly packed the spirit stones to Luo Yan, and after handing over the hero coins, he said, "Boss, you'd better leave quickly. Ning Yuhao is famous for his revenge. It will be too late if you are late." Luo Yan asked curiously, "What does the Ning family do? You really don't know?" The boss looked at him as if he were a monster. The Ning family is a famous martial arts family. It has been in Jiangling for hundreds of years and has produced countless evil warriors. Ning Yuhao is the second son of the current head of the family, and he is at the level of a great martial artist. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that his elder brother Ning Yuan has recently started to strive for the middle stage of Wuzong and is a recognized genius in Jiangling. I heard that the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance has made an exception and invited Ning Yuan to join. As long as Ning Yuan is willing to join, he will immediately take up the position of deacon and be on an equal footing with Qian Sanjian. Aren't you courting death by offending such a person? At this point, the boss has become extremely terrified, fearing that he will attract trouble. He quickly packed up his stall and went down the mountain. Luo Yan looked at his back and was wondering whether he should go down the mountain as well. At this moment, a bald man came up in front of him. He was 2 meters tall and had muscular muscles. He walked up to him with a rumble and rolled his eyes and said, "Hey, do you dare to fight on the hero stage?" Luo Yan looked to a distance and saw Ning Yuhao with his hands folded and a grim smile on his face. Needless to say, it was he who found the bald-headed macho. The organizers set up the hero stage not only to provide a place for everyone to compete, but also to resolve conflicts and old grudges. When they duel on the hero stage, the organizers will not care about their lives. "I don't have time to care about you." Luo Yan retracted his gaze and walked past the bald-headed macho. Another woman came towards him. "Oh, young man, I have been eyeing you for a long time. How about we go to the hero stage to compete in close combat?" The woman was wearing a tight-fitting outfit, which showed off her slender waist. She didn't have an inch of fat on her body, and she looked particularly soft. She was soft and full of power. Her eyes shot out a venomous snake-like light. A snake-exhausted beauty was probably this kind of person. More and more people came to surround Luo Yan. He was blocked in the middle and had no way to leave. "Hey, what are you doing?" Several security officers came over and separated the two groups. One of the men in yellow glared at the troublemakers and said, "Who dares to cause trouble here? Do you think we, the organizers, are pushovers?" The tight-fitting woman giggled. "Your Excellency has misunderstood. We just think this gentleman is interesting and want to spar with him. Who would have thought that he turned out to be a coward?" "Ha ha, coward, weakling!" The crowd booed. "Shut up!" The man in yellow shouted. Aura of a great martial artist radiated out, shocking everyone. The Heroes Association stipulates that martial arts competitions must be voluntary on both sides, and you have no right to force them. He looked at Luo Yan. Sir, if you feel disturbed, you can complain to us, and we will definitely handle it impartially. Luo Yan squinted at the troublemakers, and seeing that they all looked at him with contempt or ridicule, he suddenly smiled indifferently. No need, since everyone is so kind, let's have a competition. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd looked at each other in bewilderment, and then burst into laughter. Is this man a fool? There are 10 of them in total, and all of them are at the level of Grandmaster or above. The strong man and the snake-waisted woman are both mid to late Grandmaster masters, and he dares to accept the challenge? The most important thing is that they realize that Luo Yan's realm has just been promoted to Grand Master, and anyone here can beat him up. It is hard to understand where he got the courage to accept the challenge. Ning Yuhao, who was not far away, showed a contemptuous expression. Trash, idiot, WAP 34 on 34498 Thou1513098.html. The man in yellow reminded Luo Yan. Sir, once you step onto the hero stage, your life and death are your own responsibility. We, the organizers, have no way to interfere. You have to think it through. Thank you for the reminder. Luo Yan smiled at him, then stretched out a finger, pointed at all the troublemakers and said with a smile, in my eyes they are just a bunch of good-for-nothings, and they can all be wiped out in a snap of the fingers. Everyone was stunned. Such domineering words might be very intimidating if said by a martial arts master. But when said by Luo Yan, a weak chicken, it is simply the funniest joke in the world. Ah! The troublemakers laughed so hard that they fell over, and there was also a fat man who pulled up his clothes, patted the fat on his belly and said, Hit me! Hit me! The onlookers next to him shook their heads and smiled bitterly, feeling that there was no one in the world who did not know the immensity of the world more than him. Surrounded by the crowd, Luo Yan and the 10 challengers went to the hero stage together. Everyone watch how I tear this kid into pieces. The bald man shouted, jumped onto the stage, and the stage shook. Alas, you got there first. The snake-waisted woman sighed. Ning Yuhao had said before that anyone who surrounded Luo Yan would be rewarded 100,000. Whoever defeated him would be rewarded 500,000. If he was killed, he would be rewarded 2 million. The snake-waisted woman admitted that she had missed a good opportunity. Luo Yan said seriously, Don't bother, all 10 of you come together. As soon as these words came out, the crowd laughed again. Most people thought that this was an act of courting death. Only the man in the yellow shirt looked at Luo Yan with interest. This man did not look like a madman. Could he really have special skills? But it seemed that his realm was really low. On the hero stage, the bald macho man reached out and patted his bald head, roaring, Smelly boy, only I can kill you. Gathering all his strength, he rushed towards Luo Yan. His weight of more than 300 kilograms made the hero stage rumble and shake with a terrifying momentum. Facing the bald man's fist as big as a clay pot, Luo Yan slowly stretched out his hand. It seemed relaxed, but in fact he used the profound boxing theory of Tai Chi of using a little force to move a great force. With a snap, he slapped the back of the bald man's hand, using the force of the man to counter the force, and the man's fist flew towards his face at an uncontrollable angle. Bang! It hit his nose, and blood flowed, tears flowed, and his vision was blurred. Huh? People were stunned and couldn't understand why the man wanted to punch him. Luo Yan smiled and said, If you know you are in the wrong, you don't have to hit him so hard. The tough guy shook his head and suddenly screamed. The chi and blood that belonged to the middle stage of the great martial master surged, and he threw another punch. The chi and energy around him swirled, as if he was going to blast the world apart. It was several times stronger than the first punch. The tough guy was known for his strength, and in terms of strength alone, he was close to the great perfection of the great martial master. His companions in the audience got excited again and cheered loudly. Luo Yan secretly gathered his strength in his palm and used Tai Chi again. This time, the movement looked more gentle, similar to the old man in the square. But only the tough guy could feel that this gentle movement was accompanied by a hidden force, and his fist wind was dispersed by the hidden force. Luo Yan's hand drove straight in and hit the back of his hand again. Wow! The tough guy's fist turned halfway and hit his face again. This time, his entire nose collapsed, his lips burst, his eyeballs popped out, and the whole person fell on his back. Luo Yan kicked him off the stage. The audience was silent. With only 2 moves and with such ease, the tough guy was defeated? The man in yellow shirt nodded secretly. This guy is not simple. Humph, how can you compare with me in terms of skill? The snake-waisted woman jumped onto the stage, twisting her waist left and right, like a coiled snake, moving forward in an S shape, and in the blink of an eye, she had advanced 4 meters. She held a snake-shaped dagger in her right hand and stabbed it towards Luo Yan like lightning. This dagger looked unusual, with a forked tip like a snake's tongue. A ruby was inlaid at the bottom of the hilt, which was magnificent. Luo Yan was overjoyed. This equipment must be good. The snake-waisted woman's footwork was indeed peculiar, but in the eyes of Luo Yan, who was proficient in Lingbo Weibu, it was undoubtedly a laughingstock. He dodged the dagger and jumped behind the snake-waisted woman, with his whole body full of energy and blood surging like 1,000 horses galloping. He raised his right hand and sent a powerful Vajra finger towards her shoulder. It was extremely powerful. The snake-waisted woman was very disdainful. Her body was extremely flexible, and she had specially practiced force-relieving skills. No matter how powerful the martial arts were, they were useless in front of her. She twisted her body and spun at an incredible angle, facing upwards, but her feet were firmly on the ground. She waved her right hand, defending and attacking at the same time. The audience exclaimed in surprise. The woman's super body control ability was far beyond their expectations. Luo Yan showed a playful smile on his face, and his fingers suddenly accelerated in the air. With a whoosh, they hit the snake-waisted woman's shoulder at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. How can it be so fast? The snake-waisted woman was greatly surprised. She was too late to dodge. With a bang, her shoulder was hit, and she suffered a severe injury. Her entire upper body was numb. She was soft enough, but her strength was still a little lacking. In order to show off her skills, this posture was too bizarre. Her waist and legs could not withstand the force of the Vajra finger at all. Her waist bones made a crackling sound, and her knees bent and almost broke. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. In a hurry, her feet flew off the ground, her body twisted back to a normal position, and then fell to the ground with a snap, and she was knocked unconscious. In the face of absolute power and speed, all skills are in vain. Luo Yan looked down at the snake-waisted woman and kicked her off the stage. One move. This time only one move was used to solve the late-stage great martial arts master. Everyone was shocked. This dagger, I'll take it. Luo Yan put the dagger in his arms, pointed at the remaining 8 people under the stage and said, What do you think? Come on together? Bold. If you want to die, won't I let you die? The 8 men cursed angrily and jumped onto the stage. They were preparing for an 8-on-1 fight. As soon as they stood firm, Luo Yan rushed over with a cold face. Those who had weapons used their weapons, and those who didn't use their fists, and they rushed towards Luo Yan. Luo Yan quickly rushed into the crowd, his movements dodging and moving around like strolling in a garden. His palms did not stop at all. First he slapped out the 1,000 hands Tathagata palm, and then in an instant he split into 16 palms, which dazzled the crowd. A few timid ones quickly shrank back. There was also a bearded guest who used a mace stupidly, but he hit the empty palm with the stick and missed. Luo Yan knocked him down with a whip kick. He then used the powerful Vajra finger to seriously injure 2 people. Then Tai Chi used the force to counter the force, causing the 2 to attack each other and fall to the ground at the same time. The 3 people left in the field were spun like a top by his body movements. Luo Yan picked up the mace on the ground and hammered them until their heads were broken and bleeding. In the blink of an eye, all of them fell to the ground and could not get up. Luo Yan picked up their weapons, jumped off the hero platform, and walked away. Before the enemies and the audience could react, he had already disappeared into the Dark Mountain Road. Wop wop 344298/315130099.html. Ning Yuhao shook his dizzy head and asked the men beside him, Where is the person? Gone! Ning Yuhao roared. Why don't you chase him if he's gone? Yes, yes! Several men agreed with their mouths, but their bodies were honest, walking as slow as a snail. In fact, Ning Yuhao knew very well that even if he caught up with them, what would happen? It would only increase the casualties. He grabbed his men and said fiercely, Check for me quickly. Who is that person? I want to kill him. The yellow-shirted man came to the Hero Coin Exchange office, checked Luo Yan's transfer records, and knew what was going on. He came to the dark and made a phone call. Hello, boss. I met an interesting young man at Wanshu Peak who is at the early stage of the great martial artist and can defeat 10 great martial artists alone. I think you will be very interested. A bold voice came from the other side. I'm not in Longguo now. Let's talk about it later. You should check his detailed information first. Yes. Luo Yan went down the mountain and headed towards the river and sea. After walking about 10 kilometers, he suddenly heard a dull roar of an animal in the darkness. He was startled, and after listening carefully, he seemed to hear the shouts of humans, but soon all the sounds fell silent again. Weird. He shouted secretly and moved away from here. Back home, he found that the light in Lu Shiyu's room was still on. He walked over and knocked on the door gently, and Lu Shiyu walked out in pajamas. Brother, why don't you go to bed at 2 o'clock? Well, I'm studying the hexagrams. How are you doing? Lu Shiyu smiled. Can you test me? Okay. Luo Yan was about to ask a question, and Lu Shiyu suddenly seemed to remember something. Don't stand here. Let's go into the room and talk. Oh? Okay. Lu Shiyu's boudoir is not like other girls, which are all dominated by cute pink. It is so clean that it can be called monotonous, with only simple wallpaper. The bookshelves are full of books, and there are basically no decorative posters, not to mention teddy bears and the like. Except for the faint fragrance, it is no different from a boy's room. The previous tenant also had a daughter, and the room was decorated very girly. Lu Shiyu didn't like it, so she took it all down. According to her, the more complicated the environment, the more it affects her study. After entering the room, Luo Yan asked a few questions about the hexagrams. Lu Shiyu answered them all fluently. Haha, my sister has a good memory. Luo Yan praised. You remember very well. Next, I will test harder. Lu Shiyu smiled. Okay. Luo Yan asked her a few more difficult questions, and she got them all right. Finally, Luo Yan nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I will teach you Lingbo Weibo tomorrow. Lu Shiyu clapped her hands. Great, I don't have to worry about it anymore. Luo Yan took out 3 Guan pills from his arms and handed them to her. Take these 3 pills 3 times, and practice with the formula I will tell you next, and you will get twice the result with half the effort. He then taught her some formulas of the Jade Girl, Heart Sutra. He taught Yang Retreat, which only needs 1 person to practice. As for Yin Advance, that is dual cultivation, he will teach it at the right time. Back to his room. Luo Yan first summoned the Zhenwu furnace and began to refine the pill. The pill he wanted to refine was not simple. It was called Wangquan Yangshui pill, which was specially used for Yangshui realm cultivators. It required a herb called Juluo Tengjian, which Han Zishan had never even heard of, but he found it for him at the Hero Conference. Luo Yan had asked the stall owner before, but he avoided the question and refused to explain the origin. He got angry when he asked too many questions and wanted to drive him away. Luo Yan thought about it and realized that it was normal. These herbs are extremely precious, so how could they tell him easily? If they were not careful, they might even cause a fatal disaster. Otherwise, why would they wear masks? He decided that if he went to Wanshu Peak next time, he must find out the origin of Juluo Tengjian. No matter what method he used, the Wangquan Yangshui pill was too important for him at this stage. The Zhenwu furnace would automatically refine the pill, so Luo Yan didn't need to worry about it and took out the items he collected today. There were 5 weapons. The most advanced one was the dagger of the Snake Waste Woman, which was a medium-level D level. The others were small E-level garbage. There were also 38th grade high-level spirit stones. Luo Yan kept 10 to use when he was in the Yangqi realm, and threw the other spirit stones and all the weapons to the system for upgrading. Experience suddenly increased from 400 to 2200. The increase was amazing, but it also cost Luo Yan a lot of money. Previously, he had extorted 50 million from Yan Song and Liang Chuang, and robbed Long Bao for another 10 million. Now he only had 30 million left. It seems I have to find a way to get some money, said to himself. The next day, Luo Yan first opened the furnace cover and harvested a Wangquan nourishing blood pill. He knocked on Lu Shiyu's door, and the little girl came out happily. Brother, I have reached the 2nd level of body tempering. Because of excitement, her face turned red. From an ordinary person to a warrior, the excitement is imaginable. The two had breakfast and returned to school. In the evening, Luo Yan formally taught Lingbo Weibu. After 3 days of teaching, Lu Shiyu had to practice on her own for the rest of the time. During these 3 days, the system sent out 2 nourishing blood pills. On the last day, it actually sent out an X-level black iron heavy sword, with a black iron sword method without a grade. Black iron heavy sword, category weapon, grade X introduction, heavy sword without a blade, great skill without effort. The body of the heavy black iron sword is completely black, and it also emits a faint red light. The sword has a strange suction force. The double-edged sword has no edge, and the sword head is round and blunt, like a big black iron. At first glance, it looks very rough. In the original novel, it was forged by Dugu Chubai from meteorite iron. With this sword, he dominated the world before he was 40 years old. By chance, it was obtained by Yang Guo, who defeated powerful enemies and became a great hero of the Divine Condor. After the system mutation, the material of the heavy black iron sword is more advanced. It is now in the 1st power stage, and more functions will be unlocked after upgrading. There is no need for special swordsmanship to use the heavy black iron sword. Only basic sword moves such as stabbing, counterattacking, horizontal cutting, and reverse chopping are needed. Therefore, the system gives you a swordsmanship without grade for use. Note 1. The sword weighs 5,000 jin. Note 2. The suction force is 50 jin, which is effective for any weapon. Heavy black iron sword is sharp. 5,000 jin. When he uses the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, he can just lift 5,000 jin. When it comes to using the black iron sword flexibly, I'm afraid it's not good enough. But with the magic weapon in hand, he couldn't stop itching, so he decided to give it a try. Luo Yan slipped to a secluded place in the school and took out the black iron sword from his backpack. Just as he grabbed the hilt of the sword, he heard a clang and couldn't hold it at all. The tip of the sword fell vertically on the concrete floor, smashing a deep pit. Luo Yan was surprised. 5,000 kilograms was just the critical point of his strength. If he grabbed both ends of the sword and pulled it up with all his strength, he might still be able to hold it. But if he only grabbed one end and then raised the sword, the difficulty would be greatly increased. Try again. Luo Yan took a deep breath, and the Dragon Elephant Prajna power was used to its maximum effect, and he tried his best to lift it. La la la, the muscles all over his body exploded, and there was a slight bursting sound. The blood accelerated and rushed through the blood vessels like a mountain torrent. The heart was beating. His face turned red in an instant, and the sword body trembled and raised 1 centimeter. The sword continued to rise, Luo Yan's head swelled, his whole body was shaking, and his muscles reached the maximum endurance. Bang! The black iron sword fell again. Luo Yan shook his arms, feeling extremely sore. But after raising the sword just now, he felt that his realm had slightly improved. Yes, Yangguo's power increased greatly by using the black iron sword and taking snake gallbladder. I have both, so my situation should be similar to his. Thinking of this, Luo Yan became excited again. After practicing for a while, the tip of the sword could be raised by 2 centimeters, and he began to sweat profusely, and his whole body was exhausted. He had to stop temporarily. WAP 3342980 Luo Yan practiced the black iron heavy sword in his spare time during the day, and took out the Zhenwu furnace to automatically refine the elixir at night, while he practiced the dragon elephant prajna. His cultivation improved day by day. After 10 days, his realm rose to the middle stage of the blood-nourishing realm. The black iron sword can be lifted and used in various chopping, stabbing, and rotating movements. The endurance is longer, and it can be swung continuously for about 20 minutes. The physical body has also been greatly strengthened. He estimated that even a master of the Yangqi realm can fight. In the past 10 days, the system has been sending pills most of the time. Among them is a 9-flowered Jew pill, a specialty of Peach Blossom Island, which can treat internal injuries and prolong life. It was awarded a Quan Sword Skill Secret Book C-Level, together with the C-Level Jade Girl Sword Skill that comes with the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. This allows Luo Yan to collect 2 secret books of the Jade Girl Suxin Sword Skill. In the original novel, Xiao Longnu learned the left-handed fighting from Zhou Botong, with the Jade Girl Sword Skill in the left hand and the Quanzhen Sword Skill in the right hand. One person achieved the combination of 2 swords and killed the Quanzhen sect without leaving any armor. Even the boss Jinlun Fawang was no match. Luo Yan once secretly tried to draw a circle with his left hand and a square with his right hand, but failed every time. It seems that he does not have this talent, and can only pray that the system will reward him with a 2-handed fighting book in the future. Even if you don't use the Jade Girl Pure Heart Sword technique, you can learn from Guo Jing and use different moves with both hands, with twice the power. Luo Yan himself couldn't do it, so he placed his hope on Lu Shiyu. However, this kind of talent is innate, and Luo Yan was just trying his best, not giving it too high expectations. Sister, try to draw a circle with your left hand and a square with your right hand, and see if you can do it. That night, Luo Yan entered Lu Shiyu's boudoir and made this excessive request. Lu Shiyu just stopped running the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, took the pen and white paper handed over by Luo Yan, thought about it carefully, and started to draw circles and squares. The first time, 2 strange things were drawn on the white paper, neither round nor square. Lu Shiyu tried again, and the result was still similar. Luo Yan thought, sure enough. Lu Shiyu put down the pen, thought for a while, and asked, "Brother, is there any trick?" Luo Yan thought for a while. It's just to be clear-minded. Empty your mind. Don't think about anything. Just think about square and circle. Only thinking about square and circle, is that not thinking about anything? This is a false proposition. Lu Shiyu questioned. Luo Yan was also speaking from memory. He himself hadn't learned it, so he didn't know the details, so he had no idea where to start. Anyway, that's it. Try it again. If it doesn't work, forget it. Okay. Lu Shiyu followed Luo Yan's method, slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and then emptied his mind. At the same time, he subconsciously told himself to draw a circle with his left hand and a square with his right hand. He closed his eyes and began to draw. Just after she finished drawing and before she opened her eyes, she heard Luo Yan beside her exclaiming, Shiyu, you succeeded." Lu Shiyu opened her eyes and saw that the square was extremely square and the circle was extremely round, as if it was drawn with a ruler. It seems it's not that difficult. Looking at Luo Yan's ecstatic look, Lu Shiyu smiled slightly. "Brother, the game is over. Can I continue to practice?" "Yes, of course." Luo Yan almost hugged her and kissed her. His sister was really a surprise. He stabilized his emotions and asked, "What realm are you in now?" "5th level of body tempering." "How is the light footwork?" Lu Shiyu suddenly smiled mischievously. "Why don't you try to catch me, brother?" After saying that, he slid and floated 2 meters away. Hey, it seems that you have practiced well. Be careful, I'm coming to catch you." He also slid faster and came behind Lu Shiyu in the blink of an eye, reaching out and patting her shoulder. Unexpectedly, Lu Shiyu's shoulders sank and she dodged easily. She turned around and was already 3 meters away from Luo Yan. "It's not that easy. I only used 30% of my strength just now, and now I'm using 40% of my strength." The 2 siblings fought from the room to the hall and from the hall to the kitchen. Their footprints were left on almost every inch of the room. Although they were very fast, they were very light and did not touch any furnishings in the house. During Luo Yan's concentration on training, in a restaurant in Jiangling, a martial artist who had witnessed Luo Yan killing people in the park made an appointment to meet a friend from the Ning family. Speaking of that battle, the martial artist was still frightened. The main reason was that Luo Yan, who was still in the bone forging realm at that time, had endless killing moves. With his own strength, he defeated the Wan family and the Long family together, and the great martial artist Huo Jinghua died. At the beginning, the Ning family's children lamented that there were such evil people in the world, who were no less than his eldest master. Later, the more he listened, the more he felt wrong. This high school student named Luo Yan has strong finger strength, magical footwork, and can turn one palm into several palms. Why is he so similar to the person the second young master met on Wanshu Peak? The Ning family disciple asked for details, and was almost certain that the 2 were the same person. He hurriedly took his friends and hurried back to Ning Mansion to report to Ning Yuhao. At the same time, Jiangling Mingqi Mountain. The martial arts alliance is very powerful. The Jiangnan branch has taken over the entire Qiming Mountain. It covers a very large area and has a special place for training, a place to grow herbs, a place to live, and an office. Compared with the outside world, it is like another world. At this time, a small thatched cottage called Jianlu on the mountainside opened, and an old man in his 60s walked out slowly. He carried an ancient long sword on his back, his eyes were like torches, and he walked like a dragon and a tiger. "Welcome, master, to come out of retreat." 3 young men stood outside the door, with awe on their faces, bowing and greeting. The old man nodded slightly. "Has anything major happened in the alliance during this period?" The leading disciple said. "Everything is fine in the alliance, but," the old man frowned. "Why are you hesitating? Just say it." The master glared at him, and the man swallowed his saliva and finally told the story. "We went to Zhanghai for something, and ended up meeting a young man who defeated all 3 of us." Seeing the disciples' uneasy look, the old man did not get angry because of their failure, but comforted them. "The road of martial arts is long and arduous. You might as well open your mind. Temporary failure is just for a smoother success. Back then, the master also came from failure." The old man recalled the past, sighing, and his eyes became softer. "Come on, tell me what happened." 10 minutes later. "What? You losers, you actually lost the 3 swords I gave you. You were defeated by a high school student who is only at the martial arts master level. You also activated the Bagua sword formation. What qualifications do you have to be my disciple? Qian Sanjian? Get out, get out, I don't want to see you." Qian Sanjian, who had just told his disciples to open up their minds, roared like thunder. The disciples ran away, leaving Qian Sanjian alone in the room, gasping for breath. After a while, he finally calmed down a little. He wanted to drink some tea to moisten his throat, but just as he picked up the teacup, he became angrier and angrier. With a snap, he crushed the teacup to pieces. "Luo Yan! Hey, Luo Yan! You insulted my disciple, stole my sword, and defeated my sword formation. You are dead. 134-134-429H31527089.html. Luo Yan, there is something important. You hurry to my house." This weekend, Han Shushu called Luo Yan early in the morning. "What's the matter?" Luo Yan asked. "About the issue of further study. Come quickly." Han Shu hung up the phone. "Is it about further study?" Luo Yan stared at the phone in a daze. "I am not going abroad. Where else can I go except Tsinghua University and Peking University?" But Han Shushu's tone was quite urgent. It seemed that there were some twists and turns in the story, so it would be okay to go and take a look. When I arrived at Han's house, I found that in addition to Han Shuping and Han Shushu, there was also an energetic old man sitting in the hall. His face was flushed and his voice was like a bell. His gestures were very powerful, and it was obvious that he was a person who had been in a high position for a long time. The most important thing is that he is a martial arts master. He is so advanced that Luo Yan cannot tell what realm he is at yet. But when Luo Yan saw the old man, he frowned slightly. The old man's face was a little abnormally red, and his eyes were seriously bloodshot. He might have some hidden disease. "Leader, he is Luo Yan." Han Shuping stood up and looked at Luo Yan with an expression as if he was looking at his grandson-in-law. "Luo Yan, call Grandpa Ye quickly." "Hello, Grandpa Ye," collected his mind and saluted respectfully. As everyone knows, most of the people with the surnames Ye, Qin, and Lin are powerful figures, so Luo Yan did not dare to act rashly. Okay, come and sit down." The old man named Ye Qing looked at Luo Yan with a smile, and his kindness was a bit like looking directly into people's hearts. After a few small talk, he got to the point. "It's like this. I'm in charge of an organization. I'll keep the name of the organization a secret for now. Anyway, you just need to know that it has a military background. Every year, our organization selects some potential martial arts students from the country to study in a martial arts academy called Genius Martial Arts Academy. After graduation, you can join our organization to work. The admission criteria for students must be fresh graduates with excellent character and academic performance, and excellent cultivation qualifications. I heard that you are a good brother. You solved the dispute between the Han and Wan families, and also got rid of the cancer of the Long family. Xiaoqiu kept praising you, so I called you to see if you are interested." According to Han Shuping, Ye Qing is his old leader with a deep background. Like the last time Wan Qianhei's incident, if Ye Qing took action, it would have been settled in a snap. This time I came to Zhanghai, on the one hand, because of official business, and on the other hand, I came to see Han Shuping, my former subordinate. As for the last point, it is to see if Luo Yan has the potential to be absorbed into the Genius Academy. After understanding the situation, Luo Yan asked, "Grandpa Ye, what are the benefits of entering the Genius Academy?" Military background, Ye Qing personally recruiting. These are nothing. Luo Yan's main concern is whether it will help his practice. Ye Qing glanced at Han Shuping, wondering if this kid was too tactless. "I came to recruit him personally, and you still negotiate conditions?" He smiled and said, "Of course there are many benefits. In the academy, you have countless martial arts books to study, and you can also practice in the spiritual energy formation. Thank you, Grandpa Ye, for your support. I will definitely go to this Genius Academy. It's just that the first 2 things are fatally attractive, and Luo Yan has no possibility of not going. But before you go, you must at least ensure that you reach the late stage of Wuzong." "No problem." Luo Yan agreed immediately. The late stage of Wuzong is the late stage of Yangqi realm. With his practice speed, it should be no problem. Yeqing couldn't help but remind him, little friend, it's the late stage of martial arts, and there are still 2 months before the assessment. You should have just entered the middle stage of the great martial arts master. Don't worry, Grandpa Ye, it's okay. Luo Yan smiled confidently. Han Quping found a gap and whispered in Yeqing's ear. Leader, didn't you just say that as long as you reach the great perfection of the great martial arts master, you can pass the assessment? You don't know, my position in the army has also been seriously challenged. At the same time, there are some problems in the martial arts alliance. I have great expectations for Luo Yan. I said that just now to force him to maximize his potential. I don't think he will disappoint me. Okay. The few of them chatted for a while, and Yeqing's face suddenly flashed red, and his muscles trembled with it. He said, you guys chat first, Xiaochu, take me to a secluded place quickly. Leader, what's wrong? Han Quping asked with concern. Don't ask so many questions, take me there. Yeqing looked a little flustered, his hands trembled slightly, and the redness on his face became more intense, as if it was about to drip blood. Please follow me. Han Quping also became nervous and took Yeqing. After the two went in, Han Shushu asked, Luo Yan, why is Grandpa Ye like this? Luo Yan said, he has serious internal injuries. Han Shushu exclaimed, ah, he is so powerful, but he can also be injured. Can you treat it? Yes, but I don't have the ability to treat it for the time being. After a while, Yeqing and Han Quping walked out. Yeqing looked a little tired, but his face was not as red as before. Han Quping asked, Leader, what's going on? Yeqing sighed, 10 years ago, I fought with an enemy, and was injured by a very severe cold poison. Later, I was instructed to practice a positive internal skill to suppress it. At the beginning, it was suppressed well, but a few years ago, there were signs that it could not be suppressed. I practiced another positive internal skill to enhance the positive side of my internal strength. Unexpectedly, in this way, the body's yang energy was excessive, and the cold poison in the body was not successfully eliminated. Instead, the yin and yang attacked each other, and the internal injuries worsened. Yeqing looked quite helpless. The closer it is to noon, the more serious the invasion of yang energy. The redder my face, and the whole body is hot. At night, the cold air comes, and it's like falling into an ice cellar. Han Quping pointed at Luo Yan. Xiao Luo is proficient in medicine. Why not let him take a look? Yeqing shook his head. My injury is internal, and the martial arts involved are relatively advanced, which is very different from the condition of your lungs. I'm afraid he will find it difficult to treat. In fact, I have searched for famous doctors in Kyoto, but unfortunately they are helpless. Now I can only take it one step at a time. Luo Yan also nodded. At present, I really can't cure it. At least I have to enter the realm of martial arts, but it can temporarily relieve the pain. Really? Yeqing was pleasantly surprised. It can temporarily relieve the pain, and it is also very good. I will give acupuncture to Mr. Ye first. Luo Yan took out the silver needles and gave acupuncture in the hall. This set of acupuncture techniques came from Shui Muhua, the enemy of the King of Hell in the Tianlong world. Shui Muhua was born in the Xiaoyao sect and was Su Xingye's apprentice. He is indeed gifted in medicine. Aju was hit by Xiao Feng and was in critical condition, but he was also cured. After a while, Yeqing's head was full of silver needles. He saw mist rising from his head, making a hissing sound. His face was half red and half blue, and his body was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. Luo Yan used the silver needle method to force the cold and heat poisons in his body out of his head. After a while, the mist gradually decreased, and Luo Yan pulled out the silver needles. Yeqing waved his hands and feet and felt much more relaxed. The cold and heat poisons in the body also dissipated apart, and he was overjoyed and said, Xiao Luo, you are really capable. Luo Yan smiled. I will give Mr. Ye another prescription to reconcile the cold and heat. It's just that one of the medicines is difficult to find, so you may need to spend some time. Yeqing laughed and said, it's okay, no matter how difficult the medicine is. As long as it exists, I can find it. /34, 13429H31527L. Luo Yan wrote the prescription and handed it to Yeqing. Yeqing quickly sent the prescription out and asked someone to prepare the medicine. Soon, a phone call came. Yeqing said, it's the person in charge of medical treatment and herbal planting in the organization named He Chong. He pressed the hands free. Mr. Ye, who gave you this prescription? He Chong's excited voice came from the phone. Oh, what's wrong? Yeqing glanced at Luo Yan. It's amazing, it's simply unpredictable. Following this prescription, your internal injuries will definitely be effectively suppressed. Who on earth can prescribe this prescription? Mr. Ye, please introduce it to me, and I will visit you immediately. He Chong's voice trembled. Ahem, I'm not busy with this visit. There's a rare medicinal ingredient in it. Do you have any? 6-flavor licorice, right? Yes, we have it at the base. Luo Yan rolled his eyes and said to the phone, Hello, in addition to 6-flavor licorice, other medicines may be used in the future. I'll send you the list later. Can you see if you have it? Are you the miracle doctor? He Chong became respectful. Okay, please send it as much as possible. Even if I don't have it, I'll try to find it. Okay, thank you for your trouble. After hanging up the phone, Luo Yan said to Yeqing, Mr. Ye, I know a lot about alchemy, but it's been difficult to start because many materials cannot be gathered together. If you help me collect medicines, I can not only cure diseases, but also help many people improve their cultivation, which will be of great help to improve the overall strength of your organization. Ye Qing's eyes were bright. Just ask, we'll do our best. The two of them talked again, and Luo Yan told Ye Qing that Han Zhaixun had a list and was also helping him collect materials. Let Han Zhaixun and He Chong meet to finalize the matter. Of course, this is not an obligation to help. Ye Qing and Han Zhaixun provide the materials for alchemy, Luo Yan provides the technology, and the resulting elixirs are divided among the three parties. However, Luo Yan controls the recipe, and he has the final say on how many elixirs to give to the two parties and the quality of the elixirs. During the period of taking the medicine, Mr. Ye must rest, and it is best not to use internal force. Especially at noon, the external yang energy is at its peak. If you use internal force, the consequences will be disastrous. Luo Yan reminded before leaving. Haha, I still cherish this old life, very much, don't worry. Ye Qing joked. After the matter was settled, Luo Yan said goodbye to Ye Qing and Han Shuping. Han Shushu followed him out. Luo Yan, my Tai Chi has problems again, can you help me see what's going on? Oh, okay. During this time, Luo Yan found a gap and finally taught Tai Chi to Han Shushu. In his mind, Han Shushu is a rich lady, willful, and things like practicing martial arts may only be 3 minutes of enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, Han Shushu practiced very hard, which surprised Luo Yan. She has been practicing Tai Chi for more than 10 days. Unfortunately, her progress can be described as slow. Either the movements are not in place, or they are too hasty. She has never been able to comprehend the realm of using a little force to achieve a great result, and using slowness to defeat speed. For this reason, Luo Yan often gives her instructions in person, but she still can't get the point. At this time, the two came to the garden of the villa, and Luo Yan gave Han Shushu instructions. Han Shushu memorized it carefully, and after about 15 minutes of fighting, her moves began to become messy again. Luo Yan called a halt at the right time and gave her instructions again. After another 10 minutes, she became more and more unreliable. Stop, stop, stop! Luo Yan's anger gradually rose, and he scolded. I say, what's wrong with you? You make mistakes here every time. You have been making mistakes for 10 days. You should have learned it by now. Where did your intelligence and talent when you were studying go? Why doesn't it work here? Compared with Lu Xiyu, Luo Yan's attitude towards Han Shushu is much different. In addition to the close relationship, Lu Xiyu is really hardworking and easy to deal with. She can learn anything quickly and is hardworking. She doesn't usually pester Luo Yan. She listens to his arrangements and just does her role well. Han Shushu is different. She comes to bother him whenever she has a problem. She is also very stupid and can't learn no matter how much she is taught. Luo Yan endured it for more than 10 days and finally exploded. Han Shushu was very aggrieved by Luo Yan's scolding. She held back her tears and didn't say anything. From childhood to adulthood, she was raised in the palm of her hand. No one dared to say that she was stupid, let alone that she was a big fool. The man in front of her deeply hurt her self-esteem. The most important thing is that she is indeed stupid and she can't refute it. She and Lu Xiyu are good sisters. Now Lu Xiyu has the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, Lingbo Weibu, Quanzhen swordsmanship, and left and right fighting. It's simply blossoming in all aspects. Compared with her, it's so hard for me to learn a set of Tai Chi. What else can I be but a stupid cow? Seeing her pitiful appearance, Luo Yan also felt a little regretful. Alas, he sighed and said, you may really not have the talent for cultivation. No matter how hard you try, it will be a waste of time. Give up. In fact, with your family conditions, there is no need to choose the path of a warrior. After all, it is too difficult. Now Han Zhaixun has initially tasted the sweetness of selling pills. Even if his daughter does not choose this path, he will not give up collecting materials for Luo Yan. Han Shushu pursed her lips tightly. I want to be a warrior, and I also want to go to the Genius Martial Arts Academy. I want to go to school with you. Hearing this, Luo Yan's expression moved. He turned his head to look at Han Shushu, who happened to be looking at him at this time. The four eyes met, and Han Shushu's eyes revealed bravery and determination, and there was a hint of tenderness inside. Soon, the two looked away. People are not plants, and Luo Yan can feel her affection for him. But affection is not a talent for cultivation after all, and it cannot be forced. I have always believed that I must take the initiative to fight for my own happiness. People who don't know me may think that I am strong-willed, and that I come from a famous family and act recklessly. But I can tell you that even if I were from a poor family, I would still have this kind of personality, and I will never change it in this life. This sentence reminded Luo Yan that Han Shushu might not have no talent for cultivation, but might have gone the wrong way from the beginning. Her passion for learning martial arts came from her experience in Taekwondo, and she learned it well. In addition, she has a strong and proactive personality and dares to act. Tai Chi, a martial art that emphasizes clever force and unloading, may not really be suitable for her. Thinking of this, Luo Yan said, how about this? You try other martial arts. During this period, the system rewarded some more skills. Luo Yan filtered them and decided to teach her the Broken Jade Fist. Category, External Kung Fu Grade, A Introduction. The unique skill of the Huashan school in the bloody world, which simplifies the complex, is simple and direct and relies entirely on strength and internal strength to win. A punch is like a hammer hitting a rock or a giant axe splitting a mountain. It was the broken jade fist that helped Gui Shinshu gain the invincible divine fist. Yuan Chengji also defeated powerful enemies several times with the broken jade fist. Note 1. The broken jade fist can stimulate the potential of the physical body and can also temper the physical body during practice, which complements each other. Luo Yan introduced the theory of the broken jade fist clearly and asked Han Shushu if she was interested. But he also said that the broken jade fist specializes in training strength and internal strength, and emphasizes that every punch hits the flesh, which is completely different from Lu Xiu's mainly elegant and agile routines of the Tomb School. If you care too much about your image, you can't practice it. After all, it looks a bit rude. Han Shushu thought for a while. Do you think it's rude? She only cared about Luo Yan's opinion. Luo Yan smiled and said, in addition to strengthening yourself, practice is mainly used to kill enemies. Since it kills enemies, how elegant can it be? So in my opinion, there is no difference between rudeness and elegance in practice. That's fine, I'm actually quite looking forward to it. Han Shushu smiled. Luo Yan immediately taught Han Shushu the broken jade fist. 134.34298/3154058.html. Han Shushu was not stupid. The broken jade fist had simple moves. She learned it in less than 30 minutes. She was very happy while learning it and loved it from the bottom of her heart. Luo Yan had given her many body hardening pills during this period, and now she had reached the 3rd level of body hardening. After memorizing the moves of the broken jade fist in her mind, Lu Xiu began to fight in the small garden. She was already 1.7 meters tall, and because she liked sports, she had a fit body and a very good body proportion. When she used it, her fists were loud and she shouted and yelled. Not only was there no roughness, but she also looked heroic and beautiful. Luo Yan nodded secretly. The key points of the broken jade fist were understood after just one recitation. Han Shushu was indeed very suitable for the tough route. Not only did he solve Han Shushu's problem, but he also felt relieved. Shushu, try it! Luo Yan picked up a wooden stick as thick as his calf from the ground and threw it at Han Shushu. Han Shushu took a horse stance, pulled her arms back, and punched out with all her strength. Snap! The hard wooden stick was broken into wood chips, and it seemed that there was still strength left. This! Han Shushu stopped and looked at her fist in surprise, unable to believe it. With her level, this was actually very difficult to do. The broken jade fist stimulates the potential of the physical body. Now you have experienced it. Luo Yan, thank you. Han Shushu ran over and kissed Luo Yan on the face. Then she ran away shyly. Luo Yan touched his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, right? Sure enough, she is the proactive type. After leaving the Han family, Luo Yan received a call from Jing Taicheng. Brother Luo, would you please have dinner with me tonight? What do you need? Yes, I have a difficult matter that I want to trouble you with. Okay, time and place? Batong Villa, 10 p.m. I'll be there on time. In the last battle in the park, it was only thanks to the black-robed old man beside Jing Taicheng who saved Lu Xiu that Luo Yan was able to escape from the quagmire of being threatened. Therefore, Jing Taicheng's favor must be repaid. Since he had to repay it anyway, he didn't care what Jing Taicheng asked him to do. In fact, Jing Taicheng once said that if Luo Yan was willing to join the Jing family, he would get the full support of the Jing family, including money and self-sustaining cultivation resources. But Luo Yan refused. He had great ambitions and didn't want to be bound by a promise. Jing Taicheng said he understood and never mentioned this request again. After hanging up Jing Taicheng's phone, Luo Yan returned home. After lunch and some guidance from Lu Xiu, he returned to his room. Alchemy and cultivation, time soon came to 9 o'clock in the evening. Luo Yan told Lu Xiu to be careful and came to Batong Villa alone. Jing Taicheng was waiting outside. Batong Villa is a chain of high-end clubs in Longguo. It has been opened in many cities and provides food and accommodation. It implements a membership system and only accepts members. To become a member of Batong Villa, you must pass the qualification certification with Jing Taicheng's identity and wealth. He is just an ordinary member of Batong Villa. From this point, it can be seen that Batong Villa has a deep background. Jing Taicheng picked up Luo Yan and entered Batong Villa. The environment is elegant and the privacy is excellent. It is a good place to talk. The key is that it can also be protected by Batong Villa, and no one dares to make trouble here. Entering a box, the two sat opposite each other. Jing Taicheng said, Brother Luo, I'll be frank. Since the last alliance between the Wan family and the Long family, the conflicts among the big families have been completely intensified, and the fighting has continued. In the battle in the park, Ding Yushan was seriously injured and suffered a joint sniper attack from several families. He was determined to form a temporary alliance with Yan Song and Liang Chuang, who ranked 7th and 8th, and fought endlessly with the big families. Under such an environment, most families can hardly stay out of it, except for the Han family, who stayed out of it. They are all deeply trapped in this quagmire. The Jiang family is the overlord of Jianghai and the only martial arts family in Jianghai. Ding Yushan dare not move. The He family and the Jiang family are in a marriage state, and no one dares to move the He family. Therefore, we who are ranked 3rd inevitably became their common target. In the past 10 days, we have fought openly and secretly, and each has suffered casualties. If we continue to fight like this, it will be over sooner or later. I received news that Ding Yushan invited a very powerful person today, and then joined forces with other families to prepare a sneak attack on a copper mine outside my Jingjia city. This copper mine is the pillar industry of my Jingjia. If it is destroyed, it will definitely be a big loss. Now my master has led other warriors to rush over, but I still feel uneasy, so I ask Brother Luo to help me with this. Jing Taicheng looked tired, and it seemed that he was very tired during this period. The purpose of his finding Luo Yan was also very simple, just to act as a thug. Everyone can see Luo Yan's strength. He may not be as good as Jing Taicheng's master, but he is definitely the second person. Jing Taicheng briefly introduced his master, Chang Zizai, in the middle stage of Wuzong. When Jing Taicheng was very young, he was invited into the Jing family. He was not only Jing Taicheng's master, but also treated him as his own son. However, Chang Zizai was a low-key person. Although people outside knew that there was such a person, they did not know his origin and strength. Jing Taicheng was naturally also a warrior, and his realm was in the early stage of the great martial master, one level lower than Luo Yan. Jing Taicheng's father is not a warrior, but he is very good at managing a company. Over the years, he and his son have been in charge of the internal affairs and the external affairs respectively, and with the help of Chang Zizai, they have managed the Jing family very well. Since Brother Jing is in trouble, I will help you once. Luo Yan rarely owes favors to others, and he also hates to owe favors to others. It has been more than half a month since the battle in the park, and Jing Taicheng has been silent. This time he can finally repay the favor. By the way, Brother Jing, do you know where this Batong Villa comes from? Luo Yan asked. I don't know much about it. Jing Taicheng shook his head. It is said that it was opened by a very powerful person in Kyoto. Oh, I also want to open a membership. I wonder if I'm qualified? There may be many opportunities to go to other places in the future, and it will be much more reassuring to have the protection of Batong Villa. Jing Taicheng thought for a while. I will try my best to help Brother Luo apply. Whether he is qualified or not is up to them. I have no way to ask. Then I'll trouble Brother Jing. After finding out where the copper mine was, Luo Yan walked to the suburbs. After a while, they found a place. Chang Zizai came with more than 20 warriors. Some were guest warriors of the Jing family, and some were temporarily invited warriors, all of whom were at the level of martial arts masters or above. With your help, we are even more powerful, Chang Zizai said. Senior, you are too kind. After greeting, Chang Zizai looked at Luo Yan in surprise. In just over 20 days, you have risen to the middle stage of the great martial arts master. This is too fast. Well, I practiced very hard, Luo Yan said. Chang Zizai shook his head with admiration. You are a rare talent, and your future is limitless. He had previously guessed that Luo Yan had a very high aptitude and was valued by the sect. Now this idea became even more certain. At this time, someone from the team of warriors behind Chang Zizai walked out, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Luo Yan. You are Luo Yan. Who are you? I am Fan Ziyong, a great martial artist. Very good. I can tell at a glance that you are both wise and brave, but what does it have to do with me? Senior Chang said that you are a natural talent and your strength is higher than ours, but I don't believe it. You are the smartest one. You are right. I can't compare to you. After saying this, Luo Yan was about to walk to the back of the crowd. Don't run. Fan Ziyong rushed over and punched Luo Yan's shoulder. The sense of power exclusive to the great perfection of the Yangshui realm was overwhelming and the momentum was huge. The wind from the fist made Luo Yan's clothes flutter and rustle. The crowd exclaimed. Whap! 134-42988-3159-3 ml. Seeing that Fan Ziyong's fist was about to hit Luo Yan's shoulder, he saw Luo Yan turn around and stretched out a palm to deal with it. Bang! Fan Ziyong's fist was wrapped in Luo Yan's palm, and all the movements stopped abruptly. No matter how hard Fan Ziyong tried, his face turned red, and Luo Yan's position did not move at all. You are too weak. Luo Yan's strength has been polished by the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, Snake Gallbladder, and Black Iron Sword, and his strength has risen to a certain level. It is not too easy to control Fan Ziyong. He looked relaxed and pressed his palm slightly, and Fan Ziyong screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ouch! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Let go! The warriors looked at each other, and their scalps tingled. Fan Ziyong is good at strength, and his realm is one level higher than Luo Yan, but his performance at this time is like an ant shaking an elephant, bringing shame upon himself. Some warriors who were initially dissatisfied with Luo Yan were now convinced. Luo Yan withdrew his palm, walked to the back, leaned against a tree, and closed his eyes to rest. Fan Ziyong shook his wrist with an embarrassed expression. Fortunately, Luo Yan showed mercy, otherwise the arm would be broken. The copper mine is located in a secluded area surrounded by mountains. Except for the dim mining lamp, the surroundings are pitch black. The mountain wind blew, and the leaves rustled. If you were alone in this environment, you would be a little flustered. It was midnight. The sun and moon were dark, and the earth was dark. Chang Zizai suddenly felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to take out his phone to ask, he suddenly saw the grass in front of him surging, and dozens of figures jumped out. This happened suddenly, and Chang Zizai was shocked. Without saying a word, the gang drew their weapons and rushed towards the Jing family warriors like wolves and tigers. Ah! With a scream, a warrior outside the Jing family was killed. Soon, the scene was filled with killing sounds, and the Jing family warriors were caught off guard and were completely at a disadvantage. Casualties began to spread further. How could this happen? Where are my people? Chang Zizai was terrified. He arranged a large number of secret sentries nearby, and they would sound the alarm at the slightest sign of trouble. But the enemies appeared in front of them, and they still had no reaction. This proved that all the secret sentries had been killed. Chang Zizai was ready to make a move. At this moment, a tall and thin old man walked out of the jungle, staring at Chang Zizai with eagle-like eyes. "Old Ghost Chang, stop looking. I killed all the trash you arranged." "Bai Su." Chang Zizai's face changed slightly and his pupils shrank. Bai Su, known as Bai Wu Chang in the martial arts world. He is good at using a long whip, and the whip is named Wu Chang. He is sinister and vicious and was once included in the list of wanted by the Martial Arts Alliance. Chang Zizai had fought with him 10 years ago, and the two ended in a draw. It is said that Bai Su usually moves around in the northern border to avoid the Martial Arts Alliance. I didn't expect that he was the master invited by Ding Yushan. Crack! Bai Su untied the Wu Chang whip from his waist, and a loud sound was made in the air. Under the dim light, the whip was shiny in the dark, and it was unknown what material it was made of. There were also hundreds of barbs connected to it, which was very scary. Chang Zizai did not dare to be careless. He raised his hand, and two gloves made of mysterious metal appeared in his hands. Bai Su was not surprised. Instead, he stared at an ancient ring on Chang Zizai's hand, and his greed was so strong that he almost drooled. Storage ring? Storage ring is a magic weapon for storing objects. It is said to be left by the predecessors of the previous generation of martial artists. The material is unknown, the number is limited, and it is extremely precious. Bai Su once spent a lot of effort to find it, but he couldn't find it. Unexpectedly, Chang Zizai had one on him. It was really easy to get it. Come on! Bai Su whipped up and whipped Chang Zizai's head. The wind was whistling, and sand and stones were flying around with amazing power. At the same time as the impermanence whip came, Bai Su moved his palm to his chest, and a strong palm force was slapped out in the air. This guy is also in the middle stage of Wuzong, Chang Zizai thought to himself. Wuzong belongs to the realm of nourishing qi, and can flexibly use internal force. The palm in the air issued by Bai Su is in this category. Judging from Bai Su's palm power, he should be at the middle stage of Wuzong, the same as Chang Zizai. But the range of boxing weapons is limited, and Chang Zizai must get close to him to organize an effective attack. At this time, Chang Zizai has a whip on his head and a palm in the middle, and he can kill him in an instant. He has no other choice but to separate his palms, grab the impermanence whip with one hand, and shoot out a palm force in the air with the other hand. At the same time, he moves forward quickly, preparing to use a short hand to hit a long hand. There is a loud bang, and the two palm forces meet in the air, and the space is distorted for a moment. Then, energy fragments fly around, scraping leaves, and a small tree with a bowl-sized diameter nearby is affected. With a click, the trunk breaks. This time, the palm fight is evenly matched. At this time, Chang Zizai has relied on his excellent body skills to avoid the impermanence whip on his head, and is only 2 meters away from Bai Su, and he will be there in the blink of an eye. The shorter the distance, the greater the power of the fist and palm. On the contrary, the power of the long whip will decrease. Chang Zizai is best at fists and palms, and Bai Su is definitely not his opponent. Just when Chang Zizai was trying to get into the attack range of the impermanence whip, he didn't notice that Bai Su's mouth curled up into a strange smile. The impermanence whip was already old, and suddenly, as if it had eyes, it suddenly turned in the air and whipped Chang Zizai's back fiercely. It happened suddenly, and Chang Zizai heard the wind behind him and noticed something was wrong. But he was not a pushover, and he reacted very quickly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a piece of the impermanence whip. But the whip was too soft, and the tail of the whip still hit him. The clothes on his back were scraped open, and the barbs scratched his skin a little. It's so sharp. You have to be careful. Chang Zizai's boxing gloves were not ordinary things. He held the impermanence whip tightly in his palm and swept forward. Now that the impermanence whip was in his hand, its power must have been greatly reduced, and the balance of victory gradually moved towards Chang Zizai. Just as he exerted force with his feet, he suddenly felt a numbness on his back, which was exactly where he was scratched by the whip. Chang Zizai was horrified. His heart sank and he shouted, "Bai Su, is the whip poisonous?" His eyes were full of anger, and there was an uncontrollable panic. "Haha, I've been hunted for years. How can I not learn some life-saving skills?" Bai Su said proudly. "The whip is coated with the poison of the most poisonous monster in the northern border, the giant-tailed black scorpion. 1 drop is enough to kill 10 martial masters. Old Ghost Chang, I wonder how long you can last." Despicable, despicable. A dizziness came and Chang Zizai was furious. The poison spread so quickly, he regretted it a little bit. He knew that Bai Su had a mean character but was still so careless. Now he was suffering the consequences. But now is not the time to regret. Chang Zizai took out a few detoxification pills from the ring and swallowed them to control the spread of the poison first. Then he gathered his mind, flipped his palms, and started to attack. He wanted to defeat Bai Su before the poison spread to his whole body. Class 134 fine A415436.html. Luo Yan wrote the prescription and handed it to Ye Qing. Ye Qing quickly sent the prescription out and asked someone to prepare the medicine. Soon, a phone call came. Ye Qing said, "It's He Chong, the person in charge of medical treatment and herbal medicine planting in the organization." He pressed the hands-free. "Mr. Ye, who gave you this prescription?" He Chong's excited voice came from the phone. "Oh, what's wrong?" Ye Qing glanced at Luo Yan. "It's amazing. It's simply unpredictable. According to this prescription, your internal injuries will definitely be effectively suppressed. Who on earth can prescribe this prescription?" "Mr. Ye, please introduce it to me, and I will visit you immediately." He Chong's voice trembled. "Ahem, I'm not busy with this visit. There's a rare medicinal ingredient in it. Do you have any? 6-flavor licorice, right?" "Yes, we have it at the base." Luo Yan rolled his eyes and said to the phone, "Hello, in addition to 6-flavor licorice, other medicines may be used in the future. I'll send you the list later. Can you see if you have it?" "Are you the miracle doctor?" He Chong became respectful. "Okay, please send it as much as possible. Even if I don't have it, I'll try to find it." "Okay, thank you for your trouble." After hanging up the phone, Luo Yan said to Ye Qing, "Mr. Ye, I know a lot about alchemy, but it's been difficult to start because many materials cannot be gathered together. If you help me collect medicines, I can not only cure diseases, but also help many people improve their cultivation, which will be of great help to improve the overall strength of your organization." Ye Qing's eyes were bright. "Just ask, we'll do our best." The two of them talked again, and Luo Yan told Ye Qing that Han Zhaixun had a list and was also helping him collect materials. Let Han Zhaixun and He Chong meet to finalize the matter. Of course, this is not an obligation to help. Ye Qing and Han Zhaixun provide the materials for alchemy. Luo Yan provides the technology, and the resulting elixirs are divided among the 3 parties. However, Luo Yan controls the recipe, and he has the final say on how many elixirs to give to the 2 parties and the quality of the elixirs. During the period of taking the medicine, Mr. Yi must rest, and it is best not to use internal force. Especially at noon, the external yang energy is at its peak. If you use internal force, the consequences will be disastrous, Luo Yan reminded before leaving. "Haha, I still cherish this old life very much, don't worry," Ye Qing joked. After the matter was settled, Luo Yan said goodbye to Ye Qing and Han Shuping. Han Shushu followed him out. "Luo Yan, my Tai Chi has problems again. Can you help me see what's going on?" "Oh, okay." During this time, Luo Yan found a gap and finally taught Tai Chi to Han Shushu. In his mind, Han Shushu is a rich lady, willful, and things like practicing martial arts may only be 3 minutes of enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, Han Shushu practiced very hard, which surprised Luo Yan. She has been practicing Tai Chi for more than 10 days. Unfortunately, her progress can be described as slow. Either the movements are not in place, or they are too hasty. She has never been able to comprehend the realm of using a little force to achieve a great result, and using slowness to defeat speed. For this reason, Luo Yan often gives her instructions in person, but she still can't get the point. At this time, the two came to the garden of the villa, and Luo Yan gave Han Shushu instructions. Han Shushu memorized it carefully, and after about 15 minutes of fighting, her moves began to become messy again. Luo Yan called a halt at the right time and gave her instructions again. After another 10 minutes, she became more and more unreliable. "Stop, stop, stop!" Luo Yan's anger gradually rose, and he scolded. "I say, what's wrong with you? You make mistakes here every time. You have been making mistakes for 10 days. You should have learned it by now. Where did your intelligence and talent when you were studying go? Why doesn't it work here?" Compared with Lu Xiyu, Luo Yan's attitude towards Han Shushu is much different. In addition to the close relationship, Lu Xiyu is really hardworking and easy to deal with. She can learn anything quickly and is hardworking. She doesn't usually pester Luo Yan. She listens to his arrangements and just does her role well. Han Shushu is different. She comes to bother him whenever she has a problem. She is also very stupid and can't learn no matter how much she is taught. Luo Yan endured it for more than 10 days and finally exploded. Han Shushu was very aggrieved by Luo Yan's scolding. She held back her tears and didn't say anything. From childhood to adulthood, she was raised in the palm of her hand. No one dared to say that she was stupid, let alone that she was a big fool. The man in front of her deeply hurt her self-esteem. The most important thing is that she is indeed stupid, and she can't refute it. She and Lu Xiyu are good sisters. Now Lu Xiyu has the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, Lingbo Weibu, Quanjin swordsmanship, and left and right fighting. It's simply blossoming in all aspects. Compared with her, it's so hard for me to learn a set of Tai Chi. What else can I be but a stupid cow? Seeing her pitiful appearance, Luo Yan also felt a little regretful. Alas, he sighed and said, "You may really not have the talent for cultivation. No matter how hard you try, it will be a waste of time. Give up. In fact, with your family conditions, there is no need to choose the path of a warrior. After all, it is too difficult." Now Han Zhaixun has initially tasted the sweetness of selling pills. Even if his daughter does not choose this path, he will not give up collecting materials for Luo Yan. Han Shushu pursed her lips tightly. "I want to be a warrior, and I also want to go to the Genius Martial Arts Academy. I want to go to school with you." Hearing this, Luo Yan's expression moved. He turned his head to look at Han Shushu, who happened to be looking at him at this time. The four eyes met, and Han Shushu's eyes revealed bravery and determination, and there was a hint of tenderness inside. Soon, the two looked away. People are not plants, and Luo Yan can feel her affection for him. But affection is not a talent for cultivation after all, and it cannot be forced. I have always believed that I must take the initiative to fight for my own happiness. People who don't know me may think that I am strong-willed and that I come from a famous family and act recklessly. But I can tell you that even if I were from a poor family, I would still have this kind of personality, and I will never change it in this life. This sentence reminded Luo Yan that Han Shushu might not have no talent for cultivation, but might have gone the wrong way from the beginning. Her passion for learning martial arts came from her experience in Taekwondo, and she learned it well. In addition, she has a strong and proactive personality and dares to act. Tai Chi, a martial art that emphasizes clever force and unloading, may not really be suitable for her. Thinking of this, Luo Yan said, "How about this? You try other martial arts." During this period, the system rewarded some more skills. Luo Yan filtered them and decided to teach her the Broken Jade Fist. Category: External Kung Fu. Grade: Introduction. The unique skill of the Huashan school in the bloody world, which simplifies the complex, is simple and direct, and relies entirely on strength and internal strength to win. A punch is like a hammer hitting a rock or a giant axe splitting a mountain. It was the Broken Jade Fist that helped Gui Shinshu gain the Invincible Divine Fist. Yuan Chengji also defeated powerful enemies several times with the Broken Jade Fist. Note 1. The Broken Jade Fist can stimulate the potential of the physical body, and can also temper the physical body during practice, which complements each other. Luo Yan introduced the theory of the Broken Jade Fist clearly, and asked Han Shushu if she was interested. But he also said that the Broken Jade Fist specializes in training strength and internal strength, and emphasizes that every punch hits the flesh, which is completely different from Lu Xiu's mainly elegant and agile routines of the Tomb School. If you care too much about your image, you can't practice it. After all, it looks a bit rude. Han Shushu thought for a while. Do you think it's rude? She only cared about Luo Yan's opinion. Luo Yan smiled and said, "In addition to strengthening yourself, practice is mainly used to kill enemies. Since it kills enemies, how elegant can it be? So in my opinion, there is no difference between rudeness and elegance in practice." "That's fine. I'm actually quite looking forward to it." Han Shushu smiled. Luo Yan immediately taught Han Shushu the Broken Jade Fist. WAP/134-134-298/3155. Shu was not stupid. The Broken Jade Fist had simple moves. She learned it in less than 30 minutes. She was very happy while learning it, and loved it from the bottom of her heart. Luo Yan had given her many body hardening pills during this period, and now she had reached the 3rd level of body hardening. After memorizing the moves of the Broken Jade Fist in her mind, Lu Xiu began to fight in the small garden. She was already 1.7 meters tall, and because she liked sports, she had a fit body and a very good body proportion. When she used it, her fists were loud and she shouted and yelled. Not only was there no roughness, but she also looked heroic and beautiful. Luo Yan nodded secretly. The key points of the Broken Jade Fist were understood after just one recitation. Han Shushu was indeed very suitable for the tough route. Not only did he solve Han Shushu's problem, but he also felt relieved. "Shu, try it!" Luo Yan picked up a wooden stick as thick as his calf from the ground and threw it at Han Shushu. Han Shushu took a horse stance, pulled her arms back, and punched out with all her strength. Snap! The hard wooden stick was broken into wood chips, and it seemed that there was still strength left. "This!" Han Shushu stopped and looked at her fist in surprise, unable to believe it. With her level, this was actually very difficult to do. The Broken Jade Fist stimulates the potential of the physical body. Now you have experienced it. "Luo Yan, thank you." Han Shushu ran over and kissed Luo Yan on the face. Then she ran away shyly. Luo Yan touched his face, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, right? Sure enough, she is the proactive type. After leaving the Han family, Luo Yan received a call from Jing Taicheng. "Brother Luo, would you please have dinner with me tonight?" "What do you need?" "Yes, I have a difficult matter that I want to trouble you with." "Okay, time and place?" "Batong Villa, 10 p.m. I'll be there on time." In the last battle in the park, it was only thanks to the black-robed old man beside Jing Taicheng who saved Lu Xiu that Luo Yan was able to escape from the quagmire of being threatened. Therefore, Jing Taicheng's favor must be repaid. Since he had to repay it anyway, he didn't care what Jing Taicheng asked him to do. In fact, Jing Taicheng once said that if Luo Yan was willing to join the Jing family, he would get the full support of the Jing family, including money and self-sustaining cultivation resources. But Luo Yan refused. He had great ambitions and didn't want to be bound by a promise. Jing Taicheng said he understood and never mentioned this request again. After hanging up Jing Taicheng's phone, Luo Yan returned home. After lunch and some guidance from Lu Xiu, he returned to his room. Alchemy and cultivation, time soon came to 9 o'clock in the evening. Luo Yan told Lu Xiu to be careful and came to Batong Villa alone. Jing Taicheng was waiting outside. Batong Villa is a chain of high-end clubs in Longguo. It has been opened in many cities and provides food and accommodation. It implements a membership system and only accepts members. To become a member of Batong Villa, you must pass the qualification certification. With Jing Taicheng's identity and wealth, he is just an ordinary member of Batong Villa. From this point, it can be seen that Batong Villa has a deep background. Jing Taicheng picked up Luo Yan and entered Batong Villa. The environment is elegant and the privacy is excellent. It is a good place to talk. The key is that it can also be protected by Batong Villa, and no one dares to make trouble here. Entering a box, the two sat opposite each other. Jing Taicheng said, "Brother Luo, I'll be frank. Since the last alliance between the Wan family and the Long family, the conflicts among the big families have been completely intensified, and the fighting has continued. In the battle in the park, Ding Yushan was seriously injured and suffered a joint sniper attack from several families. He was determined to form a temporary alliance with Yan Song and Liang Chuang, who ranked 7th and 8th, and fought endlessly with the big families. Under such an environment, most families can hardly stay out of it, except for the Han family who stayed out of it. They are all deeply trapped in this quagmire. The Jiang family is the overlord of Jianghai and the only martial arts family in Jianghai. Ding Yushan dare not move. The He family and the Jiang family are in a marriage state, and no one dares to move the He family. Therefore, we, who are ranked 3rd, inevitably became their common target. In the past 10 days, we have fought openly and secretly, and each has suffered casualties. If we continue to fight like this, it will be over sooner or later. I received news that Ding Yushan invited a very powerful person today and joined forces with other families to prepare for a sneak attack on a copper mine outside my Jingjia city. This copper mine is the pillar industry of my Jing family. If it is destroyed, it will definitely be a big loss. My master has led other warriors to rush over, but I still feel uneasy, so I ask Brother Luo to do me this favor." Jing Taicheng looked tired, and it seemed that he was very tired during this period. The purpose of his finding Luo Yan was also very simple, just to act as a thug. Everyone can see Luo Yan's strength. He may not be as good as Jing Taicheng's master, but he is definitely the second person. Jing Taicheng briefly introduced his master, Chang Zizai, in the middle stage of Wuzong. He was invited into the Jing family when Jing Taicheng was very young. He was not only Jing Taicheng's master, but also treated him as his own son. However, Chang Zizai was a low-key person. Although people outside knew that there was such a person, they did not know his origin and strength. Jing Taicheng was naturally also a warrior, and his realm was in the early stage of the great martial master, one level lower than Luo Yan. Jing Taicheng's father was not a warrior, but he had a good way of managing the company. Over the years, he and his son were in charge of the internal affairs and the external affairs, and with the help of Chang Zizai, they managed the Jing family very well. Since Brother Jing is in trouble, I will help you once. Luo Yan rarely owes favors to others, and he hates to owe favors to others. It has been more than half a month since the battle in the park, and Jing Taicheng has been silent. This time he can finally repay the favor. "By the way, Brother Jing, do you know where this Batong Villa comes from?" Luo Yan asked. "I don't know much either." Jing Taicheng shook his head. "It is said that it was opened by a very powerful person in Kyoto." "Oh, I also want to open a membership. I wonder if I am qualified?" "There may be many opportunities to run away in the future, and it will be a lot more reassuring to have the protection of Batong Villa." Jing Taicheng thought for a while. "I will try my best to help Brother Luo apply. Whether he is qualified or not is up to them. I have no way to ask." Then trouble Brother Jing. After asking about the location of the copper mine, Luo Yan walked to the suburbs. After a while, he found the place. Chang Zizai came up with more than 20 warriors. Some were guest warriors of the Jing family, and some were warriors invited temporarily, and their realms were all above martial arts masters. "With the help of little brother, we are like a tiger with wings," Chang Zizai said. "Senior, you are too kind." After greeting, Chang Zizai looked at Luo Yan in surprise. "In just 20 days, little brother has risen to the middle stage of the great martial master. This is too fast." "Well, I practiced very hard," Luo Yan said. Chang Zizai sighed and shook his head. "Little brother is a dragon among men, and his future is limitless." Before, he guessed that Luo Yan had a very high talent and was valued by the sect. In this way, this idea became more certain. At this time, someone from the warrior team behind Chang Zizai walked out, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Luo Yan. "You are Luo Yan. Who are you?" "My humble name is Fan Jiong, a great martial master." "Very good, I can tell at a glance that you are both wise and brave. But what does it have to do with me?" "Senior Chang said that you are a natural talent, and your strength ranks above ours. I don't believe it." "The smartest one is you. You are right, I can't compare to you." After Luo Yan finished speaking, he was about to walk to the back of the crowd. "Don't run!" Fan Jiong rushed over and punched Luo Yan's shoulder. The power unique to the great perfection of the nourishing blood realm was overwhelming and powerful. The wind from his fist made Luo Yan's clothes flutter and rustle. The crowd exclaimed, "Wop, 34-34298, 31540-359. Seeing that Fan Jiong's fist was about to hit Luo Yan's shoulder, Luo Yan turned around and stretched out a palm to deal with it. Bang! Fan Jiong's fist was wrapped in Luo Yan's palm, and all movement stopped abruptly. No matter how hard Fan Jiong tried, his face turned red, and Luo Yan's position did not move at all. "You are too weak." Luo Yan's strength has risen to a certain level after being polished by the dragon elephant prajna power, snake gallbladder, and black iron sword. It is too easy to control Fan Jiong. He looked relaxed and pressed his palm slightly downward, and Fan Jiong screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ouch! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Let go! The warriors looked at each other, and their scalps tingled. Fan Jiong was known for his strength, and his realm was one level higher than Luo Yan, but his performance at this time was like an ant trying to shake an elephant, bringing shame upon himself. Some warriors who had initially disobeyed Luo Yan were now convinced. Luo Yan withdrew his palm, walked to the back, leaned against a tree, and closed his eyes to rest. Fan Jiong shook his wrist with an embarrassed expression. Fortunately, Luo Yan showed mercy, otherwise this arm would have been useless. The copper mine is located in a secluded area surrounded by mountains. Except for the dim mining lamp, the surroundings are pitch black. The mountain wind blows, and the leaves rustle. If you are alone in such an environment, you will be a little flustered. The time came to midnight, the sun and the moon were dim, and the earth was dark. Chang Zizai suddenly felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to take out his phone to ask, he suddenly saw the bushes ahead surging and dozens of figures jumping out. This happened so suddenly that Chang Zizai was shocked. Without saying a word, the gang drew their weapons and rushed towards the warriors of the Jing family like wolves and tigers. With a scream, a warrior outside the Jing family was killed. Soon, the scene was filled with killing sounds, and the warriors of the Jing family were caught off guard and were completely at a disadvantage. The casualties began to spread further. How could this happen? Where are my people? Chang Zizai was terrified. He arranged a large number of secret sentries nearby who would sound the alarm at the slightest sign of trouble. But the enemy appeared in front of them, and they still had no reaction. This proved that the secret sentries had all been killed. Chang Zizai gathered his mood and was about to take action. At this time, a tall and thin old man walked out of the jungle, his eyes like an eagle staring at Chang Zizai. Chang Laogi, stop looking. I killed all the rubbish you arranged. Baisu? Chang Zizai's face changed slightly and his pupils shrank. Baisu, known as Bai Wuchang in the Jianghu. He is good at using a long whip, and the whip is named Wuchang. He is insidious and vicious, and was once included in the Martial Arts Alliance's hunting list. Chang Zizai had fought with him 10 years ago, and the two ended in a draw. It is said that Baisu usually moves around in the northern border to avoid the Martial Arts Alliance. I didn't expect that he was the master invited by Ding Yushan. Crack! Baisu untied the Wuchang whip from his waist and made a loud sound in the air. Under the dim light, the whip was shiny in the dark and it was unknown what material it was made of. There were also hundreds of barbs connected to it, which was very scary. Chang Zizai did not dare to be careless. He raised his hand, and 2 boxing gloves woven from mysterious metal appeared out of thin air in his hands. Baisu was not surprised, but stared at an ancient ring on Chang Zizai's hand, greedy and almost drooling. Storage ring? Storage ring is a magic weapon for storing objects. It is said to be left by the predecessors of martial arts. The material is unknown, the number is limited, and it is extremely precious. Baisu once spent a lot of effort to find it, but he couldn't find it. Unexpectedly, Chang Zizai had one. It was really easy to get. Come on! Baisu whipped up and whipped Chang Zizai's head. The wind was whistling and sand and rocks were flying around with amazing power. While the impermanence whip was coming, Baisu moved his palm to his chest, and a strong palm force was shot out in the air. This guy is also a mid-level martial arts master, Chang Zizai thought to himself. The martial arts master belongs to the realm of nourishing qi, and can flexibly use internal force. The palm shot in the air from Baisu is in this category. Judging from Baisu's palm power, he should be in the mid-level martial arts master realm, the same as Chang Zizai. But the distance of the boxing weapon is limited, and Chang Zizai must get close to organize an effective attack. At this time, Chang Zizai has a whip on his head and a palm in the middle, and he can kill in an instant. He had no other choice but to separate his palms, grab the impermanence whip with one hand, and slap out a palm force in the air with the other hand. At the same time, he rushed forward, preparing to use a short hand to hit a long hand. With a loud bang, the 2 palm forces met in the air, and the space was distorted for a moment. Then, energy fragments flew in all directions, blowing leaves all over the place. A small tree as thick as a bowl was affected nearby, and with a snap, the trunk broke. This time, the palms were evenly matched. At this time, Chang Zizai had relied on his excellent body skills to avoid the impermanence whip above his head, and was only 2 meters away from Baisu, and he would be there in the blink of an eye. The shorter the distance, the greater the power of the fist and palm. On the contrary, the power of the long whip would decrease. Chang Zizai was best at fists and palms, and Baisu was definitely not his opponent. Just when Chang Zizai was determined to enter the attack range of the impermanence whip, he didn't notice that Baisu had a strange smile on his face. The power of the impermanence whip was already old, and suddenly, as if it had eyes, it suddenly turned in the air and whipped Chang Zizai's back fiercely. It happened suddenly, and Chang Zizai heard the wind behind him and noticed something was wrong. But he was not a pushover, and he reacted very quickly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed a piece of the impermanence whip. But the whip was too soft, and the tail of the whip still hit him. The clothes on his back were scraped open, and the skin was scratched by the barbs. It's so sharp, you have to be careful. Chang Zizai's boxing gloves were not ordinary. He held the impermanence whip tightly in his palm and swept forward. Now that the impermanence whip was in his hand, its power must have been greatly reduced, and the balance of victory gradually moved towards Chang Zizai. Just as he exerted force with his feet, he suddenly felt a numbness in his back, which was the place where he was scratched by the whip just now. Chang Zizai was horrified. His heart sank, and he shouted, "Bai Su, is the whip poisonous?" His eyes were full of anger, and there was uncontrollable panic. "Haha, I've been hunted for years. How can I not learn some life-saving skills?" said proudly. The whip is coated with the poison of the most poisonous monster in the northern border, the giant-tailed black scorpion. One drop is enough to kill 10 martial masters. Old Ghost Chang, let's see how long you can last. Despicable, despicable. A dizziness came, and Chang Zizai was furious. The poison spread so quickly. He felt a little regretful. He knew that Bai Su had a despicable character, but was still so careless. Now he was reaping the fruits of his own labor. But now was not the time to regret. Chang Zizai took out a few detoxification pills from his ring and swallowed them to control the spread of the poison. Then he gathered his mind, flipped his palms, and started to attack. He wanted to defeat Bai Su before the poison spread to his whole body. WAP/1134 94314060 Helm. The fight here was in full swing, and the group fight behind was also in its final stage. Ding family warriors had the advantage in terms of numbers and the suddenness of tactics. On the Jing family side, except for a few powerful martial artists who were still fighting, the rest were defeated. Some died, some were injured, and some fled. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people became 10. The opponent still had 30 people on the field, 3 times their number. "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Fan Jiang used a long-handled guandao, full of vigor and momentum, facing 2 enemies alone. The enemy couldn't take him down for a while. "Sixth brother, come and help." However, they had more people, so they sent another one from the side, and it became 3 against 1. Swish! Fan Jiang's 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and he was trapped by the enemy. He lost his balance, and the long sword cut a long gash on his back. Blood immediately flowed. Fan Jiang's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted, "Despicable!" He turned around and slashed. The sneak attacker was startled and couldn't avoid it, so he was cut into 2 pieces by Fan Jiang's sword. However, Fan Jiang's back injury was too severe. Even if he didn't attack, he would die of excessive blood loss sooner or later. After a moment, Fan Jiang felt dizzy and could fall down at any time. At this moment, a figure jumped out from behind and laughed. "A wise and brave guy, you are done for now?" With laughter, this person swept by like a hurricane, and somehow jumped behind the 2 enemies and directly shocked them all to death with heavy hands. Fan Jiang's vision was blurred, and he looked for a long time before he realized that this person was Luo Yan. "You are still laughing. Hurry up and kill the enemies and save people." Fan Jiang shouted. "Kill the enemies? What enemies?" Luo Yan smiled. Fan Jiang endured the pain and wiped his eyes, and saw dozens of figures falling behind Luo Yan. Except for a few of his own people who were groaning and shouting, all the enemies had been killed. "You did it all, Fan?" Jiang's eyes were wide open, and he couldn't believe it at all. "Yes," Luo Yan said, but it was still a little slow, mainly because there was a bitch using large-scale hidden weapons, attacking indiscriminately, which took me a lot of time. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been injured. Luo Yan said it easily, but Fan Jiang was shocked. 1 person against more than 20 people. If I calculated correctly, it only took about 5 minutes. Is it done? Isn't he only at the level of a great martial artist? How did he do it? Okay, take care of your wounds yourself. Luo Yan turned and walked forward. "I'm going to deal with the man with the whip." At this time, the battle between Chang Zizai and Bai Su was coming to an end. The toxin of the giant-tailed black scorpion continued to work, and Chang Zizai's regular antidote could no longer suppress it. He felt dizzy and could no longer control the impermanence whip, so he let go. With a sound of snap snap, the impermanence whip lashed at Chang Zizai again and again, and he howled miserably, and his body was covered in blood. Bang! Chang Zizai was hit hard in the chest by Bai Su's palm again, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. His clothes were stained with blood. He was at the end of his strength. Even so, he still barely stood on the ground, his body swaying, maintaining his last dignity. "You are really tenacious." Bai Su retracted the impermanence whip. "Since you don't want to die so quickly, then I'll stop." A cruel smile rose at the corner of his mouth. "Slow death is more memorable than death all at once, isn't it?" Ha! It's not that he didn't want to kill Chang Zizai, but he wanted to kill him slowly. The impermanence whip struck again, hitting Chang Zizai's left waist, bringing out another piece of blood and flesh. "Ah!" Chang Zizai screamed, unable to support himself any longer, and his body fell down. He was so miserable. "Fun!" Bai Su licked his lips and walked up slowly. Chang Zizai knew that he could not escape his fate, so he took a deep breath to keep his dizzy head in the last bit of rationality. It's better to commit suicide than to be tortured by this beast. He took out a dagger from the ring and stabbed it into his heart. "We agreed to play slowly. Why did you die so suddenly?" The impermanence whip flew over and rolled the dagger away. You, Chang Zizai couldn't breathe and fainted. You fainted already, it's not fun, then I'll grant you your wish. The impermanence whip flew out again, this time swinging towards Chang Zizai's head. This whip will definitely make his head explode and he will die. Stop! Stop! At this moment, two shouts came from the front and back at the same time. With two swooshes, two hidden weapons flew at the same time, as fast as meteors, heading straight for Bai Su. If Bai Su insisted on his own way and continued to kill Chang Zizai, he would also pay a heavy price. Without thinking too much, Bai Su chose to save his life. He withdrew the long whip, rolled on the ground, and avoided the two hidden weapons in a panic. Only then did he see clearly that the hidden weapon in front was an ordinary sharp needle, 1 finger long. The speed was very fast, but Bai Su was fully capable of knocking it down. The hidden weapon behind was not simple, an ancient long sword, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary one. It came with extremely fierce force, and with a whoosh it pierced Bai Su's afterimage. If Bai Su was half a second slower, he would have been pierced through the body by the long sword. Bai Su was still in shock, wondering who was the attacker. A young man came from the front, moving very fast with an indifferent expression. He held 3 sharp needles in his hands, ready to shoot at any time. The man behind him was an old man, wearing an old-fashioned robe and looked very simple, but his temperament was not ordinary at all. He held his head high and his chest puffed out, with an aura that looked down on the world. The old man had a bad temper and cursed. Although Chang Laogi is not a thing, he will die if he dies. But Bai Su, you are even more shameless. After all, you are a famous person. You can kill him if you want. You are killing your opponent like this, which makes me angry. The old man cursed while walking towards the ancient long sword. His back was exposed to Bai Su, but Bai Su didn't dare to make a move, and was very afraid of him. Senior Chang! Senior Chang! Luo Yan came to Chang Zizai first and sniffed his breath. He was barely breathing. He checked his pulse again. His breath was scattered, and his pulse was weak. He could die at any time. There was no possibility of saving him. Little brother. Perhaps it was a last breath. Chang Zizai suddenly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. He took the ring from his hand and handed it to Luo Yan. This ring and the things inside are all given to you. Help me, avenge, kill Bai Su. After saying this, he tilted his head and died with hatred. Senior, don't worry, I will kill Bai Su. Luo Yan promised to the corpse and gently put Chang Zizai back on the ground. By the way, he put the ring on his finger. He heard others say that there was such a magical ring at the Wanshu Peak Heroes Conference, and he was not surprised. Luo Yan and Chang Zizai had only met twice. In Luo Yan's mind, Chang Zizai may not be a great man, but he is definitely a loyal man. Such a person deserves respect. In addition, he saved Lu Shiyu personally. Although there are some interests involved, he still solved Luo Yan's dilemma. It is reasonable for Luo Yan to help him. At this time, the old man in the long robe had come to Luo Yan's side and looked at Chang Zizai. Dead? Luo Yan nodded. Dead. The old man seemed to sigh slightly with a sigh. Then he looked at Luo Yan. Again. I'll deal with you later. He drew back the long sword and turned to walk towards Bai Su. Luo Yan was confused. Who the hell is this? 134-298-3154-6946.html. Jian Sanjian. Bai Su jumped up from the ground, his face showing panic. The old man in front of him who was speaking rudely was Jian Sanjian, the most famous swordmaster in Jiangnan and the steward of the Jiangling branch of the Martial Arts Alliance. He got the news from somewhere and learned that Luo Yan was protecting the Jing family's copper mine, so he chased after him. As soon as he arrived, he saw Bai Su killing Chang Zizai. Jian Sanjian knew Chang Zizai and they were rivals for a time. However, the two of them were sympathetic to each other. Now that Chang Zizai had ended up like this, Jian Sanjian felt sorry for him and was ready to teach Bai Su a lesson. Seeing Jian Sanjian getting closer and closer, he was full of murderous aura, and the ancient sword in his hand trembled slightly, making a soul-stirring buzzing sound. Bai Su's heart was lifted. He reached into his arms and shouted, "Look at the poison powder!" The sky was full of white powder, and it looked like it was not easy to mess with. All warriors are quite afraid of poisonous substances. Jian Sanjian frowned slightly, raised the ancient sword, and his internal force rolled up a hurricane everywhere. In an instant, the white powder was swept away. But in the blink of an eye, the bushes in front of him shook, and Bai Su had disappeared without a trace. Jian Sanjian laughed. This bastard ran fast enough. After Bai Su left, only Luo Yan and Jian Sanjian were left in the field. Boy, considering that you still have good intentions, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, return my apprentice's sword, and I will spare your life. Jian Sanjian looked at Luo Yan and said, What sword? I don't know what you are talking about. Luo Yan stood up. His eyes were slick, ready to run away at any time. The 3 small broken swords that Jian Sanjian mentioned had been upgraded to the system long ago. He couldn't take them out, and it was impossible for him to kowtow. He couldn't beat them, so he could only run away. I won't say the same thing for the 3rd time. Return the sword. Kowtow. Jian Sanjian approached, his eyes emitting a strong murderous intent. A strong pressure enveloped Luo Yan, and he tried to adjust his breathing and step back. Hey, Jian Sanjian, you are a famous person after all. If you bully a high school student now, what will happen if the news gets out? How can you save your reputation? At this moment, Fan Jiang dragged his injured body over and pointed at Jian Sanjian and scolded him. Although this man was impulsive, he was still a righteous person. Luo Yan had just saved him, and he also spoke for Luo Yan. A few surviving warriors were also standing by and watching. Although they were also saved by Luo Yan, they were not as bold as Fan Jiong and only dared to stop at a distance. "You useless person, dare to question me?" Qian Sanjin swung his sword, and the sword energy like a waterfall came out from the sword body, directly splitting Fan Jiong into two pieces. Blood mist rose, and Fan Jiong's eyes widened when he died. He couldn't believe that this famous person, the deacon of the Martial Arts Alliance, would kill a low-level warrior like himself. "This way the news won't get out." Qian Sanjin drew his sword back with a disdainful expression on his face. He is a man who first of all loves face the most, secondly, he is the most protective of his shortcomings, and thirdly, he always regards strength is supreme as the highest rule. The stronger the opponent, the more respect he gets. And those weak ones in his eyes are like ants without the right to speak. They don't even have the right to live. The warriors not far away saw Qian Sanjin kill people as soon as he made a move and they scattered. "This is a bit scary. He can actually emit sword energy." Luo Yan knew the gap between him and Qian Sanjin very well, and his legs were like two motors running at high speed. He opened the Lingbo microstep to the maximum and rushed into the darkness. In an instant, he ran away without a trace. This footwork, Qian Sanjin was slightly surprised and couldn't understand Luo Yan's footwork at all. But it didn't matter. After all, the realms of the two were too different. In the face of absolute speed, no matter how magical the footwork was, it was in vain. He rushed forward and chased after him with his sword. Two figures shuttled through the jungle, as fast as lightning. Luo Yan's light steps were amazing, and he could walk through the rugged jungle as if on flat ground. He also chose the most complicated terrains to walk on, crawling through the bushes, going around big trees, and creating some roadblocks on the way. Although Qian Sanjin was fast, he was not as flexible as him in corners, so the distance between the two of them remained at about 20 meters. After chasing for a while, Qian San became increasingly angry. "Are you fast?" He took a deep breath, touched the ground with both feet, and his speed soared. In an instant, he caught up to a distance of 15 meters. Luo Yan heard the sound and hurriedly turned back. Qian Sanjian's furious old face came into view. "The poison needle is coming!" Luo Yan reached into his arms and sent out a handful of ice soul silver needles. Of course there was no poison, but he saw Qian Sanjian's fear of the poison powder just now, so he thought of it to scare him. Qian Sanjin really fell into the trap and dodged sideways. Luo Yan took this opportunity to slip away, and the distance between the two widened again. "Sly kid!" Qian Sanjian was furious. He swung the ancient sword in his hand forward, and a huge sword energy surged. The surrounding trees were instantly cut by him, and the branches and leaves fell one after another. Luo Yan heard the movement behind him, so he didn't dare to take the attack and slid to the side. Crack! Just as he dodged, an unparalleled sword energy slashed at the phantom left by him, and directly slashed at a big tree in front of him. The trunk broke and fell down with a loud bang. "Fuck!" Luo Yan cursed and broke out in a cold sweat. Because of this delay, the distance between the two was shortened to 15 meters again. The poison needle is coming again. Luo Yan used the same trick again, sending out a large number of silver needles, attacking all the vital points of Qian Sanjian, as if it didn't cost any money. Qian Sanjian dodged sideways and sent out sword energy again. That's how the two of them fought back and forth, and the sword energy was crisscrossing in the dense forest, and the silver light was shining. Soon, when Luo Yan was about to take out the silver needles from the system backpack again, he was horrified to find that there were only 2 silver needles left, and they were about to run out. What a mistake! I must prepare more silver needles after I go back, and it would be best if they were poisoned. Thinking about it, whether he could escape alive was still a question. At this time, Qian Sanjin sent out another sword energy, and Luo Yan's mind turned rapidly. This was not a solution. He could only take a risk and fight. Ah! The sword energy with a cold breath flew past him, and it was only 1 centimeter away from cutting off his arm. Luo Yan howled miserably. His body flew high, and then fell heavily to the ground. Covering his left arm, pretending to be injured, his face was as white as frost, and he sat on the ground and couldn't get up. It was dark and the forest was dense. Even though Qian Sanjian had excellent eyesight, he couldn't tell whether Luo Yan was injured. He strode forward, pointed his ancient sword at Luo Yan, temporarily hiding the murderous aura on his body, his eyes calm, and said, "I have to admit that at this age you are already a genius, but you should never challenge me." After he finished speaking, the murderous aura reappeared, and the ancient sword fell towards Luo Yan's neck. At this moment, Luo Yan's body suddenly soared up, and a black big sword appeared in his hand, piercing Qian Sanjian's heart. This sword may not be called a sword at all. It is almost like a big black iron. But it is this big black iron that seems to move the world, condense the air, and stop time. It brought an unprecedented pressure to Qian Sanjian, an expert in sword use, and his breathing was disordered, his pupils were dilated, and his scalp was numb. Anyway, his whole body was not well. All reactions were half a beat slower. But Qian Sanjian was always Qian Sanjian. The natural reflex of his flesh and decades of combat experience allowed him to avoid the vital part of his heart at the most critical moment. At the same time, the ancient sword changed from slashing to stabbing, piercing Luo Yan's heart. However, the magic of the black iron sword is not only its overwhelming weight and momentum, but also its magical suction that works on any weapon. WAP 4-134-28 launch done 315447. With a swish, the ancient sword was affected by the suction, and the angle deviated, piercing Luo Yan's shoulder and passing through his shoulder. Ah! Luo Yan was heartbroken. Not only was his body severely injured, but because this sword contained Qian Sanjian's deep internal force and the bone-chilling coldness of the ancient sword itself, his meridians were disturbed and his whole body's qi and blood were almost stagnant. He could not use any strength at all. Qian Sanjian was even worse, being hit by the blunt edge of the black iron sword, and it hit his shoulder socket. His entire right arm was removed, and the broken arm flew far away with the ancient sword and fell into the darkness. Qian Sanjian looked down at the broken arm. The bones and blood vessels were like a bunch of cables that had been forcibly pulled out. Blood was still spurting out of the wound. How could this happen? He stepped back 3 steps, his mind was blank, and he was completely dumbfounded. Arm, broken, impossible. He couldn't accept the fact that he had become a cripple, and the right hand which he was best at was broken. Although he could use a sword with his left hand, it was far inferior to his right hand. This broken arm could be said to have ruined half of his cultivation. Qian Sanjian's eyes went dark, and he felt dizzy, and his life became meaningless. Naturally, he wanted to escape from reality. He turned around and left this sad place, but his steps suddenly stopped. The person who destroyed his cultivation was right in front of him. You must die! Qian Sanjian's face was ferocious, and he walked forward to end Luo Yan's life. Luo Yan, however, was out of control at this time, and could not exert any strength at all. Just as he was about to surrender, at this moment the bushes not far away suddenly shook and a figure jumped out. Holding a long whip and with eyes rolling, it was Bai Su who had returned. He walked slowly, and the impermanence whip dragged a long mark on the ground. There was a rustling sound. A smug smile appeared on his face. Everything was under his control. Qian Sanjian raised his hand and put it down again. Now that he was seriously injured, he might not be able to beat Bai Su. The most important thing was that if he chose to continue to kill Luo Yan, Bai Su would take this opportunity to strike with a thunderbolt and kill Qian Sanjian. As for Bai Su, because of Qian Sanjian's years of accumulated prestige, he did not dare to act rashly. Just as Qian Sanjian thought, he was waiting for an opportunity to make a move. As for why he didn't wait for Qian Sanjian to kill Luo Yan before coming out, it was because he was afraid that Qian Sanjian would take away all the treasures. The ring, the ancient sword, and the big black sword. They are all rare treasures. After repeated consideration, Qian Sanjian decided to temporarily avoid the sharp edge, slowly retreated, and prepared to pick up the ancient sword on the ground and leave. That was the sword that had been with him all his life. Bai Su said sinisterly, Qian Sanjian, if I were you, I would not act rashly. Your sword is mine. Bai Su, you'd better think clearly whether you really want to go against our martial arts alliance. Qian Sanjian was furious. Humph, we have been against it for so many years, and it doesn't matter if we go against it for a few more decades. Bai Su shrugged, acting indifferent. At worst, I can go back to Northern Frontier. Qian Sanjian narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Bai Su's interruption actually calmed Qian Sanjian down, for, now, saving his life is the most important thing. Because of the serious injury, Qian Sanjian got a blessing in disguise. His state of mind was greatly tempered, and he vaguely touched the threshold of entering the Martial King realm. After returning, I will practice the left-hand sword hard, and then gather many masters of the Martial Arts Alliance, kill Bai Su, and take back the ancient sword. What revenge can't be avenged? It's better than dying unclearly now. Bai Su, you are fine. Qian Sanjian left this sentence coldly, and his figure disappeared into the bushes. Only Luo Yan and Bai Su were left in the field. Bai Su waited for a while to make sure that Qian Sanjian had gone far away. He glanced at Luo Yan and knew that he had internal injuries. He ignored him and picked up the ancient sword in the distance. Squinting slightly, he saw that the ancient sword had an ancient shape, and it was hard to tell what material it was made of. It was cold, and the words, John Han, were written on the sword body. John Han's sword? What a good name. Bai Su exclaimed and happily put it away. He walked to Luo Yan and picked up the black iron sword again. Just as he picked it up, there was a sudden bang, and the black iron sword fell straight back to the ground. Why is it so heavy? Bai Su was surprised and took a breath of cold air. He is now at the middle stage of Wuzong, and his body has been tempered and has great strength. He can't even lift a sword. How did this guy do it? Bai Su looked at Luo Yan suspiciously, and then he raised the black iron sword with his internal strength. He squinted his eyes to look closely, but unfortunately, he couldn't see the mystery. This further proves that the black iron sword is not simple. It seems that there are still a lot of good things in the ring. This trip back from the northern border is worth it. He thought that the black iron sword was taken out of the ring. Thinking of this, Bai Su temporarily put down the black iron sword and prepared to snatch the ring. Just as he squatted down, he suddenly felt dizzy and frightened and stood up quickly. Snap! This time it was even worse. His legs were weak and his whole body was limp, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably. Only then did he see clearly that Luo Yan was holding a medicine bottle with the cap open, and it seemed that something was floating out. It's a colorless and tasteless poison. Baisu woke up instantly and said cruelly, "You kid are plotting against me!" "Same here," Luo Yan replied weakly. His situation was not optimistic. At the beginning, he didn't even have the strength to raise his hands. Just when Qian Sanjin and Baisu were scheming against each other, he finally recovered a little strength. He didn't dare to delay. He first took out a 9 flowers jade dew pill from the system backpack and took it to stabilize his injuries. Then he took out a bottle of sad and cool breeze and opened the bottle cap. He expected that Baisu would definitely come to pick up the black iron sword. He only needed to inhale a breath to be poisoned. In the original work, sad and cool breeze was produced by Shixia Yipintang. When it first came out, in addition to poisoning, it would also make people cry and their whole body limp. Therefore, it was named sad and cool. Later, it was improved by Murong Fu so that it no longer made people cry. This made it even more difficult to guard against. In the original work, except for Duan Yu who was immune to all poisons, no other masters could resist the poison of sad and cool breeze. Just like Baisu now, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to lift a finger. "Smelly boy, quickly detoxify me, otherwise when the drug wears off I will be the first to kill you." "Haha, don't dream. My injuries will heal soon and then I will kill you. You are so injured that you can't even kill a chicken. You are worse than a chicken." "Bah, stop talking nonsense." The two stared at each other and started talking nonsense. Time passed by minute. No matter how Baisu tried to breathe, his internal strength could not be restored. What made him most desperate was that Luo Yan's injuries were getting better at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. His shoulder stopped bleeding and his face became natural. Of course, Luo Yan was also poisoned by Baisu Qingfeng. Even if his injuries healed, he would not have the strength to kill Baisu. But he had an antidote. Seeing that his injuries were under control, Luo Yan took out the antidote from his backpack and smelled it in front of Baisu's face. His expression was very annoying. Soon, he supported the small tree next to him and stood up slowly. "Don't come over here," Baisu exclaimed, sweating profusely. "Do you know why you died?" Luo Yan raised the Zhanhan sword and pointed it at Baisu. "Because you are greedy and stupid. If I were you, I would wait for Qian Sanjian to kill me, then follow him and attack him suddenly. Then it would be foolproof." After he said that, a trace of regret flashed in Baisu's eyes. Luo Yan was right. He was too greedy and did not think carefully, so he ended up like this. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. His grief and indignation turned into hatred for Luo Yan. "Don't look at it, die!" Luo Yan knew that villains died because they talked too much. After saying this, he cut off Baisu's head. Poor Baisu, who had been fleeing in the northern border for decades and was able to turn danger into safety, now died in the hands of an unknown young man. It is true that man proposes, God disposes. After touching the corpse and searching for some resources from Baisu, Luo Yan put away the Zhanhan sword and the Xuanti sword, as well as Baisu's Wuchang whip, and left quickly. Hearth 134-298/35473 returning to Zhenghai. Luo Yan first moved the things in the ring to the system backpack, and then called Jing Taicheng. It is estimated that the surviving martial artists have almost explained what happened, but I still have to say hello. Jing Taicheng was very sad because of Chang Zizai's death. The two chatted briefly for a few words, and Jing Taicheng mentioned the ring intentionally or unintentionally. In short, it was not easy to get it, and it was the only thing left by the master. Luo Yan was generous and said, "Although Senior Chang said that he would give me the ring, and I helped him avenge his great hatred, but the ring is as valuable as this, but I still have to return it to you. After all, you are his disciple. The ring is not as good as the system backpack. Moreover, the ring is a functional item, and the system determines that it has 0 experience." After Luo Yan said this, Jing Taicheng felt a little embarrassed. "Brother Luo, it's not that my master and I are not trustworthy, but this ring is of great significance to you. How about this? The things inside belong to you, and I will give you another batch of spirit stones. What do you think?" When Luo Yan heard the word spirit stone, he was excited. "Okay, I'll go find you now. I'll find you." Soon Jing Taicheng came to the downstairs of Kuizui-Yuan. He handed Luo Yan 58th grade high-level spirit stones. After putting them away, Luo Yan asked, "Now that Senior Chang died in the battle, the Jing family no longer has a martial master sitting in the seat. What are your plans, Brother Jing?" "Alas," Jing Taicheng sighed. "What plans can I have? Anyway, the Ding family is also seriously injured. Let's take it one step at a time." The two chatted for a few more sentences, and at this moment, Jing Taicheng's mobile phone rang. He glanced at the caller and his expression suddenly became serious. "Hello, Master Zhang. Okay, I know. Understood, I'll be there on time." After hanging up the phone, Jing Taicheng sighed and looked far away, as if he was still digesting what he had just said. "Brother Luo, I have to ask you for one more thing." After a while, he looked at Luo Yan uneasily and said, "Tell me, what is it?" Luo Yan had a headache. His relationship with Jing Taicheng was a bit complicated. The copper mine was saved, but Chang Zizai died because of it. He also took back his resources. After all, he still hadn't repaid Chang Zizai for saving Lu Shiyu. It's so tiring to repay favors. Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Yuanwang, is going to meet with the Jing family, the Ding family, and some other families, hoping that we can stop fighting. Oh, that's a good thing. Fighting each other will only hurt both sides. It's the right thing to do to stop the loss while there is still room for maneuver. But since Jiang Yuanwang has come forward, there is nothing for me to do, right? It was Jiang Yuanwang who specifically asked you to attend, and he also emphasized that if you don't come, it means you are not giving him face. Haha, why should I give him face? Luo Yan's tone turned cold. He hated others threatening him the most. Jing Taicheng was ashamed. This reaction was too big. Didn't he know Jiang Yuanwang's status in Shanghai? Not to mention Luo Yan, there were few people in Shanghai who dared not give Jiang Yuanwang face. Ahem, I still beg Brother Luo to make this trip. Jing Taicheng looked at Luo Yan pitifully. Tell me, time and place? 5 days later, Jiang Mansion. Okay, I'll go then. After saying goodbye to Jing Taicheng, Luo Yan did not go home, but went to the jewelry store. He had a system backpack and did not need a storage ring, but every time he turned things out of thin air, it was more bizarre than having a storage ring. So he went to the jewelry store and bought a few decorative rings that looked very simple and could be passed off as real. From the appearance, it was hard to tell whether they were real or fake. After returning home, Luo Yan counted the spoils. There were a lot of good things in Chang Zizai's storage ring, including his pair of boxing gloves, level D, 2 boxing secret books, level D, a piece of armor, level E, and a bottle of healing medicine, level D. It is estimated that because the cultivators in the Yangqi realm need a lot of spirit stones to practice, there are 60 high-level 8th grade spirit stones in the storage ring, which is a big surprise. It must be said that the system is very demanding in the classification of external objects. The pair of boxing gloves is so exquisite, but it is only judged as level D. The armor was even more exaggerated, only E level. Luo Yan was originally in need of these equipment, but when he saw the level, he immediately lost interest. He only left a small part of the spirit stones for future training, and all the rest were used to upgrade the system. Even the 2 boxing books were no exception. There were a lot of resources this time, and the system experience rose to 6,000. It seems getting better and better. Luo Yan secretly rejoiced, and pulled open his clothes to look at the wound. The place pierced by the Zhanhan sword had healed initially, and the internal injuries were also 50% healed. This is the result of the body's recovery speed being accelerated after the physical body was tempered. Of course, the 9 flowers jade dew pills played an important role. The system is also stingy, only rewarding the same every day. If there was the Hengshan School's Tianxiang Duanchu ointment, maybe the wound would have healed earlier. After a night of fighting, Luo Yan was already quite tired. After eating the breakfast cooked by Lu Shiyu, he released the Zhenwu furnace and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already noon. The system rewarded a book of Hunyuan Gong. Hunyuan Gong, category Internal Power Skill rank S Introduction. Huashan Sect's Supreme Internal Power Skill, Sword of Jade Blood World, and also the highest level internal power skill in the entire Sword of Jade Blood World. The skill is fierce and powerful, and can greatly improve the strength of the body. When used with Huashan Sect's external skills, Broken Jade Fist, Iron Finger Skill, Hunyuan Palm, it can split mountains and rocks, comparable to divine weapons, and play an extremely outstanding role. Note 1, this skill focuses on enhancing the toughness of the body. The system has introduced before that tempering the body is an endless process. At a higher level, the stronger the body, the more advantageous it is in battle. There are many kinds of skills to temper the body. For example, the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill can greatly enhance the strength of the body. For example, the Hunyuan Gong can enhance the hardness of the body. But the system also pointed out that this is relative. All skills can temper the body in all directions, but each has its own emphasis. Hunyuan Gong is only S level, the same as the Jade Girl skill. It's a bit low, but Huashan Sect as a famous sect has a very deep foundation. There are 3 kinds of external skills. Well, the Ancient Tomb sect is not bad either. Han Shushu is lucky. Huashan Sect's martial arts are tailor-made for her. However, it will take a long time to practice Hunyuan Gong and Poyuquan to the extreme. Luo Yan first learned Hunyuan Gong, and then cast his eyes on the Zhenwu furnace next to him. Another Wangquan Yangshui pill was formed inside. After refining this pill, the Zhuluo vine tips collected from the Heroes Association were also used up. Since the system gave the Zhenwu furnace, Luo Yan would summon it to refine pills whenever he had time. During this period, Han Zaishen's alchemy materials continued to be supplied, especially after Han Shushu successfully became a warrior. He seemed to have ignited new hope and provided them more diligently. I don't know from which channel I got a batch of relatively rare materials, and Luo Yan's pill recipes increased from 3 to 10. The added elixirs include Shou Dali pills to increase physical strength, Shuilian Jianti pills to increase physical toughness, Menghu Jianggu pills to increase bone strength, Yujin Dingshan pills to calm the mind, and so on. For this reason, Luo Yan's elixir production increased greatly. Unfortunately, no matter how much he increased the production, it was still not enough to cover the expenses. There were too many to use. The spiritual energy of Blue Star was too thin and the efficiency could not be improved. If there was a place with sufficient spiritual energy, the production would definitely increase sharply. Luo Yan muttered. 3429A 34709 8ml. In the next few days, Luo Yan spent all his time in cultivation. He practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung and the Hunyuan Kung alternately to increase strength and hardness. Since he knew that he could be promoted to the Genius Martial Arts Academy, he asked for a long vacation from school and did not return to school. If he failed to be admitted to the Genius Academy, he could go back to take the college entrance examination and take the exam for Tsinghua University or Peking University. He has always been a good student and never worried about this. In the past 2 days, he took time to go to the Han family. He taught Han Shushu the Hunyuan Gong. After a few days of hard practice and a relatively sufficient supply of elixirs, Han Shushu's cultivation has made great progress. From the 3rd level of body tempering to the 6th level of body tempering. This is due to the effect of the body tempering of the broken jade fist. Luo Yan, you are here. Han Shushu took Luo Yan's arm intimately, with stars in her eyes, as if she was looking at a rare treasure. Luo Yan pulled his hand out and said with a wry smile, "If you continue like this, it will easily affect my Tao heart." Tao heart? Humph, I heard that you are going to practice the method of dual cultivation with Shiyu girl tonight, so it won't affect your Tao heart? Han Shushu said sourly. Luo Yan scolded with a cold face. A very serious method of cultivation has become a dirty thing in your mouth. Should I scold you? Even if you punish me, you have to say it. Han Shushu pouted and yelled, "I don't care, I want to practice with you." The method of practicing with you is most about the state of mind. Your desire is too strong. Forcing it will only backfire. I don't care, I want to practice with you. Han Shushu kept shaking Luo Yan's arm. Her voice was not small, and it reached the ears of the servants in the villa. Everyone looked strange. It is estimated that Miss Shundi would not have such a request. Ahem, speak softly. Luo Yan was pestered by her and had no choice but to comfort her. It is impossible to practice with you. I will practice boxing with you for a while. That's better. At that moment, the two of them set up their formations and started to fight on the lawn of the villa. Han Shushu only has one martial art, which is the broken jade fist. The moves are simple and rough, with big openings and closings. However, she was not only not rude when she used it, but also looked very heroic. Luo Yan knew too many external skills. Of course, he would not use the powerful diamond finger and the bone-breaking hand to deal with Han Shushu. Sometimes he used Tai Chi, sometimes he used the thousand-handed Buddha palm, and sometimes he just swung it casually, and he could always break Han Shushu's iron fist. Not far away from the lawn, Ye Qing, who still lived in Han's house, watched the two people compete. At first, he smiled and faced it with the mentality of watching children playing house. After all, his realm was too high. Although Luo Yan was a demon, he was just a great martial artist. But as he watched, Ye Qing's expression gradually became serious. Soon, seriousness turned into surprise. Finally, surprise turned into astonishment. Luo Yan's boxing seemed to contain endless truths. At the beginning, Ye Qing thought he understood all of this truth. Later, when he thought about it seriously, it seemed that he only understood half of it. Thinking about it again, it was not even half, just the basics. In the end, it was not even the basics. With his vision and cultivation, he couldn't understand the boxing of a great martial artist. If he told others, no one would believe it. But it was the truth. The reason why the martial arts perverted system was perverted was largely because the skills it sent were all perverted versions. Skills can be upgraded, and upgrading is a gradual process. Based on the previous levels, more advanced levels are gradually unlocked. In other words, Ye Qing understood the simplest boxing theory, but was limited to his realm and did not understand it completely. This situation confirms a saying, the more you understand, the less you feel you understand. It is no exaggeration to say that the skills above level C are beyond Ye Qing's understanding. Ye Qing can only be sure of one thing, Luo Yan's boxing potential is endless and profound. Gradually, Ye Qing was fascinated. Unconsciously, he followed Luo Yan's movements and learned. Like a madman, it seemed that he had faintly realized some higher-level boxing realms. After an incense stick, Han Shushu was sweating and panting, but Luo Yan didn't sweat at all. He was calm and relaxed. No more, it's boring. Han Shushu said coquettishly. Come here and punch me a few times or I'll punish you to have dinner at my house tonight. No, I hate eating at other people's houses the most. Just punch me a few times. Humph. Han Shushu punched him a few times, hitting Luo Yan's chest so hard that her anger subsided. Finally, she took the opportunity to lie on Luo Yan's chest and twisted and acted like a spoiled child. Luo Yan had no choice but to comfort her and quickly ran away. At this time, Ye Qing finally woke up from his intoxication. He quickly called Han Shushu to his side and asked her how to practice the broken jade fist. Han Shushu said naively, "That's how you practice it." Then she punched the air. There was a faint sound of breaking through the air. Ye Qing's pupils shrank sharply, and this punch was wonderful. Did Luo Yan tell you why he punched in this direction? Can't he hit it a little lower? Ye Qing asked anxiously. He didn't tell me. Han Shushu tilted her head and thought, but when I hit the wrong way, he would definitely put me back to the right position without any mistakes. Han Shushu's tone became sweet. He is a person who is so meticulous in doing things, very charming. Ye Qing talked to her about martial arts, but she was in love, and the two were not on the same channel at all. Ye Qing knew that he couldn't get anything out of him, so he had to change the subject. By the way, do you know who Luo Yan's master is? I know, his master's surname is Jin, and it seems that there are other names. But I didn't ask in detail, everyone has their own secrets, right? I care about him, not his master. Jin? Ye Qing searched hard for the master surnamed Jin in his mind, and even thought of some hidden sex, but he didn't expect a boxing master to be surnamed Jin. By the way, Luo Yan said that his master not only knows boxing, but also sword, whip, stick. In short, he is proficient in all weapons that can be named. Han Shushu thought, but it's strange. I have never seen his master. Maybe he is a hidden master. I wonder if he will show up on the day when Luo Yan and I get married? Luo Yan has only 2 relatives in his life, Shiyu and his master, which is really miserable. It would be better if there were more relatives. No matter what, I will definitely make him happy. Talking to herself, Han Shushu walked away. Ye Qing was left messy in the wind. All he could think of in his head was sword, knife, whip, stick. His master is proficient in all of them. Luo Yan returned home. Lu Shiyu had already prepared dinner. The two knew what was going to happen next and ate absent-mindedly. Lu Shiyu took a bath on purpose. Her skin was as white as cream, and her long hair was slightly wet. She exuded a rich orchid and musk fragrance, which made people intoxicated. Her face was flushed, and she looked so beautiful. Luo Yan glanced at Lu Shiyu and took a big bite of rice, but it tasted bland. With such a beautiful girl in front of him, how could he, a young boy, pay attention to the food? However, he still had to put the overall situation first. He couldn't help but say, Shiyu, you're like this. Ahem, you know we have to practice martial arts tonight, right? Yeah. Lu Shiyu didn't dare to look at him and responded in a mosquito-like voice. If you knew, I'm a normal man and you're a young girl. It's easy for us to go crazy, you know? Luo Yan's realm was very high. He could avoid internal injuries, but Lu Shiyu couldn't. If he was distracted, Lu Shiyu would be the one who suffered. He didn't want to see this situation. Lu Shiyu's face was full of blush. Brother, I'll go wash it off right away. After saying that, she left like a fly. Whop, 434-298, 315-616. The beautiful thing did not happen. Luo Yan and Lu Shiyu took a turmeric pill in advance to stabilize their minds. In the dark, the two of them practiced the Jade Girl Heart Sutra and their minds were clear. They only thought about the route of the exercise in their minds, and the practice went very smoothly. This was actually very difficult. After all, they were both young and energetic, and they had a good impression of each other. The most important thing was that after practicing for so long, their eyesight was excellent, and they saw everything they should see. However, the two of them still overcame the difficulties, and their state of mind improved a lot. The next morning, the two of them finished the exercise. Lu Shiyu took the clothes from the side and casually put them on. She leaned softly in Luo Yan's arms and said in a sweet voice, Brother, thank you. Thank me for what? Luo Yan looked down, and the person in his arms was shy like a flower in bud. With a thought in her mind, she kissed him gently. Lu Shiyu enjoyed this morning kiss very much and said sweetly, Thank you for loving and protecting me. I can't bear to do this at this time. Hey, brother, you've worked hard. You are my sister. If I don't love you, who will? After what happened last night, the two's thoughts were sublimated, and their relationship was further improved. Except for the last layer of window paper, everything that should be done was done. The two put on their clothes and opened the curtains. The sunlight shone into the room, and they were refreshed. Brother, I'll go make breakfast. Lu Shiyu put on her clothes and walked out of the boudoir humming a little song. Last night, with the full help of Luo Yan, her cultivation level made great progress. She broke through the body-tempering realm in one fell swoop and entered the bone-forging realm. After breakfast, the two exchanged their cultivation experiences while eating. During this period, Lu Shiyu worked hard to practice, and she had practiced 32 hexagrams in Lingbo Weibu, which was halfway achieved. At this level, there is no need to be afraid of encountering a cultivator in the middle stage of the great martial arts master. It is completely possible to escape. The Quanzhen sword technique and the Jade Girl sword technique are slower, mainly because they have never been exposed to sword techniques. No matter how smart they are, they still need some time to adapt. After dinner, Luo Yan handed the Zhanhan sword to Lu Shiyu. The system judged that the Zhanhan sword was at the upper level of sea level. It was the highest level of real items that the system had judged since Luo Yan was reborn. By analogy, it was similar to the current Xuanti sword. In fact, this is easy to understand. You should know that the Zhanhan sword was the sword that Qian Sanjian, a master of swordsmanship, had worn for many years. When Lu Shiyu took the Zhanhan sword, a burst of cold air swept over her. The cold air entered her body and penetrated deep into her bones. She shuddered and her face turned pale. Ah, I forgot. Luo Yan noticed that Lu Shiyu was different and quickly took back the Zhanhan sword. The Zhanhan sword was made of special materials, and it also carried a chill when it emitted sword energy. At Lu Shiyu's current level, she could not withstand it. After a few breaths, Lu Shiyu's face turned from pale to ruddy. Brother, I think this sword is very useful to me. Lu Shiyu suddenly said, Ah, what is it for? It's hard to explain. I think if I use my power to resist, my cultivation will improve. Is that so? Luo Yan suddenly remembered that the Tomb clan had a cold jade bed, which was made by Lin Chaoying using cold jade stored under hundreds of feet of ice in the extremely cold land. It was of great help to the Tomb clan's internal strength. It is estimated that the Zhanhan sword also plays the same role as the cold jade bed. Brother, try it again. Lu Xiu took the Zhanhan sword with both hands while practicing the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. This time she could barely withstand the cold air, but the time could not be long, only 10 seconds at most. Luo Yan was waiting by her side to prevent her from getting hurt. However, Lu Xiu was not impatient and put it down immediately if there was any abnormality. After 2 hours of repeated practice, Lu Xiu's cultivation increased greatly, and she actually rose to the middle stage of the bone-forging realm. The two were overjoyed and shouted in surprise. Not only did they not expect it, even if Qian Sanjian saw it at the scene, he would be stunned. Holding the Zhanhan sword for decades, at most it can only stimulate the coldness of the Zhanhan sword and increase the attack power. Who knew that it can also be used for practicing? Only Luo Yan understood that this was related to the special way of practicing the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. If it was changed to other internal skills, it would not have such an effect. The two can be said to complement each other and are indispensable. However, practicing with the Zhanhan sword can only be auxiliary. After rising to the middle stage of the bone-tempering realm, the effect has decreased a little. According to Luo Yan's estimation, when the realm rises to the middle and late stages of the nourishing blood realm, the effect will be further reduced. Luo Yan entered the room, refined the elixir, and practiced. 4 days passed in a flash. The realm rose to the late stage of the nourishing blood realm. In the evening of that day, Luo Yan was about to leave for the Jiang family when Han Shushu called. "Luo Yan, are you ready?" Luo Yan was confused. "Preparing for what?" "Preparing to leave for the Jiang family." "Ah? How did you know? Didn't Jing Taicheng tell you that Jiang Yuanwang invited all the families in Jianghai, including our Han family? Dad sent me out, so I'll go with you." "Is that so? Okay, then you drive to pick me up. I'm already downstairs. Come down right away." Luo Yan went downstairs and recognized Han Shushu's sports car at a glance. Han Shushu got out of the car, and Luo Yan's eyes lit up. The little girl wore a black dress and high heels today, showing off her good figure. After all, she was born in a famous family and had an excellent temperament. She wore a gem necklace on her white swan neck. Han Shushu said it was left by her grandmother. "How about it? I look beautiful today, don't I?" Han Shushu smiled and turned around on the spot. "Yes, very beautiful." Luo Yan nodded honestly. The beauty in front of him was pleasing to the eye. She was completely different from Lu Xiu's quiet and elegant beauty. She had a natural noble temperament that made people dare not approach easily. "Hehe, thank you for the compliment. Let's go." Han Shushu's face was full of smiles. Just as she was about to turn around and get into the car, a figure suddenly walked over, flashing with cold light, and the dagger in his hand stabbed Han Shushu's neck. The incident happened suddenly, and Han Shushu's eyes widened without any reaction. "You're looking for death!" Luo Yan had noticed him a long time ago, and snorted coldly. He held a silver needle in his hand, raised it and accurately nailed it on the wrist of the person who came. Hiss! The man gasped and couldn't lift his whole arm. A quick look showed that the wound was black. It was a poison needle. In the past 2 days, the system sent a recipe for the Ice Soul silver needle. Luo Yan finally collected all the materials and refined dozens of poisonous silver needles. This was the first time he made a move. The killer gritted his teeth, took the dagger with his other hand, and stabbed Han Shushu again. "Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Han Shushu had already reacted, and she yelled and blasted out a jade-breaking fist. There was a sound of cloth bursting in the air, and the fist hit the killer's chest, which collapsed completely, spurting blood from his mouth, and died miserably. "This?" Han Shushu stared at her hands in a daze, as if she couldn't believe that she had such strength. Moreover, because it was her first time to kill someone, a strange feeling emerged in her heart. Killing bad guys, it's so cool. After dealing with this man, more than a dozen figures came running from a distance. All of them were holding weapons. The 6 leading men were at the level of great martial artists, and the others were not bad either. All were martial artists. 10 of you kill Luo Yan, 6 kill Han Shushu," a white-haired old man said in a deep voice. The crowd immediately split into 2 waves and rushed towards the two. WAP/343429/315610661.html. Be careful. With a light step, Luo Yan took the lead in contacting the enemy, swinging his powerful diamond finger and hitting the white-haired old man in the face. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. The old man was well prepared and fought back with his fists. Boom! Spiritual power scattered, and the air was distorted. Then a blood mist rose. Luo Yan's finger directly penetrated the old man's palm, and then penetrated from the palm to the arm. The old man screamed, and his arm was broken. How is it possible?" He stepped back 3 steps, his face full of horror. He was a great martial artist, but he actually lost to a high school student who was a late great martial artist, and he collapsed at the first blow. How is it impossible? Luo Yan blasted the other man's head with a punch and rushed towards the old man. His left hand stretched out like lightning, and the old man wanted to block it, but it was too late. His neck hurt, and he was already pinched by Luo Yan and held up high. "Who sent you?" Luo Yan shouted. While he was questioning, several more warriors rushed over, and he easily dealt with them. They were all killed with 1 blow, as easy as pie. In the end, there was only 1 person left, who couldn't leave or stay, and froze in place at a loss. The old man was in the air, struggling frantically, but unfortunately he couldn't get away. The air in his lungs was getting less and less. His face turned purple, and he stretched out his legs and kicked wildly. Luo Yan stretched out his hand and pinched, and the whole leg became an irregular shape. He didn't stop at all and disabled his other 2 limbs, and the old man became a human stick. "Will you tell me or not?" Luo Yan asked. The old man's eyes flashed with resentment, and he suddenly gritted his teeth, making a crisp sound. He also made a swallowing motion. In just a moment, black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. "Luo Yan, you can't escape, you—" Luo Yan frowned and twisted his neck with one hand. "Madman, crazy." The man who stood there ran away. Luo Yan followed him and shattered his heart with his broken jade fist. Han Shushu sighed. Those who dealt with her were all martial artists. Han Shushu has been practicing Hunyuan Gong diligently these days, and her progress has been rapid. Her realm has risen to the 8th level of body tempering. Facing the martial artists who are as fierce as wolves and tigers, she was a little panicked at first. But after a closer look, their movements seemed not fast, and their moves were extremely simple, and the flaws could be seen at a glance. She often practiced with Luo Yan, and Luo Yan's skills were all very amazing, which undoubtedly greatly improved Han Shushu's vision. Seeing that the enemy was not very skilled, Han Shushu felt relieved and attacked with her jade-broken fist, aiming at the enemy's weakness. The first unlucky guy was a wretched middle-aged man. As soon as he appeared, he spoke rudely to Han Shushu, saying things like, "Play with your uncle for a while." Han Shushu swung her elbow back and punched him in the ribs. The wretched man instantly turned into a bitter, gored face. His ribs were broken, his internal organs were ruptured, and he was dead. Including the previous killer, Han Shushu had killed 2 people in a row. Someone shouted, "This girl is ruthless. Let's all come together." The other 5 martial artists attacked together, 2 of them holding weapons. A knife, a sword. The bright weapon swung in front of her eyes, and Han Shushu was a little panicked. After all, this was her first time fighting with someone's life, and the man opposite was a fierce and ferocious man. "You, don't come over." The footsteps kept retreating. The 5 people grinned and approached quickly. Han Shushu was flustered, her high heels twisted, and she fell to the ground. At this moment, her delicate body was lifted up by a gentle force, and Luo Yan's gentle voice rang in her ears. "Don't panic, I'm here." Han Shushu turned around in surprise and saw Luo Yan's smiling face. "I can't beat them, they have weapons." Han Shushu was still a little afraid. "Weapons are not scary. You will overcome this fear sooner or later." Okay. Han Shushu took a position and forced herself to calm down. Luo Yan walked out from behind her and pointed at the man with a knife and said, "You come and chop her." "Fifth brother, look." A man in black next to him kindly reminded him. Fifth brother looked at the other 10 people not far away, all lying on the ground. Their deaths were horrible. Among them was their leader, the white-haired old man. Fifth brother swallowed a mouthful of saliva, hesitated, and didn't dare to come over. "I told you not to talk too much." Luo Yan flew a needle and nailed it on the black-clothed man's forehead. The skin instantly turned black, spreading to the entire face. The man yelled and fell to the ground. There were 4 people left in the field. "Come and chop her." Luo Yan's face darkened, and he shouted again. The 5th brother gritted his teeth and roared as he chopped at Han Shushu. With Luo Yan by her side, Han Shushu was relaxed. The 5th brother's movements were slow and simple, and she saw at least 3 flaws. The broken jade fist was swung out and hit the 5th brother's cheek. With a bang, half of the 5th brother's face was broken. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he flew 3 meters. His facial bones were broken and his cervical vertebrae were also broken. He died miserably. "Well, not bad." Luo Yan praised and pointed at the man with the sword. "It's your turn. Come and chop her." The man with the sword was as pale as a dead person. He would die if he came over or ran away. He almost wet his pants. "Don't bully people like this. You're not coming, right? I'll go," Han Shushu yelled, tapping the ground with her jade feet. A graceful figure flashed through the air, and her fists came down with great force. Ah! The man had no time to raise his sword, and his skull had been shattered, with red and white blood flowing down his head. There were 2 people left, and Han Shushu used her double fists to split the mountain, ending their lives directly. After the matter was settled, Luo Yan called Lu Shiyu. Fortunately, she was not attacked. "Shiyu, go downstairs first. I'll take you to the Han family." Luo Yan couldn't figure out who was going to attack him, or Han Shushu. To be on the safe side, it would be better to send Lu Shiyu to a safe place. With Yeqing in charge of the Han family, I'm afraid no one in the whole Jiangnan would dare to touch him. Lu Shiyu went downstairs and was shocked to see the corpses all over the floor. What happened?" she asked. Luo Yan shook his head. "I don't know either." The 3 got back in the car. "Luo Yan, did those people want to kill me or you?" Han Shushu asked. Luo Yan thought about what happened and said, "They probably wanted to kill me." "Why?" Looking at the killer's actions at the beginning, he didn't want to kill you but wanted to use you to threaten me. Han Shushu nodded. "Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true." "Shushu, you'd better not go to the banquet later." "Huh? Why?" "Because my intuition tells me that this Jiang family banquet is not simple." "That's okay," Shushu said. "Then you can just represent our Han family to attend. Anyway, you can make decisions for us if there is anything." Luo Yan thought for a while and said, "Okay." The Han family was almost saved under his protection. Han Shushu didn't even need to ask her father. She decided the matter herself. Luo Yan sent the two girls to the Han family, briefly explained the situation to Ye Qing and Han Chuping, and drove to the Jiang family again. WAP. 34 134 29H 31561062. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Luo Yan appeared at the gate of Jiang's house on time. At a glance, the parking lot was full of luxury cars. The Jiang family is the most wealthy family in Shanghai. Their villas cover a lot of land. They can no longer be simply called villas, but villa complexes. The buildings inside are well arranged, and everyone who has seen them will be amazed. It is said that the Jiang family also has a separate helipad and has 2 helicopters for transportation. At this time, the guests have almost arrived. The people who got out of the car were dressed in fancy clothes and were all well-known figures in Shanghai City. Luo Yan parked the car and found someone waving at him at the door. "Brother Luo, I'm here." It turned out to be Jing Taicheng. Others found it very strange that the third-ranked eldest son of the Jing family was standing at the door waiting for someone. Following his gaze, some people recognized Luo Yan. He is Luo Yan, so young, and very handsome. Has the Jing family already recruited him? People kept speculating, but some people thought, what about Luo Yan? Compared with the Jiang family, he is nothing. Luo Yan didn't know that his appearance had attracted attention, and walked to Jing Taicheng. "Go in." The two were about to enter the villa, and suddenly a cold snort sounded behind them. "Luo Yan? Just a new dog raised by the Jing family." Luo Yan frowned and turned around, and saw Ding Yushan walking over proudly. He didn't have any skills, but the middle-aged man following him was not simple at first glance. Bald head, no eyebrows, thick lips, scoop ears, fierce appearance, a fat face with a heavy oily sheen, short and thick limbs, and a belly as big as a basket. His eyes were orange-yellow, flashing with a fierce light. As soon as this person appeared, he stared at Luo Yan. "Did you kill Bai Su?" Luo Yan ignored him, looked at Ding Yushan and said lightly, "Who do you say is a dog?" Ding Yushan swallowed his saliva and leaned towards the fat man. Only then did he feel safe and shouted, "I said you are a dog, what's wrong? Everyone, come and see, here." Luo Yan's figure flashed, and he had already turned behind Ding Yushan and used a move to break bones. Jing Taicheng is also a warrior, at the middle stage of the great martial artist realm, just like Luo Yan. He was right next to Luo Yan, but he couldn't see how Luo Yan moved at all. "How dare you!" Seeing that Luo Yan was about to catch Ding Yushan, the fat man snorted coldly, and his fat body flashed back, protecting Ding Yushan behind him. Although he is fat, he is very flexible. The fat man raised his big belly, and Luo Yan's hand slapped his belly with a pop. Huh? It was soft, like hitting a piece of fat pork, with no power. There was also a strange suction force inside, sucking Luo Yan's palm firmly, and he couldn't pull it out for a while. Shanghai City martial arts genius? Nothing more than that. The fat man raised his fat hand as big as a palm leaf fan and slapped Luo Yan's face with force. The force was fierce, like a sudden hurricane, blowing Luo Yan's clothes flying. If he was hit by him, he would definitely be injured. At this time, Luo Yan's right hand was controlled by him, and he could only use his left hand to fight back with a Tai Chi move. Snap! The edge of the palm hit the opponent's wrist without much power, and the fat man almost wanted to laugh. But at this moment, Luo Yan's left palm turned in a circle and pushed along the fat hand. Miraculously, the fat hand turned halfway and slapped the fat man's face. Huh? The fat man frowned slightly, as if he was unexpected. He turned his head to avoid it, but Luo Yan used soft force on his palm. Although he avoided it, Ding Yushan behind him suffered and was slapped in the face. Ah! Ding Yushan screamed. Half of his teeth were broken. The whole person flew out horizontally, spurting blood, which was quite miserable. If the fat man hadn't temporarily controlled the force, I'm afraid his face would have turned to his back and he would have died. It seems that this fat brother is a man of temperament. Even you can't stand such a bad-mouthed person. Help me teach Ding Yushan a lesson. Luo Yan pulled out his right hand, jumped a few meters away and laughed. He then instigated, "I think this fat brother is handsome and decisive. Why don't you kill Ding Yushan directly and replace him, and advance to the 4th richest family in Shanghai City? Then money and beauties will come rolling in?" Ding Yushan was shocked after hearing this. "Lu Xiong, no. Senior Lu, you can't kill me." He opened his mouth and spit out a few bloody broken teeth. "You stupid guy, listen to his nonsense." Fatty Lu Xiong cursed, turned to Luo Yan, clenched his fist. "You little brat, you have some skills." He was about to walk over. At this time, several figures walked out of Zhang's house. The first one was in his 20s, with a dignified appearance and a good appearance. He walked quickly to the middle of Lu Xiong and Luo Yan, separated the two, and said loudly, "Ha ha ha! The two distinguished guests know heroes and respect heroes, and they are itching to learn from each other in front of the door." After saying that, he turned to look at Lu Xiong. "Senior Liu has come all the way from the northern border, and my humble home is honored. Why don't you go in and have a glass of water and wait for a while? I still have a lot of things to ask you about cultivation." He looked at Luo Yan. "Brother Luo Yan has done several great things in this period of time. Everyone praises you as the youngest talented warrior in Shanghai City. After seeing you today, you are indeed a dragon among men." Finally, he clasped his fists towards the two and said, "Why don't you give Jiang Ruxuan a face and stop fighting?" This is Jiang Ruxuan, the only son of Jiang Yuan Wang of the Jiang family. He is also a demon. At the age of 30, He was promoted to the great perfection of the great martial arts master, and he was only one step away from the martial arts master. Most importantly, he is very good at dealing with people. When he speaks, people feel like being in the spring breeze. The demeanor of a disciple from a martial arts family is admirable. Since he is so polite, Luo Yan can't get angry. Luo Yan, you killed my good brother with a treacherous scheme. I will settle this account with you sooner or later. After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Ruxuan and walked into the Jiang mansion. Senior Liu, wait for me. Ding Yushan was afraid that Luo Yan would harm him, so he followed him. Suddenly, it seemed as if Liu Xiang was the master. Luo Yan also smiled at Jiang Ruxuan and entered the Jiang mansion with Jing Taicheng. Master Jing, what's the situation with Liu Xiang? Luo Yan asked. Alas, I only found out yesterday that Liu Xiang had arrived in Jianghai. He and Bai Su are good friends. They used to do evil together and were hunted down by the Martial Arts Alliance together, and then went to the northern border to take refuge together. Maybe he heard the news of Bai Su's death and came all the way to Jianghai. His purpose. Jing Taicheng glanced at Luo Yan. The purpose is self-evident. Not only our Jing family, but also the Luo brothers have become his targets of destruction. Luo Yan said, in other words, are we tied to the same boat now? I'm afraid so. In that case, 88th grade high-level spirit stones, I'll help you deal with him. Jing Taicheng rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Are you still thinking about the benefits at this time? Can you beat him? Bai Su also thinks that I can't beat him. Jing Taicheng thought for a while. If you kill him, what if I give you 100? Oh? Luo Yan looked at him in surprise. You have a lot of spirit stones. You took out 100 as soon as you said you would. Cough, cough, cough. Jing Taicheng realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. I have collected them for a long time. In order to protect the Jing family, I am willing to give them all. Really? Luo Yan did not comment. HTML. As the two were chatting, Luo Yan suddenly felt someone staring at him, which made him very uncomfortable. He turned his head and looked around, but he didn't find anything special. There were ordinary guests around. What's going on? Am I being suspicious? He murmured and retracted his gaze. After entering the Jiang mansion, the first thing he saw was a wide lawn with an outdoor swimming pool next to the lawn. The villa complex was just behind the swimming pool. A rough count showed that there were at least 200 guests. Many people were holding champagne glasses in their hands and greeting people they knew. The scene was lively and harmonious. Humph, hypocritical, Luo Yan thought. None of these wealthy families are easy to deal with. They are full of bad intentions. Everything is just for profit. Luo Yan recognized many familiar faces. Yan Song, Liang Chuang, and Ding Yushin's former assistant, the great martial artist Qin Hui. However, Qin Hui had already severed his relationship with Ding Yushan because he escaped from the battle in the park. And this time he came alone to the appointment. When Luo Yan looked at these three people, he always felt that their expressions were very subtle, like sneering, disdain, and confidence. It seemed that something bad was brewing. I have to pay attention, Luo Yan thought. Alas, before the master was in charge, they came to curry favor with me one by one. But now, haha, people are gone and tea is cold. Jing Taicheng sighed beside him. Soon, a group of people walked out of the central villa. The crowd suddenly became quiet and consciously moved to the center. Among the group, a middle-aged man with a refined temperament stood firmly in the center. He had a smile on his face and an extraordinary demeanor. He looked to be in his 40s, but Jing Taicheng said that he was actually nearly 60 years old. Because of his extremely high cultivation and good maintenance, he looked very young. This was Zhang Yuanwang, the current head of the Jiang family. Next to Zhang Yuanwang stood an old man of similar height. This was Zhang Yuanwang's eldest brother, Zhang Yuantu. Although Zhang Yuantu was only a few years older than Zhang Yuanwang, he looked very old, with a slightly hunched back and gray hair, older than a 70-year-old man. He looked like Zhang Yuanwang's father. Next to the Jiang brothers, one was Jiang Ruxuan, and the other two were Zhang Yuantu's children, Jiang Rujiao and Jiang Shushan. Behind the Jiang family, there was another group of people. According to Jing Taicheng, they were from the He family. The He family was ranked second in Jianghai only because of the marriage with the Jiang family, and the object of the marriage was not someone from Zhang Yuanwang's side. It was Jiang Yuantu's eldest son, Jiang Rujiao, who was marrying the daughter of the head of the He family. Did you see that plump woman? She must weigh 300 pounds, right? That person is Jiang Shuxian. She is 28 years old. Don't listen to her name, which sounds like Shu and Xian. She is actually very irritable and unreasonable. I heard that one of the purposes of Zhang Yuanwang's banquet today is to help his niece find a good husband. Brother Luo, you are a good-looking man. You can go and try. Jing Taicheng looked at Luo Yan mischievously and laughed. Luo Yan looked up at Jiang Shuxian, whose face was bigger than a basin, whose waist was bigger than a bucket, and whose legs were bigger than an elephant. He had a thick layer of foundation on his face and looked at the young talents present with hungry eyes. Many young men who had heard the news in advance held flowers in their hands and gave them to Jiang Shuxian with infatuation in their eyes. They hoped to get her favor. Jiang Shuxian accepted everything, with a proud smile on her fat face and her eyes smiling into a line. Her eyes finally fell on Luo Yan, and her eyes lit up and she winked. Luo Yan's young heart was hit hard, and he quickly looked away. He felt that the most terrifying thing he had ever encountered in his life was to be looked at by her. Jing Taicheng clapped his hands and said happily, Brother Luo, she winked at you. It seems that Miss Jiang has a special liking for you. If you keep talking nonsense, I will ask Lu Xiang to kill you now. That wink was clearly directed at you. Brother Jing, listen to my advice. It will be of great help to your Jing family to get in touch with the Jiang family. Maybe you can be on an equal footing with the He family. Well, to be honest, if she liked me, why would she wait until today? Jing Taicheng was a little depressed. In fact, for the Jing family, what does it matter if I sacrifice a little bit of my appearance? Luo Yan gave him a thumbs up. Sacrificing my life for the sake of righteousness, I admire you. At this time, Zhang Yuanwang and his party had come to the middle of the lawn, and people surrounded them. They greeted them in a friendly and flattering way. After the excitement, Zhang Yuanwang glanced at everyone and said, I asked you all to come here today to discuss some things. Everyone knows these things, so I might as well say it directly. Jianghai has not been peaceful recently. First, the Jiangling Wan family had a conflict with our Han family because of a marriage dispute. Then the Wan family and the Long family joined forces to fight the Ding family to the death. After the destruction of the Wan and Long families, the Jing family became hostile to the Ding family, the Yan family, and the Liang family. Except for the Jiang family and the He family, most of the wealthy families in Jianghai were implicated. I don't want to see this situation, so I asked everyone to come here today to talk about this matter openly. Except for the Han family, the heads of the families mentioned just now are all here. Jing Taicheng suddenly said loudly, Head of the Jiang family, the Han family sent Brother Luo Yan to represent the Han family in charge. As soon as these words came out, almost everyone looked over. Their eyes wandered over Luo Yan. His eyes were complicated, with hostility, curiosity, sarcasm, and so on. This idiot is clearly dragging me down. Luo Yan glared at Jing Taicheng fiercely, and the latter pretended not to know and looked up at the plane. Hello, Master Jiang. Hello, everyone. Luo Yan bowed and greeted him, neither arrogant nor impatient. Brother Jing, you are joking. I can't represent the Han family. I'm just a messenger. After that, he whispered in Jing Taicheng's ear. I take back what I said just now. If I didn't have 130 spirit stones, after Liu Xiang beat you to death, I would step forward and step on you a few more times. Ah, Brother Luo, this is really not good. Jing Taicheng put on a bitter face. Haha, Brother Luo is too modest. Everyone here knows what happened. You played an important role in this big storm. The reason why the Han family is standing firm is all due to your protection. Zhang Yuanwang said politely, We have a talented warrior in Jianghai and he is so righteous. It is a blessing for Jianghai. Jiang Ruxuan also praised, People of our generation should take Brother Luo as an example. He clapped his hands. Under his leadership, the applause went from sparse to thunderous. Even Ding Yushan and others who were reluctant had to pretend to clap their hands. After the applause paused, Zhang Yuanwang said, The reason why the Jiang family has always been able to gain a foothold in Jianghai is not because of how powerful we are, but the most important thing is everyone's protection and love. Seeing the current chaos in Jianghai, I am quite anxious. I feel that the Jiang family has an obligation to control it. At this point, he gestured to the female secretary behind him. The secretary held a stack of documents in her hand and distributed them to the heads of the families or the people in charge of the consortium. This is my plan for Jianghai's future and how to deal with recent conflicts. I hope everyone will take a look at it. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I will accept them humbly. Luo Yan received the plan that belonged to the Han family. He opened it and found that he couldn't understand it. He had no idea how many assets the Han family had and how the assets were distributed. He was the only one in the field who was like this. The other family heads had already started to study it, but in the blink of an eye, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out in the field. How could this happen? How did our share become so small? 1,000 waves were shocked at the moment. Jing Taicheng, who was next to Luo Yan, also changed his face drastically. What? My family's copper mine was divided into the He family. How can this be possible? The crowd began to riot. 3014 3157235 Which family is the Hao family? How come I have never heard of it? Huacheng Company actually squeezed out my Wanan International? What's the background? Jiangqi, who is this? Amid the heated discussion, the truth gradually surfaced. The Hao family is the cousin of the He family. Jiangqi is Zhang Yuanwang's brother-in-law. They are all related to the Jiang family and the He family. The He family is a subsidiary of the Jiang family, which means that the Jiang family wants to integrate the entire Jianghai family and make Jianghai his one-man show. Everyone was shocked. In this regard, Zhang Yuanwang's explanation was, Everyone, please stay calm and listen to me. Jiang's actions this time are not to embezzle your property. It is a temporary management. After Jianghai is completely calm, the assets will be returned to everyone. But who would believe such an explanation? A very simple example, like the pillar industry of the Jing family, the copper mine in the suburbs has a fixed capacity. If the Jiang family increases its efforts to mine, only a little bit will be left when it is returned, which is a major loss. Zhang Yuanwang's behavior is a naked act of usurpation and a naked act of bullying the weak. It is also called duty and control. It is simply shameless. There were many people with short tempers at the scene. A short and fat man jumped out and said, Zhang Yuanwang, stop being hypocritical here. You say that others are disrupting Zhanghai. I think you are the biggest threat to Zhanghai. Even if I die, I will not agree to your plan. As soon as these words came out, several people echoed loudly. Zhang Yuanwang squinted at the short and fat man. Master Yi, don't think I don't know that those underground gambling dens of the Long family seem to have been annexed by you, right? He glanced at the person who had just questioned loudly. And you guys, you made so much money from it, all by robbing and plundering. Of course you don't want to return it. Master Yi said angrily. So what? The Long family is destroyed, and whoever is capable can take what they left. I dare to do it and take responsibility, which is better than you talking about morality and morality but doing the most filthy things. At this time, a sudden shout appeared in the field. Yi Jianeng, you are so loud when you do something wrong. Damn it! A figure flashed by, accompanied by a burst of sword light, and Yi Jianeng's head flew out and rolled on the lawn. Everyone was shocked. Looking closely, it turned out to be Qin Hui who made the move. I, Qin Hui, agree with Master Jiang's plan. If anyone disagrees, you can talk to the long sword in my hand. Qin Hui's status in Zhanghai is similar to Huo Jinghua. No one dares to provoke him except the Jiang family. After killing Yi Jianeng, the opposition was stagnant and they immediately stopped talking. We also agree with the plan of the Jiang family master. As Qin Hui jumped out, Yan Song and Liang Chuang also spoke in support. The warriors they recruited also came out together. Zhang Yuanwang sighed. It seems that there are still people who understand Jiang's painstaking efforts. Luo Yan looked at the more than 10 people standing in a line, and he knew it clearly. In order to swallow up the wealth of other families, Zhang Yuanwang had already colluded with Yan, Liang, Qin, and other 3 people, asking them to be a shill and support his plan. Qin Hui killed people, and Zhang Yuanwang used him to establish his authority. No wonder these 3 people put on that expression when they first came in. It turned out that Zhang Yuanwang was backing them up. It was really painstaking. Who else is dissatisfied? Just come up! Qin Hui swept his cold eyes and almost everyone lowered their heads. Of course, except for these 2, Luo Yan and Liu Xiong. Luo Yan looked down on him, and Liu Xiong couldn't stand his arrogance. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey will be king. Liu Xiong walked out of the crowd and stared at Qin Hui, his face full of disdain. It's none of my business, but you look like you deserve a beating. You have 3 seconds to disappear or I'll beat you to death. 1. Liu Xiong was notorious, and Qin Hui knew him. He didn't think he had the ability to challenge Liu Xiong, so he looked at Zhang Yuanwang and waited for his instructions. Dad, what should I do? Zhang Ruxuan asked his father. Liu Xiong's appearance disrupted Zhang Yuanwang's plan. He frowned and said, let's see first. Qin Hui didn't get a response. Liu Xiong on the opposite side had counted to 2 and was ready to attack at any time. Qin Hui was sweating profusely and completely forgot Zhang Yuan's order not to expose their relationship. He opened his mouth and said, Jiang, 3. At this time, Liu Xiong counted to 3, and his fat body turned into a ball of light and shadow, and instantly came in front of Qin Hui, stretching out his hand to slap. Qin Hui had no choice but to swing his sword at his fat hand. Liu Xiong didn't care. His fat hand burst out a strong internal force and hit the long sword. The long sword bent immediately, and his palm hit Qin Hui's head. Bang! Half of Qin Hui's head collapsed, blood and flesh flew, and he died without even a scream. Everyone in the field took a breath of cold air. Liu Xiong was too powerful, and his killing method was violent. Even the famous warriors in Zhanghai couldn't resist him. Good death! Ding Yushan cheered loudly. Liu Xiong finally did something right from the beginning. He helped him vent his anger. Liu Xiong's appearance gave the family heads hope. They were about to send people out to support and jointly resist Zhang Yuanwang, but at this moment, Liu Xiong pointed at Luo Yan and said, Smelly boy, come up and fight. The family heads looked at each other and were immediately confused. What did this fat man mean? Was he going to help us or not? Engage in internal strife at this time? Even Ding Yushan said, Senior Liu, we can put aside our grievances with Luo Yan for the time being, and unite to deal with the Jiang family first. Unexpectedly, Liu Xiong shook his head and said, Dealing with the Jiang family has nothing to do with me, and you have no right to order me. I came to Zhanghai this time only to avenge Bai Su, you little bastard. Come up quickly. Luo Yan had no way to hide and walked forward. Liu Xiong, I have a few questions for you. It's useless. Liu Xiong deployed his troops with a stern demeanor. You'll still die after saying all the sweet words. Luo Yan ignored him and continued. Let me ask you, do you have a dull pain under your right ribs every night when you go to bed at midnight? Recently, my appetite has been poor, but in order to maintain my skills, I've been eating a lot. And Luo Yan listed many symptoms in a row, and Liu Xiong's face became more and more ugly. Obviously, he was right about everything. Finally, Luo Yan said, if you continue like this, you will start to lose weight within 3 months. In 6 months, your skills will decline, and you will definitely die within a year. According to Luo Yan's observation, Liu Xiong's eyes are yellowing and his hair is falling out. It should be that there is something wrong with his digestive system and hormone system, but the martial arts he practices are related to body shape and body fat, so he must maintain a strong appetite. According to the principles recorded in the medical god's medical collection, his body is on the verge of collapse and is very dangerous. If he is not treated, it will be difficult to save it. Although Liu Xiong has done many evil things, his friendship with Bai Su seems to have some merits. Now that the enemy is at hand, Luo Yan feels it is necessary to stand together temporarily in exchange for treatment. Do you know how to treat it? Liu Xiong couldn't help his inner excitement, and his voice trembled slightly. He himself knows his physical condition best, and this problem has troubled him for a long time. Of course I know, and I guarantee that it will be cured. Luo Yan smiled. But if you are cured, I will still kill you to avenge Bai Su. Haha, no problem, Luo Yan said. Flash 34 34298 331572359.htm Wan Wang had been listening to the conversation between the two, and the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He didn't expect that they, who had fought to the death before, would eventually form an alliance. Liu Xiong was very powerful, and in order to avoid unnecessary losses, he felt it necessary to win him over. Jiang Yuanwang made a slight gesture to Jiang Ruxuan. Jiang Ruxuan understood and stepped forward and said, Senior Liu, my Jiang family also has many doctors, and we can solve your problem. How about this? You help us solve Luo Yan. I will not only cure your stubborn disease, but also give you corresponding rewards. How about it? Liu Xiong shook his head. No, I don't trust your Jiang family. Jiang Ruxuan was speechless and had to turn to Luo Yan and said, You have a bright future. There is no need to go against our Jiang family. At most, I will increase the share of the Han family. I will introduce my cousin to you, and you two will get married on a certain day. From now on, Jianghai will have another family with the surname Luo. Isn't this much wiser than going against us? Luo Yan glanced at Jiang Shushan, who weighed 300 kilograms and had been sending her a wink, and quickly made his position clear. You don't have to say it anymore. I am fighting for justice. As for your cousin, let's leave it to talented people who need it. Huh, you are an ungrateful thing. After being rejected by Liu Xiong and Luo Yan, Jiang Yuanwang looked ugly. But he was not panicked at all. A martial arts master and a late-stage martial arts master are just like an egg hitting a rock in front of the Jiang family, a martial arts family that has been operating for hundreds of years. Even if all the opposing families are united, it is not worth mentioning. Since the talks cannot be concluded, Jiang Yuanwang gave up the idea. Come out. With a wave of his hand, many figures emerged from the villa. At first glance, there were at least 300 people. Among them, martial artists accounted for the majority. The martial artists brought by the heads of each family ranged from a few to one or two, adding up to more than 30 in total, and were suppressed by the Jiang family in terms of numbers. The most important thing is that the martial artists they brought were all temporarily recruited. Seeing the aggressive appearance of the Jiang family, many people began to panic. They looked around and prepared to flee. The battle was about to break out. Luo Yan decided to temporarily unite with Liu Xiong. Jing Taicheng thought about it again and again and decided to advance and retreat together with Luo Yan. This decision was difficult. After all, the Jiang family's advantage was too obvious. He pulled Luo Yan and whispered, Brother Luo, don't forget our bet. Don't worry, I can cure Liu Xiong or kill him. Luo Yan left Jing Taicheng and walked to Liu Xiong and said, Liu Xiong, you should capture the leader first. Do you understand this principle? I'll deal with Jiang Yuanwang? Yes, as long as Jiang Yuanwang is controlled, the others are not worth mentioning. Okay, I'll do as you say. Liu Xiong was full of confidence. At this time, Jiang Yuanwang was not far away from them. He shouted, Jiang Yuanwang, give me your life. The huge figure flew up, casting a large shadow on the ground, and then it flew towards Jiang Yuanwang like a big eagle. Several blind Jiang family warriors rushed forward to stop Liu Xiong. Unfortunately, before they could stand firm, they were hit by Liu Xiong and their bones were broken. They didn't even have time to shout and died. In front of the powerful martial arts master, the lives of ordinary warriors are indeed like ants. Humph! Jiang Yuanwang's eyes narrowed, ready to go on the field. At this time, a dry arm stretched out from the side to block him. Jiang Yuantu, the eldest brother of the Jiang family, said, Second brother, you are the pillar of my Jiang family, and you cannot afford to lose. Let me do it. Although he looks like an old man, his realm is at the level of the early stage of Wuzong. Liu Xiong, let me meet you. Jiang Yuantu made a cry like a night owl, stretched out his hands, and his internal force quickly covered his entire palm. His nails were trimmed very sharp, like eagle claws, and he must have practiced special claw techniques. With the blessing of internal force, it looked even more ferocious. Xiong showed disdain. You are not qualified to touch me. The fat hand stretched out as fast as lightning and slapped Jiang Yuantu's face. Jiang Yuantu responded with an eagle claw and the two hands touched. Jiang Yuantu only felt an extremely strong internal force attacking, unstoppable. He was shocked. This guy is so fierce. He quickly withdrew his hands and retreated. Haha, the second in command of the Jiang family is nothing but this. Liu Xiong took advantage of the situation and attacked with all his might. Jiang Yuantu collapsed at the first blow and retreated step by step. Dad, I'll help you. Jiang Rujiao, who had reached the great perfection of the great martial master, shouted loudly and attacked Liu Xiong with his father. The old one can't do it, and the young one can't do it either. Liu Xiong laughed loudly, punching and kicking, and fought two people with ease. Dad, brother, I'll come too. Zhang Shuxian joined the battle and ran with a weight of 300 kilograms, and the earth trembled. Bah, a woman who is so fat she deserves to be beaten. Lu Xiong didn't say that he was fat, but he couldn't stand seeing others fat. He was furious and kicked Zhang Shuxian. Like a round ball, it flew far away. At this time, Luo Yan just flew past Zhang Shuxian. Zhang Shuxian quickly put her mood together, posed in a concave pose, and winked at Luo Yan. Little brother, as long as you are willing to marry me, I will ask my second uncle to make you the third family of Jianghai. I won't marry you even if you kill me. Luo Yan felt a chill and left quickly. In front of him were 300 Jiang family warriors, among whom there were more than a dozen people who were at the great perfection of the great martial master. Although Luo Yan was only at the late stage of the great martial master, he was not afraid at all. He used the light footsteps at the highest speed and plunged into the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! He shuttled back and forth in the gaps, and first used the 1,000 hands Tathagata palm. The whole field was filled with palm shadows, which dazzled the warriors. Luo Yan seized the opportunity and used the tendon-splitting and bone-chopping hand to attack continuously, not to kill them, but to completely destroy their mobility. Grabbing here and pinching there, it didn't take long before more than 20 warriors were lying on the ground howling, with either broken hands or broken feet or with protruding skulls, and they really lost their mobility. Luo Yan, this guy has become so terrifying. Ding Yushan, who was not far away, saw it with mixed feelings. With Luo Yan's current performance, if he faced the dead ghost Huo Jinghua again, I'm afraid he wouldn't even need a single move to end the battle. It was naturally not good news for him that his mortal enemy had become so powerful. But at present, he still had to rely on his strength and could not afford to fail. Ding Yushan became anxious. Everyone has seen that the Jiang family is not indestructible. To keep his own property, he must fight hard. Ding Yushan shouted at the family heads. Yes, what the Ding family head said makes sense. Master Wei, if you kill a Jiang family warrior, I will give you another 1,000,000. Please help me. Master He, I will do the same. A big reward will always bring courage. When the warriors who were originally going to run away heard that the reward was so high, they all stopped and waited. Luo Yan was in a very brave state and killed more than a dozen Jiang family warriors. The situation was very good. Okay, for the sake of justice in the world, I will help you. The warriors shouted and began to join the battle. For a while, the lawn was filled with the sound of killing. Under the leadership of Luo Yan, the temporary United Wealthy Camp fought the Jiang family on equal terms. Zhang Yuanwang could never have imagined that things would develop to this point. He thought that the family heads would easily surrender. He glanced at Lu Xiong and Luo Yan and had an idea. Schwanner, go deal with Luo Yan. Zhang Yuanwang began to give orders. Big brother, Ru Jiao, you go help Schwanner. After saying that, he slowly stepped forward, put his palm on his chest, and slashed out with a palm force in the air. Zhang Yuantu and Zhang Rujiao quickly jumped away and heard a whoosh sound, and a violent palm force quickly hit Lu Xiong in a straight line. Come on! Lu Xiong felt the threat in front of him, and also put his palm on his chest and responded with a palm in the air. The two powerful palm forces collided, first making a dull collision sound. Then, like a bomb was ignited, the aftermath of the palm force spread everywhere. Some hit the ground, and large areas of grass were hit up, and soil and grass flew all over the sky. Some palm forces hit other family heads, like being hit by a heavy hammer, and the blood and qi surged, and they spit out blood, and the lighter ones retreated continuously. Zhang Yuanwang has been able to sit firmly in the position of the head of the Jiang family for so many years. He is indeed quite capable. In this round of fighting, Lu Xiong felt that Zhang Yuanwang's palm power was extraordinary. He did not dare to be careless and focused on the fight. 113435588397 on the other side. Luo Yan was attacked by Jiang Yuantu, Jiang Rujiao, and Jiang Ruxuan. He had to stop killing the Jiang family warriors and fight with all his strength. Jiang Yuantu was the first martial master he faced in the true sense. He had used strategies to win the previous fights with Qian Sanjian and Bai Su. The fight with Lu Xiong outside the gate of Jiang Mansion was also a matter of a moment, and it was not in depth. At this time, Jiang Yuantu attacked with an eagle claw, which was extremely powerful. He did not dare to be careless and temporarily avoided its edge and avoided it with Lingbo Weibu. You have to know that the two of them are a whole realm apart, and the other party can flexibly use internal force. If you accidentally touch him, you will be injured. He must be careful. Wow! The eagle claw flew by Luo Yan's arm, and the airwave was so strong that Luo Yan's breathing stagnated. At this time, Jiang Ruchuan and Jiang Rujiao came up from not far away, and 4 palms were launched at the same time. The palm power was hesitant, and it contained the universe. It was obviously a powerful martial art. The Jiang family has been rooted for hundreds of years and has passed down many martial arts. Among them, Jiang Yuantu's eagle claw skill wins with the strength of the flesh and internal strength. The Jiangkun palm used by Jiang Ruxuan and his brother is extremely complex and unpredictable. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the martial arts are, Luo Yan sees through them at a glance. When it comes to the reality, how can it compare to the perverted martial arts given by the system? He sneered in his heart and sent out a 1,000-handed Buddha palm. Originally, the Jiang brothers were sure to win, but when they saw Luo Yan's 32 palms, each of which was shot at their vital points, they were frightened and their hearts beat wildly, and they jumped away quickly. Jiang Yuantu also couldn't understand Luo Yan's palm technique. It's just that he was confident of his higher realm and didn't take Luo Yan's attack seriously. No matter how strong he was still a great martial artist. What's wrong with him standing and hitting him? Thinking of this, Jiang Yuantu didn't care about the palms in the air at all and rushed forward, launching another eagle claw. At this moment, all the palms in front of him suddenly disappeared without a trace. Luo Yan, like a tiger that had been accumulating strength for a long time, put the two fingers of his right hand together into a sword and launched the most powerful Vajra finger. Whoosh! The eagle claw passed by and almost caught Luo Yan's neck, but the Vajra finger actually hit Jiang Yuantu's chest. Pop! At first, Jiang Yuantu didn't react. He even laughed. You little? But in a moment he felt a strong pain in his chest, his face began to twist, his pupils dilated, and he knelt on one knee on the ground, trying to breathe into his chest. Not long after the suction, Jiang Yuantu fell to the ground, his face pale as gold paper, and he had lost his fighting power. Luo Yan looked at his fingers in surprise. Am I that powerful? He used one finger to destroy Wuzong. Dad? Uncle. The Jiang brothers were terrified and took the risk to rush forward, taking advantage of Luo Yan's distraction to pull Jiang Yuantu away. Luo Yan did not chase him and continued to hunt down the Jiang family warriors, Jiang Yuanwang and Liu Xiong. At the beginning, the two fought evenly, but gradually Liu Xiong gained the upper hand. The main reason was that his defense was too strong. How could he not penetrate that layer of fat? Jiang Yuanwang did not dare to hit too hard, for fear that he would be sucked in after hitting it, and then he would be in a dilemma. The eldest brother Jiang Yuantu was injured, and the warriors under his command were killed by Luo Yan and cried for their parents. Jiang Yuanwang's mentality was unstable, and he became more and more frightened, which seriously affected his performance. Liu Xiong saw the opportunity, let out a strange cry, and flew into the air like a rock. With both palms facing downward, he pressed down on Jiang Yuanwang with his own palm power and superhuman weight. This time, the enemy must be saved. Jiang Yuanwang had no way to avoid it. He took a deep breath in a hurry and raised his palms. Bang! The palms faced each other. A violent cyclone appeared in the air, destroying all the grass within a radius of 10 meters. Jiang Yuanwang's legs sank deeply into the grass. His eyes were bloodshot, and he almost gritted his teeth. Unfortunately, he was originally on the same level as Liu Xiong, and he lost the initiative and fell into a disadvantage. The meridians were disordered, and the body was about to explode. Jiang Yuanwang raised his head with difficulty and looked at a fat face close at hand. Liu Xiong was also very tired from this round of fierce confrontation. The sweat all over his body flowed back to his head, and then accumulated on the tip of his nose, almost dripping on Jiang Yuanwang's face. At this moment, a cruel look flashed in Jiang Yuanwang's eyes, and he opened his mouth and spit out a silver needle from his mouth, as fast as lightning. The two were only a few feet apart, and the silver needle was successfully inserted into Liu Xiong's left eye. Roar! Despicable! Liu Xiong let out a terrifying roar, and his momentum was instantly gone. He was shocked by Jiang Yuanwang's internal force, and the whole person flew away like a kite with a broken string. Not only was his eye useless, but his heart meridian was also shattered by Jiang Yuanwang, and he was not far from death. Jiang Yuanwang, on the other hand, fell to the ground, spurting blood from his mouth. His expression was decadent, and he was also seriously injured. But at least he was better than Liu Xiong. At least his life was safe. The victory and defeat of the two people changed in an instant, which surprised those who were paying attention to the battle. The most important thing is that Jiang Yuanwang used such a despicable method to sneak attack his opponent, completely disregarding his identity, which was simply despised. The battle here finally came to an end. Among all the people on the field, Luo Yan had the strongest fighting power. The Jiang family warriors were beaten back by him, some fled and some died. On the family alliance side, the number of people was originally limited, and after a round of fierce fighting, only a few were left. The scene that was still a happy 1 hour ago ended up with a river of blood, miserable and lonely. It was really lamentable. Among the Jiang family, only Jiang Ruxuan and Jiang Rujiao were able to fight. The two masters Jiang Yuan looked at Jiang Yuantu, both of whom were seriously injured. The only beneficiaries were the temporary united family heads. The fall of the Jiang family meant the fall of the He family. The assets of the two overlords of Jianghai finally belonged to them. They secretly calculated what to do next to benefit themselves more. They were wary of each other and began to intrigue again. The killing in the field had not stopped. No, don't kill me! Yansong and Liang Chuang fell to the ground, and Jing Taicheng held a long sword in his hand, his face full of murderous intent. You two are troublemakers, stirring up hatred everywhere, and conspiring with Ding Yushan to kill my master. Today I finally caught you. Spare my life! Click, click! Jing Taicheng was too lazy to talk nonsense and cut off two heads directly. He turned around and looked at Ding Yushan again, his eyes full of anger. And you, Ding Yushan! No, don't! Ding Yushan kept retreating, but unfortunately there was no way to retreat, and his back was pressed against the wall of the Jiang family. He was just an ordinary person. How could he defeat Jing Taicheng, a warrior? In a panic, he glanced at the way out and suddenly found several figures standing in the small bamboo forest next to him. They were motionless. Ding Yushan thought they were just servants of the Jiang family who had fled, so he didn't take them seriously and kept begging Jing Taicheng for mercy. As Jing Taicheng walked closer, he also saw those people. His eyes met with one of the young men. The man was obviously smiling, but Jing Taicheng felt like he was being stabbed in the back and goosebumps all over his body. This is the natural sense of crisis for warriors. With a dang sound, the long sword fell to the ground and turned around and ran away. Master, a terrifying master. Ha ha, this Jing is really smart. Second grandfather, it's time to go out and clean up the mess. An old man in brocade robes beside him nodded. Okay. The three of them walked out together without even looking at Ding Yushan. WAP/34342429 MIV86398.tml. Among the three people, the one in the middle was a young man with a slender figure, handsome face, elegant demeanor, and a faint smile on his lips. A man of similar age next to him had a sinister face and a smirk. The remaining old man in brocade robes was their second grandfather. The three of them first came to Zhang Yuanwang's side. The young man in the middle looked down at him and said, "Master Jiang, how are you?" "You are?" "Ning Yuan." He turned his head to look at the other two and recognized the other one as Ning Yuhao. The old man looked familiar, but he couldn't remember his name. "What are you doing in the Jiang family?" Zhang Yuanwang struggled to stand up. He realized that the other party had bad intentions and was a little flustered. Ning Yuan said leisurely, "I came here to kill someone and pay a visit to the head of the Jiang family. But it seems that I came at the wrong time." Ning Yuhao grinned. "I think it's just the right time. We will kill all the trash in Jianghai and become the boss of Jianghai." "Hey, Yuhao, the head of the Jiang family is still here. Don't talk nonsense." Ning Yuan still maintained his demeanor. "I will kill him now." Ning Yuhao raised his hand and aimed at Zhang Yuanwang's head. A tiger in a flatland is bullied by a dog. At this moment, Zhang Yuanwang was seriously injured. Even a martial artist could kill him at this time, let alone Ning Yuhao, who was in the late stage of the great martial artist. "Don't hurt my dad." Zhang Ruxuan came from not far away and slapped Ning Yuhao. "Go!" The second grandfather flicked his hand and slapped him away. Zhang Yuanwang lost his voice and said, "Xuaner, take care of yourself." Ning Yuhao laughed and slapped down. Zhang Yuanwang closed his eyes and waited for death, feeling unwilling. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Today, he had planned everything and was about to succeed. But in the end, the Ning family took advantage of him. If it weren't for Lu Xiong, no, the key factor was not Lu Xiong, but Luo Yan. If Luo Yan hadn't been required to attend, what kind of waves could Lu Xiong have made? What a mistake! What a mistake! In fact, he should have taken action to eliminate Luo Yan. Zhang Yuanwang's thoughts were in a mess. Seeing that Ning Yuhao's palm was about to hit his head, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the roof of the villa. With a light jump, he landed lightly on the ground more than 10 meters away, 30 or 40 meters away from Zhang Yuanwang and others. But when he raised his hand, an object flew over and went straight for Ning Yuhao. The object made a sharp sound of breaking through the air in the air, and it came swiftly and with unusual power. Ning Yuhao was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand. The second grandfather narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. "Master!" He reached into his arms and threw a dart at the same time. Bang! The two hidden weapons collided in the air. The dart was knocked away by the hidden weapon and still flew towards Ning Yuhao. "Yuhao, get out of the way!" The second grandfather shouted and sent out two consecutive palms of power in the air. Finally, the speed of the hidden weapon slowed down and finally fell 2 meters in front of Ning Yuhao. The second grandfather took a closer look and took a breath of cold air. Stone? The most ordinary stone in the world? He looked up in horror and saw that the man had white hair and a haggard face, like a mummy. There was no expression on his face, as if he was born unable to smile. His speed was so fast that he came to Zhang Yuanwang in the blink of an eye and lifted him up with one hand. The second grandfather finally waited for the opportunity to kill Zhang Yuanwang. How could he let it go? He gathered all his internal strength in his right palm and slapped Zhang Yuanwang's vest with force. There was a sound explosion around him, and the air was buzzing. Even Ning Yuan, who was in the middle stage of Wuzong, couldn't resist and pulled his brother away. The power of this palm was extremely great. The white-haired old man still had no expression. With a flick of his sleeve, the palm power of the old man in brocade robe disappeared into thin air. How could it be? The second grandfather was shocked and dared not move. The old man glanced at him sideways and said calmly, "Have you practiced the Dongqi palm?" "Yes, I am Ning Shu the junior, and I am honored to meet you." The second grandfather knew that the old man in front of him was not someone he could challenge, so he saluted respectfully. "So you are the second son of the Ning family. I remember that you were born in the same year as Honger, but unfortunately Honger has passed away for many years." The old man seemed to have remembered a sad past, but even so, his face was expressionless. Honger? Could he be talking about Jiang Ruohong? Then he is. Ning Shu's face turned pale. The old man picked up Zhang Yuanwang and jumped back. He picked up Jiang Ruxuan on the ground, came to an open space and threw the two of them on the ground. "Zhang Yuanwang, an incompetent person." Jiang Ruxuan, an unfilial descendant. The old man cursed. His lips were slightly parted, and even when he was cursing, his expression was not very clear. Jiang Ruxuan said angrily, "Although you saved us, you can't insult my dad casually." "What's wrong with me scolding him? If you scold me again, I will be rude to you." "Ha ha ha! I will scold you, and I will add one more thing to you. You are a reckless man." "You, Xuaner, shut up!" Zhang Yuanwang stared at the old man, his face changing, and the image of the old man gradually overlapped with the distant memory in his mind. He knelt on the ground with a plop and shouted excitedly, "Grandpa!" "Grandpa?" Zhang Ruxuan looked at the old man in shock. "Is this old man my great-grandfather? Then his age. If it is true, it seems that it is okay to call me an unfilial descendant. Yuanwang, the rise of a family must not be achieved by conspiracy and intrigue." The old man looked forward with a pair of turbid eyes, as if recalling the past. "I told your father this truth, and I believe your father has also told you. Have you forgotten it? Grandson? Grandson?" Zhang Yuanwang was sweating profusely and knelt on the ground, daring to answer. "You are right. The Jiang family can achieve such success today, thanks to everyone's support. I saved you not because I feel sorry for the Jiang family's foundation, but because I think you are still capable of leading the Jianghai family, and even one day contributing to the country. This is the ambition that a real man should have. If you are still stubborn and take shortcuts, I will take your life with my own hands. Do you hear me clearly?" Zhang Yuanwang knelt on the ground. "I heard you clearly. Grandpa taught me right. It's good that you understand." The old man's turbid eyes turned and fell on Luo Yan. He walked over slowly. "Who is your master?" Luo Yan had a feeling that this man could kill him with just a flick of his finger. He didn't dare to act rashly and said, "My master's surname is Jin." "Surname Jin?" The old man lowered his head and thought, Hey, the world is so big, there are all kinds of things. This Master Jin, I'm not as good as him." There was a hint of loneliness in his tone. "Why did you hit Jiang Yuantu's chest with that finger just now?" The old man asked again. "Because his next move will definitely be his left claw, and his chest is always his weakness." Luo Yan said honestly, "Can you see his next move?" "You can see it." The old man was surprised. He created this eagle claw kung fu 20 years ago, and he is still quite proud of it now. Who would have thought that Luo Yan would see through it at a glance? "Genius, genius." He shook his head and floated away. He didn't even look at the Ning family. "Grandpa?" Jiang Ruxuan chased a few steps, but how could he catch up? "Dad, if those people in the Ning family were here now, Xuaner, if they knew your great-grandfather was here, would they still dare to do evil?" Zhang Yuanwang shook his head. "Alas, it seems that my path is really narrow." Because of the appearance of the ancestor of the Jiang family, the atmosphere in the field suddenly became weird. The 3 Ning family members who were preparing to catch the cicada with the momentum of a yellow bird were doomed to fail. The Jiang family's dominant position in Jianghai is still unshakable. After receiving advice from his grandfather, Zhang Yuanwang finally found his conscience and said to the surviving family heads, "Everyone, the fault is all on me, Jiang. I hope you can forgive me. The previous plan is scrapped. Let's choose another day and sit down to discuss the future development of Jianghai." Someone said boldly, "Master Jiang, you won't hold a Hongmen banquet next time, right? If Jiang has any other thoughts, I will be shot to death." Zhang Yuanwang's voice was sonorous and resounding. "I also hope that after you go back, you will restrain your subordinates and avoid unnecessary fights." This sentence touched the hearts of the family heads. The conflicts during this period have seriously damaged everyone's vitality. It's time to take a break. WAP /34/134298639.html. In the Jiang family villa, the crowd gradually dispersed. Only the 3 unwelcome Ning family members were still standing. Ning Yuan pondered and said, "Second grandfather, what should we do with Luo Yan?" Ning Shu said sternly, "This boy is a genius and he must not be kept." "But that old man from the Jiang family, he is a senior and he values his status. How could he attack us? And Luo Yan is not from his Jiang family, so he won't meddle in other people's business." Ning Yuan agreed with him after hearing this. The 3 of them walked to Luo Yan's side. And Luo Yan finally remembered that the sharp eyes he felt when he first entered the door should have come from Ning Shu or Ning Yuan. It couldn't be Ning Yuhao. He would only roll his eyes. For example, now. Ning Yuhao rolled his eyes strangely and said, "Luo Yan, do you still recognize me? I have a bad memory. Even if I have seen someone as ordinary as you, I will definitely not remember him." Luo Yan said lightly, "What did you say? I look ordinary?" Ning Yuhao pointed at his face, unable to believe it. In his mind, wealth and cultivation may not be his greatest strengths, but his appearance is definitely. Luo Yan actually said that he is ordinary? Lies with open eyes. "Yuhao, as a man, don't care too much about your appearance. I have reminded you many times." Ning Shu scolded. "Okay." Being scolded in public, Ning Yuhao felt very uncomfortable and had to vent his anger on Luo Yan. "Luo Yan, last time at Wanshu Peak, you robbed my spiritual stones and injured so many of my friends. We should settle this account." "I don't know what you are talking about. Excuse me." Luo Yan wore Yangguo's mask that day, and as long as he insisted, no one would recognize him. Turned around and prepared to leave. "Let's go, let's go. You can leave, but Han Shushu can't, and Lu Shiyu can't leave either." Niuan said lightly. Luo Yan froze immediately, turned quickly, stared at Ning Yuan, his eyes about to spit fire. "Did you send the group of people who ambushed downstairs of my house? I don't know what you are talking about." Ning Yuan replied the same sentence. "I'll fucking let you know." Luo Yan was furious and punched him with 40% of his strength. Ning Yuan was prepared and punched him back. When the fists collided, Luo Yan took 3 steps back, but Ning Yuan didn't move at all. Late stage of the great martial master. "Haha, I really don't understand why you are so arrogant. How about trying this punch again?" Luo Yan punched him again, using 50% of his strength. The two of them punched each other again, and this time Luo Yan took 2 steps back. Ning Yuan looked down on Luo Yan even more. Only Ning Shu felt something was wrong. Didn't Luo Yan injure Zhang Yuantu with 1 move? Why was he so weak now? Just as he was about to remind him, Luo Yan suddenly roared, "I can even defeat Zhang Yuantu, who has never been injured, let alone you." His voice was so loud and frightening, and this time he used 40% of his strength. Since the fight with Zhang Yuantu, Luo Yan has a deeper understanding of his own strength. He wanted to defeat the man in front of him who was called the Demon of Jiangling City, maybe with just 1 move. But in that case, it would inevitably attract the wrath of Ning Shu. According to his estimation, Ning Shu's cultivation was at least the great perfection of the Yangqi realm, infinitely close to the Unity realm. This was a bit tricky. The key was that he couldn't leave. Either he would die, or the other 3 would die. Luo Yan certainly didn't want to die, so he had to think of a way. He had to complete the fatal blow to Ning Yuan at the fastest speed, faster than the speed of killing Zhang Yuantu. Then, while Ning Shu was shocked, he would use his strongest move to kill him. Seeing Luo Yan's grinning face, Ning Yuan really fell into the trap and sneered, "The genius warrior of Zhanghai is just like this." He still responded with fists. Even Ning Shu was deceived by his evil plan. Luo Yan specifically emphasized that Zhang Yuantu was not injured, so Zhang Yuantu must have been injured by Lu Xiong. The main reason was that Luo Yan's realm was too low, which was his biggest disguise. Ning Shu's words of reminder came to his lips, but he swallowed them back. At this moment, Luo Yan threw a weak punch, continuing to paralyze Ning Yuan, but suddenly accelerated halfway. The powerful Vajra finger was released, as if carrying the power of destroying the world unstoppable, and directly penetrated Ning Yuan's arm. Ah! Ning Yuan didn't react until his entire arm was broken. He let out a howl that shook the sky and the earth, and the whole person flew 6 meters away. This was Luo Yan's strongest attack, which could even knock away an elephant. Yuan! Ning Shu's blood flowed backwards all over his body. The most outstanding child in the family turned out to be a useless person. Years of expectations suddenly vanished, and he couldn't accept it. His head was empty, and his first reaction was to chase after Ning Yuan. He just raised his leg and stopped, and thought that he should deal with Luo Yan, the treacherous villain, first. While he was hesitating, he suddenly heard screams from the side, and Ning Shu was startled again. Ning Yuhao covered his left eye, and black blood flowed from between his fingers. It was obvious that he was injured by a hidden weapon. He screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and rolled on the ground. "Poison! The silver needle is poisonous! It hurts so much!" Ning Yuhao shouted. "Poison?" Ning Shu looked at Luo Yan. His face was deformed with anger. "Old man, let's see which one you save." Luo Yan waved his hand, and 2 silver needles flew out at the same time, attacking the Ning Yuan brothers. Ning Shu used both palms to release 2 internal forces, and slapped the 2 silver needles away at the same time. Luo Yan flew up and sent out 2 more silver needles to attack the Ning brothers, and then used his left palm to send out a 1,000-handed Buddha palm to attack Ning Shu. "Good boy, you are so brave that you even dare to mess with me?" Ning Shu was angry, and first slapped the 2 silver needles away, completely ignoring the 1,000-handed Buddha palm, and slapped Luo Yan in the chest. A strong wind blew in his face, and Luo Yan's breath was stagnant. If this palm hit him, his life would be in danger. Luo Yan took a deep breath and said quickly, "My poison is made of 500 kinds of poisons, and no one can cure it." The 1,000 hands Tathagata palm turned into a powerful Vajra finger and attacked Ning Shu's chest. After hearing what he said, Ning Shu was really afraid. Ning Yuhao's life was much more precious than Luo Yan's worthless life, so there was no need to rush to kill him. He restrained his murderous aura and put away most of his palm power. This palm was mainly to control Luo Yan. Luo Yan was waiting for this opportunity. With a thought, a large black iron bar appeared on his right hand, and he used all his strength to push it towards Ning Shu's chest. A series of calculations, coupled with the suddenness of the tactics and the superpower of the black iron sword, Ning Shu had no way to avoid it. With a loud bang, the blunt edge of the black iron sword hit Ning Shu's chest directly. Ning Shu's eyeballs were filled with blood and his face turned bloody. The meridians were damaged and the blood and qi surged up. With a puff, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His expression was dejected, but as a master who has reached the great perfection of the Yangqi realm, Ning Shu is only 1 step away from the Unity realm. His body is extremely hard, and even though he is injured, he can still attack and slap Luo Yan on the chest. Luo Yan groaned in pain. He was injured. It was still a very serious injury, but he couldn't fall down now. While his body flew backwards, he threw all the useful things in his backpack, the only bottle of Beisu Qingfeng, all the Bingpo silver needles and love flowers, in short, all the useful things at Ning Shu. Ning Shu sent out a chi-shaking palm, but unfortunately his palm power was not as strong as before, and he slapped away everything and smashed the bottle of Beishu Qingfeng. When he found that it was an empty bottle, he felt very bad and held his breath. Beishu Qingfeng was colorless and tasteless, and he didn't know that he had inhaled a small sip. "Boy, you deserve to die." He walked towards Luo Yan step by step. Luo Yan coughed up a mouthful of blood and stepped back. After a while. Ning Shu realized that he was poisoned, and his body slowly went limp. In the field, all four were seriously injured. Ning Yuhao's screams gradually weakened, and he died of the poison. Ning Yuan lost an arm, and he could not get timely treatment. He lost too much blood and was dying for a long time. Ning Shu tried his best to use his power to force out the poison, but unfortunately he couldn't. Luo Yan was half lying on the ground, with blood all over his clothes. He took the healing medicine made from the Zhenwu furnace, but unfortunately the effect was far less magical than the Juhua Yulu pill, and it was difficult to recover from his injuries for a while. The Zhang family was not prepared to get involved in their affairs, and stood in the distance to watch. Only Jing Taicheng came over. He held a long sword in his hand. WAP 134-298-31632-or.html. Master Jing, my Jiangling Ning family has countless warriors and is very powerful. If you help me kill Luo Yan, I will support you to become the best in Shanghai. If you attack us, the Jing family will inevitably bear the rage of the Ning family. The whole family will be wiped out, not to mention the chickens and dogs. Ning Shu knew that there was no hope of forcing the poison out, so he simply gave up. He looked at Jing Taicheng coldly and said, "You should know how to choose." There was a strong sense of threat in his tone. Jing Taicheng nodded. "I know." He looked up at Luo Yan. "You know that my strength is limited." Luo Yan blinked. "I know. Then who should I kill? Give me some advice." "It's almost the same. Kill the old man first." Ning Shu smiled. "Master Jing is responsible for the life and death of the entire Jing family. How could he?" Snap! Jing Taicheng cut off his head. Then he walked to Ning Yuan and stabbed him to death. He sighed and said to Luo Yan, "In this way, I am tied to the same boat with you. This is the smartest decision you have ever made in your life." Luo Yan struggled to stand up from the ground. "Go and search them for any good things. The opportunity to touch the corpse cannot be missed. Unfortunately, there are not many valuables on the three people. Only a Heroes Association admission token was found on Ning Yuhao." Luo Yan suddenly remembered that the Heroes Association would be held in 3 days, so he should remember to go and take a look. "Let's go." With the help of Jing Taicheng, the two walked out of Zhang's house. When they returned home, it was already early morning. Luo Yan asked Jing Taicheng to call Han Zhaixun to explain the situation. He returned to his room to heal his wounds. A night passed. His injuries have not fully recovered. His whole body is sore, and he has no strength. This time he was hit hard by Ning Shu. If he had not practiced Hunyuan Gong during this period, and his body hardness had increased, he might have lost his life. The meridians were damaged to varying degrees, and it was difficult to heal with only elixirs. He selected a needle method specifically for treating internal injuries from the Divine Doctor collection and gave himself acupuncture. At the same time, he sent a message to Lu Xiu of the Han family, asking her to collect materials to help him boil medicine. Then he used the Jade Girl Heart Sutra with healing function to treat internal injuries. A multi-pronged approach. At noon, the system sent an X-level formation, the 6 Dings and 6 Jias formation. 6 Dings, category, formation, rank, X introduction. When Wang Chongyang, the founder of Quanzhen sect, was young, he was a passionate young man. He joined the army and took it as his responsibility to drive out the Tartars. Later, he learned the military formation that originated from the Maoshan sect, the 6 Dings and 6 Jias formation, in the army. After leaving the military life sadly, Wang Chongyang established Quanzhen sect in Chongyang Palace, which was prosperous for a time. He comprehended the heaven and earth, and created many skills and formations, such as Xiantian Gong, Yiqihua Sanqing, Sanhua Juding Gong, etc., including the X-level Taibedo formation, mainly for attack, and the reorganized Liuding Liujia formation, mainly for defense. After the system mutation, the Liuding Liujia formation has become more magical. It includes 1. This formation does not need to be operated by people, just lay out the formation, and it will run automatically. 2. Within the formation, the enemy's ability is reduced in all aspects. 3. The power of the formation is directly linked to the host's realm. In addition, the formation requires spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy in the environment, the greater the power. Luo Yan clicked on the formation secret book and learned the Liuding Liujia formation. The 6 Dings are Dingqiu, Dinghai, Dingyou, Dingwei, Dingxi, and Dingmao. The 6 Jias are Jiazi, Jiasu, Jiashan, Jiawu, Jiaqin, and Jiayin. In theory, these 12 directions are all protected by gods, and no matter which direction you enter from, you will be whipped by the gods. In addition to the super strong defense ability, the members of the team can move freely in the formation. There is no limit on the number of people. The Liuding Liujia formation requires the use of talismans, and the system provides the production method. The carrier of the talisman is a peachwood sword, and cinnabar is used to draw the talisman. Both of these things are relatively easy to find and can be sold outside. Luo Yan asked Lu Xiu to buy them and started to make talismans. It took 4 hours to make 12 peachwood swords with talismans. Try it. Luo Yan's mind moved slightly, and the 12 peach wood swords flew out and distributed in the corresponding directions. As soon as they arrived, the spiritual power of heaven and earth immediately wrapped the peachwood swords inside and gradually disappeared. At the same time, the spiritual power spread into the formation and instantly formed a circular formation. The diameter is 7 meters, and the spiritual power in the formation is surging. As a spellcaster, Luo Yan can truly sense everything in the formation. Shiyu, come in and try, Luo Yan called out. Okay. Lu Shiyu held the Zhanhan's sword and entered the formation. As soon as she stepped in, she felt as if all her strength was drained away. Her hands and feet were weak. It was as if countless shadows were rushing towards her, and it was hard to predict whether they were real or fake. She heard countless screams in her ears, which were thrilling. The space was distorted and her vision became blurred. Ah! Lu Shiyu screamed and quickly retreated. Her pretty face was pale, and her back was covered in cold sweat. Go on! Luo Yan threw her a talisman. Come in again and try. Lu Shiyu swallowed her saliva and resisted instinctively. However, out of trust in her brother, she still walked in holding the talisman. This time, the experience was completely different. She could feel the range of the barrier in the formation, and she could enter and exit the formation freely. Moreover, there was nothing wrong with her body, so she could attack at will. Brother, your formation is really powerful. Even if I meet a master like Ning Shu again, I won't be afraid. Lu Shiyu turned into a curious baby, walking back and forth in the formation, exclaiming. She didn't understand the driving principle of the formation, but simply thought it was fantasy. Silly girl, it's not that easy. Luo Yan sighed. Your realm is too low, so it is greatly affected. If it is a person with a higher realm, the impact will be greatly reduced. The power of the formation is linked to my realm. It seems that I have to work hard to improve my realm. In the next 2 days, Luo Yan continued to repair his injuries. He made alchemy and practiced in his spare time. On the 3rd night, his injuries were intact. Moreover, because of the battle with many masters in Jiang Mansion, his combat experience increased, and his realm was about to break through the great perfection of nourishing blood. He gently clenched his palms. The blood in his body was like a raging wave, rushing back and forth in his body. The sense of power filled every inch of his muscles and bones. The reason why he made such rapid progress during this period was not unrelated to the 3 Wangquan nourishing blood pills. Today is the day of the heroes' meeting. Luo Yan decided to go to Wanshu Peak again and ask the boss about the origin of Zhuluo Tengjian. He left some pills for Lu Shiyu and Han Shushu and told them to practice diligently. He called Jing Taicheng, and the two headed towards Wanshu Peak. Jing Taicheng kept his word and brought Luo Yan 120 high-level 8th grade spirit stones yesterday. Luo Yan used all of them to upgrade the system. The system experience rose to 11,000. Finally, more than 1/10 of it was completed. As Jing Taicheng said, the two are now tied together. It is a relationship of mutual assistance and mutual benefit. Luo Yan also thinks that he is a good person. At least he did not sell himself out at the critical moment, and he is also quite generous. So he decided to take him to Wanshu Peak to see for himself. Watch live 13343833215.html. Since Jing Taicheng is regarded as a companion, there are naturally benefits. Luo Yan selected a few of the many techniques for him to practice, but this guy's comprehension was so poor that he couldn't even practice the most basic E-level technique, the bone-breaking hand. Not to mention the advanced light skill that requires the concept of bagua, such as Lingbo Weibu. According to Jing Taicheng himself, he has never been interested in external skills such as fists and palms, and his comprehension is also very poor, but his swordsmanship is okay. Luo Yan only then discovered that the system had only rewarded him with a Quanjin sword technique and the Jade Girl sword technique recorded in the Jade Girl Heart Sutra. However, he did not intend to teach these two sword techniques to Jing Taicheng, and the Jade Girl Pure Heart sword technique could only be exclusive to Lu Shiyu. In this way, Jing Taicheng had nothing to learn. This matter was temporarily exposed, and we would talk about it when we had the opportunity in the future. The two of them each had an access token and went up to Wanshu Peak. Luo Yan went to the stall selling spirit stones first. Finding that the boss was not there, he had to let Jing Taicheng go to other stalls to collect scattered spirit stones, and he himself came to the stall selling Zhuluo vine tips. Boss, there's no Zhuluo Tengjian today? Luo Yan asked. How can such precious herbs be available every time? Let's take a look at other things. The boss was wearing a mask and sounded young, about 30 years old. He rolled his eyes strangely and was very unfriendly. Luo Yan shook his head. I don't need other things. Then go away and don't interfere with my business. The boss began to drive people away. The two stared at each other for a moment, and Luo Yan retreated. He walked around the area and bought a D-level longsword for Lu Shiyu, which was the best longsword in the hero meeting. It cost him 3 million. With this sword, Lu Shiyu can use the double swords together. After buying the longsword, he found Jing Taicheng and asked him what he got. I bought a sword manual, swept away all the spirit stones, and exchanged swordsmanship with others. Jing Taicheng was very excited and said happily, I didn't expect there was such a good place. Why didn't I know it before? Next time, go to the hero stage to learn from others and experience the feeling of being a hero. The sword manual here. Luo Yan didn't continue. The heroes' meeting was only open for 2 hours. When it was time to leave, the stall owners packed up and went down the mountain. Luo Yan said hello to Jing Taicheng and asked him to leave first. He hid in the dark and lurked. Soon he saw the boss carrying a bag and walking down the mountain road. Luo Yan hurried to catch up. In the dark jungle, the boss walked westward. He was very familiar with this area and walked as if it were flat ground. Luo Yan had the skills of Lingbo Weibu and Gecko wall climbing, so he followed steadily. To the west is a vast primeval forest. I heard that it is full of dangers and contains countless secrets. The government has repeatedly reminded people not to enter. What is he doing in there? Luo Yan was suspicious and secretly on guard. After walking about 100 kilometers, the sky became bright. The boss stopped, put the bag on the ground, and took a short rest. Luo Yan hid under a big tree and waited patiently. At this moment, he suddenly heard a click not far away, followed by a male scream. The screams were not loud, as if they were deliberately restrained. "What's wrong with you? You even fell into such a low-level trap?" Someone shouted in a low voice. "We finally followed here." The voice gradually became lower. The boss not far away also heard the sound and jumped up like a frightened bird, looking terrified. He quickly picked up the bag on the ground, moved his hands and feet very lightly, and moved towards the place where the sound came from. Luo Yan followed. Soon, the two of them came to a relatively flat place, one after another. There was a large group of people gathered there, wearing the same dark red robes. Among them, a young man sat on the ground with a painful look on his face, applying herbs on his legs. Not far from them there was a trap similar to a trap, with a bloody pants hanging on the teeth. It was probably this trap that caught him. The boss watched from a distance for a moment, as if he was very afraid, and was about to retreat quietly. Suddenly, there was a click, and he stepped on a dead branch. "Who?" A shout broke out in the crowd, and an old man looked over vigilantly. The boss was startled, turned around and ran forward. "Chase him! It's him!" the old man shouted, and the group quickly followed. Luo Yan witnessed the whole process, and the two groups actually knew each other. Could it be that they were the boss's enemies? Or were they interested in the boss's Juluo vine tips like him? Thinking of this, he suddenly became uneasy. Juluo vine tips are of great significance to him, and the production is very small, so they cannot fall into the hands of others. He took a breath and ran quickly, following the boss all the way, while hiding his whereabouts so as not to be discovered by the gang. The three groups chased each other, and the boss came to a dense jungle and slipped into it. Luo Yan hurriedly followed. "Why are there others?" The old man's voice came from behind. "No matter, chase him." Entering the jungle, Luo Yan found that there was something special inside. Most of this jungle is composed of a thumb-sized vine, which is very dense. The branches and leaves block the light from above, and it is particularly dark. Looking closely, you can see that the vine has hard barbs and a kind of enchanting blue-purple flower blooming. Luo Yan recognized it. It was the Shahua vine, which was introduced to Longguo in ancient times. Both the thorns and the small flowers are extremely poisonous. Extremely poisonous. "Be careful," Luo Yan muttered to himself. A narrow passage was dug out in the jungle, which could only accommodate one person. There were many forks in the passage, which were winding and like a maze. After going about 10 meters deep, Luo Yan heard the grass and trees shaking behind him. It should be that the gang followed him in. The passage in front of him was no longer a straight passage. It was about 9 meters long, and every 3 meters it was divided into 2 passages on the left and right. It looked like a cross-section of the word 3. Without thinking too much, Luo Yan turned into the first passage on the left. He kept going in, and there was another fork. Luo Yan blindly chose it. From time to time, the shouts of the gang were heard around him. They were lost like him. He stopped to think. If he continued walking like this, how long would it take? And the roads were exactly the same. The boss must have left some rules. He carefully recalled the path he had just walked, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Oh, right, the 3 horizontal bars at the beginning should be Kungua. These intermittent or smooth horizontal lines back and forth, aren't they the Bagua formation? Kungua is the entrance, and Jengua is the exit. Luo Yan was proficient in Lingbo Weibu, and he could understand everything. The Bagua formation was just child's play. The Bagua sword formation that defeated Qian Sanjian's disciples in the Han family before was the same principle. Following the rules of the Bagua, Luo Yan searched all the way. The terrain became flatter and flatter as he walked, and at the end it suddenly became clear, and he got out from the other end. Ha ha! Compared to Lingbo Weibu, this Bagua formation is nothing. He was so proud that he just wanted to open his mouth and shout a few times. At this moment, the wind rose on the right, and a weapon came to kill. Luo Yan naturally used Lingbo Weibu and easily avoided it. At a glance, it turned out to be the boss. At this time, he had taken off his mask, revealing a haggard face. He was about 30 years old, with a full beard and unkempt appearance. He held a long sword in his hand, with a ferocious and panicked expression. "You are the man at the hero meeting. Why are you following me? How did you get in?" He asked several questions in a row. "I have no ill will towards you. Why don't you put down your weapons and have a good chat?" "Why are you following me if you have no ill will? I don't believe it." The boss roared loudly, and his swordsmanship became tighter. But his level was too sparse, and his realm was around the early stage of the great martial master. Luo Yan was afraid that he could not find out the origin of Zhu Luo Tengjun, so he kept resisting the attack. WAP, flash 134+498831603216.html. I see you have some knowledge of the Bagua formation. How about this? Let's make a bet. I will use the Bagua footwork to avoid your attack. If I can avoid it, we will sit down and talk. If I can't avoid it, I will leave immediately. The boss was still relatively calm and shook his head and said, "Your footwork is too fast. I can't keep up and I can't understand it. I will slow down and only set a 2-meter range." Oh? The boss stopped and stared at Luo Yan in thought. The 2-meter distance is within reach, and with weapons there is an advantage. The most important thing is that he can't beat Luo Yan. Luo Yan himself came up with this method, which is the best. "Okay, I promise you," the boss said. He drew a circle on the ground with his long sword. "This should be 2 meters, and it is more likely to be more than that. You go in." Luo Yan looked at it and saw that it was not 2 meters, at most 1.8 meters. But he didn't say it and walked in with a smile. The boss shouted, "Here we go." He also jumped into the circle and thrust his sword forward. But Luo Yan dodged sideways, easily. The long sword slashed horizontally, and Luo Yan bent down as if he had no waist bones, still easily. The long sword slashed down, and Luo Yan took a step sideways like a crab. His movement speed was indeed not fast, and the boss's sword could catch up in an instant. But no matter slashing, stabbing, or poking, he always had a way to dodge. Not only that, the boss still couldn't understand Luo Yan's footwork. In the end, it was Luo Yan who took the initiative. Wherever he ran, the boss's sword followed him, and he couldn't touch even a corner of his clothes. The boss was so tired that he was panting. "There are such wonderful footwork in the world. No wonder you can break my 9 palaces and 8 diagrams formation. That's all." The boss was completely desperate, threw the long sword on the ground, and sighed to the sky. "I admit defeat. Can we sit down and talk?" Luo Yan said. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" "I want the tips of the red vine, as many as you can get. Buy it with money." Luo Yan emphasized the word money. He was reasonable, not robbing. "If I give you the tips of the red vine, will you leave?" "Of course. Why would you stay if you don't leave?" "Okay, I'll give it to you." After the boss finished speaking, he walked in. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Yan observed the environment here. It was a small valley of about 500 square meters, surrounded by jungles. There was a small hut in the middle, and the boss had just entered the hut. There were flowers and herbs planted all around, many of which were what Luo Yan needed for alchemy. At the far end was a towering cliff, from which a small stream flowed, and there was a small pool below the stream. It should be the boss's source of water. The cliff isolated the north wind, and the temperature and humidity in the valley remained in a good state. There was also a considerable amount of sunshine every day, so it was particularly suitable for the growth of spiritual herbs. Luo Yan also discovered that the spiritual energy in this valley was particularly rich, more than twice that of the outside world. The source of the spiritual energy seemed to be the spring water flowing down from the cliff. What a treasure land! Luo Yan's eyes lit up. Whether it's growing herbs or practicing, it's much better than outside. Just as he was thinking about how to get along well with the boss in order to maintain a long-term cooperative relationship, the boss came out with a bundle of Zhu Luo vine tips. Here you go, a one-time deal. Don't come again in the future." "Boss, don't be so heartless. I really have no ill will towards you. You give me herbs, I give you money. A fair deal, no different from setting up a stall. I got the things, go away, go away." The boss kept driving him away. At this moment, a gentle female voice came from the hut. "Brother Cheng, are there any guests?" Luo Yan looked up and saw a woman in white leaning against the doorframe. She should be around 25 or 26 years old, with a thin figure as if a gust of wind could blow her away. She was born elegant and refined, but her face was pale, and she looked sick. She was seriously out of breath when she spoke. "Xiaowan, why did you come out? The temperature is still relatively low now. Be careful not to catch a cold. You should go in and rest." The boss seemed very nervous. "No, I have been sleeping since 7 o'clock last night. My bones are numb from sleeping until now." Xiaowan smiled at Luo Yan. "Dear guest, why don't you come in and have a cup of tea? Have you had breakfast? I'll make it for you." "Thank you, no, I'll find." The boss whispered in his ear. "My name is Shi Jincheng. I have something to do with Brother Si. I'll leave as soon as I'm done." Okay. Xiaowan's tone was a little disappointed. She didn't go into the house. She stretched her neck and looked at Luo Yan curiously. Luo Yan had a feeling that she hadn't seen other people for a long time and was eager to communicate with others. But the boss Si Jincheng didn't want her to contact the outside world at all. To deal with Si Jincheng, the breakthrough point lies in the woman. "Hey boss, is that your girlfriend? What's your business? Go away." "Then I haven't paid you yet. I'll pay you next time we go to the Heroes Club." "How can that be possible? What if you don't go?" "Why wouldn't I go?" Si Jincheng was speechless. Luo Yan ignored him and walked straight towards the woman. "Hey, what are you doing?" Si Jincheng was very nervous and chased forward to stop him, but Luo Yan used his Lingbo Weibu to bypass him. When he arrived in front of the thatched cottage, Luo Yan saluted Xiaowan. "Hello, Sister Xiaowan." "Ah, hello. Huh? How do you know your name?" "Brother Si just told me." "Did he say that?" "I don't remember." Xiaowan showed a thoughtful expression. Luo Yan glanced at her. Her eyes were dull, her lips were pale, and her hair was withered. She also slept for a long time and had a poor memory. There are many symptoms. Sister Xiaowan, is there breakfast? Yes, yes, come in. Xiaowan's attitude was completely opposite to Si Jincheng's. She was warm and hospitable and made way for Luo Yan to enter. Luo Yan thanked him and went in. He found that the furnishings in the Tia house were unique and full of floral fragrance, which was particularly girly. There were also plush dolls hanging in many places. They were already old and looked quite old. Luo Yan couldn't help but think, is this their daughter's toy? You guys sit down first, I'll cook for you. Xiaowan turned and went into the kitchen. Si Jincheng said, let me do it. He whispered to Luo Yan, Xiaowan is very simple and pitiful, don't talk nonsense. After that, he grabbed it and let Xiaowan come in to talk. Little brother, what's your name? Xiaowan poured a cup of flower tea for Luo Yan. Luo Yan took the fragrant drink and couldn't help but drink it. Thank you, sister. My name is Luo Yan. How old are you this year? 18 years old. Why are you wearing such an ugly mask? I wear it for fun. Luo Yan took off the mask in the same way as Baigu did. Unfortunately, the person opposite was not Guo Xiang. Although he was very handsome, Xiaowan's expression did not change much. You are in the 3rd year of high school, right? Do you have a girlfriend? Maybe because she hadn't seen him for a long time and was too happy, Xiaowan spoke very fast. When she spoke fast, she panted heavily, and her cheeks showed a sickly flush. From her words, we can know that she still knows a lot about the outside world. Luo Yan answered her questions one by one and asked, Sister, do you feel comfortable? Xiaowan's expression quickly dimmed. Yes, I have been sick for 7 or 8 years. I don't remember clearly. If I hadn't had this strange disease, I wouldn't have been trapped here forever. Her eyes were slightly red and her tone was very sad. Luo Yan also saw Si Jincheng secretly wiping tears in the kitchen. I have learned some medicine. Why don't I feel your pulse? Xiaowan shook her head. It's useless. Brother Cheng's medical skills are also superb and he can't do anything. Luo Yan smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. Okay. Xiaowan was about to reach out her hand. Just then, a loud shout came from outside the house. Traitor surnamed Si, I give you 10 minutes to get out. Otherwise, I will burn your broken jungle with fire. Snap. Si Jincheng in the kitchen froze all over, and the porcelain bowl in his hand broke into pieces. WAP 34 134982R 3161538. Cheng, are you okay? Xiaowan walked into the kitchen and asked with concern. I'm fine. Si Jincheng turned around, his face as white as frost, his body trembling constantly. Obviously something was wrong. Although the jungle maze he set up was powerful, it was flammable after all. No matter how powerful it was, it could be burned cleanly with a fire. He also knew the shortcomings of the jungle, but there was nothing he could do. It takes a variety of herbs to treat Xiaowan, and only the environment here is the most suitable. Luo Yan, I need your help. Si Jincheng walked to Luo Yan with a resolute expression. What is it? Take Xiaowan away. What about you? I'll lead them away. But your level, excuse me, you're just going to die. When Xiaowan heard the word die, she screamed, ah! Brother Cheng, I don't want you to die. If it's really unavoidable, let's die together. After that, Xiaowan sobbed and cried bitterly. Si Jincheng lowered his head and said nothing. Who would want to die if they can live? But if one person has to die, it must be himself. Seeing the tragic separation of the couple, Luo Yan suggested, in fact, it doesn't have to be so serious as to die, right? Why don't you tell me the matter and see if I can solve it? Si Jincheng shook his head. It's useless. You can't beat them. They are not comparable to Wen Yuhao's gang. Luo Yan defeated 10 warriors on the hero stage that day, and Si Jincheng also saw it. What's going on? Tell me now. Don't hesitate, or they will really set fire. Luo Yan urged. In order to get the herbs, Luo Yan had never been so enthusiastic. There was no other way. Juluo vine tip was very difficult to grow. Soil, temperature, humidity, experience, and patience were all necessary. Luo Yan didn't have the ability to do so. Si Jincheng calmed himself down, sat down, and said bitterly, 8 years ago, I was a disciple of Bai Yaomen. Bai Yaomen? Bai Yaomen is a sect that mainly grows herbs and practices with medicine. They hide in the mountains and rarely contact the outside world. Only a few nearby villages know about it. Those people who are blocking me outside are disciples of Bai Yaomen, Luo Yan said. Oh, then you are their abandoned disciple. You can say that. Si Jincheng smiled bitterly and continued, I was born in Bai Yaomen and grew up in Bai Yaomen. I originally had deep feelings for Bai Yaomen, but something happened 8 years ago that overturned my thoughts. That day, the master called me to the secret room. There was a woman locked in the secret room with her hands and feet tied up. Her eyes were dull, as if she was demented. The master told me that this person had done many evil things, so he tied her up here and will execute her on a certain day. Luo Yan glanced at Xiaowan. This woman is Sister Xiaowan. Yes, Si Jincheng nodded. From then on, I kept a strict watch and never left the secret room. I took care of all the meals and hygiene issues. The food was very rich every day, and there were many blood-tonifying medicines. I was curious at the time. Didn't they say that they would execute him on a certain day? How come he was recuperating so well? Among these medicines, there is one that must be taken every day. Later, I learned that after taking that medicine, people would become unconscious and unable to speak. Master would come to the secret room every few days, stay for half an hour and then leave. Every time he left, Xiaowan's arm would have an extra scar, and Xiaowan became thinner and thinner. At this point, Xiaowan rolled up her sleeves and saw dozens of scars carved in all directions on her skinny arms, glowing red, shocking. I had doubts in my heart, but I didn't dare to ask in detail. Later one day, I accidentally heard that the little junior sister was going to get married, and she was marrying the only son of the leader of another sect, which made me very strange. The little junior sister is the only daughter of the master. She has suffered from a serious illness since she was a child and is bedridden. How can she get married? Even if she gets married, there should be no young man willing to accept her, right? At that time, I vaguely thought that this matter must be related to Xiaowan. After spending time together day and night, I felt sympathy for Xiaowan. I also suspected that the scars on her arms might be the master taking blood. In order to find out the truth, one day when master went down the mountain to do some work, I sneaked into junior sister's room. I saw that junior sister was radiant and was dressing in front of the mirror. How could she be sick? At this time, a maid came in with a medicine bowl in her hand and said, "Miss, it's time to take the medicine." The junior sister took it and drank it down with a gulp. I saw clearly that the medicine soup flowing from her mouth was bright red. It was really Xiaowan's blood. After junior sister finished drinking it, she frowned and said, "Oh, it's so fishy. Fortunately, today is the 48th day. I can be completely cured after drinking it for another day." The maid smiled and said, "Yes, miss, you are so lucky. Over the years, the master has found at least thousands of women, but he has never found the right blood to make medicine for you. Just when you were about to turn 20, you found it. Isn't this God's blessing?" Brother Luo, do you think they are talking human language? One complained that the smell of blood was too fishy, and the other said that they were too lucky. They didn't care about human life at all. Luo Yan clenched his fists and said bitterly, "They really deserve to die." At that time, I remembered that girls often disappeared in the nearby villages in recent years. It turned out that it was all done by master. My good master, who is famous in the neighborhood, turned out to be a beast in human form and a man without any conscience. At that time, I felt like a bolt from the blue, and my years of faith collapsed in an instant. Luo Yan was filled with righteous indignation. This shitty master, he really deserves to die. I continued to listen to what the two junior sisters said. It turns out that the disease that the junior sister suffers from is very rare, and the blood of people with the same blood type is needed as a medicine. Once the treatment begins, it cannot be stopped. The same amount of blood must be used every day until it is considered complete after 49 days. In other words, after tomorrow, master will kill Xiaowan to silence her and continue to be his good man. And I'm stupid because I have poor talent for cultivation and can't be tactful. The master didn't want to keep me any longer, so he just killed me and put an end to it all. Most of the disciples in the sect know these things, but in their minds, Xiaowan is an ordinary woman and it is a great honor for her to sacrifice to prolong the life of the little junior sister. After coming out of the little junior sister's room, I went straight to the secret room, rescued Xiaowan, and brought her to this place. In those 48 days, she lost too much blood and was very weak. She only had one breath left. Moreover, she took anesthetic drugs every day, which traumatized her nerves. She was mentally exhausted every day, and her memory was seriously impaired. I tried every way to treat her every day, but unfortunately I couldn't go back to my previous state. I didn't dare to move outside, so I chose to trade in the Heroes Club, and I was cautious in everything, for fear of being discovered. I used the money from the trade to exchange resources with others. I also bought a Bagua formation map from an old Taoist, and spent 6 years arranging the jungle outside. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. They still discovered my whereabouts and found me here. Seeing Xi Jincheng and Xiaowan holding hands and trembling, Luo Yan's sense of justice exploded, and he decided to intervene in the matter. But before that, he still had to ask about the other party's strength. Whether to escape or fight, at least he had to know the level. How good is your master? Master's cultivation is very high. He was already in the middle stage of Wuzong 8 years ago. Xi Jincheng had a look of despair on his face. In his eyes, Wuzong was an unattainable existence. He is only in the middle stage of Wuzong at such an old age, and he is still the master of a sect, weaker than the martial arts families outside. He is useless. Luo Yan stood up. "You stay here. You'll go out and take a look. Brother Luo, be careful. The person who is clamoring outside is my master's junior brother, Mo Xiaowei, who is also the great elder of Baiyaomen. His swordsmanship is superb. I'm afraid he has reached the level of Wuzong. Wuzong, wait for death." Luo Yan walked out of the door. WAP 3434298.html. Luo Yan put on Yangguo's mask and walked into the Bagua jungle. About seconds later, a loud shout suddenly came from the passage next to him. "Hey, who are you?" A disciple of Baiyao's sect stood in the distance, bent over and stared at him. He held a long sword in his hand. He was originally very panicked because the elder outside had been counting down and there was only 1 minute left to prevent the forest from being burned. They couldn't find a way out and would all be burned to death inside. Who came in? Hong Dafa, please explain clearly. The disciples who were isolated by the jungle heard the sound and screamed. I don't know either. He was wearing a mask. He was not Si Jin. At this point the disciple's voice stopped abruptly, and his throat was crushed by Luo Yan's hand. The disciple's movement was heard by others, and they were so scared that their hair stood on end. Someone shouted, Hong Dafa, what's wrong with you? Hong Dafa, speak up. I don't want to stay here. Let me out. Oh my God, my father. The jungle was in chaos, and the disciples were running around like rats. Luo Yan followed their voices, crouched and moved through, killing one by one. The disciples screamed one after another, and panic spread quickly. Who is attacking? Who is it? If you have the guts, come out openly. Ah, rat! Brother Cheng, what's wrong with you? Oh my God, my father! It only took 2 minutes for Luo Yan to kill all the disciples in the jungle and get out of the exit. There were more than a dozen Baiyaomen disciples standing outside the exit, and the old man among them was the elder Mo Xiaowei. Mo Xiaowei was holding a torch in his hand, and when he was counting down to 30 seconds, Luo Yan came out. Did you kill my disciples? Mo Xiaowei stared at Luo Yan and said grimly, I didn't kill them. Luo Yan was also serious. They took the initiative to come up and die. How bold! A mere martial arts master dares to speak so arrogantly in front of me. Mo Xiaowei pointed the long knife in his hand, murderous. Hand over Si Jincheng and the girl quickly, and I will guarantee your survival. Why are you still looking for that girl? Luo Yan asked curiously. It's none of your business. Isn't that vicious young lady still alive? Mo Xiaowei grinned. You know a lot. This is not a good thing for you. Oh, you want to kill people to silence them? Luo Yan took out the black iron sword from his backpack. His realm did not rise much, but as he practiced the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, his strength increased. Now he can use the black iron sword continuously for more than half an hour. It is more than enough to kill these people. Seeing the black iron sword in Luo Yan's hand, Mo Xiaowei's eyes were full of greed. Go ahead, kill this kid first. A dozen disciples of Baiyaomen slowly surrounded him. Get out of the way, let me do it. Among them was a young great martial artist, also holding a long sword in his hand. He was Mo Xiaowei's direct disciple, and he walked forward alone. Mo Xiaowei stroked his beard, and it was obvious that he thought highly of this senior disciple. Lianger, be careful. This man's sword is very strange, but his realm is not as high as yours. As long as you avoid his sword, you will have nothing to worry about. Thank you, master, for your advice. I know. The senior disciple jumped up, wielding the long sword with great force. The sword light was overflowing, and the momentum was terrifying. He was eager to try and could hurt people at any time. Brother Long, let him see how powerful we are in Baiyaomen. According to my estimation, Brother Long will kill this man within 5 moves. Be more confident. 3 moves will be enough. The disciples were relaxed and laughed loudly. 5 moves? 3 moves? Luo Yan was furious at being ignored like this. Shut up, all of you! With a loud shout, the black iron sword slashed across, and a violent cyclone rolled up in the air, and the sky and the earth were eclipsed. The eldest disciple's breathing stopped, his mind went blank, and he was instantly enveloped by the cyclone. The next moment, a blood mist spread at the scene, and the eldest disciple was shattered into pieces. Hiss! The Baiyaomen disciples, who were originally standing there leisurely waiting to watch the show, took a breath of cold air and instantly panicked. Is this person really a great martial artist? Is it really only related to that big black iron? He himself looks very ferocious. Die! Unfortunately, Luo Yan did not give them too much time to be surprised. He used the Lingbo Weibu, jumped to the side of the 3 disciples, and slashed with the sword. Without even a scream, the 3 were chopped into meat paste. Monster! Monster! The other dozen or so disciples were so scared that they ran away in all directions. However, they were too slow and were caught up by Luo Yan in a blink of an eye, and all of them were killed. In the blink of an eye, only Mo Xiaowei was left on the field. His face was livid. The eldest disciple was dead, and all the disciples were dead, all thanks to this man. It was not that he did not want to take action, but that he could not catch up. He followed all the way and could not even touch the corner of Luo Yan's clothes. He was so anxious that he stared. Brother Luo, did you kill them all? Si Jincheng walked out of the bushes, terrified. Xiaowan followed behind him and found it unbelievable. Yes. Luo Yan walked up to Mo Xiaowei and stared at him. What? Mo Xiaowei took 2 steps back, fully alert. You are just relying on your weapon and magical footwork. Do you have the guts to stand still and fight me head-on? Idiot. Why don't I use my footwork? Luo Yan ran behind him, and the black iron sword slashed from top to bottom with great force. Mo Xiaowei was not bad either. His internal force was everywhere, and the long sword exuded a hint of green sword energy. He raised the sword with all his strength, and there was a sharp sound, and the long sword bent directly. The black iron sword was extremely powerful and directly chopped off one of Mo Xiaowei's arms. No, impossible! Mo Xiaowei's eyes were bloodshot, and his steps kept retreating. Why is it impossible? Luo Yan stepped forward quickly and blasted his head with a sword. Brother Si, does Baiyaomen have a lot of herbs? Luo Yan turned his head and asked. At this time, Si Jincheng was so shocked by his divine power that he couldn't close his mouth. Yes. Baiyaomen has a special spiritual medicine pavilion with rich collections. In addition, there are 100 acres of spiritual fields in the back mountain, and the herbs planted are not ordinary herbs. He reacted randomly and said in surprise, Brother Luo, you can't go! My master Yuan Howern was already in the middle stage of Wuzong 8 years ago, and now he must be at least in the late stage of Wuzong, which is fundamentally different from Mo Xiaowei's early stage of Wuzong. Besides, there are at least 200 martial artists under his sect. Going in alone can only mean a dead end. Hearing that Bai Yaomen has such a rich reserve of herbs, Luo Yan was overjoyed. He put away the black iron sword. It's okay, just 200 people. I can kill them all in a blink of an eye. Seeing Luo Yan so brave, Si Jincheng also gritted his teeth. Our position will be exposed sooner or later, and Xiaowan will die if we leave here, so I will accompany Brother Luo. Si Jincheng glanced at Xiaowan. Xiaowan smiled slightly and held his rough big hand. I have been locked up for too long. I really want to go home to see my parents, the yellow cattle at home, and the big poplar tree in front of my house. Brother Cheng, after you come back from Bai Yaomen, can you take me back to the village to have a look? Xiaowan grew up in a small village at the foot of Bai Yaomen Mountain. She was only 15 years old when she was captured. The stuffed dolls in the thatched cottage were her favorite things when she was a child. Si Jincheng took the risk to bring them back from her home. Xiaowan was indeed tired of running around and then being isolated from the world over the years. Sometimes when chatting with Si Jincheng, she mentioned that after her death, she must be buried in the village, returning to her roots. Si Jincheng felt sad, nodded reluctantly, and said softly, "Okay, I'll take you back. Please, can you say something auspicious?" Luo Yan rolled his eyes. "I'm still young, I don't want to die." Si Jincheng carried Xiaowan on his back, and the three of them headed towards Bai Yaomen. On the way, Luo Yan asked what was in the vast forest to the west, and Xincheng said he couldn't explain it clearly. It was just that they often heard the roars of unknown birds and beasts from behind the cliffs, and sometimes they could hear human voices. Roars of birds and beasts, human voices? Luo Yan remembered that he heard similar noises when he first went to Wanshu Peak. Thinking of the direction that time, it seemed not too far from the cliff. Strange, I'll find time to take a look. Luo Yan thought. Wap/third for think through sig 1 for Fawot for Himmel. The three of them began to head northeast. They walked and stopped and replenished some food during the period. Xiaowan was weak. At first, she was very excited and chattered non-stop. Later, she looked tired and fell asleep on Si Jincheng's back. Si Jincheng couldn't help but feel sad again. After 3 hours of rapid travel, they finally arrived at their destination. It has to be said that these sects are really good at finding places. Bai Yaomen was built in the mountains surrounded by lush trees and flowers. The white mist lingered, and there seemed to be cranes in the air, as if entering a fairyland. It's a pity that immortals don't live here. Who is it? There were 2 disciples on duty at the gate, shouting at the 3 people. One of them recognized Si Jincheng and screamed, "Si Jincheng, it's you, the traitor! And that woman, my junior sister, is saved!" With 2 clangs, 2 disciples drew their swords, and one of them said, "Si Jincheng, you betrayed the sect privately. Come with me to apologize to the master." Luo Yan punched, out one after another, smashing the 2 men's heads. "You guys find a place to rest first, and see how I destroy this demon sect. Brother Luo, be careful." Witnessing Luo Yan killing Mo Xiaowei with 1 sword, Si Jincheng gained some confidence in him. He helped Xiaowan sit at the gate and made up his mind that if Luo Yan couldn't beat the master, he and Xiaowan would commit suicide here and die together with his junior sister. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of disciples rushed out of Bai Yaomen, all holding weapons. "How dare you, you bold evil thief, break into my Bai Yaomen privately? Si Jincheng, the kindness of master in bringing you up is greater than heaven. How dare you collude with outsiders to harm your fellow disciples? I will kill you. Be careful not to hurt the woman next to him. You are strong, but your only shortcoming is that you can't control your emotions." Luo Yan glanced at the disciple who was called Strong, who had a horse face, bare hands, and fierce eyes. He really looked like he couldn't control himself. Luo Yan walked up to him quickly. "You, come out!" He called out the horse-faced disciple. "Very good. You succeeded in irritating me." The horse-faced disciple shook his head, loosened his muscles, and looked at Luo Yan with the eyes of a dead man. Luo Yan punched him, and the sound of tearing cloth was heard in the air. The horse-faced disciple's pupils shrank sharply, and he hastily raised his fist. Luo Yan's speed was too fast, and he could not even see where the fist came from. With a bang, his chest collapsed, his eyeballs bulged out, and the whole person flew 10 meters away. "Very good, you succeeded. Wow!" He spat out a mouthful of minced meat, fell on his back, and did not move anymore. The remaining disciples' breathing stagnated, and they took a step back in unison. What a joke! Senior Brother Ma's strength among this group of people is like the ceiling. Who would dare to go up and die? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Under Yuan Haoren's rule, almost all of them are cowards who are greedy for life and afraid of death. The disciples pushed and shoved each other, but they did not dare to step forward. "If you don't come up, I'm going to do it." Luo Yan took out the black iron sword and rushed into the crowd. The black iron sword was swung up and turned into a large iron stick. Wherever it went, heads rolled and flesh and blood flew. In just about 10 breaths, the disciples were dead or injured. The blood stained the entire stone stairs of the mountain gate. Luo Yan walked up the stone stairs and shouted to the sect hall, "Yuan Haoren, you treat human life as worthless, hypocritical, and a beast in human form. Hurry up and bring your beast daughter out to die." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just after the shouting, a figure flashed out from the hall in a green robe. Before the person arrived, he had already raised his hand, and a series of hidden weapons were launched by him. Brother Luo, be careful. He is Yuan Haoren's third disciple, a master of hidden weapons and poisons. The hidden weapons are stained with deadly poisons, and you will die if you touch them. Si Jincheng reminded loudly. Master? A sneer flashed across Luo Yan's lips, and he easily avoided the hidden weapons with his Lingbo Weibu, and threw out an icy silver needle. The third disciple knew how powerful it was, and his eyes widened as he tried to identify where the silver needle came from. Unfortunately, Luo Yan's strength was too great, and the silver needle was too small. By the time he found it, the silver needle was already close at hand. However, as a master of hidden weapons, he still had some skills. Hey! With a loud shout, the third disciple turned around at high speed, and the silver needle flew past him. It was only 0.1 centimeters away from hitting his skin. In a hurry, he could still see a bright white light on the silver needle, which was obviously poisonous. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a pain in his back, followed by numbness, and the numbness quickly spread throughout his body. It was an obvious symptom of poisoning. What? The third disciple was shocked and touched it with his hand. As expected, he felt half a silver needle stuck in his back. It turned out that Luo Yan secretly injected another needle after the first one. The third disciple pulled out the silver needle and threw it on the ground. Then he found that his palm was also black. Hiss! This poison is so overbearing. The third disciple lost his soul and quickly took out a porcelain bottle from his arms, swallowed a detoxification pill, and sat on the ground to practice his internal energy to resist the poison. Unfortunately, the poison still could not be stopped. He panicked and directly raised the porcelain bottle, pouring the detoxification pill into his mouth as if it was free. Halfway through, his hand froze, and with a snap, the porcelain bottle fell to the ground and shattered. In a moment, the third disciple foamed at the mouth. His hands and feet twitched, and he was obviously dead. Speaking of using poison, although the Ice Soul Silver Needle is only sea level, it is also a vicious hidden weapon that King Jinlin, Huang Yaoshi, Yang Guo, and others once avoided. How could a small disciple of Bioman resist it? Who else? Luo Yan shouted arrogantly at the hall. At this time, a group of people rushed out of the hall. The middle-aged man in the middle had 2 mustaches, a thin figure, and was dressed in tight clothes. His steps were as solid as a rock. Brother Luo, this man is Yuan Haoren's second disciple. He is a martial artist who has come to join the sect. He is a master of short fighting and grappling. No one in Bioman can defeat him. Yuan Haoren relies on him a lot, doesn't need him to grow medicine. He just needs to concentrate on practicing. Si Jincheng began to explain again. Short fighting and grappling? I'm good at it. Luo Yan grabbed in the air with both hands, then raised his head and looked at the second disciple provocatively. He used the E-level martial arts of splitting tendons and twisting bones. Humph, you're looking for death? The second disciple jumped close, his hands turned into claws and grabbed Luo Yan's wrist. The power was domineering, and the moves were sharp, as if there were countless tricks hidden. Little trash! Luo Yan looked at him with contempt, and suddenly put his 2 fingers together to form a sword, and sent out a powerful diamond finger. The finger force was indestructible and as fast as a startled wild goose. With a click, the second disciple's elbow was hit by him, and he screamed miserably. His entire arm was pierced by him, and the bones were exposed. You have no moral integrity? We agreed to a short fight. The second disciple grimaced, his face pale. Half of his arm was hanging in the air, looking miserable. I didn't promise you a short fight, but since you have a request, I will do as you wish. Luo Yan strode forward. His hands flew out alternately, sometimes forming fingers, sometimes forming fists, sometimes forming palms, and sometimes forming claws. There was a sound of cracking, and the second disciple's major joints were hit. Snap! In a moment, the second disciple fell beside the third disciple. His whole body was broken, and he became a piece of limp flesh, with air coming out but not coming in. The second and third disciples are out? Is it time for the eldest brother? Luo Yan asked Jincheng. Si Jincheng was completely impressed by Luo Yan's skills. Just as he was about to speak, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the main hall. Bold madman, do you want to challenge my entire Biao sect by yourself? The head of Biao sect, Yuan Haoren, walked out of the main hall with his eldest disciple Qi Fei and a group of disciples. Next to Yuan Haoren stood a middle-aged man in a python robe, with a sword hanging from his waist, his eyes half closed, and a look of contempt. Wap 14298316243 ml. Luo Yan could tell at a glance that the man in the python robe was at least in the great perfection of the Yangqi realm, and Si Jincheng was not wrong. Yuan Haoren had indeed reached the late stage of the Yangqi realm. Even his eldest disciple Qi Fei had entered the early stage of the Yangqi realm. The 3 Yangqi realm masters standing together had a very strong aura. Si Jincheng's face was pale, and he could not say a word. The confidence he had just ignited in Luo Yan vanished, and he was as dead as ashes. It was too difficult to turn the tables. He was ready to commit suicide. Brother Si, please say something, at least introduce who these masters are, Luo Yan said, helplessly. Si Jincheng smiled bitterly. The 2 on the left are Yuan Haoren and Qi Fei, and the middle-aged man in a black robe on the right is the outer gate manager of Changchun sect, Guoru. As for the people behind them, they are the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th elders of Baiyao sect. What the hell is Changchun sect? It is a mysterious sect. I don't know the details. I only know that they have a cooperative relationship with Baiyao sect. You can think of it as Party A and Party B in the secular world. Changchun sect is Party A, and Baiyao sect is their supplier. Oh, then I understand. 3 elders in the Yangqi realm are in charge, and the elders are either great martial arts masters or about to be great masters. Everyone is at a higher level than Luo Yan. Even with a magic weapon in hand, he can only surrender. This is Xi Jincheng's idea. But Luo Yan didn't think so. He raised his eyebrows, held his chest high, and said in a loud voice, "Whether to die together or one by one, you decide for yourselves." As soon as these words came out, the Baiaoman was silent. Then a burst of laughter broke out. Is this kid a lunatic? I think so. He was scared silly. It's too late to play dumb now. Blood debt must be paid with blood. The eldest disciple Chi Fei bowed to Yuan Haoren and said, "Master, this man killed 2 junior brothers. Please send me to take his life." Yuan Haoren pondered. Fair, this man is ruthless. When dealing with the 2nd and 3rd brothers, he solved the battle in a breath. We must not take it lightly. The master has already lost 2 disciples and doesn't want to lose you again. Why not call a few more people to accompany you? Hearing this, Luo Yan sneered and laughed. Hypocrite, if you want a group fight, just say so. Don't worry. Your scandal will definitely spread thousands of miles after today, and there is no need to maintain your false personality. Yuan Haoren's face changed, and he scolded, "Boy, since you are determined to die, I will fulfill your wish." Several junior brothers, you go down to the battlefield and see how Feier will deal with this madman? Yes, head brother. The 4 elders, along with Chi Fei, tapped the ground with their feet and flew up, landing precisely 5 meters in front of Luo Yan. Haha, that sounds nice, but you're just going to beat me up? Luo Yan said disdainfully. Bastard, attack now. Chi Fei drew out his sword and shouted in a deep voice, "Attack!" Luo Yan said only one word, and his speed suddenly soared. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Chi Fei and punched him. Chi Fei was caught off guard and almost got hit. However, the master of the Yangqi realm was not an ordinary person. He reacted quickly, slightly turned his body, and also punched. There was a faint layer of energy on the surface of his fist, which was obviously internal force. This pure boxing did not have much technical content. It was nothing more than a competition of strength, hardness, and internal force. Luo Yan's internal force was definitely not as good as his opponent's, but his strength and hardness were much higher than Chi Fei's. A punch was thrown, and after a few loud bangs, Chi Fei's hand bones all burst and his body kept retreating. The 2nd elder stretched out a palm to stabilize Chi Fei's body and asked, "Nephew, are you okay?" "I?" Chi Fei was heartbroken and wanted to say that something was wrong, because the burst of his hand bones was really painful, but he didn't want to lose his momentum, so he had to grit his teeth and said, "It's okay." He drew a long sword from his belt and pointed it at Luo Yan. "It is undeniable that your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations, but I haven't lost yet." The long sword was cold and the air was condensed. "Brother Luo, be careful. Chi Fei is famous for his sword and fist, and his swordsmanship is excellent. He is good at using false moves, and he can shake out several sword shadows with one sword, which is hard to predict. And his sword was given by Yuan Renho, a token of Baiaoman, and the sword is named Jianfeng. It can cut iron like mud and drink countless blood, so you have to be careful to deal with it." Xi Jincheng, a know-it-all, gave a timely reminder. Chi Fei sneered, "Be careful? Can he handle it?" Suddenly, he was full of confidence again. Luo Yan was thinking about something else, and he was overjoyed and said, "Such a precious sword, then I have to study it carefully." After that, he sent out a 1,000-handed Buddha palm. At the same time, Chi Fei also stabbed out a sword, and his wrist shook, and the sword turned into 3 sword shadows. However, Luo Yan's palm shadows were more, and they had become 16. Chi Fei was dazzled. He didn't know which palm shadow was real, so he had to use his quick sword to stab them one by one. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His quick sword was really fast, and it pierced through 10 phantoms in an instant. Unexpectedly, Luo Yan's palms flew again, and 32 palm shadows were instantly transformed. Chi Fei was dizzy and dazzled, and his hand speed couldn't keep up, so he had to retreat again and again. Luo Yan seized the opportunity, suddenly appeared from the palm shadow, and reached out to snatch Chi Fei's sword. He succeeded in one strike and retreated safely. He squinted his eyes and looked at the wind-slaying sword carefully. The blade was thin, and the cold light shone. He flicked it lightly, and the buzzing sound lasted for a long time. It's actually at the middle level of C grade, and the quality is only slightly worse than the Zhanhan sword. Luo Yan exclaimed and happily put it into his backpack. The sword that he bought at the Hero Club for 3 million yuan suddenly didn't have much appeal. "Give me back my sword." Chi Fei was very nervous and grabbed it with one hand. The token of the Master's Light sect, the sword is there, the person is there, and the sword is gone, the person is dead. "Feier, step back." The 2nd elder shouted, "3 brothers, this boy is extraordinary, use the killing move." The 4 of them all used long swords, and because they had practiced together for a long time, they were in tune with each other. After decades of immersion, they finally comprehended a combined sword move. This was the killing move mentioned by the 2nd elder. The four elders set off at the same time, striking their swords from four different directions. Their movements were consistent and as fast as lightning. For a moment, the field was filled with cold light and sword energy. It was like a sword prison, completely enveloping Luo Yan. Even if he was as magical as Lingbo Microwave, he couldn't escape. "Come on!" Luo Yan shouted, his voice shaking the fields. "How can a mortal prison not trap a real dragon? I am the dragon!" He held the black iron sword tightly, with both hands, and swung it around quickly like a chain ball. Bang, bang, bang! 4 consecutive explosions, 4 groups of blood mist rose, and the 4 elders who lost their heads froze, and then fell down with a bang. Sword prison broken. Luo Yan was relentless, and the black iron sword drove straight in, directly blasting Qifei's chest. Bang! Qifei's chest had a transparent hole, and the black iron sword was pulled back, and his body fell to the ground, just next to the second and third junior brothers, very neatly. Tick, tick! There were blood beads on the black iron sword dripping on the ground. Apart from that, the scene was silent, especially the disciples of Baiao sect. They seemed to have stopped breathing, fearing that breathing loudly would anger the killer in front of them. It was too terrifying. 1 second. Maybe less than 1 second. The 4 elders and the eldest brother were killed by his sword. "It's your turn, you and black iron." Sword pointed forward, and Luo Yan's expression suddenly became stern. Because Yuan Haoren's momentum was also rising. WAP 134 1 134 298 /3 Lil. Yuan Haoren slowly walked down the field, stepping on the blood of his fellow disciples. He was extremely angry. He was wrong. He should not have let Qifei and the 4 elders fight, but should have killed Luo Yan from the beginning. His decision killed the 5 of them. The cultivators in the late stage of Yangshi realm are extremely terrifying. Luo Yan knew that if Yuan Haoren played steadily and didn't fall into the trap, he would have a hard fight. A traitor like Yuan Haoren usually won't make mistakes. Therefore, Luo Yan must show his full strength. Yuan Haoren sighed. "General Manager Guo." After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, turned to look at Guo Ru and said, "I have a request. Can you come down and kill him with me?" This request was quite shameless. The leader of a sect, who was also a late martial arts master, actually asked another martial arts master to attack a late martial arts master. It would be very embarrassing if it got out. But Yuan Haoren didn't think that face was nothing compared to life. His mistake just now had caused heavy casualties among the masters of his sect. He couldn't put himself in danger by despising Luo Yan. "Master Yuan, the other party is just a great martial arts master. Is your request appropriate?" The question from Guo Ru, the representative of Party A, was very harsh. The disciples of Baiaomen were gloomy, and they lowered their heads one by one, not daring to see anyone. Yuan Haoren didn't take it seriously at all and explained, "I have the confidence to kill him, but there is always a chance of something happening. If I lose, then my Baiao sect will be disbanded. This is not a big deal, but the main thing is that the herbal medicine of Changchen sect will be cut off. No matter from which angle you look at it, Manager Guo should help me, right?" Guo Ru already knew that he was shameless, but now he was so shameless as to threaten him with this matter. However, Baiao sect does have its own unique features, and the quality of the medicine they grow is higher than that of other places. "Humph, you can let me help you, but the price of the herbal medicine must be reduced by 5%. You are unkind and I am unjust, so you can't miss such a good bargaining opportunity." Guo Ru is not a stupid person, and of course there are conditions for helping him. Yuan Haoren was not surprised and started to bargain. "You can't lower the price forever, 1 year at most. The life of the master is so precious, 1 year is too little, 10 years. 1 year, 5 years, 1 year. Guo Ru said angrily, "You are too insincere, I won't help you." "Okay, 2 years, how about that?" Yuan Haoren finally gave in, but added, "But it doesn't include red emerald grass." Guo Ru was speechless for a while. Red emerald grass can be said to be one of the most needed herbs in Changchen sect. Not only Changchen sect but many sects, even Luo Yanqi, also need it. Red emerald grass is an important adjuvant for refining the elixir of the unity realm. The planting conditions and methods are very demanding. Only Yuan Haoren and a few disciples know the planting methods. Of course, Xi Jinsheng also knows it. Red emerald grass is the Achilles heel of Changchen sect. "Humph, okay." Guo Ru agreed reluctantly. The two finally reached an agreement and walked off the field. The 2 martial masters joined forces, and their momentum was magnificent. Although they had not yet made a move, the overwhelming pressure had already spread. "Too damn despicable." Luo Yan frowned secretly. Without a doubt, this was the most dangerous battle he had encountered in recent days. Xi Jinsheng and Xiao Wan exchanged glances. In addition to the tenderness and affection in their eyes, they once again showed their determination to die. They were ready to commit suicide at any time and go to the underworld together. Be a pair of Mandarin ducks with the same fate. Luo Yan's expression gradually became solemn, but he was not afraid. In fact, he had already made a comprehensive plan since he saw Guo Ru and Yuan Haoren. It was just that Yuan Haoren's tactical mistake allowed him to eliminate the other gangsters first, avoiding the situation of being swarmed by others. It was a big surprise. "Now let's fight to the death." Luo Yan waved his hand, and 12 peachwood swords appeared beside him. It was almost impossible to win with conventional operations, but he had the 6 Ding and 6 Jia formation. The X-level formation and the black iron sword were his greatest reliance. "Go!" While Yuan Haoren and Guo Ru hadn't made a move yet, Luo Yan raised his hand and 12 peachwood swords flew out, standing in the air according to the 6 Ding and 6 Jia positions. The spiritual energy was entangled, and the peachwood swords disappeared. The formation was completed. Inside the formation, it was like another world. Luo Yan could clearly sense the subtle changes in every direction. This feeling was good, and there was a pleasure of mastering the power of life and death. To outsiders, Luo Yan's figure became illusory, as if a wave of energy was pushing his body, looking erratic. Guo Ru took a look, suddenly stopped, frowned and said, "There is something strange." Although he couldn't understand the 6 Ding and 6 Jia formation, the intuition of a master told him that it was not good. "This kid is cheating, Guo. Don't pay attention to it." Yuan Haoren said. "Master Yuan can go and try it out first," Guo Ru suggested. Yuan Haoren looked at the situation in front of him and a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. "Let's go together." "Humph! Cowardly bandit." Guo Ru cursed inwardly and proudly entered the formation. Yuan Haoren followed closely behind. If the cultivators are regarded as a group of energy bodies, the higher their realm, the more abundant their energy bodies. The Liu Ding Liu Jia formation is also an energy body. It's just that it absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through talismans, and the energy contained is much greater than Luo Yan himself. When Guo Ru and Yuan Haoren entered the formation at the same time, Luo Yan, as a hostile energy body, first felt an unprecedented threat. This threat made him breathless, and even the formation was shaken. He must get rid of one of them as soon as possible. Guo Ru and Yuan Haoren also felt quite bad. A power of heaven and earth filled this world, as if countless gods were placed in front of them, oppressing them. "Ah, what is that?" Yuan Haoren felt something floating by his side, and it seemed to blow a breath of cold air into his clothes. He was immediately horrified and slashed with a sword, but found that there was nothing, only a slight energy fluctuation. "Hey, be careful. Don't be suspicious. What are you panicking about?" Yuan Haoren's sword almost hit Guo Ru, and Guo Ru cursed. Guo Ru's cultivation was higher than Yuan Haoren's, so he performed better. But he was also uneasy. His own strength was suppressed and was about to drop to the late stage of Wuzong, and it was still declining. "Master Yuan, this formation is too weird. Let's withdraw first." "Master Yuan?" Guo Ru called a few times, but got no response. Looking back, he found that Yuan Haoren's eyes were wide open, holding a sword in his hand and walking quickly towards Luo Yan in the center. Although the 6 Dings and 6 Jia's formation was magical, it did not have a spellbinding effect. All of the above was their psychological effect. In other words, it was the abnormal energy fluctuations of the 6 Dings and 6 Jia's formation that made them feel uncomfortable for a while. After calming down, prepared to take action. If he didn't take action, his realm would become the middle stage of Wuzong. Luo Yan also moved at this moment. With his toes touching the ground, the whole person flew into the air, his body turned sideways, and sent out the black iron sword technique towards Yuan Haoren. Yuan Haoren raised his sword to meet him, and a flash of sword light appeared on the tip of the sword, which was very charming. Bang, sword tip to sword tip, needle tip to wheat tip, bursting out with amazing momentum. The breath of the two men stagnated at the same time. Luo Yan took advantage of the formation and took a deep breath. The surrounding spiritual energy pushed him forward. A sharp sound came from the tip of the sword, and the sword light on the tip of Yuan Haoren's sword quickly weakened, and the whole sword bent down. He himself was also pale. His arms shook slightly, and he was gradually unable to resist. WAP, Westher 34298-31624 TML. "Master Yuan, I'm here to help you." At this time, the style and character of any master had been thrown out of his mind. Killing Luo Yan was the right thing to do. Guo Ru shouted and came to help with his sword. If two masters came to attack, Luo Yan's situation would take a sharp turn for the worse. In the midst of his busy schedule, he raised his hand and a handful of ice spirit silver needles flew over. Under the influence of the spiritual power in the formation, the speed was even faster. "Wow!" Guo Ru slapped his palm in the air, shaking the ice spirit silver needles away. But his body also stagnated. At this time, there was a crackling sound, and Yuan Haoren's long sword had been broken by Luo Yan. The black iron sword rushed towards Yuan Haoren's chest with an unstoppable momentum. "Hey!" Yuan Haoren shouted and chopped with one palm, hitting the blunt edge of the black iron sword at the critical moment, avoiding the fatal blow. But his palm was injured and bloody. The blood in his chest surged, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Guo Ru was 3 meters away from Luo Yan, and his long sword broke through the air, drawing a ray of sword energy. Whoosh! It rushed straight to Luo Yan's body. Luo Yan's mind moved, and under the effect of the spiritual energy in the formation, his body swung in the air, barely avoiding the ray of sword energy. It's all the influence of this formation, otherwise the sword energy would never be so powerful. Guo Ru rushed up with hatred, only 1 meter away from Luo Yan. He shook the hilt of the sword, and 6 or 7 sword flowers appeared in the air, which were much stronger than the dead ghost Qi Fei. The heavy sword has no edge, and the great skill is not skillful. Luo Yan flew 2 meters in the air, holding the sword with both hands, silently reciting the sword meaning of the black iron sword in his heart, and chopped down with all his strength. Buzz, 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 a violent buzzing sound appeared in the air, and a large shadow was cast down, and Guo Ru felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head. The sword flowers that had just been shaken out were all chopped away by the black iron sword. His breathing stagnated, then he clenched his teeth and raised his sword. Bang! As the two swords collided, Guoru's body paused, his bones rattled and his pupils contracted. This fellow! In panic, he slapped his palm again, resisting the sword, and raised his palms with all his strength. His internal force surged out and finally stopped the downward disadvantage. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while. Hu Yuanhaoren exhaled a breath of turbid air in his chest, and finally recovered. He was terrified that Luo Yan had suppressed the two of them with his own strength. But now he and Guoru were evenly matched, and it was a good opportunity for a sneak attack. Yuanhaoren took a breath and rushed to join the battle. If he was besieged by the two, Luo Yan would be in danger. He now pressed his hands down and couldn't free his hands to deal with Yuanhaoren. But there was still a way out. Luo Yan gritted his teeth and used the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, barely gathering the scattered internal force in his body, moving it to his arms, and pressing down with force. This was actually very dangerous. You have to know that the inability to use internal force freely in the Yangshui realm is a natural limitation, and his meridians cannot withstand the rapid operation of internal force. When he treated Han Shiping's lung disease, he only used it a little, and he was already exhausted. You can imagine how difficult it is now. His whole body was swollen and his face was as red as blood, as if he would explode and die at any time. But the effect was also immediate. With the blessing of internal force, his strength rose to an unprecedented height, and with the power of the black iron sword, he pressed Guoru down half a body. With a puff, Guoru spit out a mouthful of blood and could no longer resist and collapsed completely. The black iron sword first split his arms, and then started from the top of his head and went all the way down, smashing him into a pool of meat. Wu Zongyuan, die! Yuanhaoren shuddered at Guoru's defeat, and he stopped involuntarily and turned around to leave. How could Luo Yan miss this opportunity? He was in the air and sent out a bunch of ice soul silver needles. Yuanhaoren avoided most of them, but one needle still hit the back of his hand. It immediately went numb. The poison is so strong. He was terrified and urged his internal force to force the poison to dissipate, and hurriedly walked out of the Liu Ding Liu Jia formation. Luo Yan fell to the ground, panting like a cow, and a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. This strong use of internal force damaged his meridians, and he had already suffered internal injuries. Fortunately, it was not serious. He took out a porcelain bottle from his backpack. It was an internal injury medicine refined by the Zhenwu furnace, and he drank most of the bottle. There was no way. The one he refined was not as magical as the one sent by the system. He could only use quantity. After taking the pill, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breath, and his internal force gradually subsided. Fortunately, he put away the Liu Ding Liu Jia formation and looked towards the main hall of Biomen. Yuanhaoren's figure just disappeared, and the disciples were in a commotion. He's looking over here. Run for your life! They scattered like dogs that have lost their homes. Luo Yan put away the black iron sword and said to Si Jincheng, Brother Si, follow me to destroy the sect. Although he suffered minor internal injuries, he killed all the masters of Biomen. Yuanhaoren was also poisoned by the Bingpo silver needle, and Luo Yan had no rivals. Brother Luo, you really did it. Si Jincheng and Xiaowan were originally ready to commit suicide for love but suddenly saw hope and cried with joy. The two followed Luo Yan into the hall and saw the disciples running around, and Luo Yan killed them casually. These people were in the same nest with Yuanhaoren, and they deserved to die. Led by Si Jincheng, Luo Yan came to the backyard. That mansion is where Yuanhaoren lives. Luo Yan entered the mansion, and suddenly a long sword stabbed from the gate, and Yuanhaoren attacked by surprise. Luo Yan dodged it easily, and saw Yuanhaoren's left hand hanging down, with a strip of cloth tied around his upper arm to prevent the spread of the poison. He held a sword in his right hand, his expression was dejected, his hair was disheveled, and he didn't look like a master of a sect at all. He looked like a madman. Before Luo Yan could formally attack, Yuanhaoren had already gone into the wing room next door. Where are you running to? Luo Yan chased him a few steps and suddenly stopped. He knew he couldn't beat me, so why did he stab me with that sword? Something was wrong. There must be a trick. Oh no! Luo Yan had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and he went out quickly. He saw Yuanhaoren's figure flying out from the side, and his target was Si Jincheng and Xiaowan who were waiting outside. You're still thinking about harming people when you're about to die? Luo Yan shouted, holding 2 ice spirit silver needles in his hand, ready to end Yuanhaoren's life. Yuanhaoren reached into his arms and threw a handful of white powder at Luo Yan. It looked extraordinary. Poison powder! Luo Yan quickly held his breath, and the ice spirit silver needle in his hand could not be released. Ah! Brother Cheng! Xiaowan screamed and was caught by Yuanhaoren. Master, please let her go! Si Jincheng knelt on the ground with a thump and begged desperately. Traitor, everything today is caused by you! Go to hell! Yuanhaoren raised his palm and said sternly, You dare? Luo Yan raised his hand. Yuanhaoren had been paying attention to him, and quickly retracted his hand and put it on Xiaowan's throat. Don't come over, or I will kill her. He retreated while speaking, hiding his body behind Xiaowan. Very cunning. Luo Yan and Si Jincheng followed all the way. If you follow me again, I will cripple her hand first. Yuanhaoren said fiercely. I hate people threatening me the most. After Luo Yan finished speaking, he walked forward with a dark face and took out the black iron sword. Yuan Haoren quickly shrank back and shouted at the top of his lungs. You dare? You dare? Then let's die together. His face was twisted and he looked crazy. Si Jincheng had never seen Yuan Haoren like this before and trembled. Brother Luo, don't be impulsive. Luo Yan frowned and thought for a while, then stopped. Yuan Haoren pulled Xiaowan around a corner and disappeared from their sight. 134-34298-316-33184.html. He took Xiaowan away to save the little apprentice sister. Si Jincheng said, the little apprentice sister is only one last drop of blood away from recovery. They have not given up searching for us, which means they have not been able to find the right blood in the past 8 years. Then where is he most likely to be hiding? Luo Yan asked. Si Jincheng was already confused. I don't know. Luo Yan frowned. Aren't you born here and grew up here? There are many places that Master won't let me go to. For example, the Sutra Pavilion, the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion, the Herbal Medicine Storehouse, the Lingshu Cave. This small biomen also has a Sutra Pavilion? Yes, in addition to some martial arts, there are also theoretical works on the cultivation of medicinal herbs. What is Lingshu Cave for? The place where Master is in seclusion. But there is a mechanism there. Luo Yan's eyes lit up. That's it! Then he complained. Why didn't you say it earlier? This. Si Jincheng was speechless. His mind was too confused. Luo Yan shook his head. Let's go to your junior sister's room first. Under the leadership of Si Jincheng, the two entered the mansion again. They found the junior sister's room, which was full of the smell of medicine. The room was empty. How could there be a single person? Luo Yan walked to the table and touched the teacup. The tea in the cup is still hot. She should have left not long ago. The two walked out of the mansion and headed towards the back mountain. When he met disciples on the way, he killed them at will. He passed by a spiritual field, which was planted with rare medicinal herbs, much more than those in Si Jincheng's valley. Luo Yan thought, they are all mine. Not long after walking, Luo Yan noticed a pool of black blood on the ground. He looked closer and found that it was the poison of Bingpo Silver Needle. Brother Luo, look! Si Jincheng pointed to a place not far away and said, in the spiritual field, there was a broken arm. The two of them looked over and saw that the whole arm was black and was cut off by a sharp weapon. It seems that Yuan Haoren couldn't stop the spread of poison gas and had to bear the pain of breaking his arm. Let's chase him. A small hill appeared in front of them. There was a cave in the middle. This was Lingshu Cave. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, Luo Yan said, Brother Si, you stay here and I'll go in to find someone. I'll go with you. Si Jincheng said and was about to rush forward. Luo Yan grabbed him with one hand. There are traps inside, so you stay here. Going in will only hinder me. Si Jincheng thought about it and nodded, saying, Brother Luo, be careful. Got it. By the way, help me harvest some mature medicines in the spiritual field. I really need them. Si Jincheng looked strange. Was he still thinking about greed at this time? But he still replied, okay, let's go now. Luo Yan waved his hand and entered the dark cave. As the saying goes, the more skilled you are, the more courageous you are. Baiaomen is a small sect, so even if there are traps, they are not that powerful. There was no light when he entered. There should have been a light source when Yuan Haoren entered, but Luo Yan certainly couldn't find it. He regretted it a little. The system backpack had no capacity limit. After returning to Zhanghai, he must buy more daily necessities, such as ropes, candles, pliers, sacks, etc., just in case of emergency. Luo Yan walked carefully. His steps were very light, for fear of stepping on any traps. What you fear will come true. After walking about 10 meters, there was a slight click sound under his feet. Luo Yan secretly said not good. Almost at the same time, there was a sound of breaking through the air, from both sides, shooting straight at his body. Judging from the noise, it should be something like a javelin. Oh my God! Luo Yan bent down quickly, and the javelin passed through his lower abdomen and almost pierced him. He was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. What about the not powerful mechanism that was promised? He stepped back a few steps, holding his hands and thinking, the mechanism is fierce, and I don't know how long it is ahead. Even if I can pass safely, Xiaowan may have been killed by him. All mechanisms are generally triggered from the bottom and the side. As long as I pass through the top of the cave, there will be no problem. Thinking of this, he suddenly understood. He touched the wall and found it very smooth, just right for performing the gecko wall climbing skill. I have to say that this gecko wall climbing skill is really useful. Luo Yan climbed up to the top of the cave along the side without any hindrance. He accelerated and swam forward. About 10 minutes later, a faint light suddenly appeared in front of us, and we could vaguely see a few figures and simple furnishings. Xiao Kui, is the medicine ready? Yuan Haoren's voice came from the front. Master, it will be ready soon. The person who spoke should be the maid. Why did it take so long? Didn't I ask you to boil it in advance? Master, don't be impatient. If there is not enough time, the medicine will not work. Don't worry, even if that person finds this place, it is impossible for him to pass through so many traps. I understand the reason. Anyway, you should be faster. Shower only needs to take the medicine once more, and he will be completely cured. Then we can leave here, through another exit. Luo Yan had heard Si Jincheng say before that Yuan Haoren's daughter had been weak and sick since she was a child. When she was 5 or 6 years old, she suffered from a strange disease and was bedridden for a long time. Therefore, he named his daughter Yuan Changsho, hoping that she would be healthy and live a long life. At this time, a weak female voice said, "Dad, is your hand okay?" The voice was crisp, but with a strong indifference, as if it was a machine without emotions. "It's okay, just lie down," Yuan Haoran said. "Well, Dad's hand was broken, but he also saved his daughter's life. This deal is worth it," Yuan Changsho said. Hearing this, Luo Yan shuddered. Although he knew that the people inside could not beat him, he still felt a sense of fear in his heart. Yuan Changsho could actually say such a thing, which was really cold-blooded. "Hehe, yes." Yuan Haoran laughed with relief, and it sounded like he agreed. Luo Yan felt very awkward. A heartless father gave birth to a heartless daughter, which was really a strange father and daughter. This kind of father-daughter relationship was also perverted. "It's all because of this damn girl that I've suffered for another 8 years. Dad, don't rush to kill her after we take her blood. I'm going to strip her naked, cut her flesh piece by piece, and slowly torture her to death," Yuan Changsho said bitterly. Woo, Miss Yuan, Master Yuan, please don't kill me. I don't mind how much blood you want, but Brother C is still waiting for me outside. If I die, he will follow me." Xiaowan cried as she spoke, her voice weak. "Hehe, you two dogs and bitches, you're having fun outside, leaving me alone to suffer in Baiaomen. You are the most vicious people in the world today. If Si Jincheng finds this place and sees you in such a battered state, he must be in pain. Haha, just thinking about it makes me feel better. Good, let's do it." Yuan Changsho laughed pervertedly. "No, I don't want Brother Cheng to see me like that. Please don't do this. Ooh." Xiaowan was very excited. She was not in good health to begin with, and she fainted under this excitement. At this moment, Xiao Kui suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly, "Master, the medicine is ready." "Okay," Yuan Haoran responded, and the whole cave suddenly became silent. Only the hurried voices of the 3 people could be heard. Excited 34342983163346.html. Yuan Haoran walked to Xiaowan, holding a dagger in his hand, and was about to cut her wrist to draw blood. At this moment, a cold light suddenly flashed, and Yuan Haoran's wrist hurt, and there was a silver needle on it. The numbness was spreading, and the black was spreading. With a bang, the dagger fell to the ground. "Poison needle!" Yuan Haoran's pupils shrank sharply, and his heart kept sinking. Yuan Changsho said anxiously, "Dad, why did you stop? Cut it quickly, cut it." The maid Xiao Kui reacted faster and looked back following Yuan Haoran's gaze. She saw a figure jumping down from the top of the cave like a spider. "If you do too much evil, you will die." "Yuan, I guess you didn't expect this day, did you?" Luo Yan said, taking out the wind-slashing sword from the system backpack. Yes, it was the token of the 100 Medicine Sect, the wind-slashing sword. The muscles on Yuan Haoran's face kept twitching. Was he going to die under the token of his master? Suddenly, he rushed up and shouted wildly, "Xiao Kui, take the young lady away." This is a small cave with 2 passages. One leads to the 100 Medicine Sect, and the other leads to nowhere. But Yuan Haoran just said that when Yuan Changsho's body is well, he should be able to go out through this passage, and then he should be able to go to the outside world. Yuan Haoran's left arm was disabled, and his right arm was powerless because he had just been hit by the Ice Soul Silver Needle, so he could only use his head to hit Luo Yan. It was really sad that a leader of a sect had fallen into such a state. Luo Yan shook his head and used his bone-breaking hand to remove his 2 shoulders and then broke his 2 legs. Yuan Haoran collapsed on the ground like a pile of meat paste. "You can do whatever you want to me, but please let my daughter go. She is still young." Yuan Haoran endured the severe pain and burst into tears. Luo Yan's style of killing people in front of the hall frightened him. Luo Yan remembered that Wan Qianhe had also said these familiar words. The father and son had died a long time ago. "Yuan Changsho? Ha!" Luo Yan turned around and saw Yuan Changsho's face. This face may not be called a human face, but a more accurate description should be a human skin wrapped around a skull, 2 light bulb-sized eyeballs, and an object similar to a human face. This face may only be seen in movies or games, and once you see it, you will never forget it. The key is that this face has been completely distorted by anger. It is fully qualified to be the best object for nightmares. Xiaowan was thin, but compared to her, she was too plump. Luo Yan felt sorry for her. Living like this was worse than death. "What are you looking at? What's that look in your eyes, Xiao Kui? Dig out his eyes for me. I don't need anyone's pity." Yuan Changsho screamed. Xiao Kui knelt on the ground with a snap and said in tears, "Hero, please let me go. I was also abducted to the mountain by Yuan Haoran. I helped the tyrant to do evil all these years, but I had to do it. In fact, I am also very painful in my heart, and I wash my face with tears every night." She acted very sincerely, but Luo Yan looked at her round and plump face and could not associate it with washing my face with tears. This made Luo Yan feel cold. The most hypocritical and vicious person in the world is just like this. Swish! He cut off Xiao Kui's head with a sword. Seeing the servant who had been with him for many years drinking blood on the spot, Yuan Changsho was absent-minded for a moment. Then she clapped her hands and screamed wildly, "Good death! Ha! Good death!" Luo Yan put the sword against her throat and said coldly, "You are going to die too. Don't touch her. Let go, let go." Yuan Haoran's body squirmed on the ground like an insect. Luo Yan kicked him far away. But Yuan Changshuo's face was neither sad nor happy. She lay on the stone bed, her eyes turned stiffly, looking at her father with gray hair. "Dad, you are the worst person in the world. You shouldn't have given birth to me. I am destined to suffer all my life. I hate you." Yuan Changshuo felt a sense of relief in his heart, stretched his neck forward, and with a puff the sword of the wind pierced her throat. "Show her." Yuan Haoren was completely stunned. At this time, he had no fear of falling into despair, no physical pain, and the only thing lingering in his mind was the 3 words his daughter had just said, "I hate you." Did I do something wrong? A question arose in Yuan Haoren's heart. His paranoid and almost crazy love for his daughter made him come up with an answer. "I did something wrong. Show her I'm sorry." Yuan Haoren used all his internal strength to sever his meridians and died. "They are all crazy." Luo Yan shook his head and left this conclusion. After the matter was over, Luo Yan rescued Xiaowan. Xiaowan was saved from a desperate situation, as if she had been through another world. "Take these pills first." Luo Yan took out a bottle of tranquilizer pills from his backpack and gave it to Xiaowan. "I'll find a way out." It was not convenient to take Xiaowan out from the entrance, so Luo Yan found another way next to the cave. This road is used by Yuan Haoren to escape. There should be no traps. Even so, Luo Yan did not dare to relax too much. He was in front and Xiaowan was behind, and the two walked forward. About 20 minutes later, a faint light appeared in front. "You wait here." Luo Yan went forward alone and found that the cave entrance was blocked by some vines, forming a natural barrier. He took out the wind-breaking sword and cut off all the vines, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. I found that there was a spiritual field outside. A man was bending down to harvest spiritual herbs, looking back while harvesting. It was Xi Jincheng. "Haha, this honest child." Luo Yan took Xiaowan out of the cave and found that the straight-line distance from here to the entrance of Lingshu Cave was only 100 meters. The mountain was covered with a thick layer of vines, and it was difficult for ordinary people to find the entrance. "Brother Cheng, Xiaowan." The infatuated man and the resentful woman hugged each other, and it was needless to say. At this time, Xi Jincheng had almost harvested the spiritual herbs, and the 3 of them returned to Baiyaomen together. The disciples had all fled, and such a large sect was deserted, which was very desolate. Luo Yan entered the Sutra Pavilion. There were about 10 martial arts classics collected inside. After the system appraisal, the highest was no more than D level, destined to be system upgrade materials. In addition to martial arts classics, there were also many medical books, which were naturally not as good as the Divine Doctor collection, but they could also be used to upgrade the system. Finally, Xi Jincheng found 2 guides on growing herbs in the corner and was overjoyed. This will be of great benefit to him in growing herbs. Luo Yan gave him the guide. The 2 left the Sutra Library and came to the Spiritual Medicine Pavilion. There are many things here, including various elixirs for auxiliary cultivation at the low martial arts stage. Luo Yan was also pleasantly surprised to find more than 20 blood-nourishing pills and more than 10 qi-nourishing pills, the quality of which is similar to those made by the Zhenwu furnace. As for the elixirs for the body-tempering and bone-forging realms, the reserves are very rich. Luo Yan also found 2 furnaces in the alchemy room, which exuded a trace of spiritual energy. Xi Jincheng said that they have a history of hundreds of years, and the elixirs of the Baiyaomen are made with these 2 furnaces. Of course, they cannot be compared with the Zhenwu furnace, but they can be used for upgrading. Luo Yan accepted them one by one with a smile. Then he went to the herbal medicine storehouse to sweep away all the collections, and this trip was full of rewards. Xi Jincheng is not very interested in cultivation, but he has an extraordinary talent in growing medicine. He found several bags of herbal seeds in the herbal medicine storehouse, and prepared to take them back to the valley for planting. But unfortunately, he did not find the seeds of red emerald grass. The matter was settled here, and the 3 of them walked down the Baiyaomen. And our peep, /34/34/36347 HTML. 10 minutes after descending the mountain, Xiaowan suddenly felt dizzy and slowly fell down while holding her forehead. "Xiaowan, what's wrong with you?" Xi Jincheng exclaimed and hurriedly helped her up. He found that Xiaowan's face was pale and her breathing was disordered. She did not respond to his call. "Let me take a look." Luo Yan took Xiaowan's pulse. This was the first time he diagnosed her. After taking the pulse, Luo Yan said, "Huh?" He let go of his hand and opened Xiaowan's eyelids to take a look. Strange. He took her pulse again and looked at the state of her tongue coating. Seeing him like this, Xi Jincheng became even more nervous and asked, "Brother Luo, how is it?" Luo Yan asked, "How have you treated her over the years?" Xiaowan lost too much blood and her nerves were damaged. I replenished her blood in the morning and calmed her nerves in the afternoon. I used the most precious herbs. There is limited space in the valley, and if there are some herbs that are not available, I would go to the Heroes Association to exchange them. She did get better in the first few years, and I thought I saw hope. But a few years later, the situation took a turn for the worse, and she returned to her listless look. It's even worse in the past 2 years. Xi Jincheng's face was full of despair. Wrong. Luo Yan shook his head and told the truth. In fact, Xiaowan's illness had been completely cured a few years ago. You treated her as a patient again, and nourishing blood turned into damaging yang, and treating nerves turned into drug dependence. In addition, you locked her up in an isolated place, frowning every day, which undoubtedly deepened her condition. Anorexia, lack of energy, hair loss, memory loss. This situation is severe depression in Western medicine. The most important thing now is to gradually stop your medicine. Since she has a certain dependence on the medicine, you must stop it slowly. Then find an environment she likes to distract her attention. I believe she will recover soon. This, Si Jincheng looked embarrassed. It's not that. He didn't believe Luo Yan, but he didn't dare to gamble. Xiaowan has been a complete medicine jar in recent years. If the dosage is reduced, what if something unexpected happens? You don't believe me? Luo Yan looked at Si Jincheng. Si Jincheng stammered. It's not that I don't believe it, but. You are such a blockhead. Luo Yan shook his head. Look at the symptoms as well as the root cause. People like you can only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. How about this? Isn't Xiaowan always talking about going home? You go back. After Luo Yan finished speaking, he took out a bottle of ordinary wind oil from his arms, which has the effect of refreshing the mind, and shook it under Xiaowan's nose. Then he raised his eyebrows and said to Si Jincheng, learn something. Suddenly he said in a loud voice, Haha, this medicinal oil is made from the most magical herbs of Baiyaomen. It takes 10 years to produce one drop. Xiaowan will definitely wake up after smelling it. Strangely enough, Xiaowan woke up immediately after hearing it, and a trace of spirit returned to her eyes. But it was clear that Si Jincheng couldn't wake up no matter how he called her. Si Jincheng was stunned. Luo Yan blinked and continued to deceive. This elixir, just one sip will make you energetic for the whole day. But the effect is too strong, you can only smell it once every 3 days. Brother Si, Sister Xiaowan, you and I are destined to have it, so I will reluctantly give it up and give it to you. Luo Yan made a face as if he was cutting his own flesh. At this time, Si Jincheng also reacted. Luo Yan was giving him a psychological hint. In that case, I won't refuse it. Si Jincheng put away the Fengyojing properly and sighed. Brother Luo has been so kind, I really don't know how to repay him. You know? Luo Yan smiled cunningly. You still have a lot of Juluo vine tips in the valley, I want them. Si Jincheng said. That's not a problem. I will supply them for free for a long time. Luo Yan was overjoyed and said, you are right. Si Jincheng patted his chest and said, not only Juluo vine tips, any herbs in the valley, as long as Brother Luo likes them, just take them. Haha, thank you in advance. Luo Yan smiled. By the way, didn't you say you wanted to go back to the village to have a look? What are you waiting for? Let's go. Hearing this news, Xiaowan was refreshed and stood up all of a sudden. Brother Cheng, can I go? She had been locked up for too long and was as happy as a child. Sure, I will accompany you wherever you want to go in the future. Seeing Xiaowan's performance, Si Jincheng felt that the clouds had cleared and the haze of many years had been swept away. He was even more convinced of Luo Yan. Brother Luo, we're going down the mountain to look for want to stay in your valley for a few days. Oh, you can stay as long as you want, Brother Luo. There's plenty of food. Thank you very much. The two groups dispersed. Luo Yan came to a place where he could get a signal, called Lu Shiyu to report his safety, and told her that he would be outside for the next few days. After that, it took him only 2 hours to get back to the cliff valley. After a short rest, he replenished some food and walked towards the cliff. The cliff is about 200 or 300 meters high, made of black rocks, and it's slippery. It's almost 90 degrees vertical, and it looks very oppressive. You can climb up using the Gecko wall climbing skill, but Luo Yan doesn't plan to do that for the time being. A stream flows down the cliff, and there is a small pool below, about 10 square meters. It is estimated that there is other underground water below, and the pool is always full, but not overflowing. Luo Yan scooped up a mouthful of water from the pond and drank it. It was cool and sweet, and also beneficial for cultivation. What a treasure land! Luo Yan sat down happily, took out the Zhenwu furnace and began to refine pills. The spiritual energy here is twice as high as that outside, and the efficiency of the Zhenwu furnace is also increased by 2 times accordingly. Luo Yan is going to refine all the pills that can be refined before leaving the valley. The first choice is of course the Wangquan Nourishing Blood Pill. The Juluo Vine tip that Si Jincheng gave him before is estimated to be able to refine 20 Wangquan Nourishing Blood Pills, enough for him to ascend to the great perfection of Nourishing Blood Realm. Maybe he can even impact the Nourishing Qi Realm. Nourishing Qi Realm, what is this concept? He can store as much internal force as possible and can use it at will, which will greatly improve his strength. If he can use internal force today, it will be much easier to fight Yuan Haoren and Guoru. Let the Zhenwu furnace run automatically, and Luo Yan sorted out the things in his backpack again. Keep what should be kept, and throw everything that should not be kept to the system upgrade. After a series of operations, the system experience soared to 23,000. The next time was to practice and refine pills. On the 3rd day, relying on the abundant spiritual energy here, he broke through to the great perfection of the Nourishing Blood Realm on his own, which was a big surprise. Continue to practice until the 7th day. The Juluo Vine tip was exhausted, and the Zhenwu furnace really refined 20 Wangquan Nourishing Blood Pills. Luo Yan began to swallow them to assist in practice. This process cannot be rushed, and a maximum of 4 pills a day can be taken. Until the 10th day, the blood and qi in the body were like a tsunami, raising a 1,000-foot wave. It was also like thousands of troops running back and forth in his body. The vigorous blood and qi drove the internal force scattered in various parts of the body to run quickly, expanding his meridians and preparing for the next nourishing qi realm. Luo Yan was about to break through. This process was very painful, and he endured it silently. And pay close attention to the operation of the internal force. Soon, the blood and qi ran to the highest speed. His pain doubled. 3 hours later, suddenly, his whole body shook and the internal force rushed forward like a flood that broke the dam. The meridians are like independent streams, which are suddenly dug through with all the obstacles in the middle, and finally connected together to form a vast river. The internal force is running wildly in it, without any obstacles. Luo Yan finally broke through the shackles and entered the state of nourishing qi. He opened his eyes, and a special brilliance flashed across his eyelids. His eyesight increased significantly, and he could see far away. He stretched out his palm, and a layer of internal force appeared in his palm, which became weaker and stronger as his mind strengthened. If he wanted, he could send out a split palm now. Of course, the internal force can also be transmitted through weapons, emitting manifested energy such as sword energy and knife energy. After rising to the state of nourishing qi, the elixir that should be refined is almost finished. It's time to leave. Before leaving, Luo Yan looked up at the cliff in front of him. What is there on it? He was extremely curious. It's better to act than to be moved, so he decided to go up and find out. WAP 434298998/316338006.html. Using the gecko wall climbing skill, Luo Yan transformed into a large gecko and quickly climbed up the cliff. Not everyone dared to climb a cliff with an angle of almost 90 degrees. Si Jincheng didn't dare to climb it, fearing that he would fall and be smashed to pieces if he wasn't careful. Luo Yan was very steady, but when he climbed to 100 meters, he was still a little nervous. This is the natural fear of heights of human beings, and it is not something that can be overcome easily. He kept climbing up, and the mountain breeze was cool and getting more and more humid. Finally, he climbed to the top of the mountain and found that there were jagged rocks here, no grass growing, and only a stream flowing quietly. The spiritual power here was much more abundant than that in the valley, but the scenery was too desolate, so there was no need to stay there. Luo Yan walked forward. He didn't know where the stream came from, but there was also a cliff on one side. Standing on the edge of the cliff on the other side, he looked down. As far as the eye can see, there is a vast forest that cannot be seen at the end. The trees are lush and green, and the mountains are stacked and peaked. What is more peculiar is that the trees below are taller than those outside, and many of them cannot be named. It is like two different worlds. A gust of wind blew, and I felt relaxed and happy, as if my mind was broadened a lot. If I practice here, I will definitely make rapid progress. Thinking of this, Luo Yan became happy. At this moment, a sharp bird cry suddenly came from the sky. A strange bird that Luo Yan had never seen before was unusually large. With its wings spread, it was estimated to be more than 10 meters long. The strange bird fell from the sky and grabbed Luo Yan with its claws. The momentum of the rush was no less than that of a cultivator in the late stage of the qi cultivation realm. A hurricane rolled up on the ground, and Luo Yan almost lost his balance. What the hell? Faced with such a huge creature, Luo Yan's scalp was numb and he was greatly shocked. In a hurry, he unfolded the Lingbo Weibu and barely avoided the claw. Crack! The rock on the top of the mountain was shattered by the bird's claws, and the stone bounced on Luo Yan, which was very painful, was no different from a hidden weapon. Too scary, I can't beat it at all. This was Luo Yan's true thought. He turned the Lingbo microstep to the maximum power, and even poured his internal force into his feet, running back like a gust of wind. The fatal blow missed, and the strange bird seemed a little stunned. Qi? It immediately became irritable, let out a scream, flew back into the air, and followed all the way. While flying, it also made a strange cry. Luo Yan became more anxious. Oh no, it's calling its companions. Sure enough, 3 black spots appeared in the sky again, and 3 strange birds circled and chased Luo Yan together with the one below. The strange bird had a tuft of golden beard on its chin and a particularly long tail. It looked quite powerful, but it was too ferocious. Its beak and claws were similar to those of a large axe, hard and sharp, and its back feathers were as long as banana leaves. It was not a species recorded in Blue Star at all. Seeing that the strange bird was about to rush down again, and the cliff leading to the valley was also close at hand, Luo Yan jumped down without thinking. His body was in the air, and his heart was hanging high. He went down 5 or 6 meters before he found a small protruding rock. He stepped on his toes to stabilize his body, and then climbed on it with the gecko wall climbing skill. There were bursts of bird calls above his head, and Luo Yan's heart was shaken. No matter how fast I am, I can't be faster than the strange birds. If they rush down, won't I die here? Thinking so, he swam down faster. The strange thing was that the 4 strange birds had been circling above the cliff, but no matter how urgent their calls were, they seemed to have a deep hatred for Luo Yan's father's murder, and they didn't dare to come down to attack him. It gave Luo Yan a feeling that there was a barrier above, or a ban, preventing them from coming down. Si Jincheng never mentioned that there were monsters in the valley. Maybe they really can't come down. Luo Yan slid down the cliff, and his whole body was weak. He collapsed on the ground, panting. The cry of the strange bird gradually faded away. This experience made Luo Yan deeply realize what curiosity kills the cat means. He would never dare to take risks again. After resting for a while, he took some rare herbs from the valley and rushed back to Jianghai. When he came to a place with signal, he called Lu Xiu and said that he would go home for lunch at noon. Lu Xiu cheered and jumped for joy, as if he hadn't seen him for more than 10 years. He also said that he would prepare a big meal for his brother. Luo Yan was also very happy. He was about to enter the territory of Jianghai. It was noon, and it was time for the system to send treasures. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the X-level Beiming Divine Art. What? Beiming Divine Art? Even though he was used to big scenes, Luo Yan couldn't help but stop suddenly and look into his backpack. Category: Internal Power Mentality. Great introduction. There is a dark sea in the north of the end of the world, which is the Tianqi. There are fish there, and it is thousands of miles wide, and no one knows how to cultivate it. Bei Ming Shen Gong and Bahuang Liwa Supremacy Gong are the two great martial arts of Xiaoyao sect. They can seize the fortune of heaven and earth and absorb the internal force of others to strengthen oneself. Whether it is positive or negative, strong or soft, it is all within this scope. It is truly the supreme internal force in the world. In the Tianlong world, Duan Yu and Xu Zhu have both practiced it, but unfortunately they are not complete. Even so, the two can roam the world and be invincible. Note 1. This skill belongs to the fusion-type internal skill, which connects yin and yang and harmonizes hardness and softness. No matter what kind of internal skill the host practices, or whose internal force is absorbed, it will all be transformed into fusion-type internal force. Eliminate the risk of rejection of foreign internal force. Fusion-type internal force means that it is not just hard or soft. It can be hard when you want it to be hard and soft when you want it to be soft. Note 2. In theory, it can absorb the internal force of anyone, but physical contact is required when absorbing it. If the opponent is much stronger than you, there is also a risk of being killed by the opponent. In addition, the deeper the host's internal force, the stronger the suction force and the faster the absorption speed. Note 3. When absorbing the opponent's internal force, you should do it within your ability. If you absorb too much and exceed the body's tolerance, there is a risk of self-explosion. Note 4. When practicing for the first time, you need to eliminate your own internal force. If you have just entered the initial stage of nourishing qi, there is no such requirement. Note 5. This internal skill is only suitable for men to practice, and it requires extremely high qualifications. Looking at the long list of explanations, Luo Yan couldn't help but sigh. It has strong power and a wide range, but it also has many restrictions. In any case, getting this magical skill is like adding wings to a tiger. No longer hesitate. Click to learn. Outside Kuizhu Garden, Lu Xiu was holding a basket that was about to overflow, with a smile on her face, feeling happy, and preparing to cook a big meal for her brother. When crossing the road, a truck in front suddenly accelerated and roared towards her. Ah! Be careful! A white-haired woman screamed and warned, covering her eyes and not daring to look. At this moment, Lu Xiu suddenly jumped up, turned in the air, and easily avoided the truck. Not even a vegetable was dropped. She kept her brother's teachings in mind and practiced Lingbo Weibu diligently every day. Even if she woke up suddenly, she could still do it freely. In addition, the Jade Girl Heart Sutra is the best way to train people's character, so she can remain calm in the face of danger. Although the truck came quickly, she had time to prepare after all, so it was not difficult for her. Squeak! The truck stopped not far away, and a middle-aged man got out. He looked flustered. He was wearing a washed-out work suit, and he looked like an ordinary person. "Miss, are you okay?" At this time, Lu Xi was helping the old woman who had just reminded her. The truck driver came over and kept apologizing. "It's okay. Drive carefully next time. This road is very narrow," Lu Xiu said. Okay, thank you for the reminder, girl." The driver nodded and bowed, but just as he looked up, a shining dagger appeared in his hand and stabbed Lu Xiu's chest with lightning speed. At the same time, the old woman's figure was no longer hunched, and she stretched out her hand to grab Lu Xiu's neck, her 5 fingers like hooks, and her speed was very fast. 134 134 298 3163914. "Don't come over here, I don't want to kill anyone." Lu Xiu stepped back and put the basket on the side of the road. There was no other way. This meal had fish and shrimp, and it cost almost 1,000 yuan. She was always thrifty. Clang! She pulled out the Zhanhan sword at the same time. To be on the safe side, Luo Yan told her not to take it lightly, and to always carry the Zhanhan sword with her. Lu Xiu listened to her brother the most. Although it might be a little strange for a young girl to carry a sword on her back, she still did it. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. With the sword in hand, Lu Xiu's temperament changed completely. An icy beauty, but also a cold-blooded swordsman. The Zhanhan sword accompanied her day and night, and Lu Xiu had completely adapted to its coldness. "Second brother, did you hear that? She said she didn't want to kill anyone. Isn't that ridiculous?" The driver showed a playful smile on his face. The wretched man was more cautious. "Be careful. Although her realm is not high, her footwork is flexible. The most important thing is that the sword in her hand is extraordinary. I always feel like I have seen it somewhere. No matter what its origin is, just rob it first." The driver's eyes were full of greed, and he punched out with a faint sound of breaking through the air. The wretched man also moved flexibly, waiting for an opportunity to move. Seeing the ferocious appearance of the two men, Lu Xiyu, who had just turned 17, was a little timid. She stepped back and used the Lingbo Weibu to avoid their sharp edge. She was determined to escape, and it was difficult for the two to catch up. They ran around in circles for several times, and they couldn't even touch the corner of Lu Xiyu's clothes. The movement here attracted the attention of passers-by, who stopped in the distance to watch, pointing and talking. What's going on here? Several security guards of Qizyuan came over when they heard the sound. Seeing Lu Xiyu being chased by two men, they immediately pushed through the crowd and shouted, "Miss Lu, come here quickly." Lu Xiyu was a well-known good girl and beautiful, and the security guards liked her very much. Before Lu Xiyu could reply, the driver had already grinned. "I told you to mind your own business." He couldn't catch up with Lu Xiyu, so he vented his anger on the security guards, rushed forward, and shot one of them in the head. The others either had their hands or feet broken. "Security, brother!" Seeing this, Lu Xiyu's blood rushed back and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Living lives. They actually paid with their lives to protect themselves. I don't know where she got the courage from. She ran over, raised her sword and chopped, straight, and the wretched man couldn't stop her. Lu Xiyu used the sea-level Jade Girl sword technique, which was not magical, but it was not something the driver could contend with. In addition, the sharpness of the Zhanhan sword made the driver unable to resist even though he raised his dagger at the first time. With a swish, the dagger was cut off in an instant, and the driver's shoulder was also cut off. Ah! The driver covered his broken arm and kept backing away, his face pale. "Bad guy, you even killed innocent people. This is unforgivable." Lu Xiyu was trembling all over, her pretty face was frosty, and she was completely furious. With a sword, the driver's head fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The head rolled to Lu Xiyu's feet, and she was absent-minded for a moment. I killed someone? Her mind was blank. She didn't notice that the wretched man was sneaking up and was already 3 meters away from her. "Girl, be careful. There are people behind you," a real passerby reminded her. Lu Xiyu woke up from her shock and saw that the wretched man's eagle claws were already close at hand. "You are also a bad guy." Lu Xiyu was furious and chopped him to death with a sword. Then, she widened her eyes and looked at the two heads on the ground in disbelief. Emo again. At this time, a large group of people emerged from the dark. The leader was a man wearing brocade clothes, thin, gray hair, straight waist, and exuding a cold air. It was a late martial arts master. The old man standing next to him was much more prosperous. He was round and smiling. If it weren't for the cold light that occasionally flashed in his eyes, it would be easy to be deceived by his appearance. His cultivation level was the same as the thin old man, also in the late stage of wuzong. 2 useless people were killed by a martial artist. "You guys, hurry over and take her down." The thin old man respected his status and disdained to take action. The same was true for the rich old man. They had 2 late-stage great martial artists, 3 mid-stage great martial artists, and 5 early-stage great martial artists. With such a lineup, wouldn't it be easy to catch a mid-stage martial artist? The 10 people were like a dark cloud pressing towards Lu Xiyu. They soon surrounded her in the middle. The spectators had already run away without a trace. It is certainly refreshing to watch the excitement, but it is better not to watch the excitement that endangers life. Facing a strong enemy, Lu Xiyu was calmer than before. She used the Lingbo micro-steps to weave back and forth between the enemies. However, the opponent's realm was too much higher than hers, and no matter how she ran, it was in vain. As the encirclement narrowed further, she became a trapped beast, surrounded by swords and sabers, and dangerous situations. At this time, the Zhanhan sword was useless, and there was no chance to get out. Seeing that Lu Xiyu was about to be captured, at this moment, a long roar suddenly sounded in the distance. "You bullied my sister while I was away. You all deserve to be killed." A group of light and shadow came from a distance, so fast that it was unbelievable, and it was close in the blink of an eye. "Brother!" Lu Xiyu was excited and cried with joy. It seemed that all crises would be solved if Luo Yan came. "Xiyu, take the sword!" Luo Yan threw the Zhanfeng sword to Lu Xiyu. The sword was in the air, and a great martial artist jumped up and tried to intercept the Zhanfeng sword. "Take it! It's mine!" "Ha! Garbage!" Luo Yan raised his hand, and a Bingpo silver needle shot out, nailed to the man's temple, and flew out from the other side. The man didn't even have a chance to scream, and fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. The rest of the people were terrified and dared not move, so Lu Xiyu was able to catch the long sword. The thin old man narrowed his eyes, and his murderous aura suddenly increased. The plump old man laughed even more happily. With 2 swords in hand, Lu Xiyu's momentum rose rapidly like a whirlwind, overshadowing everyone present. "Get up from where you fell. Xiyu, kill all these people." Luo Yan's tone was as cold as ice. "Okay." These days, Lu Xiyu has been familiar with the Jade Maiden Pure Heart sword technique. Now with Luo Yan's support, he feels relieved. With the Quanzhen sword technique in his left hand and the Jade Maiden sword technique in his right hand, he used all the mysteries of the Jade Maiden Pure Heart sword as if he had divine help. A great martial artist snorted coldly. "No matter what, he is just a martial artist. Lu Xiyu stabbed with a sword at a tricky angle, piercing his throat. The man's throat spurted blood and he stepped back and fell on his back. Back then, Xiao Longnu relied on her two-handed fighting technique to defeat Quan Zhen's sect masters, and even King Jinlun was helpless. Today she showed her divine power again and defeated 9 great martial artists. Isn't it easy? Lu Xiu was angry at the opponent's ruthlessness. Her long sword flew and hurt people every time she attacked, and the enemy retreated step by step. Soon, the ground was full of enemies. There was grief everywhere. Luo Yan saw it and praised, "My sister is mighty." Back then, when he was at Lu Xiu's level, his killing power was not as great as hers. But at that time, he didn't have a magic weapon in his hand, and he didn't know the art of two-handed fighting. This was the main reason. 134-34-2908, 316-33915. Luo Yan, I admit that we underestimated you and your sister. The thin old man came over. The wealthy old man narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Little friend, when you do things, you should leave a way out, so that you can live longer. It's a pity that you still don't understand this truth. Luo Yan said, "Tell me your name," from the Ning family. Ning Xiao from the Ning family. Seeing the two people's serious look, Luo Yan sneered. "So you are the brothers of old man Ning Shu. Ning Shu is waving to you in the underworld." As soon as these words came out, the two elders of the Ning family suddenly became hideous, and even Ning Xiao's smile was particularly far-fetched. The 5 elders of the Ning family who are of similar age are the most outstanding family members of that generation. Although they are not brothers, they are closer than brothers. They are the biggest support for the Ning family to always stand in Jiangling. Each of them has a cultivation level above that of a martial master. Luo Yan killed Ning Yuan, the genius heir of the Ning family, and also killed Ning Shu, one of the 5 elders. The Ning family was furious, so they sent Ning Wang and Ning Xiao, who ranked 3rd and 4th among the 5 elders, with more than a dozen warriors in the family to kill Luo Yan. The Ning family is majestic and cannot be offended. Anyone who dares to offend will die. Luo Yan's side is only part of their plan, and another part is also in progress. Almost everyone knows that Luo Yan loves his sister the most. They deployed in advance and originally planned to capture Lu Xiu first, or behead him on the spot. When Luo Yan's mind was in chaos, they would take advantage of the chaos to deal with him. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiu survived until Luo Yan appeared. But it doesn't matter. One is a martial arts master, and the other has just been promoted to the early stage of martial arts. The 2 martial arts masters on our side are masters who have been famous for decades and have rich combat experience. Although this trip was not smooth, the ultimate goal can still be achieved. Third brother, this kid is extremely cunning. Be careful of his poison needles and the big black sword. The 2 pressed forward step by step, and Ning Xiao reminded Ning Wang. Before they came, they had found out that Ning Shu died from Luo Yan's endless attack methods, especially the poison needles. When Ning Yuhao's body was moved back, the poison spread from his eyeballs all the way down, and his whole body turned black. A servant accidentally touched his body and died of poison within 10 minutes. Poison needle? Are you talking about this? Luo Yan held a silver needle in his hand and pointed it at Ning Xiao. In the sunlight, the silver needle exuded a crystal light with a unique beauty. Ning Xiao's face changed color and his forward speed dropped sharply. Luo Yan pretended to shoot, and Ning Xiao was like a frightened bird and immediately bounced back a few meters. "Haha, scared?" Luo Yan put away the silver needle. "But this silver needle is not easy to come by, so I'd better keep it to kill your family master. You are not worthy. Xiu, stay away in case these 2 old guys lose the fight and use you to threaten me. These people can do anything," Luo Yan reminded. "Oh, okay, brother, don't fight too long. I still have to go back to cook for you." Lu Xiu picked up the basket and walked to a distance to stop and watch. Listening to the conversation between the two elders of the Ning family felt ashamed, and their faces turned red and white. The means used to besiege Lu Xiu just now were indeed despicable. Luo Yan chose to take the initiative. Suddenly, his speed soared to the maximum, and he attacked Ning Wang with a powerful Vajra finger. The finger force was strong, the wind was loud, and the power was impressive. With the blessing of internal force, the data of the physical body was greatly improved. At this time, using the powerful Vajra finger seemed to have the power to destroy the world. Ning Wang was surprised. He is obviously an early martial arts master. How can he have such a momentum? He hurriedly avoided it. Luo Yan's fingers flew past his arm, although he didn't really hit him. The internal force on his fingers rubbed his arm and made his arm burn with pain. What frightened him the most was that just with such contact, a small part of his internal force disappeared for no reason. What kind of weird secret method is this? How could he know that this part of the internal force had entered Luo Yan's body? "Fourth brother, this boy is extraordinary. Let's do it together." Ning Wang sent out a powerful palm, and the palm force pressed towards Luo Yan layer by layer, pulling away a distance. Luo Yan used Hunyuan Gong to drive the broken jade fist, blasting away the palm force one by one. The broken jade fist is powerful and faster than the powerful Vajra finger, which is suitable for the current battle. The power of external skills will increase exponentially when combined with the corresponding internal skills. The system calls it a martial arts set. Hunyuan Gong is the supreme internal skill of Huashan School, which is inherited from the broken jade fist, iron finger formula, and Hunyuan palm. Using this to drive the broken jade fist is a world of difference from when there is no internal force. Ning Xiao replied, "Third brother, I'm here." The two elders of the Ning family surrounded Luo Yan, and their fists and palms flew around, and they attacked him quickly. Luo Yan used Lingbo Weibu to counter the moves. Thousand Hands Tathagata Palm, Broken Jade Fist, Tai Chi and Vajra Finger, the wonderful moves emerged one after another, dazzling the opponent. Luo Yan wanted to test his own strength, so he did not use the 6 Dings and 6 Jiaz formation, the Black Iron Sword. The pressure from the two masters in the late stage of the Yangqi realm was extraordinary. Luo Yan was in the vortex of their palm power like a small boat swaying in all directions, which made people sweat. Lu Shiyu in the distance swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This level of fighting was already seriously beyond her understanding. She could only see her brother being beaten blindly, and she couldn't help but get anxious. The suppression of realms should not be underestimated. After roughly understanding his own strength, Luo Yan's speed suddenly soared, avoiding all the palm power in front of him, jumping behind Ning Wang, and sending out a bone-breaking hand. He had already grabbed Ning Wang's shoulder. The North Sea Divine Art was activated, and a stream of internal force was absorbed from Ning Wang and instantly converted into Luo Yan's internal force. "Hey, not bad!" Luo Yan was happy. "What are you doing? Let go!" Ning Wang was scared out of his wits. Internal force is the foundation of martial arts, and it takes a lot of time to practice and accumulate. It's not good to find a way to make it up after losing it. He lowered his shoulders to avoid Luo Yan's palm. "Don't go, let's play again!" Luo Yan used the bone-breaking hand again and grabbed Ning Wang's elbow again. The internal force kept pouring in. After tasting the sweetness, the power of his palm increased. The body tempered by the dragon elephant Prajnagong was no joke. In terms of strength, Ning Wang couldn't break free at all. In a panic, Ning Wang transferred his internal force to his elbow, trying to shake Luo Yan away with his strong internal force. This power was incredible. The internal force was like a flood, rushing into Luo Yan's body. How could this happen? Ning Wang completely collapsed. As the internal force in his body weakened, he couldn't get rid of Luo Yan anymore. At this time, both arms were grabbed by Luo Yan, and the internal force flowed away rapidly. "Old Four, what are you still doing? Come and help me!" Ning Wang shouted anxiously, his face as white as frost. Ning Xiao, who was standing by, was completely confused. What was third brother doing? How could he fight like a kid? That kid didn't use his sword or poison, but he was just grabbing third brother's elbow in a panic. Why was third brother so flustered? Something was wrong. Ning Xiao suddenly became alert. There must be something strange. WAP 34-298/31649494. Hurry up! This kid can dissolve my internal energy. Pull me away. Ning Wang urged loudly, his voice trembling. After this brief contact of more than 10 seconds, about 1/3 of the internal energy had disappeared. As one increased while the other decreased, Luo Yan's internal energy was even more abundant than Ning Wang's. He couldn't break free in the first place, and now he was even more helpless. He can dissolve the internal energy? Ning Xiao was also surprised. He rushed forward and hugged Ning Wang's body, trying to pull him out. As soon as he hugged him, he felt his internal energy leaking out quickly, all of it pouring into Ning Wang's body. Ning Xiao's 3 souls and 7 spirits disappeared, and he tried his best to kick out, retreating quickly and letting go of Ning Wang's body. "Old Four, don't leave, save me." Ning Wang's cry was filled with deep fear. His cultivation had already dropped by half. If he continued like this, he would be a useless person. Luo Yan's internal force grew wildly again, and his meridians and dantian became swollen, and he began to feel a little uncomfortable. The system had reminded him that if the internal force was too full, there would be a risk of exploding. Different realms not only have different degrees of internal force, but also different strengths. This is easy to understand. People with higher realms will definitely have greater power when they use the same amount of internal force to make a move, because his internal force is more condensed. The internal force strength of the 2 elders of the Ning family is higher than that of Luo Yan. Luo Yan needs a certain amount of time to completely refine them and transform them into his own internal force. This situation is like throwing a bottle of molten iron into clear water. It takes a certain amount of time for the molten iron to completely cool down. In the original work, Duan Yu absorbed the internal force of many people in Wanji Valley, which exceeded his body's ability to bear. Every day, his body felt like it was bitten by insects, and the pain and itching were unbearable. Later, he was relieved after practicing the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Of course, it didn't take Luo Yan too long to refine these internal forces, just a few dozen breaths. "Get lost!" Luo Yan kicked Ning Wang on the buttocks, and the latter staggered in front, but eventually couldn't stop his momentum and fell to the ground. A generation of Wuzong was in such a mess. If it were normal, Ning Wang would be furious and determined to fight to the death. But now, he couldn't get angry at all. He quickly got up and was very grateful for his life. There was even a smile of surviving a disaster on his face. "Third brother, what are you laughing at?" "Ahem, I'm not laughing at anything." Ning Wang adjusted his expression and looked at Luo Yan. Luo Yan was motionless, his expression was solemn, his eyes were slightly closed, and he was obviously regulating his breath. Ning Wang pondered for a while, and suddenly grinned. "Haha, I understand. This kid absorbed our internal force, and now he must be backfired by the internal force. It's what he deserves. This is called doing too much evil will kill yourself. Fourth brother, go up and kill him, Ning Wang said, and began to regulate his breath. Third brother, is your guess correct? Ning Xiao was suspicious by nature and was quite afraid of Luo Yan, so he didn't dare to step forward. If you don't believe it, you can kill him with a sword. As long as you can't touch his body, he can't absorb it, Ning Wang said. Well, this method is feasible. Ning Xiao nodded in agreement, drew the long sword from his waist, and walked towards Luo Yan. Just after taking a few steps, Luo Yan suddenly opened his eyes and showed a mysterious smile on his face. Ning Xiao was startled and stopped immediately. Luo Yan did not take the next step. Old 4, don't fall for his tricks. He is stalling for time. At this time, Ning Wang said again. He couldn't understand why Old 4, who was usually active and good at conspiracy, became so timid today. Is it a trick? Come and try it, and you will know. Luo Yan kept smiling and looked at Ning Xiao with an interesting look. Come over. At this time, Ning Xiao finally regained consciousness. The more Luo Yan acted like this, the more it proved that he was unsure. You want to play tricks with me? You are still a little naive. Ning Xiao grinned, thrust his long sword and stabbed Luo Yan's chest. Alas! At this moment, Luo Yan sighed. A big black sword suddenly appeared in the air, and he held the sword with both hands and chopped it down. The weight of the black iron sword itself, plus Luo Yan's full strength, exuded a violent atmosphere in the air. Ning Xiao's mind was blank, and he forgot to breathe. Snap! The long sword was smashed into a curved piece of metal, and the black iron sword started from Ning Xiao's head and continued to smash down. Ning Xiao turned into a pile of meat paste. At the moment before his death, he was still struggling with a question. What about the fake and real that was promised? Old 4. Ning Wang's eyes were bloodshot and his heart was bleeding. It was he who had been encouraging Ning Xiao to take action. To a certain extent, it was he who killed his brother. I'm sorry, it's all my brother's fault. With tears in his eyes, he apologized to Ning Xiao's body. The 5 elders of the Ning family were like brothers, and none of them could be missing. Now 2 of them are dead, and both died at the hands of Luo Yan. It's not your fault. Luo Yan dragged the black iron sword with his backhand and walked towards Ning Wang. The black iron sword slid down a wide crack on the road, making a clattering sound. Because no matter what you do, there is only one way, a dead end. Luo Yan killed Ning Wang with a sword. Brother, Lu Shiyu ran over and threw herself into Luo Yan's arms. You must be scared. Let's go home and cook. Luo Yan hugged her slender waist and was about to enter Kuiju Garden. He saw the corpses all over the ground, so he called Jing Taiching. Brother Jing, there is a little trouble here at home. Come and deal with it. He briefly introduced what happened just now. Jing Taiching protested. Isn't it bad to always let me clean up my mess? A Wangquan blood replenishing pill. Okay, I'll be there right away. Just after hanging up the phone, Luo Yan received another call from Han Shushu. Luo Yan, thank God, you are finally back. Come to my house quickly. The Ning family sent someone to attack us. We can't resist, and there are heavy casualties. Han Shushu's voice was urgent and panicked. Before Luo Yan could reply, a vicious male voice came from the other end of the phone. That's Han Shushu. Everyone hurry up and take her down. Ah, don't come over. Han Shushu screamed, and the phone fell to the ground and shattered. Ning family, it's the Ning family again. Luo Yan put away the phone. His face turned cold again. Damn, I encountered such a bad thing as soon as I came back, and I couldn't even eat. This Ning family really deserves to die. Shiyu, you go home first. I'll go to the Han family. Brother, go. Lu Shiyu's face showed a trace of worry, like a young wife waiting for her husband to come home. Be careful. Got it. Luo Yan used Lingbo microwave, rushed forward, and disappeared in an instant. Lu Shiyu wanted to go home, but later she was still worried about her brother, so she put the basket of vegetables in the security booth and followed him. Watch from a distance, and take action if my brother is in danger. She thought secretly. Han family. Everyone in the villa was driven out to the lawn. Han Shuping, Han Zaishun, and Han Qinghuai were among them. Even the unarmed servants were not spared, and all knelt on the ground. Outside the crowd, there were warriors from the Ning family guarding, and they would beat and scold anyone they disliked. 4 or 5 great martial artists surrounded Han Shushu and attacked her, laughing loudly. They were full of foul language. Han Shushu's hair was disheveled, her face was pale, and her clothes were torn in many places, revealing her snow-white skin. Although the broken jade fist was magical, the moves were already scattered and the lethality was greatly reduced. She had not learned any light body kung fu, and she could not be like Lu Shiyu, who could escape if she couldn't win. But according to her personality, she would not escape even if she could, and she would not abandon her family. Her only hope now was that Luo Yan could arrive early and help her kill all these bad guys. 34, 134-298/316454041 HTML. An old man stood on the lawn, standing with his hands behind his back, looking arrogant. This man was the 5th of the 5 elders of the Ning family, Ning Shang. Where? Haven't you heard from the 3rd grandfather and the 4th grandfather yet? Ning Shang asked a young man next to him. This man was called Ning Yuwu, 29 years old this year. He looked good, but his expression was always a little sinister. Before Ning Yuwu could answer, Ning Shang had already shaken his head. Alas, Wuer, you should be smarter. You should know that you are the key training target of the family and will inherit the position of the head of the family in the future. If it was Wenner, I don't need to remind him, he has already contacted the third and fourth brothers. Yes, the fifth grandfather is right. Ning Yu quickly admitted his mistake, and when he lowered his head, a trace of hatred flashed across his eyes. His talent for cultivation is not bad, and he would be the focus of training in any family. But in the Ning family, he was suppressed by Ning Yuan. All the resources of the family were inclined to Ning Yuan, and he could only get some scraps. But Ning Yu did not think that he was worse than Ning Yuan. The only difference was their identities. Although they were both born with the character Yu, Ning Yuan was the biological son of Ning Tianhao, the current head of the family. The Ning Shang in front of him was Ning Tianhao's biological father. From childhood to adulthood, Ning Yu had been suppressed by Ning Yuan, and his mentality was extremely unbalanced. Facing Ning Shang's scolding, Ning Yu first felt a little angry, and then felt gloating. Ning Yuan, you died so well. Luo Yan, I really have to thank you. It's better to kill all these dead old ghosts in the Ning family and then kill Ning Tianhao. Then I will be the only one in charge of the Ning family. Haha! Ning Yu thought about happy things and smiled. What are you laughing at? Ning Shang looked at him with a squinting look and said coldly, why don't you call third grandpa and fourth grandpa? Oh, I'll call right away. The call was made, but no one answered. Even the other warriors who went to intercept Lu Shiyu together couldn't get through. Fifth grandpa, the call can't be reached. Ning Yu said. Strange? Ning Shang frowned and felt uneasy. Did something happen? Impossible. The third and fourth brothers joined forces to sweep the warriors of the entire Jianghai. Even if Luo Yan came back temporarily, he would only die. What happened? Cough, cough, cough! Ning Shang suddenly bent down and coughed violently. It was the kind of heart-wrenching cough as if he was going to cough out his lungs. A sickly flush appeared on his face. Fifth grandpa, are you okay? Greeted him hypocritically. Cough, cough, cough! Ning Shang coughed and shook his head, reached into his arms, and swallowed a bottle of healing medicine. After a while, the coughing stopped, and the blush on his face slowly subsided. Huh! He took a long breath, and his lungs felt better. A trace of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Ning Shang, Ning Tianhao, and Ning Yuan, 3 generations of grandfathers and grandchildren, are gifted and are the pride of the Ning family. Although Ning Shang is the youngest of the 5 elders of the Ning family, it only means that he is the youngest. In terms of cultivation, he is the second strongest among the 5 elders, except for the eldest brother Ning Ba. When Ning Shang was young, he was ambitious. At the age of 40, he ascended to the throne of the head of the family and led the Ning family to achieve one glory after another. Just as he was in the middle of the day, he had an accident when he was 42 years old. Because of greed and recklessness, he went crazy while practicing and almost died. Later, he was cured with great difficulty, but whenever he was emotional, he would cough violently. Ning Shang had to resign from the position of head of the family and devote himself to healing. Later, a miracle doctor said that his lung meridian was permanently damaged and it was impossible to recover. It can only be suppressed temporarily with drugs. This suppression lasted for 30 years. His son Ning Tianhao was very ambitious. As the head of the family, he continued his father's glory. But with the death of Ning Yuan and Ning Yuhao, they had no successors. The Ning family had to find people from the side branches to train again, which was really sad. Tell them to stop playing, fight quickly, and take Han Shushu away quickly. Ning Shang said. What about the others? Ning Yu pointed at the kneeling people and asked, do you still need me to teach them? They must be killed. When Ning Shang saw Ning Yu's face, he felt a headache. A hopeless person. Oh, okay. Ning Yu was about to give an order when a scream suddenly sounded in the villa and a figure flew out. He hit the ground with a bang and vomited blood. He was dead. Everyone was shocked. Looking closely, they found that the warriors who were blasted out were actually from the Ning family. Who? Ning Shang raised his eyebrows and shouted coldly. Several more screams rang out in the villa, and all the warriors who were blasted out were beaten to death with heavy methods. Finally, a burly figure walked out of the gate. Although he was old, he was vigorous, sharp-eyed, and majestic. A big square face as red as blood, just the momentum was enough to scare a large area. Even Ning Shang, who had been the head of the family, couldn't help but hold his breath and his legs trembled. And outside, several warriors knelt down involuntarily with a plop. Who are you? Ning Shang took a deep breath and secretly guarded himself. Ye Qing! Ye Qing said disdainfully. When his name came out, Ning Shang was like being struck by thunder, and his whole body froze, and he began to cough loudly again. It turned out to be Ye Qing. With this height, this appearance, and this momentum, it should be correct. How could this big Buddha be in the Han family? If we dare to come here to make trouble, aren't we courting death? Ahem, Mr. Ye, I'm sorry, it's all a misunderstanding. Sorry, we'll leave now. Ning Shang raised his head, coughed, and spoke at the same time. He was in a hurry and looked a little funny, but if you look at his face carefully, you can find that he is as serious as if he is bowing to a king. Fifth grandpa, who is this old man? He is pretending. Ning Yu pointed at Ye Qing and said, Pa! Ning Shang slapped him, almost breaking his teeth, and shouted, Beast, shut up! Ning Yu covered his face, looking confused. What's the matter? Please, forgive me, Mr. Ye, and let us go. Finally, Ning Shang lowered his head to his knees and bowed. Okay, considering your good attitude in admitting your mistakes and the fact that you made the mistake without knowing I was here, I will let you go this time. Ye Qing said in a deep voice. The death penalty can be spared, but the living crime cannot be forgiven. After returning, pass down the order that the Ning family must not leave Jiangling even a step. Donate 70% of the monthly operating income to charity organizations. 10 years later, we will decide whether to unblock it based on your performance. Thank you, Mr. Ye. Thank you, Mr. Ye. We will definitely do it after we return. Ning Shang kowtowed several times in a row before standing up. He waved his hand. Everyone leave the Han family immediately. After saying that, he walked out of the villa without looking back. Before leaving, Ning Yuwu looked back at Ye Qing and found that his palms seemed to be trembling slightly. But he still followed Ning Shang out. It was not until they walked a long way that he couldn't help asking, Fifth Grandpa, who is this Ye Qing? It was not until now that Ning Shang was truly relieved. There are 3 legendary figures in Dragon Country who hold up half of Dragon Country. Ye Qing, Tianqian Taoist, Shen Zhu. They are collectively called Optimus Prime. Ye Qing is in charge of Dragon Country's most secret and powerful military organization, the Dragon Guarding Pavilion. Everyone in it is an elite, and the minimum entry requirement is Wu Zong. Tianqian Taoist is in charge of Tianyi sect, which is the world's largest sect with far-reaching influence. And Shen Zhu, you should also know, is the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Each of these 3 people has amazing skills, calling the wind and rain, and can do anything. Ning Shang finally concluded. With the power of our Ning family, how dare we challenge Ye Qing? Being closed for 10 years is already a great gift from heaven. Ning Yuwu said, since he is so powerful, why didn't he take our lives? Also, when I left, I saw that his face was red as blood, his palms trembled slightly, and his expression was also very unnatural. I suspect that he was seriously injured and had to let us go. These words stopped Ning Shang in his tracks. Out of fear of Ye Qing, he did not observe as carefully as Ning Yuwu. Could it be that Ye Qing was really injured? Ning Yuwu continued to speak. Fifth grandfather often taught me to observe carefully, and I did it. I also thought, since Ye Qing is so powerful, why didn't he suppress us when we attacked the Han family, and had to wait until he had no choice to show up? This further confirms the guess that he was seriously injured. I suggest that we re-enter the Han family and catch them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, when Ye Qing recovers, he might send someone to destroy our Ning family. Ning Shang frowned, his chest heaving up and down, and he was always struggling. It must be said that Ning Yuwu's analysis is very reasonable. If Ye Qing is seriously injured, killing him is the best choice. Let's go. Let's re-enter the Han family. Finally, he made up his mind. Those who accomplish great things must be bold and careful. Whether the Ning family can be saved depends on this one move. /34 /3164542 Han family. Ye Qing stood there for a moment, expecting the Ning family to go far away, and suddenly his whole body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression quickly fell. Leader Han Quping was shocked and hurried to support him. Xiao Chu deserves to die for getting the leader hurt. His voice was trembling. Ahem, now is not the time to talk about this. The Ning family may come back at any time. Let's leave quickly. Luo Yan had said that noon is the time when the yang energy is at its peak, and Ye Qing must use his internal energy. Originally, when the Ning family invaded, he had already hidden in the secret room. Later, he couldn't bear to watch Han Quping and others die, so he decided to walk out of the secret room to stop them. He just killed those great martial artists, used his internal energy, and the yang energy invaded his body, and the recuperation he had received in the past few days was ruined. His life could be in danger at any time. Leader, this way. Han Quping was on the left, and Han Zhaixun was on the right. The two supported Ye Qing and prepared to walk out of the villa from the back door. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps. Ning Shang was in front, followed by Ning Yuwu, and all the Ning family members appeared again. Ye Qing, you are indeed injured. Ning Shang's face was ferocious, and murderous intent emerged. The best way to protect the Ning family was to kill everyone here so that the news would not spread. How dare you, thief! Ye Qing stood up again, with a fierce look in his eyes. Under the accumulated power, Ning Shang's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly adjusted himself and said proudly, Why not? Ning Yuwu next to him actively asked for credit. Fifth Grandpa, let me kill him. Ning Shang praised, I didn't expect you to be so brave. Fifth Grandpa underestimated you. Okay, Qing will be handed over to you. Others, hurry up and kill the others. Don't leave any alive. The Ning family members acted quickly, holding weapons and rushing forward. The servants were the slowest, and several of them died immediately, screaming miserably. Grandpa Ye, Grandpa Dad, you guys go quickly, I'll hold them off for a while. Han Shushu saw the situation was critical, jumped out from the crowd, and attacked with the jade-breaking fist. 5 or 6 Ning family warriors surrounded her, and she was immediately in a desperate situation. Shoo! Han Quping and Han Zhaixun's eyes were bloodshot, and their hearts were bleeding. Grandpa, Dad, I can't care so much, go quickly. Han Qingwai was so scared that his face turned pale. He pulled Han Quping and Han Zhaixun and urged them. Han Zhaixun shook his hand away and said angrily, My sister is fighting in front of me. Can you escape with peace of mind? Han Qingwai was not ashamed at all. The whole family will die, and one person will die. Now is not the time to be impulsive. You don't want to leave, right? Humph, then you will die with Shushu. You are all old, but the Han family cannot be extinct. I'm leaving first. Han Qinghai snorted coldly, abandoned everyone, and ran in front. Beast! Beast! Han Zaishan stomped his feet hard. They have always cared for Han Qinghai even more than they loved Han Shushu. They didn't expect to cultivate such a coward. In fact, they are all ordinary people. Facing the wolf-like warriors of the Ning family, how could they escape? Han Qinghai ran a few steps, and suddenly a long knife flew from behind him, stabbing him accurately in the back. The bloody knife entered from the back and came out from the front of the chest, piercing through his heart. Han Qinghai felt dizzy and his strength quickly disappeared. Dad, I don't want to die, I'm scared. As he said that, he fell in a pool of blood. Chinger! Han Zaishun shouted until he was hoarse. His heart was dead. No matter how unbearable Han Qinghai was, he was still his son. Han Quping was also heartbroken and on the verge of collapse. The old man sent the young away, which was the most unacceptable thing for the old man. Xiaoqiu, hold on. Ye Qing supported Han Quping, and the two fell down together. Thieves, I'll fight you! Han Zaishun's eyes were red, and he rushed forward to fight desperately. A warrior with a full beard rushed out of the Ning family, looking like a small leader. He kicked Han Zaishun to the ground, stepped on his chest, and asked sternly, "Me quickly, what is the password of the safe?" When they searched inside just now, they found a large safe. Before they could interrogate him, he was scared away by Ye Qing. I heard that the Han family has been doing well recently, and there are many panaceas for sale. Now that they finally got the chance, how could they let it go? Bah, kill me quickly. Han Zaishin glared at him. Haha, you don't want to tell me, right? You guys quickly catch the girl. I want to perform some fancy acrobatics in front of her father. The bearded man licked his lips pervertedly. Ah! Han Shushu was hit in the back, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground. Someone pressed her over. The bearded man laughed obscenely and twisted Han Shushu's chin. Her skin was as white as cream, which was a world of difference from the yellow-faced woman at home. Ning Shang ignored the whole process and indulged in the crime. He had only one target. That was Ye Qing. At this time, Yu had walked to Ye Qing's side with his sword raised. He had heard that bad people always die because they talk too much. Although he did not think that he was a bad person, good and bad were only determined by the strong. But he still remembered the above sentence. Kill if you want to. Don't waste your words. The sword light was sharp, and it seemed that it was about to chop down. At this moment, a figure ran over from a distance, almost becoming a ball of light. Before the person arrived, his hand was raised first. 2 ice soul silver needles were used to attack Ning Yu and the man who kidnapped Han Shushu. These 2 needles were strengthened with internal force, and the speed was much faster than before. Not only was it fast, but it was also silent. Only Ning Shang noticed something was wrong. When he turned his head to look over, 2 screams were heard from behind. Ning Yu and the kidnapped man were hit respectively. Ning Yu's cervical vertebra was pierced, and his whole body went limp. The kidnapped man was hit by a needle in the wrist, and Han Shushu was freed. I'll deal with you later. Luo Yan flew past Ning Shang at high speed, leaving these cold words. He first ran to Han Shushu's side, hugged her slender waist with one hand, then stretched out his other hand, used the bone-breaking hand, and pinched the bearded man's shoulders and thighs 4 times. Huh? Luo Yan felt his left hand was slippery, and turned his head slightly to see Han Shushu's naked body, and his hand touched her waist. Put on some clothes, you'll be looked at badly. After a successful strike, he didn't stop, picked up Han Zaishun from the ground, and put him and Han Shushu next to Ye Qing and Han Quping. He was afraid that I would be looked at badly. Han Shushu felt sweet in her heart, and took a piece of clothes from the side and put it on. Luo Yan was very fast, and all his movements were done in one go. In the eyes of the Ning family warriors, he was like a divine soldier sent from heaven, unstoppable. Even Ning Shang couldn't react, and watched him save Han Shushu and Ye Qing. Luo Yan glanced at Ye Qing and the other 4 people. Only Ye Qing was the most seriously injured. He took out a Bayan Bear Bile Pill from his backpack and gave it to Ye Qing. Bayan Bear Bile Pill and Tianxiang Duanshu Paste were gifts from the system in the valley a few days ago. Both of them are the sect-stabilizing elixirs of Hengshan's sect in the world of Xiaowao. The former can treat internal injuries, and its efficacy is no worse than Juhua Yulu Pill. The latter is specialized in treating external injuries and has a miraculous effect. Luo Yan also gave Han Shushu a pill to restore her strength and transferred his internal energy to help her treat her internal injuries. But in a moment, she was already much better. After taking the Bayan Bear Bile Pill, the blush on Ye Qing's face really subsided a little. He opened his eyes and sighed. I was careless. If I had known to leave a few people around, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Luo Yan must resolve the battle as soon as possible and provide him with further treatment. Wait for me. Luo Yan turned around and protected the 4 people behind him. His face was full of murderous intent. Through force 134-298/2562. Luo Yan came to the bearded man first. This guy just said he wanted to perform acrobatics, and now his dream has come true. He lay on the ground with his chin on the ground, crawling forward like a worm. No one dared to save him, not even Ning Shang. He now focused all his attention on Luo Yan. Luo Yan must die, otherwise the Ning family will have to bear Ye Qing's rage. You try your best to climb. If you crawl to the door before I kill everyone, I will let you go, Luo Yan said to the bearded man. The bearded man looked up and saw that there was only 50 meters away, so he could do it. He endured the severe pain from his limbs and tried his best to perform acrobatics. Luo Yan ignored him and threw out a handful of non-poisonous ice spirit silver needles, nailing all the Ning family warriors to death. The poisonous ones are very expensive and they are not worthy. Luo Yan looked directly at Ning Shang. Those 2 old men are dead, and they died miserably. I smashed them into a pulp. He walked forward, took out the black iron sword and made a downward chopping motion. It seems to be called the 3rd brother, the 4th brother. The last one was the 2nd brother. Which one are you? Luo Yan thought about it. Han Shushu behind him said, he is the 5th brother, named Ning Shang. They are collectively known as the 5 elders of the Ning family. He is the grandfather of the Ning Yuan brothers. When she saw Luo Yan, her heart was already on him. But thinking of her brother's death, she felt a little sad. The above words were all told to him by Ye Qing, was in charge of the dragon guarding pavilion and was familiar with the world. Naturally, the Ning family was no problem. The 5th old man of the Ning family? What a pity there is no 6th. So I accidentally killed your 2 good grandsons. No wonder you want to kill me. But I'm sorry to tell you that I will not only kill your grandsons, but also you, your son, and your entire Ning family. Thinking of how Lu Shiyu was almost killed by them, and now the Han family has become this miserable, new and old hatreds broke out together, and Luo Yan was indeed angry. At this time, he had already walked close and pointed the black iron sword forward. Come here and die. Humph, a mere early stage of martial arts, dare to shout in front of me. Ning Shang found it hard to believe that his 3rd and 4th brothers died at the hands of this person. Even if it was true, there were other people who helped. For example, his master surnamed. Now that Master Jin is not around, it is a good opportunity to kill Luo Yan. Luo Yan, be careful. Ning Shang has the great perfection of martial arts. He is best at using his internal force to suck people close and then perform close-range attacks. You must be careful. Don't be sucked over by him. Ye Qing was out of breath and could only remind Luo Yan through Han Shushu. However, Ye Qing still had great confidence in Luo Yan. It was probably less than a month, but this kid had improved from the blood-nourishing stage to the chi-nourishing stage, and his speed was like riding a rocket. No matter how powerful a master is, he would not be able to teach such a disciple. This was related to Luo Yan's own qualifications. Since he was so qualified, he would definitely be able to avoid Ning Shang's special moves. Ye Qing was very sure of this. At this time, Ning Shang had already put on a pair of boxing gloves. The material was soft, golden, and magnificent. It was obviously a good thing. Luo Yan also noticed that Ning Shang was wearing a storage ring on his hand, and this discovery made him very happy. It just so happened that Lu Shiyu was short of one. Suck? Luo Yan narrowed his eyes. It should be a skill similar to the dragon capturing skill, which sucked objects in midair. The operating principle was simple and difficult at the same time. It required strong internal strength to do it. The longer the distance, the higher the internal strength required. Luo Yan had a strange expression. If he was sucked close to him, it seemed not bad. Thinking of this, he simply put away the black iron sword, looked at Ning Shang provocatively, and said, I am invincible in close combat, so what if he sucks me? Han Shushu screamed, Luo Yan, don't underestimate the enemy. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ning Shang's right hand was shaped like a claw. With the blessing of the boxing gloves, his internal force was strengthened and radiated at a very fast speed. The space was distorted violently, and it seemed that 2 transparent big hands were flying in the air. It's really amazing. Luo Yan felt that his 2 arms were firmly clamped by 2 energies, and were pulled into the air and flew towards Ning Shang. Oh, it's really the same as the impression of the dragon catching skill. Luo Yan was in the air, listening to all directions and watching all directions. He found that Ning Shang's expression was solemn. This suction force probably used his greatest skill. Luo Yan was strong and could actually move flexibly, but he pretended to be out of control and was sucked over by Ning Shang. He also let out a pig-like scream. Ning Shang didn't doubt him, and his left hand was ready to break his neck. At this moment, Luo Yan twisted his body, and Ning Shang grabbed his shoulder. You can also hold my shoulder. Ning Shang snorted coldly and twisted his body hard, but found that his internal energy had drained away, and the remaining strength was less than 1/10, and the rest disappeared without a trace. This was a great shock, and he quickly let go, but Luo Yan had already touched his shoulder with his tendon-breaking hand. His internal energy was drained again. Ning Shang cut with his palm knife, and the cold wind blew on his face. Luo Yan responded with Tai Chi, gently supported his wrist, and the palm knife hit the side. By the way, he sucked it again. The 2 of them quickly attacked with more than 30 moves in an instant. In terms of profound skills, Luo Yan certainly couldn't compare with Ning Shang. It's just that his moves are exquisite and endless, and Ning Shang can't understand them at all. The most important thing is that he has the Beiming divine art. Every time the 2 of them touch each other, Ning Shang's internal energy will be transmitted to his body. In the end, Ning Shang didn't dare to touch him again. Only then did he realize that this guy had deliberately let him be sucked in. He had fallen into a trap. Ho ho ho! Ning Shang quickly attacked with 3 punches and turned to leave. Hey, don't go! Luo Yan held the black iron sword in one hand and chopped it on the head. Ning Shang felt the violent power coming from behind him. His breathing stagnated and he quickly jumped to the side to avoid it. Luo Yan had already calculated his position and took a step forward, came to his side first, and touched him again. A surge of internal force came over. Comfortable. Ning Shang couldn't escape or stay, and he felt extremely depressed. Being forced into this state by a kid in the early stage of Wuzong was a great shame. He is only in the early stage of Wuzong. His Dantian and meridians are relatively weak. It is impossible for him to absorb all my internal energy at once. Rather than being constrained by him like this, it is better to fight. Even if he absorbs most of my internal energy, it is better than dying here. As long as Luo Yan is dealt with, Ye Qing will be a piece of cake. Ning Shang was once one of the most outstanding patriarchs of the Ning family. He was quick-witted and ambitious. He figured out all the relationships at once. After making up his mind, he turned around suddenly, pushed his palms flat and directly printed them on Luo Yan's chest. Before Luo Yan could react, a raging wave of internal energy surged and poured into his body. Caught off guard, his meridians showed signs of bursting. Damn, old man, you actually came up with this desperate approach. Luo Yan saw through Ning Shang's intentions and had to use all his strength to run the Beiming divine art to refine his internal energy. This process was actually very dangerous. After all, Ning Shang's cultivation was much higher than his, and he was actively infusing energy at the highest efficiency. It was like a flood rushing through a small river, flooding everywhere, and the meridians could be destroyed at any time. After only 10 breaths, nearly 80% of Ning Shang's internal energy had been infused into Luo Yan. He felt suffocated in his chest, and Ning Shang quickly put away his palms, bent over and coughed violently. The lack of internal energy affected his old injury, and he coughed a few times and vomited a large mouthful of blood with a poo sound. His expression was dejected. Luo Yan was not much better. His face was ashen, and he fell to the ground without any reaction. He became a lamb to be slaughtered. Lar 34 134 298 31652563 ml. Cough, cough, cough! Ha! Boy, you finally died in my hands. Ning Shang coughed and laughed, looking like a madman. He raised his trembling hand and was about to strike Luo Yan's head. He thought for a moment and put it down again. This guy can absorb people's internal energy. Don't make physical contact with him. Ning Shang walked to the side and picked up a long sword. That's about it. At this moment, 2 female voices suddenly rang out from the front and back. Don't hurt my brother! Get out of here, old ghost! Lu Xiu ran from outside the villa, holding 2 swords. Han Shushu also stood up from the ground and raised her fist. 2 ignorant girls. Although Ning Shang only had 20% of his strength left, he was confident that his vision was still there, and he didn't take the 2 girls in the bone-forging realm seriously at all. Lu Xiu was the first to kill, her pretty face frosty. If others touched her, she might be afraid. If she touched Luo Yan, she would only have the idea of fighting to the death. The left-hand Zhanhan sword used the Quanjin sword technique, and the right-hand Zhanfeng sword used the Jade Girl sword technique. The sword nets intertwined as if it was real or illusory, and Ning Shang's mind went blank. The vision he promised was useless. Swish! The cold sword cut off his right hand at the wrist, and blood gushed out. Ah, Ning Shang screamed, but the scream suddenly stopped. Bang! It turned out that Han Shushu had arrived, and the broken jade fist hit him directly in the chest. Ning Shang spurted blood again. His chest was covered with blood, and he looked miserable. He stepped back. Old thief, die! The 2 girls shouted at the same time. Lu Xiu cut off half of his body, and Han Shushu punched his head. A master of a generation died at the hands of 2 beautiful girls. Brother, how are you? Lu Xiu squatted down to check on Luo Yan's condition. Han Shushu quickly reminded, don't touch him, it's very dangerous. Lu Xiu quickly retracted his hand. The 2 squatted side by side on the ground, staring at Luo Yan's face nervously. At first it was red, then turned blue, and slowly returned to normal. During this time, Han Shushu ran to the door and punched the bearded man in the head. After a full hour, Luo Yan opened his eyes, and a divine light flashed across his eyelids. He had broken through. In just one day, he had risen from the early stage of the Qi cultivation realm to the middle stage. This speed was unprecedented. However, Luo Yan felt that if he rose too fast, his foundation would not be stable. He had not yet fully mastered his current abilities. In the next period of time, he had to consolidate his strength. Brother Luo Yan, you're awake! The 2 girls flew over and hugged Luo Yan tightly. The enthusiastic Han Shushu kissed him on the face. Seeing this, Lu Xiu rolled her eyes at Han Shushu and also kissed Luo Yan lightly on the face. Then she shyly buried her head in Luo Yan's arms. Han Shushu said sourly, you have both practiced dual cultivation before. What's there to be embarrassed about? Luo Yan, when are you going to practice dual cultivation with me? I'm already ready. Lu Xiu made a face at Han Shushu and said, brother only practices dual cultivation with me. You are not suitable. Stinky girl, you are so proud, said angrily. Seeing the 2 of them fighting for the favor, Luo Yan was embarrassed. Ahem, I just recovered from a serious injury. You guys are going to crush me to death. Ouch. The 2 girls stood up nervously. Luo Yan took this opportunity to get away, took off the golden boxing gloves and handed them to Han Shushu. Good stuff, very suitable for you. The system judged that it was medium-level sea level, just like the wind-slashing sword. Since he didn't know the name, Luo Yan named it the Golden Silk Boxing Gloves. Golden Silk Boxing Gloves? Han Shushu put them on and found that the gloves would shrink according to the size of her hands and were very soft. She threw a punch, and there was a faint sound of sonic boom. She took a sword from the side and chopped it hard on her palm. Hiss! Is this girl too fierce? Luo Yan was sweating. What if it breaks? Crack! The long sword broke into several pieces, and the golden silk gloves didn't even have a scratch. Good boxing gloves. Luo Yan, I love you. Han Shushu was about to take the opportunity to pounce on her, but Luo Yan avoided her. Ahem, be careful of the impact. Luo Yan took off Ning Shang's ring and gave it to Lu Xiu. You don't have to carry 2 swords anymore. Lu Xiu smiled sweetly and said, thank you, brother. Coming to Ye Qing, Luo Yan said, Old Ye, let me feel your pulse. Okay. Ye Qing stretched out his hand. After being treated with Bayan Bear bile pills, his injuries were under control. But he used his internal force at noon, which aggravated his old injury. In addition, his cultivation was already high, so the situation was very tricky. After Luo Yan finished feeling the pulse, he hesitated and seemed to have something to hide. Little brother, you can say it directly. I, Ye Qing, have experienced many ups and downs. Is there anything I can't bear? Ye Qing said. Then I'll be frank. Luo Yan chose the following wording. It's like this. After you use your internal force, the cold and heat poisons in your body are entangled with each other, with your internal force as the carrier. It feels like setting a fire on the oil floating on the sea. Unless the oil is completely skimmed off, water and fire will always exist. But skimming off the oil is equivalent to removing all your internal force, turning you into an ordinary person with no internal force. His cultivation level has been reduced to the Grand Master level, and he can only maintain this level for his entire life. Luo Yan's analogy was very vivid, and Ye Qing grasped the main point at once. He immediately became worried. For a strong man who had once climbed to the top, his level could only be maintained at the Grand Master level, so he might as well be killed with one sword. Little brother, you have a way, right? Ye Qing asked in a trembling voice, regarding Luo Yan as a life-saving straw. Yes, but it will take some time. Injuries still need internal healing. Beiming Divine Art is a fusion internal skill. In theory, it can eliminate cold poison and heat poison together, and turn them into one's own internal strength. This situation is the same as Ling Hu Chong using the star-absorbing art to eliminate the true qi of foreign bodies. The difference is that the star-absorbing art will backfire, but the Beiming Divine Art will not. However, there is a prerequisite for practicing the Beiming Divine Art, which is to first eliminate all the internal strength in the body, and then start from scratch and practice again. This may take a long time, and Ye Qing may not agree. There is another situation. The Beiming Divine Art values qualification. Ye Qing's qualifications should be high, but it is estimated that they are not high enough to be qualified to practice the X-level Beiming Divine Art. After considering various factors, Luo Yan said, how about this? I will use medicine to control your internal injuries during this period. Then write an experience of treating internal injuries as soon as possible. You can use the above method to eliminate all the cold and heat toxins in your body. He thought for a while. No matter how you calculate it, it will take a year to recover. The experience he mentioned above is composed of a simplified version of the North Sea Divine Art and a collection of divine doctors. It is relatively simple to practice and can eliminate cold and heat poisons without eliminating all internal energy. Of course, the power is incomparable to the original North Sea Divine Art, and it cannot absorb people's internal energy. 1 year? That's a surprise. Thank you, little brother. Ye Qing's internal injuries have been implicated for a long time, making him unable to sleep and eat. Today he was already desperate, but suddenly saw hope, and of course he was overjoyed. How can I repay my little brother for saving my life? Said, spirit stones, alchemy materials, and magic weapons, I can give you any. Luo Yan shook his head. I may have to leave Jianghai for a while during this period. Can Mr. Ye guarantee their safety? They refer to Lu Xiu, Han Shushu, and everyone else. Of course, Jing Taicheng also needs to be taken care of. Haha, no problem. What else? As for spiritual stones, alchemy materials, magic weapons, Luo Yan smiled. A little of each is fine. Haha, you are greedy. The two were chatting when 2 figures came in from outside. The leader was in his 40s, as strong as a hill, with a big round face, eyes as big as copper bells, a thick beard, and looked mighty and majestic. The other was a woman, about the same age as the man, with a lotus leaf hairstyle and a beret. Her expression was cold and serious, and strangers were not allowed to approach. Both of them had a strong murderous aura, as if they had just crawled out of a pile of corpses in a sea of blood. 134, 34, 231, 65, 2564 to end? As soon as the man appeared, he ran over and shouted, Leader, are you okay? He had a loud voice, and although he tried to lower his voice, it still sounded like he was arguing. Those blind guys in the Ning family? Leader, give the order immediately. I'll go and raze them to the ground. The woman first looked at Ye Qing, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she found that he was fine. She narrowed her eyes and said slowly, Before you wipe out his entire family, check how many assets he has and confiscate them all. The funds in the pavilion are tight at this time, so this is just the right time to help out. His interpersonal relationships must also be checked. If there is collusion between them, there is no need to keep him. This one is even more ruthless. Not only does he want to wipe out the entire family, but he also wants to punish everyone involved. Ye Qing introduced to everyone that these two are his right-hand men, Xiao Meng and Leng Qingtong. One is a martial artist, and the other is a scholar, and they assist in the affairs of the dragon guarding pavilion. Leng Qingtong then said that the people who will protect Old Ye are on the way and will be here soon. The level of this group of people is above that of a martial artist, and in a small place like Zhanghai, it is hard to find an opponent. Old Ye, can you hand over the Ning family to me? Luo Yan suddenly spoke. Xiao Meng turned his head, stared, and shouted, "Little boy, who are you? Don't interrupt when adults are talking, understand?" He was not wrong. Even if the mayor of Zhanghai City or the governor of Jiangnan region came, they would have to kneel down to Ye Qing. Even Xiao Meng could outdo them. Compared with these people, Luo Yan is indeed nothing. Although Leng Qingtong did not speak, her phoenix eyes were also staring at Luo Yan. An ignorant boy. Xiao Meng, don't be rude. This is brother Luo Yan. Only he can cure my internal injuries. Whether I can survive depends on his mood. Ye Qing said with a smile. Xiao Meng was stunned. Ah, he has this ability? He rolled his eyes strangely and roared. Then take a look, am I sick? Luo Yan smiled. No need to look, you must be sick. Xiao Meng realized that he was making fun of him and said angrily, You are sick. Luo Yan was too lazy to pay attention to him and brought up the old matter again. Mr. Ye, leave the Ning family to me. Ye Qing asked curiously, You want to destroy the Ning family by yourself? Yes. Luo Yan nodded. Xiao Meng asked curiously, Aren't you a doctor? And a warrior. Xiao Meng only then discovered that Luo Yan was a martial arts master. He immediately laughed and said, A mere martial arts master in the middle stage dares to challenge the Ning family alone? Boy, let me tell you, in addition to the head of the Ning family, Ning Tianhao, who is a martial arts master, the eldest of the 5 elders, Ning, Ba, has already broken through to the realm of martial king. There are at least 300 or 400 martial arts masters and great martial arts masters in the family. What makes you think you can challenge them alone? Luo Yan said indifferently. Within half a month, I will destroy the Ning family. Okay. Ye Qing smiled. Since brother Luo is so ambitious, then it will be as you wish. I will not use force against the Ning family within half a month. You can do whatever you want. But you have to be careful. There are more martial arts families in Jiangling than just the Ning family. They are all of the same blood, and one move could affect the whole body, so you may have to face more than just the Ning family. And the Jiangnan branch of the Martial Arts Alliance is located in Jiangling. I heard that you have some old grudges with Qian Sanjian, and Qian Sanjian is the deacon of the Martial Arts Alliance. All these risks must be taken into account. You for the reminder, Mr. Ye. Luo Yan bowed. After returning home with Lu Shiyu, he plunged into cultivation. The Zhenwu furnace was still running, and Luo Yan only had to add materials to it. After rising to the Yangqi realm, what is needed is the Yangqi pill. Luo Yan wanted to refine the Zhengyuan Yangqi pill, and the materials were already prepared when he was looting the Baiyaomen. After leaving the valley, the Zhenwu furnace slowed down, producing 1 pill a day. Although there are not many materials, it is enough. The Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra increases strength. The Hunyuan Gong increases hardness. The Jade Girl Heart Sutra trains the mind. The Beiming Divine Art harmonizes yin and yang. The 4 major internal skills are practiced in turn to stabilize the cultivation from the inside out. The system is also very powerful. On the first day, I was given an SS-level dragon capturing skill. Dragon capturing skill category, external skill rank, introduction. Shaolin's unique skill, which uses internal force to suck objects in midair and capture enemies. The higher the realm, the longer the effective distance and the greater the suction force. In Tianlong, Master Xuanku passed it to Qiao Feng. Qiao Feng had used it on different occasions, and his skills were amazing. Note 1. The suction force is transformed from internal force. When practiced to the extreme, it can also be used as a means of attack to directly grab and kill the enemy. Note 2. This skill is a positive external skill. It is more effective when used in conjunction with positive internal skills. Note 3. The higher the level of external skills, the more internal force is consumed. This is a basic rule and will not be repeated in the future. On the 7th day, the SS Level 7 Injury Fist was sent out. Category, External Skill Grade, SS Introduction. The 7 Injury Fist is a martial art handed down from generation to generation by the Kongtong School. It cannot be practiced without the great internal force. If you practice it reluctantly, you will hurt yourself. What are the 7 injuries? The heart belongs to fire, the lungs belong to gold, the kidneys belong to water, the spleen belongs to earth, and the liver belongs to wood. The 7 Injury Fist includes the heart injury technique, the lung injury technique, the liver and intestine injury technique, the separation technique, the essence loss technique, the confusion technique, and the 7 injury general technique. A punch can contain up to 7 kinds of strength. It can be strong or soft, or hard with soft, or soft with hard, or go out horizontally, or send straight, or retract. Even if the enemy dissolves the first kind of strength, he still has to face the next 6 completely different strengths, unless he has practiced the top-level external training skills similar to the Vajra Indestructible Divine Art. He will not be able to resist. Note 1. In the early stage of the Yangshi realm, only one kind of strength can be emitted. In the middle stage of the Yangshi realm, 2 kinds can be emitted, and before the great perfection of the Unity realm, 7 kinds of strength can be emitted. Note 2. There is a limit on the number of times it can be used per day. In the early stage of the Yangshi realm, it can only be used once, and the number of times is the same as Note 1. Note 3. Once the enemy is hit, it will leave hidden injuries in its internal organs. The hidden injuries can be big or small, and can occur immediately or later, depending on the difference in strength between the host and the opponent. After sending out 2 SS external skills secret books in a row, both of which are famous, and the dragon capturing skill is a long-range skill, Luo Yan smiled. During this period, Ye Qing kept his promise and sent a batch of supplies. There are several exercises, but they are all D-level. Luo Yan didn't think about it and copied them to upgrade the system. The herbs are used to make pills. There are also 27th grade intermediate spirit stones, plus the spirit stones stored in the backpack some time ago, which finally have a place to use. He used them all to refine and consolidate his cultivation. On the 10th day, Luo Yan's foundation was unbreakable, and he was fully adapted to the strength of the middle stage of the Yangqi realm. The physical body has reached a higher level, with both strength and hardness, abundant internal strength, and greatly increased strength. In his spare time, he also gave guidance to Lu Xiu and Han Xiu's cultivation. With his help and an endless supply of pills, the 2 women's cultivation rose to the great perfection of the bone-forging realm, and their progress was amazing. On this day, Luo Yan left Zhanghai and entered Jiangling next to it. Jiangling City is the largest city in the Jiangnan region, with many martial arts families. The Ning family ranks 3rd among all the families. The second is the Du family, and the first is the Ran family. As for the Wanqianhe family, who had previously attempted to interfere in Zhanghai, they were just insignificant families in front of them. WAP/134-134-298-3166438.html. Brother Luo, I know you went to Jiangling today, so I want to tell you something. Last time you asked me to help you apply for membership of Batong Villa, and you got approved a few days ago. Jing Taicheng called. His tone was a bit sour. I don't know what happened, but they rated you as a Black Iron member. You know, I'm just an ordinary member, but you're higher than me. I asked them why, and the manager said that you've become famous recently and deserve to be a Black Iron member. What are you talking about? I'm the eldest son of the Jing family, the 3rd in Zhanghai, but I'm not as good as you, Luo Yan said indifferently. What's unbalanced about you? You can't beat me, and I helped you get the 3rd place in the Jing family. After the last battle at Zhang Mansion and the killing of 4 highly respected masters of the Ning family, our protagonist Luo Yan became completely famous in Zhanghai. Thanks to his relationship, the Jing family can still maintain the 3rd place. The status of the Han family has risen even higher, becoming the 4th and almost monopolizing all the medicinal materials business. This decision was proposed by Zhang Yuanwang and agreed by all the family heads. It is worth mentioning that with the deaths of Yan Song and Liang Chuang, these 2 families were completely excluded from the top 10 families and replaced by the other 2. The Ding Yushan family also had the same fate. Since that day, Ding Yushan disappeared and his property was redistributed. It is said that Ding Yushan now makes a living by begging, which is really lamentable. Luo Yan did not move into Batong Villa immediately. Instead, he went to find the Ning family first. The Ning family is located in the north of the city. The mansion is a large house covering a large area, which was passed down from ancestors. All the Ning family members live in it. They still use the ancient traditional way to manage the family. The Ning family is divided into direct and collateral branches. Luo Yan found an open-air beverage shop outside the Ning mansion and ordered a cup of milk tea. While looking at the north gate of the Ning mansion, he was thinking about how to deal with the Ning family. Because of the death of brothers Ning Shang and Ning Yuan, white lanterns were hung under the eaves of the Ning family. It looked a bit desolate. 2 Ning family members stood next to the stone lions at the door, with white cloth wrapped around their arms, staring at passers-by. Obviously, they were on guard against someone coming to make trouble, and the target should be Luo Yan. I am in the light and the enemy is in the dark, so it's always right to be careful. Haha, can you defend it? Luo Yan raised the corner of his mouth and sneered slightly. He walked over slowly while drinking milk tea. Stop! Who are you? The young man on the left noticed Luo Yan first. I don't know who I am. How are you guarding the door? Luo Yan looked up, revealing a handsome face. Luo Yan! The disciple had seen Luo Yan's photo before and recognized him immediately. His face changed drastically and he drew his sword. But before he could draw the sword a few centimeters, Luo Yan had already punched him. His head burst open, easier than slapping a mosquito to death. Luo Yan is coming, Luo. The other disciple was so scared that he ran into the Ning mansion crying and shouting. Luo Yan caught up with him and punched him to death. Then he carved a number 2 on the ground with his sword. He left the north gate with a sneer. The news that Luo Yan had arrived spread throughout the Ning mansion, and the people inside rushed out, but unfortunately, Luo Yan had already gone far away. In addition to the 2 corpses, there was also the number 2. Quickly report to the head of the family. The chaos lasted for 2 hours. The head of the family, Ning Tianhao, led people to search the vicinity, but found nothing. He had to send more people with 4 disciples guarding each gate. In addition, 4 teams of 10 patrols were added inside and outside the mansion. At 6 o'clock in the evening, at the east gate of the Ning mansion, Luo Yan came with Lingbo Weibu. "Here comes Luo Yan again!" The disciples screamed, and the 4 of them attacked together, but unfortunately they were all punched in the head, and it took only 2 seconds. When the people in the mansion arrived, Luo Yan floated away. The word 6 was carved on the ground. The Ning mansion was in a state of panic and fear spread in everyone's heart. There is an unwritten rule in Longguo that the hatred between warriors will generally not alarm the local government. Therefore, the Ning family can only solve it by themselves or seek help from other families. At this time, in the family meeting hall, Ning Qianhao sat in the middle, without the composure of the past. "Pah!" His face turned pale, and he twisted the handle of the chair unconsciously. Everyone below him was very frustrated. The Ning family, as big as it is, was actually helpless with a high school student. They were both scared and ashamed. "Who can give me a way to catch this kid?" Ning Qianhao roared. No one responded. After a long time, Ning Qianhao's brother Ning Qianrong clasped his fists and came out. "For now, we can only send family masters to hide in the dark and guard the 4 gates." Ning Qianhao finally calmed down a little. "How to distribute them?" "There are 11 martial masters and 1 martial king in the family, among which you Tianhao and your uncle have the highest cultivation. You 2 will guard 1 gate each, and the other 2 gates will be evenly distributed among 5 martial masters." Ning Qianhao frowned. "What if he climbs over the wall?" "Hey, a passionate young man like him fantasizes about becoming a hero all day long. He will definitely think that invading from the main gate will make him stand out and be brave. I guess he won't enter the Ning family." Ning Qianrong thought he understood human nature very well, but he still added, "The main reason is that we don't have enough manpower. The Ning family is so big that it is difficult to be watertight, so we can only concentrate our strength on the place where he is most likely to appear." "Well, then how about giving it a try first?" It was a night with no stars or moon. The 4 gates were secretly guarded by masters, and the guards and patrols inside and outside the gates were still in the same configuration. Although it looked unchanged on the outside, there was actually a hidden murder plan to trick Luo Yan in. Luo Yan was hiding in a dark alley and was about to start killing people from the east gate when he suddenly stopped. "I'm not a hot-blooded young man. Why are you so stupid to enter from the main gate? This time, go in through the wall." Having made up his mind, Luo Yan moved forward quickly and jumped into the east wall. He slipped to a courtyard and the surroundings were quiet. "It's so quiet, you don't even take me seriously." Luo Yan was a little angry. At this time, 2 young men came from the front. Luo Yan dodged to the side, and when they passed by, he directly broke their necks with his bone-breaking hands. 8. Luo Yan threw the corpse into the bushes and continued to look for targets in the Ning mansion. By the way, find out the internal structure of the Ning family and take away all the resources that can be taken away. Until the 30th person was killed, a corpse was finally found. "Oh no, Luo Yan has entered the Ning mansion." This scream was like thunder from a clear sky, blowing everyone apart. The young men rushed out of the room in a hurry, holding weapons in their hands, shouting loudly, and searching hard. And Luo Yan, after killing another 5 people, slipped out of the Ning mansion. 2 hours later, when the Ning family had just quieted down, he entered from the south wall again, killed 20 people, and escaped. The whole night, the Ning family was in turmoil, and the death toll rose to 55. And the Ning family couldn't even touch a hair of Luo Yan. In the morning, in the meeting hall, Ning Tianhao came back from the east gate. His face turned pale with anger, and he twisted another chair handle. This was the 5th chair. "Luo Yan, you beast, you shall not die well." He was furious, but it was just impotent rage. He had no solution at all. At this time, Ning Tianrong came out again. The reason why his sneak attack was successful is mainly because the personnel were too scattered. We must gather everyone together so that he will have no chance to take advantage of. Ning Qianhao thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. Pass the order. From now on, everyone will gather in several rooms near the meeting hall and keep watch on each other. In addition to the patrol team, people should also be stationed on the roof to guard it. If any abnormality is found, they should immediately sound the alarm. Someone asked, "Master, are there still people guarding the gate?" "No, close the gate and have everyone defend it." After Ning Tianhao finished speaking, he said to Ning Tianrong, "Brother, we have to prepare for both situations. Please ask other families to help us search the city for Luo Yan." At the same time, a bounty order was issued, and anyone who provided clues to his whereabouts would be rewarded with 3 million. If he was killed, the reward would be 100 million. "Okay, I'll give the order now." Ning Tianrong hurried down, WAP 134298316643999, Batong Villa front desk. Luo Yan came here in hiding, wearing Yangguo's mask. The front desk lady took a look at Luo Yan and didn't think it was strange. In fact, Batong Villa has a mysterious background, and guests of strange appearances often appear. "Please show your identity. Fingerprint authentication is also possible." The lady pushed out the fingerprint collector. Luo Yan touched it, and his information and the identity of the Black Iron member were displayed on the screen. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the lady. At the age of 18, with no background, he was actually a Black Iron member of Batong Villa? This young man is not simple. Dear member, would you like food or accommodation? I want both. Can I have the food delivered to my room? Sure. Following the young lady's recommendation, Luo Yan ordered a few dishes. The prices were all ridiculously expensive. Excuse me, sir, is there anything else you need? The young lady's tone was a bit strange, which reminded Luo Yan of something. No, Luo Yan said and was about to go in. Wait. The young lady stopped him. The villa is very large and we have special staff to lead the way. This is a unique service for Black Iron members and I suggest you try it. As soon as the voice fell, a Kongsam woman walked out from the backstage. Even if Luo Yan's heart was as hard as a rock, his expression could not help but move. Needless to say, her appearance and figure are top-notch. The Cheongsam with a high slit is sexy enough to make people fantasize. But it is not vulgar, and not disgusting. She is around 30 years old, which is the age when she loves little brothers and understands big brothers. It seems that the lady at the front desk is very good at choosing people. The Cheongsam woman bowed to Luo Yan, and the slit of her dress revealed her spring, light. Luo Yan did not look away. His heart was firm. The woman did not care and smiled. My name is Xiao Yao, Yao in Peach Blossom, not Yao in Fairy. Xiao Yao led the way from the front, swaying her waist. Please follow me, sir. The two were about to leave when a group of people came from the front, making a lot of noise. Xiao Yao, it's really you, Xiao Yao. The first person was a middle-aged man. After a moment of shock, he was ecstatic. He ran up quickly and said, Xiao Yao, didn't you say you were transferred to another place? Why are you still here? Could it be you are lying to me? The middle-aged man suddenly realized something and asked sternly. Although Xiao Yao knew that the man had a high status in Jiangling, as a member of Batong Villa, she was not afraid of him. She said politely but at a distance, Master Chen, our fate has ended. There is no need to be too persistent. The middle-aged man clenched his fists and looked ferocious. Fate ended? How much money have I spent on you? I abandoned my wife and children for you, and you are saying this to me now? Xiao Yao was still shocked when she saw his hysterical look. She stepped back, her high heels tilted, and fell to the ground. Be careful. Luo Yan put his arms around her slender waist. His hands were particularly calm, and he helped her up. Thank you. Xiao Yao was still in shock and looked at him gratefully. This look angered the middle-aged man. So you have a new mistress. Boy, who are you and what is your identity? How dare you snatch a woman from me, Chen Guofu? Although his face was covered by a mask, it could be seen from Luo Yan's figure that he was a young man. The middle-aged man became more and more angry as he spoke, and reached out to grab Luo Yan, a great martial artist. Pa! Luo Yan slapped the middle-aged man and sent him flying. Half of his teeth fell out, and his mouth was full of blood. He said coldly, I don't like others to hit me. Good boy, you hit me so hard. Do you still take our family alliance seriously? An old man walked out of the crowd. His hands formed into claws, and he grabbed Luo Yan's throat. He was an early-stage Wuzong. Bang! Luo Yan made another palm and hit the old man in the face. The old man howled, his body flew sideways, and fell beside the middle-aged man in a miserable state. Luo Yan still said, I've said it. I don't like others to do things to me. You are looking for death. Kneel down. Lick. The rest of the people shouted and cursed, as if they were going to attack together. The scene was very chaotic. Luo Yan faced it proudly, unafraid. Stop it all! At this moment, a shout suddenly sounded not far away, completely drowning out the voices of everyone and causing pain in people's eardrums. A figure appeared in the corridor, with steady steps, a frosty face, and an imposing aura. This is the manager of Batong Villa. Yu Ping's reached the great perfection of martial arts. His realm may not be the highest in Jiangling, but because of the reputation of Batong Villa, it is the one that others are most reluctant to provoke. The troublemakers suddenly stopped and stopped. Who dares to cause trouble in Batong Villa? Yu Ping asked again, looking at everyone, and finally his eyes stopped on Luo Yan and asked, Sir, are you okay? Nothing happened. Luo Yan shook his head slightly. I just can't understand why someone dared to cause trouble in Batong Villa. I'm a little disappointed. I'm a bit of a big mouth and like to spread rumors everywhere. It's possible that I accidentally said my impressions of Batong Villa. Yu Ping's face changed. He had worked hard over the years and finally got to this position, gaining both fame and fortune. If the reputation of Batong Villa is affected by this incident, he might be dismissed. Xiao Guo, put all these people on the blacklist and never receive them again. Yu Ping pointed at the people who were making trouble, including the middle-aged and old man on the ground. If this is the case, will the guests be satisfied? Yu Ping asked Luo Yan. Well, you did a good job. I am very satisfied. Luo Yan nodded seriously. Yu Ping was a little amused by such comments from a teenager. Why put us on the blacklist? It was obviously him who hit people. A fiery young man with dyed yellow hair walked out of the crowd. If you want to put us on the blacklist, put him on the blacklist too. Yu Ping said. Although customers are the top priority at Batong Villa, the other party is at least a customer. I don't need to explain anything to the idle people. Please get out. The yellow-haired man didn't dare to offend Yu Ping, but he dared to shout at Luo Yan. Boy, are you brave enough to come out and fight me? I will beat you to death. After saying that, he walked out cursing. There was no way Yu Ping's eyes could kill. Under pressure, he really didn't dare to make trouble here. As soon as the yellow-haired man left, the troublemakers walked out of the Batong Villa one after another, standing at the door and cursing Luo Yan with foul language. This group of people is mainly composed of the 4th to 10th families in Jiangling City, and some other small families are supplemented by alliance members. Yu Ping kindly reminded, they are collectively called the Family Alliance. Although the cultivation of the people outside is not high, there is no shortage of masters in the alliance. With me here, they dare not take action, but if they go out, I can't control it. So I advise you to swallow your anger and keep things quiet. In order to compete with the 3 great martial arts families of Ran, Du, and Ning, or to survive better, other families joined forces to form this organization called the Family Alliance. The 3 major families knew about it, but the relationship between the 3 families is also complicated. So they chose to acquiesce in the existence of the Family Alliance, which can at least play a regulatory role. Over the years, the members of the alliance have been doing well. Originally, Wan Chanhe was also a small member of this family. It's just that he felt it was difficult to make a name for himself, and basically all the resources were in the hands of the 4th to 10th families, so he chose to enter Zhanghai. Thanks for the reminder. Luo Yan clasped his fists and walked out. Hey you, Yu Ping was dumbfounded. Is this man a deaf person, or a lunatic? He turned and walked to the front desk and asked the young lady, who is he? His name is Luo Yan? Luo Yan? Yu Ping was surprised. No wonder he was so tough and didn't even take the Family Alliance seriously. It turned out to be the killer Luo Yan. I heard that the whole city is looking for him, but I didn't expect him to stay in our Batong Villa. Hey, he really knows how to find a place. Wop, 134 you 90 Flarsha said arrogantly. You said you wanted to fight me? Come out. Luo Yan hooked his finger at the yellow-haired man. Come out if you want. The yellow-haired man slid out with his legs spread wide, facing Luo Yan with his nose and said arrogantly, do you dare to hit me? My dad is... Bang! Luo Yan broke his nose with a punch. I hit you. What about your dad? Ah! The yellow-haired man screamed and stepped back, covering his nose. If you hit me, you're dead. My dad, my dad. Your dad will die even if he comes. Luo Yan thought he was too noisy and twisted his neck directly. Judging from the way the Family Alliance does things, they must not bully others in normal times. So Luo Yan has no psychological burden to kill him. Brother! 2 people of the same age walked out, wearing black vests with dragons and phoenixes painted on their shoulders, which was very scary. Looking at the yellow-haired corpse, they looked sad and shouted at the same time, brothers, we don't ask to be born on the same day of the same month of the same year, but we ask. Bang! A blood mist rose and the heads of the 2 were separated from their bodies. Then I will fulfill your wish. Luo Yan shook the blood off his hands and said nonchalantly, from this point of view, I am also a good person. Young man, you have killed too many people. You even killed the son of the leader. Next, you will bear the rage of the Family Alliance. An old man walked out in the realm of a great martial artist. With white hair and a ruddy face, he looked like an elder. At this time, he blew his beard and glared, scolding Luo Yan. Bullshit alliance. It's nothing in my eyes. Luo Yan walked up to him and kicked him so hard that his waist was bent. You are just pretending. You are not a good person either. Get out of here. You. The old man's face changed drastically. He didn't dare to say more and shrank behind the crowd. Several young warriors came out to shout, all below the level of great martial artists. Luo Yan killed people as soon as he attacked, without any hesitation. People gasped and stepped back without any arrogance at the beginning. Who else? Luo Yan yelled at the crowd, and when he saw that the other party was silent, he nodded with satisfaction. If not, I'm going to go in and sleep. No one dared to speak. Luo Yan re-entered Batong Villa. Seeing his majestic appearance, Xiao Yao's eyes were full of stars. What a man! In Jiangling, the Family Alliance is second only to the 3 major martial arts families. Even Xiao Yao has to flatter them at ordinary times. Unless she senses danger, she will find an excuse to leave. The head of the Chen family who harassed her just now was too immersed in the play. He abandoned his wife and children for her and insisted on marrying her. She had no choice but to distance herself from him. After all, there is no true love in the pleasure quarters. Xiao Yao has seen this situation many times. Some sisters rushed to love, but were defeated by reality and were covered with bruises. Rich people love new things and dislike old things. They throw them away after playing for 2 days. By then, they are old and ugly, and no one will take them back if they want to. With the protection of the big tree of Batong Villa, Xiao Yao can at least make money for her youth for another 10 years. Then retreat behind the scenes and transform into a management talent. Isn't this more fragrant than marrying into a big family? I think so, but as long as she is a woman, she will worship heroes and money. Luo Yan actually killed the son of the leader without even blinking an eye. How majestic and powerful. What a hero. Xiao Yao's whole body was almost on Luo Yan, and she felt that he was very heroic. Such a heroic man must be very rich, right? Oh, I suddenly have a headache. Looking at the figures of the 2 people going away, Yu Ping rubbed his temples. He felt that something big must happen next. Luo Yan and Xiao Yao came to a quiet little garden, which was a 1-story suite. Everything is available. Xiao Yao helped Luo Yan open the door, and then in the posture of a green snake, She hooked her jade arm around Luo Yan's neck, with a blurred look in her eyes. "Dear guest, are you thirsty? I am best at kung fu tea. Would you like to try it?" "No, thank you." Luo Yan smiled politely. "I just came to rest." After saying this, he was about to enter the manor. Xiaoyao felt a little disappointed when she saw his firm attitude, knowing that she could not seduce Luo Yan. She had to settle for the second best and pulled his arm and said, "I have a small request. Can I see your true face?" Some heroes look rough. Xiaoyao likes handsome ones. Or maybe she gave up her fantasy after seeing Luo Yan. Luo Yan shook his head slightly and had to take off his mask in the same way Baigu did. "Ah!" Xiaoyao covered her mouth with a look of shock. There was a kind of intoxication and an incredible look in her beautiful eyes. Luo Yan's face was deeply imprinted in her mind, making her obsessed. So much so that when she retired behind the scenes for 10 years and then became successful in the circle, she often thought of this face. And this person, Xiaoyao was very lucky that she had talked to him and even talked with her arm around his neck. At that time, Luo Yan was already a famous figure in the world. Luo Yan entered the small garden, took a bath, had a nice meal, and then went to bed. Because of Luo Yan's almost cruel revenge on the Ning family, the whole of Jiangling fell into a weird atmosphere. As competitors, the Ran family and the Du family sent people to greet them hypocritically, but in fact they wanted to watch the show. The family alliance, under pressure from the Ning family for many years, and the existence of Ning, Tianhao and Ningba, was reluctantly dragged into this quagmire. The family alliance sent 300 warriors to participate in the protection of the Ning mansion. They were on the periphery, and the Ning family was inside the mansion, forming two tight lines of defense. At this time, in the Ning family meeting hall, next to Ning Tianhao sat a middle-aged man, who was the leader of the family alliance, Zheng Shujian, the head of the fourth family in Jiangling. Zheng Shujian was in the late stage of martial arts, and his cultivation was the top existence in the family alliance. There were also 40 or 50 family warriors in the Zheng family, which was a large scale. It was a pity that his son was not motivated. Not to mention that he had no talent for cultivation. He also swore an oath of blood with a few useless young men, dyed his hair yellow, and hung out in Jiangling all day. Every time Zheng Shujian saw his son, his chest ached. If he was motivated and inherited his father's business, why would he be this shitty leader with a bunch of encumbrances? He would have swallowed them up long ago. "Master Zheng, I am very grateful for your help this time. After this storm, I will help you enter Zhanghai, at least replace the top 3 and 4 Jing family and Han family." Ning Tianhao was crazy. "Master Ning, you are too polite. I am not interested in a small city like Zhanghai. If I can squeeze out the Du family..." "Hey!" Zheng Shujian laughed. "You become the second and I rank third. How about this?" Ning Tianhao raised his eyebrows and then smiled and said, "That's great, very good." But he didn't agree with it in his heart. "It's really presumptuous for you, the Zheng family, to covet the Du family." The two were chatting when Zheng Shujian's cell phone suddenly rang. "Master, it's bad. The young master was killed." "What?" Zheng Shujian stood up suddenly. His face changed drastically. After understanding the situation, he said fiercely, "Who did it?" "We don't know, but that person lives in Batong Villa." "Batong Villa?" Zheng Shujian's breath stagnated, but he soon roared again. "I don't care whether it's Batong Villa or Jutong Villa. If you kill my son, I will turn the whole villa upside down and find the beast." 34-298-3168-5068 HTML. "Masters happened?" Ning Tianhao asked hurriedly. "My son was killed." Zheng Shujian's eyes were red. "The bastard who killed him ran into Batong Villa and hid. I absolutely cannot let him go." Ning Tianhao thought, "Your useless son is causing trouble everywhere. If he doesn't die, who will? It's a pity for my Wenner." When he thought of Ning Yuan, Ning Tianhao's heart was torn and his eyes were red. As a result, his hatred for Luo Yan increased. He quickly calmed down and advised Zheng Shujian, "Master Zheng, don't be impulsive. Batong Villa is not simple. If you rush in rashly, I'm afraid something will happen. How about this? Help me deal with Luo Yan first, and then I will send someone to negotiate with Batong Villa. After all, I am also their bronze member. It's impossible to wait. What if that beast leaves? The hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. If I can't avenge it, how can I, Zheng Shujian, stand in the world?" Zheng Shujian bowed to Ning Tianhao. "Master Ning, I'm sorry. I'll take the people outside first, and I'll come back to help you as long as I deal with that beast." Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Ning Tianhao had to agree. At the same time, he ordered to shrink the defense again to prevent Luo Yan's attack. Zheng Shujian led 300 warriors and ran to Batong Villa aggressively, demanding an explanation. Soon, the entrance of Batong Villa was blocked by people. In addition to the 300 warriors, other subordinates came from all directions, at least 1,000 people. "Hand over the people, or we will rush in. Everything is based on reason. Even Batong Villa cannot cover up the murderer." "Why say so much? Batong Villa is nothing. Charge." The crowd was surging. Thousands of people shouted in unison. The sound was deafening. They kept demanding that Batong Villa release the people, otherwise they would raze the villa to the ground. It looked imposing, but the family alliance was composed of multiple families, among which there were many timid or selfish family heads. Although they also participated in the siege, they all shrank back and bluffed. They would not be so stupid as to rush to the front. It was not their own son who was killed. Zheng Shujian knew what they were thinking, but he did not care. It was enough for people to come, at least it could boost momentum. He waved his hand to temporarily stop the crowd and said to Yu Ping, who was standing 10 meters away, "Manager Yu, you witnessed the murder with your own eyes. My son did die at the hands of the masked man. Please hand him over." Ping's face looked very bad. In order to ensure the normal operation of the villa, he only brought a few followers with him. Although they were all at the level of Wuzong, they were obviously not enough to deal with the thousands of people on the opposite side. Facing Zheng Shujian's eyes, Yu Ping first stated his position. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The guest is indeed resting in our Batong villa now, but I can't hand him over." He took a deep breath. The villa has a clear rule that as long as you enter, no matter whether you are a vicious criminal or a wanted political criminal, we have no right to drive him away unless he leaves on his own initiative. He narrowed his eyes. "You can choose to attack the villa, but think about the consequences. I tell you, those who participate will definitely receive our severe counterattack later, and blood will be splattered on the spot, and the family will be destroyed, not to mention it. That's all I have to say. You can think about it yourself." Yu Ping stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky and a sneer on his lips. The rest of the things are not under his control. Zheng Shujian's face turned red and white, but hatred finally overcame reason. He waved his hand and shouted, "Go in and search!" The crowd was in an uproar. All the warriors of the Zheng family and the warriors sent by the families that were friendly with the Zheng family, a total of about 70 people, and 300 ordinary thugs, pressed towards Batong Villa together. Yu Ping's face was as cold as ice. It was a pity that it was difficult for him to fight against them alone. If he was injured, he would not be able to deal with the next situation. In this case, he could only tolerate it temporarily and wait for the headquarters to send more people. Seeing that Zheng Shujian and others were about to enter Batong Villa, a figure suddenly jumped out of the gate and punched. The first two great martial artists were blown up in the head by his punch. This person did not stop after killing people. His footsteps were like wheels, and his figure quickly became a ball of light and shadow. He shuttled through the crowd, punching and kicking, picking up whatever he wanted. After a while, at least 25 people fell to the ground, either dead or seriously injured, wailing everywhere. The rest of the people were in an uproar, gasping for air. They didn't want to become the dead souls of this man's men, so they stopped involuntarily and then retreated in a mess. Some of them stepped on themselves and injured some of them. Finally, the man jumped high and returned to the door, as if nothing had happened. He laughed and said, "Manager Yu, I helped you fight off this bunch of rabble, so how come I am qualified to upgrade to a silver member?" Luo Yan, wearing a mask, stood proudly at the door, with a momentum of one man blocking the pass and 10,000 men unable to open it. This way of appearance is quite arrogant. I don't know why. Yu Ping knew that this mess was caused by Luo Yan, but he didn't have any temper with him. He was even greatly relieved because of his appearance. Yu Ping smiled bitterly and said, "The upgrade to silver member is another matter. At least you have to help me solve this trouble. There are many benefits to upgrading to a member of Batong Villa. The suites are more luxurious, with cars to pick you up and drop you off, delicious meals, discounts, and improved services in all aspects." Luo Yan fell in love with this place after staying for one night, and he would never go anywhere else in the future. Luo Yan gestured. "It's easy to deal with them. Master Zheng, he is the one who killed young Master Zheng. Young Master Zheng died tragically. He punched his head and blew it up." An old man walked out of the crowd and pointed at Luo Yan. It was the old man who was kicked by Luo Yan before. Luo Yan glanced at him sideways. "You are so old, but you still don't know the truth that disaster comes from your mouth? You deserve to die." After he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand into a claw shape and used the dragon capture technique. Suddenly, a violent cyclone rolled up in the field, like the roar of a dragon and a tiger, and the cyclone rushed straight towards the old man. What is that? The internal force is invisible, and the old man can't see anything mysterious, but he only knows that it is very dangerous. He was terrified and hurriedly retreated. Just as he turned around, he suddenly felt his neck being grabbed by a force. He screamed and flew backwards. Luo Yan stood there waiting, punched him, and the old man's head exploded. The body fell to the ground, still twitching. Under the mask, he glanced at everyone present, and Luo Yan's last look was fixed on Zheng Shujian's face. "I killed your son, but he took the initiative to ask me to fight him, alone. Manager Yu can testify. And those who died yesterday, they all killed me. So it's justified for me to kill them, right? You have used this method to oppress so many ordinary people. You know it in your heart. Now it can only be regarded as retribution in this life. I don't want to cause trouble, but if someone comes to provoke me, then I will definitely not be polite." The old man's blood was still flowing, and the hand that Luo Yan showed just now shocked everyone present. Not to mention those other alliance members who had ulterior motives. Even the children of the Zheng family didn't want to die at his hands. "Go, go!" Zheng Shujian's face twitched, and he kept pulling people up. But the people he pulled screamed in fear, their bodies stiffened, and they quickly ran back. In the end, there was no one around Zheng Shujian. "Waste, coward!" Zheng Shujian kept cursing, like a madman. And he himself, even if he was very reluctant, did not dare to take a step forward. They did not move, but Luo Yan did. Tap, 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 he walked out of the door step by step, and the crowd automatically made way for him. When Luo Yan passed by them, he dared not breathe, lowering his head like a child who had done something wrong. Humph! Luo Yan sneered and floated away. /34 32wolfrac152.html. Luo Yan took off his mask and walked around Jiangling. Jiangling City is the largest city in the Jiangnan region. The Jinling River runs through the middle of the city, and the high-rise buildings on both sides are famous attractions. The Jinling River also flows through rivers and seas. Luo Yan committed suicide by jumping into the riverside, thus crossing. Compared with the rapids of the Jianghai section, the Jiangling section has a slower flow, clear water, and many cruise ships. He walked along the Jinling River for about an hour, buying some snacks on the way. It was a rare leisurely time. While strolling, he suddenly saw a mountain covered with trees in front of him. That was Mingqi Mountain. Such a beautiful scenery is occupied by the Martial Arts Alliance. It's really boring. Luo Yan was about to turn back, and at this moment, two young men appeared in front of him. They were agile and should be disciples of the Martial Arts Alliance. One of the young men shouted sternly, "Hey, who are you? How dare you trespass into my alliance territory?" Luo Yan turned his head to look to the side. There were no passers-by around, and about 5 meters behind him, there was a boundary marker with the words, "Closed off, no entry." It turned out that he had walked in unknowingly. Well, I don't want to provoke the Martial Arts Alliance for the time being, so I will retreat first. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard another man say in a contemptuous tone, "I really don't understand these people. They walk without eyes. Do ordinary people like you have access to our Martial Arts Alliance? Get lost." Another person also laughed and agreed, "That's right." Luo Yan frowned and suddenly turned back to stare at them. "Who did you say didn't have eyes? Do you have the guts to say it again?" His eyes were shining, and he was murderous, almost scaring the two men. Any martial artist could see that his realm was not low. "You?" The first martial artist's lips turned pale, and he couldn't understand why he suddenly became angry. "What do you want to do? Dare to act wild in the Martial Arts Alliance? I'm telling you, my name is Ho Yijian, and it only takes one sword to kill people. Your steward Qian Sanjian is nothing in front of me." He only knew Qian Sanjian in the Martial Arts Alliance, so he was ready to use his name to scare the two men. Luo Yan walked to the boundary marker, put his fingers together to form a sword, and sent out a powerful diamond finger. Swish! His finger went straight into the granite boundary marker, and he used more force to scratch, and the word suddenly turned into. The two disciples were stunned. At the Wuzong stage, it is not impossible to split mountains and rocks with internal force, but it is usually done with fists, and it takes at least the late Wuzong stage to do it. Who would be like Luo Yan, who used his fingers to hit it directly? You have to know that this is made of granite? This kind of physical hardness must be at the Unity Realm, right? Since he is a master of the Unity Realm, it is normal that he is stronger than Deacon Qian. The important area is closed, and no one is allowed to enter. This is much more pleasant to the ear. Luo Yan smiled. Seeing Luo Yan show this magical skill, the two disciples looked at each other. The first one drew out his long sword with a clang sound, pointed at Luo Yan and said, "Who are you? What is your intention in destroying our boundary marker?" The second one reached into his arms and blew the whistle. The beep sound echoed throughout the riverside and reached the mountain. Luo Yan saw shadows flashing, and countless warriors ran down the mountain. There were warriors in front and behind, and they were gradually surrounding him. Fuck, I wanted to scare them, but they were so fierce that they were not afraid at all. Luo Yan shouted that he had made a mistake and quickly put on Yang Guo's mask. The two men in front of him had seen his true face, so he couldn't let them live. He killed them directly and snatched their swords. It would be a waste. Bold lunatic, dare to kill even my disciples of the Martial Arts Alliance? Everyone, hurry up. Don't let him run away. A dozen disciples rushed in from the front and back. They came the fastest and should be on duty nearby. Luo Yan naturally didn't think that he had the ability to fight the entire Martial Arts Alliance alone at the moment, so he retreated quickly. He would kill the disciples he met on the way if he could, and ignore those in the distance. Escape was the most important thing. Relying on the magic of Lingbo Weibu, he quickly escaped a few hundred meters, and the silhouettes of the disciples gradually blurred. This experience finally made him realize that the reason why the Martial Arts Alliance became one of the 3 major martial arts organizations in Dragon Country was not in vain. Their reaction was very fast, and the disciples were organized and courageous, which was not comparable to those from martial arts families or big families. Just as he was about to escape from danger, he suddenly heard a hurried swoosh-swoosh sound from the side, and something flew from a distance, heading straight for Luo Yan. The speed was amazing. What is that? Luo Yan dodged to the side, and saw a palm-length flying knife flying past his waist. It was just an ordinary flying knife, but the main thing was that the person using it was unusual. There was not just one flying knife, but one after another. Luo Yan used the Lingbo microstep to avoid it, and hurriedly looked up, and saw a figure standing on the mountainside in the distance. Blocked by the dense woods, the figure was blurred, and it was even unclear whether it was a man or a woman. The distance between the two was at least 400 meters, but under the infusion of internal force, the speed of the flying knife was still very fast, just like it was thrown from the opposite side, blocking Luo Yan's way. This is a master! At least he must be above the Unity realm, right? Luo Yan was shocked. He's there, let's chase him. The pursuers behind were approaching again. Fortunately, the master on the mountain had no intention of coming down the mountain. It seemed that he valued his status and disdained to come down. Humph, you are quite impressive. Luo Yan was slightly angry, and he used his internal force in his hands and suddenly grabbed out. A faint dragon roar sounded, and the internal force from the dragon capture technique caught a flying knife and threw it away. The rest of the flying knives were also used in the same way. Luo Yan used the dragon capture technique while rushing forward. It didn't take long before he opened up the distance again. The figure on the mountain knew that it was hopeless to stop him, so he stopped. Luo Yan was very angry in the martial arts alliance, so he wanted to vent his anger on the Ning family. He took off his mask and jumped over the wall. He walked in with a swagger. Luo Yan is coming, Luo Yan? A patrol team of young men shouted loudly. Luo Yan used his Lingbo Weibo to jump into the crowd, punching and kicking, and killed them in a blink of an eye. But because of their warning, the whole Ning family was boiling. The young men rushed out of the meeting hall with weapons in hand. Even Ning Tianhao and Ning Ba headed towards the scene. The Ning mansion was very large, and Luo Yan fought a guerrilla war with them. He killed the young men he met, and quickly came to the Sutra Library. There were heavy guards here, 3 mid-stage martial arts masters. Luo Yan stretched out his hand and used the Dragon Elephant Prajna Gong to activate the Dragon Capture Gong. Both of these are positive exercises, and the power is doubled. A martial arts master was sucked off the ground by him, and the powerful Vajra finger blew his head. It took less than a second. The second and third were frightened and joined forces. Luo Yan used Tai Chi to lead the two to attack each other. Taking advantage of the confusion of the two, he continued to use the powerful Vajra finger to kill the two. Bang! Luo Yan kicked the door of the Sutra Library open and took all the martial arts secrets. As soon as he walked out of the Sutra Library, a figure flew over and shouted, "Little thief, I finally caught you, didn't I?" Ning Tianhao arrived. Bang! The two of them exchanged palms, and Luo Yan's body shook slightly and took a step back. His face remained unchanged. Ning Tianhao stood still, but his face changed slightly. He was extremely shocked. Luo Yan was only in the middle stage of Wuzong, so how could he take his full-strength attack? Moreover, in the palm exchange just now, a part of his internal force was lost, as if it was transferred into Luo Yan's body. What kind of magic did he use? 134-298/31685556.html. Your death is coming. Ning Tianhao uttered a few words from between his teeth. He had been harassed for 2 days, and countless people were killed and injured. This account should be understood. Hurry up, don't let him escape. At this time, the children of the Ning family had heard the noise and rushed over. 40 or 50 people surrounded the Sutra Library, and there was no way out. The number of people was still increasing. As a result, Ning Tianhao became more confident. Tianhao, I'll help you. Ning Tianrong, his brother and military advisor, walked out of the crowd, followed by 5 martial masters. They were all in the middle stage of the martial master realm. Are you Luo Yan? It was you who used a treacherous scheme to kill my 4 old brothers, as well as 3 good children such as Yuwen. An old man with loose white hair appeared behind Luo Yan, opening his chest to reveal his strong muscles. Like a lion, he was full of imposing aura, and his hair was standing on end with anger. This was the eldest of the 5 elders of the Ning family, Ning Ba. He had just entered the state of unity. With the appearance of Ning Ba, Luo Yan's retreat in front and behind was completely blocked. In front were 7 martial masters, including Ning Tianhao, who was a martial master of the great perfection. Behind him was Ning Ba, who was at the highest level he had ever encountered. The battle was about to break out, and the atmosphere on the scene was not only solemn, but also solemn and angry. After 2 days of harassment, the Ning family suffered heavy casualties. The culprit of all this was the rat shit in front of him. Luo Yan and the Ning family have reached a state of no return. Ha ha! Seeing the hatred in the eyes of the people around him, Luo Yan felt particularly refreshed. It was more exciting to kill like this. He moved. His left hand formed a claw and sucked forward. There seemed to be a dragon roar in the air. Ning Tianrong was caught off guard and was sucked up by the dragon-catching skill. Ning Tianrong's realm is the middle stage of the martial arts master. The key is that he looks very similar to Ning Tianhao. At first glance, they are brothers. It is very useful to control him in the hand. At the same time as Luo Yan made a move, the 6 people on the opposite side also moved. The 4 martial arts masters slashed out the air palm and greeted Luo Yan's vital points. Ning Tianhao cried out, "Big brother!" His hand also grabbed in the air, and like his father Ning Shang, he sent out a volley of suction. And the other person sent out the Ning family's ancestral palm, and the internal force pressed towards Luo Yan layer by layer. This man is called Ning Tianhong, the son of the 2nd elder Ning Shu, who inherited his father's talent. He can send out 3 consecutive chi-shaking palms, which is extraordinary. Luo Yan used a treacherous trick to kill Ning Shu, and Ning Tianhong has always been resentful. Today, he must pay back the blood debt with blood. All the Ning family members present at the scene have more or less grudges against Luo Yan. Their fathers, sons, uncles, and brothers all died at the hands of Luo Yan. Facing the overwhelming palm power in front of him, Luo Yan smiled playfully. First, he increased the suction power of his left hand, sucked Ning Qianrong into his hand, and held his neck tightly. The Beiming divine art was activated, and he sucked his internal force fiercely. Then he summoned the black iron sword and slashed it forward. Boom! The power of the black iron sword suddenly appeared, and the palm power in front of him suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Even Ning Tianhong's chi-shaking palm power was no problem. Let go! Let go! Ning Tianrong was at the level of a mid-level martial master after all. He kicked back with both feet trying to get rid of Luo Yan's restraint. At the same time, he was extremely frightened, and his internal energy was continuously transferred to Luo Yan. Don't move! Luo Yan put away the black iron sword, and used his right hand to break the tendons and bones, pinching Ning Qianrong's limbs several times. Ning Qianrong screamed, his hands and feet drooped, and he became a puppet at the mercy of others. Luo Yan controlled one person with one move and resolved the joint attack of 5 martial masters. Such power made the Ning family gasp. The scene was silent. Let go of my big brother! Ning Qianhao and the 5 martial masters rushed up together and surrounded Luo Yan in the middle. Ning Ba was still outside to hold the line. Okay, give it to you! Luo Yan threw Ning Tianrong out, and Ning Tianhao reached out to catch him. Big brother? After a closer look, he found that Ning Tianrong was breathing out and bleeding from his nose and mouth, and he was not far from death. Luo Yan! Ning Tianhao gnashed his teeth, his eyes almost bulging out. Luo Yan didn't care, and attacked again with the dragon capture technique, this time targeting one of the closest Wuzong. Don't! Save me! Wuzong's scream passed through the air. Luo Yan said coldly, You sneak attacked me, sneak attack my sister, sneak attack the Han family, all of you Ning family members deserve to die. Bang! This time Luo Yan didn't intend to absorb Wuzong's internal force, and directly blasted out a powerful Vajra finger, blasting his head. Do you really think that there is no one in my Ning family? All of you get out of the way! Ningba couldn't stay any longer, shouted and strode forward. A strong internal force surged out of his body, wrapping his body in it, like an angry Vajra. This Ning family's last boss is a master of the Unity Realm. Get out of the way! Ning Tianhao shouted. His voice was a little trembling, and he didn't know whether he was excited or afraid. Everyone followed him to jump out of the encirclement and make way for Ningba. Boom boom. As Ningba's momentum grew stronger, his muscles bulged and became as hard as steel. He ran like a tank, the earth trembled, and smoke and dust billowed underground. Even the Ning family members felt an unprecedented pressure and stepped back involuntarily. This reminded Luo Yan of a sentence. When I get ruthless, I will even kill my own people. Whoosh! Luo Yan first sent out a silver needle of ice spirit. Ningba went straight up, neither blocking nor avoiding, and let the silver needle hit his chest. With a ding, the silver needle could not penetrate at all and bounced out. Ningba showed an itchy expression. Oh? It's interesting. Luo Yan also became serious. According to Ye Qing, Ningba should be practicing martial arts similar to the tyrant body art. The hardness and strength of his body far exceeded that of ordinary warriors of the same realm, and ordinary means could not harm him. Especially for Luo Yan, who is at a low realm. At this time, Ningba had rushed to the nearby area. He was not only powerful but also extremely fast. He used the move of double ghosts knocking the door to hit Luo Yan's temples on both sides. A violent gale rolled up in the air, affecting his breathing. If he hits him, his head will definitely explode. Who? The pressure from the master of the Unity Realm is like a huge wave, and Luo Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air with difficulty. He avoided the 2 ghosts hitting the door with a light step, and then heard a pop above his head and a force spread out, and the energy fragment scratched his face painfully. Fuck, it's really fierce. Luo Yan cursed, and narrowly passed through Ningba's ribs. Then he attacked his right abdomen with a powerful Vajra finger. Bang! It hit, but Ningba's body surged with a strong internal force, and Luo Yan was like hitting a steel plate. Not only did he not hurt the opponent, but his fingers were numb and painful. So hard! Luo Yan was surprised, and at this time, a fist wind came from above, and Ningba's iron fist had arrived. Passing through his ribs, Luo Yan narrowly avoided the iron fist. Then he went behind Ningba and attacked with a jade-breaking fist. There was a crackling sound. He surrounded Ningba and blasted more than 30 palm strikes in an instant. He used all the palm and fist techniques he could use. He even used dirty tricks such as monkey stealing peaches, poking eyes, and throat stabbing. At the beginning, Ningba fought back a few punches, but later he found that Luo Yan was getting softer and softer, and he felt contempt in his heart. He simply stood there and let him beat him. Haha, Luo Yan, you are so fierce. Let's see how our grandfather beats you to death. Use force, didn't you eat? I feel sorry for you. The whole Ning family was jubilant and had a sure win. 134 113 4021 let's go 71 on each. Swoosh! Luo Yan jumped to the front of Ningba and pushed out a palm strike. He looked panicked. It was as if this palm strike was the last one he could make in his life, and the next thing was to accept the judgment of the strong. Even so, his palm was still powerless. Ningba straightened his chest, ready to receive his last palm strike calmly. He clenched his fists, and after receiving the palm strike, he punched Luo Yan to death. As his palms pushed forward, Luo Yan's expression suddenly became serious. His whole aura changed, no longer panicking, but full of killing intent. This subtle change in expression made Ningba's heart sink, and he had a bad premonition. Could it be he did it on purpose? Unfortunately, he realized it too late. Luo Yan's palm accelerated halfway, and his internal force filled his entire palm. Bang! He used all his tricks and schemes to show his weakness to the enemy, and the SS level 7 wounds fist finally succeeded in hitting Ningba's chest. He used the heart damage technique, which specifically hit the heart and left hidden injuries on it. A sinister force broke through Ningba's super strong defense, passed through his chest muscles, and went straight to his heart. Ningba was distracted for a moment. Looking down, Luo Yan had already moved his palm away, ready to escape. Ningba had a feeling that he had indeed been tricked. The feeling from the heart was not strong. First of all, it didn't hurt. It seemed that it only missed a beat and soon returned to normal. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Secondly, his body functions were not affected at all, but he just felt very uncomfortable. It was as if a death knell kept ringing in his ears. Dang, dang, dang. His life entered a countdown. No matter what, the first thing is to kill him first. Ningba cheered up and punched Luo Yan with his right fist. This punch was formed by his whole body strength and internal force. It was so powerful that even if Luo Yan used Tai Chi, he couldn't remove it all. Ningba's clay pot-sized fist hit Luo Yan's shoulder. With a snap, his flesh and blood were immediately blurred, his tendons and bones were affected, and one arm was completely powerless. Hiss! Luo Yan grimaced in pain. A master of the Unity Realm is indeed not an ordinary person. Injured! Injured! Haha, Luo Yan, you're dead this time. Grandpa seized the opportunity to pursue. After Luo Yan was injured, the Ning family's excitement was immediately ignited. They cheered and applauded. Ningba succeeded in his first punch, and without stopping, he threw the second punch. He trembled as he stepped on the ground. The wind from his fist was fierce and unstoppable. Luo Yan flew backwards with the force of the punch. Taking advantage of the chaos, he grabbed Ning Tianhao, who was watching the show, with one hand and blocked him between himself and Ningba. Ning Tianhao used his mid-air suction to suck him, but unfortunately he couldn't suck Luo Yan, and his body still flew out. Be careful! Ningba had to retract his fist to avoid hurting the head of the family. During this gap, Luo Yan took a deep breath and turned to run away. He's injured, everyone hurry up! The speaker was Ning Shu's son, Ning Tianhong. Look at the poison needle, Luo Yan said coldly, picked up a non-poisonous ice spirit silver needle and flew into his eyes. Ah! Ning Tianhong covered his eyes and screamed. They had all seen the poison of the ice soul silver needle. Ning Yuhao was stabbed in the eye by the ice soul silver needle. Not only did he go blind, but the poison also spread to his entire body. Ning Tianhong trembled all over, and suddenly gritted his teeth and reached out to dig out the eyeball. I admire you. You are so cruel. Luo Yan's body was retreating quickly, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Although this needle is not poisonous, your fearless spirit still deeply moved me. Haha. Ning Tianhong's hands were all covered in blood. He stared at the eyeball on the ground with one eye. After a long while, he suddenly let out a shocking roar. Luo Yan, you dog thief. You will not die well. You will not die well. At this time, Luo Yan's figure had disappeared over the wall, and a word came. Tomorrow, I will give you a chance to take revenge. After Luo Yan left, the lower-level disciples cleaned up the mess. The senior leaders gathered together to sum up their experience. This battle killed Ning Tianrong and blinded Ning Tianhong. The scriptures in the sutra library were swept away by Luo Yan. The loss was heavy. But Luo Yan was also seriously injured by Ningba. According to Ningba, his punch was very powerful. Luo Yan was not only injured, but also had his tendons and bones dislocated. What he said about attack tomorrow was impossible. He would never be able to use his arms in his lifetime, and he would be like a disabled person. Great! This news was so exciting that the whole Ning mansion was jubilant. With Ningba in charge, it was indeed as stable as Mount Tai. The next thing was to continue to search for Luo Yan and recover the scriptures. Tonight, the Ning family held a banquet and had a big meal. At night, they returned to their respective rooms. Finally, they could sleep peacefully without dozens of people huddled together and smelling all kinds of things. Ningba said goodbye to everyone and returned to his own courtyard. He closed the door and sat cross-legged on the bed. He began to check his physical condition. His internal energy was flowing smoothly, his internal organs were intact, and his strength and hardness had not changed. Maybe I'm worrying too much. Ningba breathed a sigh of relief and was about to lie down. At this moment, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He was so scared that his back was covered with cold sweat, and he sat up again. Is there really something wrong? When a person has been practicing the tyrant body art for a long time and has not been injured for too long, he will become more nervous when he is injured. Ningba is in this situation now. He hurriedly stood up from the bed and went to the side to get the heart protection pill. After taking it, he kept comforting himself. It's okay, just a mid-stage martial arts master. Even if he is injured, it's a minor injury. Why scare yourself? Haha. Ningba sneered and comforted himself and went to bed with his clothes on. At this moment, his heart suddenly felt a sharp pain, as if someone had grabbed him hard with his palm, and the pain made him unrecognizable. How could this happen? Luo Yan? What method did he use? Ningba unscrewed a bottle of heart protection pills and poured it directly into his mouth. He continued to look inward, but still couldn't find any reason. Ningba felt like he was in an ice cellar, and his uneasiness became stronger and stronger. Looking at the dark room, the death knell rang again in his ears. As a master, he had a premonition. This time, I'm afraid it's more dangerous than good. Luo Yan endured the severe pain in his shoulder and returned to Batong Villa. At this time, Zhang Shujian and others had already retreated, and Bat Villa resumed normal operations. Ningba was right. His injuries were indeed very serious, so serious that he might have to rest for a whole night. Lying on the bed, he took out the Tianxiang Duanshu ointment given by the system from his backpack and applied it to the wound. The wound stopped bleeding immediately, and there was a magical energy wrapped around it, reshaping his injured bones and muscles. The pain quickly subsided and turned into numbness and itching. The medicine given by the system is so effective. The Zhenwu furnace can also produce healing medicine, but it is far inferior to this. Luo Yan no longer paid attention to the wound. He sorted out his backpack first. Today, he searched for a lot of martial arts secrets from the Ning family. However, there were no martial arts classics on the Dongqi palm and Ning Shang's Lingkong suction. It was probably because they were heirlooms of the Ning family and could only be narrated orally. For the rest, Luo Yan picked up a few D-level books and put them away. The rest were all D-level and E-level garbage, and all were thrown to the system for upgrading. After this period of hard work, the system experience has become 25,000. After upgrading the system, he began to refine pills and refine the internal force absorbed today. Lash 134-34298/316907.html. The next day, the shoulder injury has completely healed. Luo Yan took a bath and felt refreshed. The system sent out an X-level Poison King collection. Poison King Collection X1. Category Poisonology. Grade X Introduction. A collection of all the poison kings. Ding Chunqi Wang Nangu Ouyang Feng, He Tesho, Lan Feng Huang, Master Wu Chen, Cheng Lingsu and others compiled a unique work. It not only knows all the poisons in the world, but also can cure various strange poisons, and can collect poisons and apply poisons. Note 1. Like the Divine Doctor collection, some poisons need to be applied or cured after the realm is raised or the materials are collected. Young man, work hard. Note 2. You can practice various poison skills. After learning the Poison King's collection, all the poisons in the world, as well as the information on poison, preparation, use, and detoxification were all in his mind. After a little understanding, Luo Yan had a clear idea. Poison is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will burn yourself. There is no need to collect it specifically. In case you are poisoned, you still need to collect the detoxification method. The poison skills mentioned by the system are more interesting. If there are secrets, you can pay attention to them. Some bad guys must be dealt with in a more cruel way. After a good breakfast, he walked out of Batong Villa. On the way, he found 3 sneaky men following him. He pretended not to know, and after walking a distance, he suddenly turned around and blocked them. "Who are you?" The masked face looked scary. "We're just passing by and don't know anything. People who say this often know something." Luo Yan punched him. "You tell me." Luo Yan pointed at the second man and said, "You promise to let me go before you tell me." The man kept inhaling and was almost scared to death. "I can only let one person go. Who can tell me?" Luo Yan's eyes kept wandering over the 2 people's faces. I'll tell you. The third person rushed to say, "The head of the Zhang family sent us here to find out who you are." Because he got there first, the second person glared at him fiercely and said hastily, "I'll tell you too. I heard that the head of the Zhang family has invited the people of the Du family to kill you." "Oh? The Du family?" Luo Yan narrowed his eyes and killed the 2 people with one punch. "Don't alert the enemy first." He used corpse powder to dissolve the bodies of the 3 people and then went to Ning Mansion. He wrapped a thick layer of gauze around his left shoulder and let it hang down, pretending to be seriously injured. "Single-eyed man, come out here. I promise to give you a chance to take revenge. You can't break your promise." He swaggered into the Ning Mansion's ancestral hall. The place was large and spotlessly clean. In the middle was a row of tablets, all of which were the ancestors of the Ning family. The furnishings were antique and sandalwood was burning. Usually, the place was solemn and peaceful. But when Luo Yan came, it became solemn and noisy. The news of Luo Yan's appearance had already spread throughout the Ning Mansion. The ancestral hall was filled with swords and shadows. The children were bluffing, but in fact, they were panicking and dared not take a step forward. Ning Qianhao led the remaining 5 martial clans, including the one-eyed Ning Qianhong, and stood under the tablets of their ancestors, with very ugly faces. The Ning family has existed in Zhongling for hundreds of years and has stood firm, but now they are bullied by a teenager. This has never happened before. It is unimaginable. "Grandpa is here." Ningba walked into the hall amid the joyful shouts of the 3rd generation of children. Before coming, he temporarily took 2 bottles of heart-protecting pills to suppress the injury of his heart. But after a night of tossing and turning, he looked very haggard and had lost his momentum yesterday. But when he saw the gauze wrapped around Luo Yan's shoulder, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Entering the ancestral hall, Ningba's face was solemn. He put a few sticks of incense in the incense burner and knelt respectfully. Then he stood with his hands behind his back, and was in a daze. Everyone looked at his back in confusion. There was no rush to burn incense. The first thing to do was to deal with Luo Yan. No one could understand his mood, except Luo Yan. This battle not only concerned the fate of the Ning family, but Ning Ba would also die after the battle. He was expressing his determination to die. It was really lamentable and pathetic to force a person in the Unity realm to be like this. I have to say you are very capable. Finally turned around, staring at Luo Yan with a pair of eyes, and slowly said, if we don't pursue this matter anymore, and you and I will not interfere with each other from now on, are you willing? As soon as these words came out, the ancestral hall exploded. What? The strongest person in the Ning family is actually asking for peace with a mid-stage martial arts master? He clearly had the upper hand yesterday. In addition, so many people in the Ning family died, so this blood feud will not be avenged? Uncle! One-eyed Ning Tianhong stood up in a hurry. Because of his excitement, blood oozed from the gauze, and he looked ferocious. Don't let Luo Yan go. He's injured. It's time to kill him. Yes, yes, great-grandfather. Don't let him go. The others also echoed. Shut up! Ningba opened his mouth to suppress all the voices and stared at Luo Yan again. Are you willing? Only Ning Tianhao realized that things had changed. He glanced at Ningba and asked in a low voice, Uncle, are you? Tianhao, I will make a decision for you next time, okay? Ning Tianhao was the head of the family. It was reasonable for Ningba to ask for his consent. Although Ning Tianhao was extremely reluctant, he saw Ningba's resolute look and finally gritted his teeth and turned to Luo Yan and said, You only have one chance. You are lucky. He did not completely listen to Ningba. Yesterday, someone from Zhanghai reported that a very powerful person had recently entered the Han family. This person had great connections, and destroying the Ning family was as easy as stepping on an ant. Although this person's identity was mysterious, and no one had ever seen him, the news came from the Zhang family, so it was highly credible. With the relationship between Luo Yan and the Han family, if Luo Yan died here, this big man would definitely take action. The Ning family would still be destroyed. Combining all the factors, Ning Tianhao was ready to give Luo Yan a chance. As for the grudge between the two, there would be plenty of time to settle it later. The Ning family has a deep foundation, and it is not just a family of its own. It's just that the helpers are far away and can't come. The children of the Ning family had fire in their eyes, and they couldn't understand why the great-grandfather and the head of the family made this decision. But the family rules for many years made them support it. Seeing that everyone's eyes were focused on him, Luo Yan said lightly, Have you ever seen a tiger let go of its prey? Tiger, prey? The whole audience was stunned. This madman, wouldn't he think of himself as a tiger? Very good. Ningba seemed to have expected this decision and stopped talking. His momentum was rising rapidly. The majestic and powerful old man with long hair yesterday was back again. Everyone, come together! Ning Tianhao also spoke. Ningba did not refuse. This battle was related to the life and death of the Ning family. It was not necessary to talk about morality. The most important thing was that Ningba felt his heart ache again. He could not resist for long. Looking at the enemies who were gradually surrounding him, Luo Yan laughed and said with full momentum, Old thief clown, come and fight! There was madness in his tone. 1932 or 3428/31 smiled crookedly at the rolling crowd. With one hand, he grabbed a disciple with the dragon-catching skill and threw him to Ningba. Ningba reached out to catch it. At this time, Luo Yan had already plunged into the ordinary disciples. With one hand, he grabbed the black iron sword and did a windmill spin. Bang, 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 blood and flesh flew everywhere, and at least 6 disciples had their heads smashed by the black iron sword. It must be said that although the black iron sword does not pay attention to sword moves, and its flexibility is a bit poor, it is enough to defeat any martial arts mastered by Luo Yan in this kind of melee. It can be said to be a powerful weapon. Luo Yan used the Lingbo microstep to the maximum, jumping here and there, and immediately moved his position after killing people. He was as cunning as a fox. He did not kill randomly, but only targeted those with high cultivation. In just a few rounds, almost all the great martial artists were killed. Ningba and others chased him through the crowd, but unfortunately they were often blocked by the disciples, so they naturally could not catch up with Luo Yan. Seeing the young generation die or get injured, their hearts also bleed. They can't let him kill them like this. Otherwise, even if Luo Yan is killed, the Ning family will become devastated. Although now he has been devastated. Everyone listen, except Wu Zong. All leave the ancestral hall. Those who don't have time to go out, lean against the wall nearby, and don't run around. Ning Tianhao was so angry that his teeth itched, and he shouted the order. When the disciples heard it, who would be so stupid to stick to the wall and wait to be killed? It must be safer to run out. The crowd burst into great panic and rushed to the door in a noisy manner. But the door was so small that it was blocked in an instant. The disciples caught in the middle couldn't get out or retreat, and the panic intensified further. Good opportunity! Luo Huli smelled the meat, jumped high, raised the black iron sword, and used a move to split Huashan. In fact, it was just a big black iron that was smashed directly. Bang! It was like a heavy bomb was dropped in the crowd, and Luo Yan was the center. There was an empty space. Haha, this is great. Luo Yan was extremely arrogant. What a treacherous little thief. Ning Ba and others were so angry that they were about to explode. However, as the number of disciples decreased, Luo Yan was finally surrounded by them. At this time, even if you want to beg for mercy, I will not spare. Ning Ba stepped on the blood and flesh of the disciples with a ferocious face. Just now, he took out a bottle of heart-protecting pills from his arms and poured all of them into his mouth. It seems that my cultivation is still not high enough. If I rise to the great perfection of the Yangqi realm, no matter how tough Ning Ba is, one move of the 7-injury fist will be enough to kill him. Luo Yan thought. But it's not bad now. Looking at his appearance, even if I don't make a move, he will die in an hour. Of course, since Luo Yan is here, he doesn't plan to wait until his heart pulse bursts and dies. Instead, he will take his life before that. His left hand is lame, we will focus on his left side. Ning Tianhong's one eye flashed, and he reminded everyone in a very smart tone, and attacked Luo Yan's left side with a move of the shaking palm. Ning Tianhao and other martial masters also meant the same thing, and attacked together. Only the right side was left to Ning Ba. Ning Ba temporarily suppressed the pain in his heart and joined the others in the attack. Luo Yan avoided the chi-shaking palm and stretched out his left hand like lightning. The bandage flew off, revealing an intact shoulder. He had already prepared a poisoned ice-poisoned silver needle and threw it at Ning Tianhong's other eye. Ouch! Ning Tianhong howled miserably, and black blood flowed from the fingers covering his eyes. Poisonous! Everyone was horrified, their momentum stagnated, and their steps slowed down. Wasn't his left arm disabled? How could he still move? Luo Yan smiled contemptuously. A bunch of idiots! Who told you that you can get injured with bandages? He moved his left hand. Ning Tianhong's eyes were disabled, and his mind was agitated. He stumbled and accidentally bumped into the Ning family's shrine. With a crackling sound, the shrine tablets fell to the ground one by one. Ning Ba felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Could it be that my Ning family is really doomed today? Impossible. I won't let this happen. I will stop it even if I die. Luo Yan! His eyes were bloodshot and he flew forward. The ancestral godhood was, to a certain extent, the spiritual belief of the Ning family. Now that the belief had collapsed, they had completely lost their minds. The remaining 6 people howled and screamed like mad tigers. They rushed forward at the same time. Being besieged by so many masters, Luo Yan was under great pressure. Especially Ning Ba and Ning Tianhao, their attacks were the most sharp. The key was that they completely ignored defense and only attacked blindly. In this case, even with Lingbo Weibu in hand, he might not be able to avoid all their attacks. There were several times when he was almost injured by them. However, Luo Yan also seized the opportunity and killed one of them. The scene became 6 against 1. It's time. Luo Yan took out 12 peachwood swords from his backpack and threw them around. What are those? Seeing these 12 strange-looking swords, although Ning Tianhao didn't know what they meant, his first reaction was not to let them float away. He jumped out with a whoosh and sucked one of them in the air. Unexpectedly, the peachwood sword was wrapped in a mysterious spiritual power and soon disappeared in front of him. This? How is it possible? Ning Tianhao's head throbbed. What strange trick is this time? As the 6 dings and 6 jias formation was completed, the 6 people fell into the formation. Inside the formation, it seemed that countless voices were scolding them. Countless divine powers pressed down on them, and their minds were shaken for a moment. Their own strength dropped sharply. Among them, the 4 martial artists in the middle and late stages of the martial arts sect reacted the most. If they had not endured the discomfort, they would have escaped from the formation long ago. Everyone be careful. This is an extremely powerful formation. Ning Ba was knowledgeable after all and reminded, "You all move closer to me. Let's form a tight formation and he won't be able to start." Ning Ba kept staring at Luo Yan in the center of the formation. He didn't move. No, he hasn't moved yet. When Ning Ba said this, he had already moved. The 4 scattered martial masters approached Ning Ba at a very fast speed, but no matter how fast they were not as fast as Luo Yan, who was assisted by the formation. He took a step with his light footsteps and came to the side of a martial master at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. He put his right hand on his shoulder and activated the Beiming magic skill, which sent the other party's internal force to him continuously. Let go! The man was afraid of Luo Yan's demon magic and fought back in shock. But it was useless. Even outside, he was not Luo Yan's opponent, and now he was even more vulnerable. After Luo Yan broke his hands and feet, he obediently did not move. Luo Yan took this man and rushed to another person, crippled him with the same method, and then took them back to the center of the formation with one hand each and absorbed their internal force. The whole process was done in one go, and Ning Ba and Ning Tianhao had no time to stop it. However, because Luo Yan left temporarily, they were able to form a tight formation. Back to back, they attacked Luo Yan in the middle. Luo Yan absorbed about 3/4 of the 2 people's internal energy at the fastest speed. His dantian was full. He knew that if he absorbed more, he would have problems like the last time he absorbed Ning Shang. So he threw the 2 people away like throwing away garbage, holding 2 ice soul silver needles in his hands, and jumped to the side of the weaker 2 and threw them at them. Turn! Ning Ba shouted, and the 4 people turned around. The ice soul, silver needles hit Ning Ba and bounced out. Divide! Ning Ba shouted again, and the four people flew at the same time, surrounding Luo Yan in the middle. It was a matter of life and death. Whether it was Luo Yan or the four people of the Ning family, they had to do their best. Luo Yan took out the black iron sword and slashed it in front of him. There were only 2 puffs, and the weaker 2 people were blown up by his head. But because of this, he was hit by Ning Tianhao's palm on the shoulder, and half of his body was paralyzed. Ning Ba screamed and forced out all his strength. His muscles swelled to a certain extent, as if he was possessed by a diamond, and punched Luo Yan angrily. Luo Yan gritted his teeth, first used Tai Chi to dissipate part of the force, and used his body to resist the rest. Bang! The fist hit Luo Yan's chest, and he was shocked and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Die! Luo Yan endured the severe pain in his body, jumped up and hit Ning Ba's chest with a 7-injury fist. It was still the heart damage technique. Ah! The feminine internal energy penetrated his heart, and his heart veins were completely shattered. Ning Ba screamed, his body flew backwards, and his whole body's momentum disappeared without a trace. In the air, a blood arrow spurted out, and he lamented in his heart, "My life is over." He fell heavily to the ground, staring at the shrine next to him, and died with his eyes wide open. WAP/343498/316999056.tml. With the death of the strongest person in the Ning family, only Luo Yan and Ning Tianhao were left in the formation. Luo Yan suffered internal injuries, but he was not seriously injured. Ning Tianhao was already scared to death, and his steps kept retreating. Ning Yuhao attacked me at the heroes' meeting. On the eve of the Zhang family dinner, he sent people to attack me and Shushu. At the Zhang family dinner, Ning Shu and Ning Yuhao wanted to kill me. While I was not home, they sent people to besiege Shiyu and the Han family. This series of actions is the despicable style of your Ning family, a martial arts family. Luo Yan used his powerful Vajra finger to cripple Ning Tianhao's legs. Ning Tianhao could only climb with his hands, begging for mercy. "Let go, let me go." "It's better not to have such a Ning family." Luo Yan crippled his arms again. At this time, Ning Tianhao also gave up, and said sternly, "How is the difference between you killing everyone like this and the Ning family you mentioned? Kill if you want to, don't make excuses for your killing. You are not a good person either. Well, since you follow the law of the jungle, then I will let you taste the taste of the jungle." After Luo Yan finished speaking, he directly blew his head. At this point, all the masters of the Ning family were killed by Luo Yan. Even if there were some low-level disciples left, they were not to be feared. They would be swallowed up by other families sooner or later. The matter was not over yet. Luo Yan put away the Lu Ding Lujia formation, took a few healing pills first, collected some resources on the scene, and strode out of the Ning family ancestral hall. At this time, the surviving disciples had disappeared, and he came to the Ning family's warehouse. "This is mine." "Bullshit. It was obviously me who touched it first. If you move again, I will do it." "Move if you want. I am afraid of you, a mid-level martial artist." There was a noise in front. At the door of the warehouse, several disciples were red-faced and tearing, with various resources in their arms and trouser pockets. It was so full that some of them fell to the ground. Luo Yan looked into the warehouse, which was in chaos. At least 15 disciples were robbing inside. There were quarrels from time to time. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. These people are usually marginal disciples who are not welcomed, and their realm is pitifully low. They were not qualified to enter the ancestral hall to participate in the battle. Seeing that the masters were dying or injured, they had no hope of winning. So they took advantage of the chaos to rob the family wealth. "You are wrong. These things are all mine." Luo Yan jumped out angrily and killed them one by one. "Dare to take my things?" Entering the warehouse, he saw that some shelves had been emptied, and he was furious. "Kill everyone inside. Start to put resources into the backpack. Cash, jewelry, gold bars, spirit stones, elixirs, weapons. Damn, it's too late, and these useless disciples got a bargain." Luo Yan cursed and pretended, taking everything he could. The most surprising thing was to take a storage ring from a great martial arts master's child, which could be given to Han Shushu. There were also many things in the storage ring, including 15 7th-grade high-level spirit stones. This was the highest-level spirit stone Luo Yan had obtained so far, higher than the one given by Ye Qing. Starting from the Unity realm, the pill recipe is upgraded, and the Zhenwu furnace needs spirit stones. It can be predicted that the demand for spiritual stones will increase in the future. "You bastard! You are quite good at robbing." Luo Yan kicked the man's body and turned to leave the warehouse. This search yielded 50 million in cash and about 20 million in jewelry, gold bars, and other items. There were countless cultivation materials. Luo Yan filtered them, kept the useful ones, and threw the useless ones directly to the system upgrade, and his experience increased to 35,000. This is much better than collecting them by yourself. No wonder the protagonists of those novels are always exterminated. It is a shortcut to collect resources. Luo Yan sighed. Since this method is so useful, he decided to go all the way. He went back to Batong Villa to rest for a while, refined the internal force he absorbed, and then healed his injuries. At 10 o'clock in the evening, he sneaked out of Batong Villa. The first target was the Zheng family. The Zheng family only had Zheng Shujian, who was in the late stage of Wuzong, and the others were not to be feared. Luo Yan did not want to kill people, but only wanted to plunder resources. He put on the mask, sneaked into the Zheng family, and began to look for the treasure. Unfortunately, after searching for an hour, he didn't see a single treasure. He lost his patience and held a young man hostage, shouting, "Where are all the treasures of the Zheng family? Tell me!" The mask in front of him was deeply engraved in his mind. The young man was so scared that he almost fainted. "If you dare to faint, I will kill you with one palm." The young man shuddered and said, "The master of the family is cautious. I heard that his treasures are all in his room." No wonder he couldn't find it. Luo Yan asked, "Where is Zheng Shujian's room?" "Southeast, the largest courtyard." The young man told him everything he knew. "Very good, you cooperated very well." Luo Yan broke the young man's neck. If he cooperated, he would die more easily. Heading southeast, he soon found Zheng Shujian's courtyard. Luo Yan jumped into the courtyard and hid under the house to eavesdrop. "Shujian, when will you avenge your son?" a woman's voice said sadly. Zheng Shujian said impatiently, "Didn't I tell you that I have been planning this? Don't ask me anymore. I'm really annoyed. But I heard that you have withdrawn the people from Batong Villa, and most of the family alliance members are unwilling to intervene in this matter. Tell me the truth, have you given up? Woo woo woo. Don't you believe me? I told you a long time ago not to believe so many rumors. It's not good for you." The woman cried for a while, and suddenly raised her voice. "Of course you don't want me to listen to rumors. It's better not to know that you have a vixen outside." "You, what are you talking about? What vixen?" Zheng Shujian also raised his voice, but he knew he was guilty as soon as he heard it. "You still don't admit it." The woman screamed, followed by the sound of opening the drawer, and a stack of things fell down. "Look, you just went to Batong Villa today and turned around to find the vixen." With all the evidence, Zheng Shujian fell silent. Finally, he said softly, "Wife, listen to me. It's not that our son is gone, so our Zhang family must continue the family line, so we found a woman to give me another child." "You're talking nonsense." The woman roared hysterically. "We knew each other before, and I've checked it out clearly. You obviously dislike me because I'm old and ugly, and I'm no longer as charming as I used to be. I don't care. If you don't leave this vixen, I'll send someone to kill her. I'll kill as many as you have in the future. Don't think your Zheng family is great, my Chen family. Enough. I hate you using your mother's family to pressure me the most." Zheng Shujian was also angry. "Do you know why you are looking for a woman outside? Because I'm really fed up with you. You are lazy, selfish, bad-tempered, and self-righteous. You are the ugliest and most vicious woman in the world. You also gave birth to a useless son. Sometimes I want to vomit when I see you and your son." Zheng Shujian let out a fierce breath of anger. The haze of these years was swept away. The woman screamed wildly, "Zheng Shujian, if you dare to step out of this door, I will ask my father to send someone to cut you into pieces. Anyway, I have decided to run away with a maid tonight, so you can be cut into pieces. I won't serve you anymore." Zheng Shujian pushed the door open and saw the ghost face standing at the door. "It's you!" He was so scared that he couldn't breathe and hurried back to the room. WAP 134-3429-2/31699057. Luo Yan glanced at the room. On a heart-shaped bed, there lay a fat woman weighing at least 400 kilograms. She had short and thick hands and feet, a high belly and a face like a basin, which was comparable to that of the young lady of the Jiang family. However, the young lady Jiang was younger and her skin was tighter, but the one in front of him could be described as a pile of fat. "Damn, where is the peerless beauty you promised? It's really disgusting." Luo Yan shuddered and dared not look at it again. He suddenly felt very sympathetic towards Zheng Shujian. Zheng Shujian at least looked handsome, and he had slept with this woman for so many years. He must be very patient. "Who are you? Wearing a mask? You are the murderer of my son. Zheng Shujian, the murderer is right in front of you. Kill him!" The woman yelled. She wanted to struggle to get up, but unfortunately her body was too heavy. She fell down again just after sitting up. The simple action made her gasp for breath. "I can't beat him." Zheng Shujian looked at Luo Yan and swallowed his saliva. "Waste! Coward, not a man, Ninja Turtle! Don't fight if you can't beat him? Zheng Shujian, you have been a coward since you were a child. If it weren't for my Chen family's support." The woman screamed like a pig and every word hit Zheng Shujian's sore spot. This was not enough. She picked up the sundries on the bedside and threw them at Zheng Shujian. As a man and the head of the family for a long time, Zheng Shujian couldn't stand being scolded by his wife in front of outsiders. He also has to save face. The muscles on Zheng Shujian's face kept twitching, his chest rose and fell, and his patience was about to reach the limit. If Luo Yan hadn't been here, he would have exploded long ago. Some debris was thrown at Luo Yan, and he dodged sideways. "Hey, old Zheng, can you make her shut up? She's really noisy," Luo Yan said. "Okay." Zheng Shujian hated him for saying this, and jumped up and covered the woman's mouth as fast as a rabbit. The woman's limbs flared like a turtle. "Don't make noise! Don't make noise! Don't make noise!" Zheng Shujian covered her mouth more and more tightly. His eyes flashed with strange light, and it was hard to tell whether he was excited or angry. The resentment accumulated over the years burst out at this moment. Rather than saying that Luo Yan gave him an excuse, it would be better to say that he had wanted to do this for a long time. "Hey, I didn't ask you to kill her. You wanted to kill her yourself." Luo Yan muttered, not wanting to be a scapegoat. After he said that, Zheng Shujian stopped immediately. Ah, Jiao, I didn't mean it. The woman was freed and gasped frantically. Okay, Zheng Shujian, you want to kill me. I can feel it. You really want to kill me. I will definitely tell my dad you. Shut up. Zheng Shujian's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he slapped the woman in the face. The huge head turned over, the cervical vertebrae were broken, and the woman died. I admire you. I admire you. You can even kill your wife. Luo Yan said words of admiration, but he didn't mean to admire you at all. Take out the valuables in your house. I don't want to do anything to you, Luo Yan said coldly. Understood. Zheng Shujian was straightforward, kicking the woman on the bed away, just like kicking away a piece of garbage, and then pushed the bed away. I don't know where the mechanism was pressed, but I heard a clicking sound, and a secret compartment appeared under the bed, and a large wooden box was placed in the secret compartment. This is what my Zheng family owns. You can take it. Zheng Shujian did things without any hesitation. He didn't dare to drag his feet. Killing his wife and handing over his life's wealth to others, this Zheng Shujian is quite powerful. Luo Yan asked curiously, why, don't you feel bad? As long as the Green Mountains are there, there is no fear of running out of firewood. As long as you don't kill me, I can still make it back. What if I kill you? You can choose to kill me, but I don't think it's necessary. Zheng Shujian glanced at the treasure chest and said confidently, because I can help you collect a lot of resources. Oh, how do you collect them? Tell me. You are indeed very strong, even comparable to the king of martial arts. I can be your insider and help you get people from the major families out and kill them without anyone noticing. Or I can hold their important figures hostage and ask them to pay a ransom. After we eliminate the family alliance, we will slowly erode the Du family and the Ran family. By then, you will make a lot of money. Luo Yan narrowed his eyes. This guy even wants to attack the partners of the family alliance? It is undeniable that Zheng Shujian's suggestion can indeed help him collect resources, but Luo Yan believes that what Zheng Shujian most wants to see is that he helps him eliminate dissidents and make the Zheng family the first family in Jiangling. To put it nicely, it is a win-win situation. To put it bluntly, Luo Yan is his killer. Zheng Shujian is the biggest beneficiary. The existing resources of the martial arts family are secondary, and the biggest part is their fixed assets, real estate, land, minerals, and so on. When Zheng Shujian successfully leaps to the top family, he will kick Luo Yan away. Ha ha! Facing Zheng Shujian's burning eyes, Luo Yan chuckled. He can even not avenge the murder of his son, and is determined to do great things. The head of the Zheng family is not an ordinary person. Who doesn't start with ruthlessness and righteousness when doing great things? Hero, do you agree? I don't agree. Luo Yan suddenly threw a punch and blew his head. He shook the blood off his hands and muttered, I don't have the time to play with you slowly. At noon, Luo Yan received a call from Ye Qing. The special plane to the Genius Martial Arts Academy will arrive in 3 days, and he will return to Shanghai tomorrow. Time is limited. It may not be enough to deal with the Ran family and the Du family. As for other families, they can be plundered. Opening the treasure chest, there is not much money, about 10 million. There are many cultivation resources. Compared with those families in Shanghai, they are considered wealthy. But compared with the Ning family, they are obviously inferior. Let's go to the next family. Luo Yan glanced at Zheng Shujian and walked out of the Zheng mansion. Luo Yan was very busy this night. He visited the family alliance. In order to save time, he walked in with a swagger and directly controlled the head of the family. Then he asked the head of the family to take out the resources. During the day, everyone had seen his cruel methods and dared not resist, let alone hide them. They were just about to dig 3 feet into the ground to hand over all the valuables to him. In this way, he robbed the top 10 families except the Ran family and the Du family. A rough calculation shows that there are 200 million in money. There are countless cultivation resources. Back to Batong Villa, keep what should be kept and upgrade what should not be kept. The system experience has risen to 40,000. This time in Jiangling, not only did I eliminate the Ning family, but I also got a lot of unexpected gains. It's worth it. In the morning, under the guidance of Xiaoyao, Luo Yan came to the front desk to check out. Hero, can I see you again in the future? Xiaoyao looked into Luo Yan's eyes and asked emotionally. Miss Xiaoyao, if there is a destiny, I believe it will happen. I'll wait for you. No, you don't have to wait for me. Luo Yan's eyes were deep. I am a bird without feet. I have been flying all my life, and I don't even know where I am flying to. Waiting for me is not a wise move. Luo Yan posed. Xiaoyao's eyes were full of stars. Wow, what a romantic line. I have a cousin named Wang who is a director. I must tell him this line. Ahem. Yu Ping was also beside him, pretending to cough and reminding, Dear guest, the application has been approved and your membership has been upgraded to gold. One more thing, our boss is very interested in you. If there is a chance, I hope you can go and meet her. She is in Kyoto. Luo Yan said, Oh? What are the benefits of meeting her? Yu Ping's eyes flashed with a strange color. There are many benefits. I guarantee that you will open your eyes. I hope you can say a few good words for her when you meet her. Haha, I will. Luo Yan waved his hand, turned around and got into the special car of Batong Villa and returned to Zhanghai. L/133429831699058. Luo Yan walked easily. Jiangling was in uproar. First of all, it was because of the demise of the Ning family that his name spread throughout Jiangling. There has never been an 18-year-old young man who dared to challenge the entire martial arts family alone. Luo Yan's information was dug out and magnified. Some people described him as a devil, some described him as a killer, and some described him as a genius warrior. No matter good or bad, he is very strong and perverted. At the same time, Jiangling had another master hiding in Batong Villa. This master challenged the family alliance alone and uprooted the fourth-ranked Zheng family. He also robbed multiple families overnight, using both despicable and tough methods. At the same time, he also attempted to challenge the authority of the Martial Arts Alliance and killed more than a dozen disciples of the Martial Arts Alliance. The appearance of these two people made all the martial artists in Jiangling feel insecure. The Martial Arts Alliance took the lead and found the survivors of the Ning family and eyewitnesses from major families to discuss how to deal with this crisis. These people discussed for most of the day, and based on all aspects such as body shape, martial arts, and personality, they came to an astonishing conclusion. The masked man is likely to be Luo Yan. The Martial Arts Alliance took the lead and sent people to Zhanghai to collect evidence. When they arrived at Zhanghai, they were immediately intercepted by the people of the Dragon Guarding Pavilion and all sent away. Ye Qing personally said that Luo Yan did exterminate the Ning family. In fact, Luo Yan was sent by him. But the masked man was not him. If there are still doubts about this matter, you can send senior management to negotiate in person. As for why Luo Yan was sent there, it was because Luo Yan was a student of the Genius Martial Arts Academy, and the academy had the intention to train him. The Ning family offended Ye Qing because of something, so it was reasonable to send Luo Yan to experience it and deal with the Ning family. With Ye Qing's help, the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance had to suffer in silence. But Luo Yan also fell out with the martial artists of Jiangling. Privately, they have already determined that Luo Yan is the masked man. Since Luo Yan went to the Genius Martial Arts Academy, they will deal with him in Kyoto. All of the above things were not known until Luo Yan went to Kyoto. After getting off the special car from Batong Villa, Luo Yan first went to the Han family. Before entering, he heard Han Shushu's voice. "Grandpa Ye, I want to go to the Genius Martial Arts Academy too. You are in such a high position. You must be able to get in through the back door, right? I can tell you, I am Luo Yan's girlfriend. Without me around, he will definitely lose his appetite and neglect his training." Ye Qing smiled and said, Okay, stop shaking. You are shaking my old bones. There is one thing you need to know. Although the Martial Arts Academy was established by the Dragon Guarding Pavilion, after years of development, the forces inside have become complicated. There are other military personnel, children of martial arts families, and martial arts geniuses from all over the country. It's not just my call. At this time, Han Chuping also pleaded. "Leader, Shushu's brother. Well, just give the child a chance, okay?" Han Qinghuai's death was a major blow to the Han family, although Han Qinghuai escaped from the battlefield and had a problem with his character. But after all, he was the only male in the Han family. Now that the male is gone, they can only place their feelings on the female. In the future, I will recruit a son-in-law, or after Han Shushu and Luo Yan get married, they can adopt one to continue the Han family's incense. This is the only way. In any case, Han Shushu's admission to the Martial Arts Academy is the top priority of the Han family. Even though Han Chuping respects Ye Qing very much, he has to beg with a shameless face. But Shushu's cultivation is too low. If she barely enters the academy, she will probably be bullied. My identity is special and I can't always watch her, right? Ye Qing said thoughtfully. The higher the position, the more constraints there are. People like Ye Qing's status must be envied by many people. It's not worth it to be caught by someone because of some trivial things. Please rest assured, Mr. Ye, with Luo Yan here, no one dares to bully Shushu. Luo Yan walked in from the door. Luo Yan, you're back. Han Shushu was overjoyed, flew over, and threw herself into his arms with very skillful movements. This time, Luo Yan didn't push her away. Instead, he patted her on the back. Are you okay these days? Yeah, I'm fine. Han Shushu has been very sad because of her brother's death. Her eyes were swollen like light bulbs, and it was obvious that she had cried many times. By the way, did your trip to Jiangling go smoothly this time? Han Shushu calmed down and asked. When she asked the question, Ye Qing and Han Chuping also looked over. What can it be? It's just a piece of cake to destroy the Ning family. Luo Yan said confidently. I knew it. Han Shushu looked at him with a fascinated face and felt that this man was so worthy of her love. Haha, since you have already said so, Shushu, let's go to the Martial Arts Academy together in a few days. Ye Qing finally made the decision. Han Shushu was overjoyed and flew over to shake Ye Qing's arm. I know that Grandpa Ye treats me the best. Okay, don't shake it. Ye Qing smiled bitterly. But I also want to remind you that the academy has many assessment tasks. Don't think that everything will be fine once you get in. If you can't complete the task, not only will you not graduate, you will also be expelled from the academy. So, you have to raise your realm as soon as possible. With Luo Yan here, I will improve quickly. Hearing this, Ye Qing suddenly thought that Han Shushu had only started practicing for a month and had already been promoted to the great perfection of a martial master and was about to challenge the great martial master. This almost broke the record of geniuses in Longguo. As for Luo Yan, monsters are not counted. After Luo Yan gave Han Shushu a ring looted from the Ning family, he left the Han family and returned to Quijuan. When he entered the gate of the community, someone stopped him. Seeing the person coming, Luo Yan was a little surprised. It turned out to be the yellow-shirted man from the Hero Club. Next to the man, there was a middle-aged man who was only 1.7 meters tall. The middle-aged man was easy to recognize. He had a square face. He was originally quite decent, but his left eyebrow was cut off by a scar, which made him look very fierce. He was not tall, but his shoulders were very broad, giving people a very stable feeling. "Are you Luo Yan?" After seeing Luo Yan, the middle-aged man strode up and punched. The punch was very fast and straight. It was very powerful, at least at the level of unity. Luo Yan frowned and avoided it with Lingbo Weibu. It was mainly because he didn't realize that he had any bad intentions, and it was more likely to be a test. "Oh?" The man raised his eyebrows. "Not bad? Look at this punch again." He took a step sideways and threw another hook punch. The action was straightforward and practical, as fast as lightning, and there was a sound of tearing cloth in the air. A layer of internal force gathered on his fist, and Luo Yan was sure that he was a master of the unity level. Luo Yan was slightly angry and pushed his left palm towards his fist. Tai Chi slightly pushed his fist away, and then he punched out with his right fist, attacking the man's chest. He used the A-level Jade Breaking Fist. The man uttered, "Huh?" as if he couldn't understand why his fist was pushed away. Facing Luo Yan's fist, he also punched. Bang! The two fists collided, and the force was radiating. The man stood still, and Luo Yan used the force of this punch to float a few meters away. "Haha, your martial arts are really exquisite. Even I can't understand it. Although my realm is higher than yours, if we fight for our lives, it's hard to tell who will win," the man said. "No, you're wrong." Luo Yan shook his head. "If we fight for our lives, you will die." The man was stunned for a while and suddenly laughed. "Luo Yan, you are crazy." "I'm not crazy. I'm just stating the facts," Luo Yan said lightly. WAP 3411334298317066.html. "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Luo Yan asked. The man in yellow came up and said, "It's like this. In addition to providing a platform for martial artists to communicate, we also have another very important purpose, which is to select some potential people from these people to participate in the Underground Martial Arts Conference." Underground Martial Arts Conference? Luo Yan frowned and asked. The word underground explained a lot of problems. The yellow-shirted man said, "First of all, this martial arts conference is illegal. Secondly, the participants are only judged by their strength, not their identities. In other words, he may be a felon who has been on the run for many years, or he may be a thief who has committed many crimes. Finally, there are no rules during the competition, and any tricks can be used, including using any dirty methods to kill the opponent." Luo Yan asked, "What about the rewards?" "Whatever you need, the reward is whatever you need." The yellow-shirted man smiled. "For example, if you are a swordsman, you will be rewarded with a famous sword. The higher the ranking, the more resources you will get, and the higher the level. In addition to rewards, it can also enhance your actual combat ability. Why not?